It was this young lady who knocked me down. She should pay for the medical bills. Yes, yes. If she hadn't hit my mother, why would we have to cover the costs? In this world, I don't believe there are still people who help others out of kindness. She only brought my mother to the hospital because she was afraid something serious might happen. She looks so sweet and pretty, but who knew she could be so cruel, so heartless? Officer, I want to report. Before the man could finish, the young woman making the call was suddenly hit and thrown aside. Her head struck a bench hard, and she fainted. Bright red blood slowly spread, and the people around screamed in shock. Shin, are you okay? Through the haze, a worried voice sounded above her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of dark, concerned eyes. Shin Ruotang blinked in confusion, her gaze falling on the man's blue uniform. Her mind was blank. Images flashed through her head, an exploding furnace, a newly formed elixir, lightning from the heavens. Finally, her memory stopped at the moment she was struck by lightning. She had worked so hard to create that immortal elixir, only for someone else to take it? A faint pain throbbed on her forehead. Shun Ruotang frowned. How long had it been since she last got hurt? Miss Shin? Seeing that she didn't respond, the man in uniform waved his hand in front of her eyes. A faint, sharp smell reached her nose. Was that disinfectant? Was she in a hospital? Her gaze slowly moved and stopped. The angry, gloomy faces behind the man looked strangely familiar. As their expressions twisted, long-buried memories began to surface. She vaguely remembered that after graduating from university, she had stayed in the capital to work. One day, on her way to work, she saw an old man lying on a crosswalk. New to society, she didn't yet understand how complicated people could be. Out of kindness, she called for an ambulance and even paid some of the medical fees in advance. But when the old man's family arrived, they demanded an outrageous amount of compensation from her. Her good deed had turned into an accusation. She was angry and called the police, but someone pushed her, and she hit a metal bench in the hospital. When she opened her eyes again, she had somehow crossed into a world of cultivation and become a young apprentice in a pill-making sect. By chance, the sect leader took her in as his last disciple. Pill masters were ranked from level 1 to level 10. They were called first grade, second grade, up to 10th grade pill masters. A 10th grade pill master, also known as a divine-level alchemist, existed only in legends. In all her 100 years in the cultivation world, she had never seen one. The higher a pill master's rank, the harder it is to advance. A 5th-rank pill master can already start their own sect and be honored by small nations. She was extremely talented and soon became the youngest 7th-rank pill master in the cultivation world. Every time she produced a pill, all the major sects fought to get it. To reach the 8th rank, she made full preparations this time. Just as she was about to succeed in refining an 8th-rank immortal pill, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck before she could even celebrate. It completely destroyed her. Staring fixedly at the people in front of her, Shin Ruotang's thoughts slowly cleared. So, she had been struck by lightning and sent back to the modern world. Wonderful, she could finally go home. After the initial joy, her eyes turned calm and steady as she spoke. Officer, I kindly brought this person to the hospital, but they turned around and accused me instead. They even pushed me to the ground. Such behavior is terrible. If they aren't punished, others might suffer too. I demand that this family pay me 5,000 yuan for medical expenses, 100,000 yuan for emotional distress, and 1,000 yuan for lost wages. As soon as she finished, a heavy-set man stepped forward, his face red with anger. You're trying to extort us? I just gave you a light push. Do you really have to make such a big deal out of it? Don't be so greedy.
Ha!
Shun Ruotang let out a cold laugh and looked at him as if he were an ant. A light push, was it? In this society, you can't just harm others as you please, or you'll face serious consequences. Letting them pay 100,000 yuan is already a great act of mercy. And they still dare to complain? When the man suddenly met the young woman's eyes, he felt a strong pressure. His body trembled, fear rising for no reason, and sweat appeared on his forehead. She was just a girl in her early 20s. Why was he afraid of her? The others didn't understand, and were about to curse, but one sharp look from the police made them fall silent. Seeing that everyone had finally quieted down, the officer in charge of mediation spoke sternly. "This young lady kindly saved your mother, yet instead of being grateful, you slandered and tried to extort her. You even tried to hurt her. If there hadn't been surveillance footage, who knows what might have happened to her? How can you accuse her of blackmail? It's people like this who make society grow cold and uncaring. If they aren't punished today, it will discourage others from doing good deeds. Next time something like this happens, who will dare to help? Take this as a lesson and pay the young lady what you owe her." The police officers showed no kindness toward them, handling the matter strictly and by the book. Seeing the officers' firm attitude, the old woman suddenly changed her expression and began to cry loudly. "Young lady, please have mercy. Our family doesn't have that much money to pay you. Look, you're fine now, aren't you? We'll return the 1,000 yuan you paid for the medical bills right away. Please, we're begging you to let us go." The old woman's pleading voice echoed through the hospital room, but no one there felt any sympathy for her. Before checking the surveillance footage, this family had been so arrogant, shouting at the young woman and insulting her. Their behavior had been truly ugly. The young woman had acted bravely to help someone, yet she ended up suffering for it. Now that they realized they had to pay compensation, they suddenly started crying and pretending to be pitiful. It was disgusting. The medical staff present looked at them with contempt. When Shen Ruotang remained unmoved, the family's attitude changed completely. They quickly stepped forward, smiling awkwardly and apologizing. "We still have to support our family. We really don't have that much money to pay. It's true that we were wrong. We accused you without finding out the truth. Let's be reasonable. We'll pay you another 2,000 yuan, how about that?" Shen Ruotang gave them a cold look. "You didn't act like decent people, so why should I show mercy?" "You, officer, they're glaring at me. I seriously suspect they might try to get back at me later. I strongly suggest you detain them all." "You'd better not." The police officer gave them a sharp warning look, and they immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. After being sternly lectured by the police officer, the family member reluctantly took out their phone. When she saw the bank transfer notification, Shen Ruotang's eyes curved with a smile. Today was truly a good day. She had not only returned but also received compensation. Just then, her phone rang, and a cheerful, familiar song filled the hospital room. Seeing the caller's name, Shen Ruotang's face lit up as she answered. But soon, her expression darkened. "Xiaodang, your father has cancer." Hearing the trembling voice on the other end, Shen Ruotang's heart tightened. The face that had long faded in her memory slowly became clear again. Back then, she had passed away unexpectedly in the hospital, and soon after, her father was diagnosed with cancer. Before her older brother disappeared, he had brought home a baby wrapped in a blanket. Then he left in a hurry. If her father was gone, wouldn't that leave only her mother and the child? Shen Ruotang couldn't imagine the pain her mother must have endured. Quickly calming herself, she spoke gently, "Mom, don't worry. I'll come home right away." After hanging up, Shen Ruotang swiftly removed the phone from her hand. "Nurse, I want to be discharged." Leaving the hospital, she immediately took a taxi to her company to resign. Because of her family's situation, the company didn't make things difficult for her. After finishing a simple handover at work, Shen Ruotang packed her things and returned to her rented room. Rent in the capital was very expensive, and since she had just started her internship, she could only afford a basement room. It was small, just enough space for a narrow bed and a small table. She didn't have many belongings, so packing was quick. Because her lease hadn't ended, the 3,000 yuan deposit she had paid couldn't be fully refunded. The landlord, a local woman, noticed her pale face and the bandage on her forehead. With a sigh, she said, "Normally, the 3,000 yuan deposit isn't refundable." After glancing at her, the landlord took out her phone and tapped on it. "I can only return 2,000 to you." Shen Ruotang's eyelashes trembled slightly. She gave the landlord a polite smile. Thank you. She had just started working and didn't have much money. Going home would cost quite a bit. Including the compensation she had just received, she had a total of 110,000 yuan. 2,000 wasn't much, but it was enough to buy a plane ticket home. Madam, I'll be staying in my hometown from now on. Please leave the bed and table for the next tenant. You're not coming back? The landlord paused, surprised. Didn't you study here in the capital? It seemed a pity for a top university graduate to return to the countryside. What a waste, she thought. I'm not coming back, Shen Ruotang said softly. She had been away from her family for too long. This time, she didn't plan to leave home again. Her older brother had gone missing, and her parents were getting old. She was the only one left who could take care of things at home. She wanted to stay in her hometown to accompany her parents in their later years. She also needed to find out what had happened to her brother and uncover the mystery surrounding her sister-in-law. Just now, she had tested it. There was spiritual energy on Blue Star, though it was very weak. Perhaps because of the lightning tribulation, her personal space couldn't be opened for the time being. Once she resumed her cultivation and reopened that space, curing cancer would be an easy task. After spending 100 years in the cultivation world, she had spent her days either practicing or refining pills, and the rest of her time tending to the herb garden in her space. Many sects had sent her rare herbs in exchange for a single pill. It could be said that her space contained every kind of medicinal plant from the cultivation world. Earning money and curing illnesses were simple matters for her. She wasn't worried at all. Seeing her serious expression, the landlady frowned. What can you even do by staying in your hometown? Your family spent so much money on your education. Are you just going to waste it? She didn't agree with that at all. If her own daughter dared to say such a thing, she would give her a good scolding. After a century in the cultivation world, she had grown used to a life of freedom and flight. The concrete and steel of the city didn't suit her. Thinking of the lush green fields back home, Shen Ruotang smiled softly. It's not a waste. I'm going home to farm. Away from the battles of the cultivation world and the endless competition of city life, staying in her hometown to grow vegetables and raise chickens and ducks sounded just right. At noon that day, Shen Ruotang dragged a pink Peppa Pig suitcase and headed to the airport. She flew from Jing City to Hai City, then took a taxi straight to Bishui Town. Bishui Town was an island surrounded by the sea. It was spring, and everything was coming back to life. The island was full of green trees and plants, and flocks of birds flew across the sky. As the taxi drove along the road, the scenery outside looked like a colorful painting. Watching the green branches and leaves flash by, Shen Ruotang rolled down the window. The evening breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees. It was cool and pleasant, bringing back memories. Although Bishui Town was small and a bit behind the times, its scenery was truly beautiful, a place with mountains, water, and gentle seasons. The driver kept glancing at the overly beautiful girl through the rear-view mirror. She looked just like how he imagined his daughter would when she grew up. Thinking of his own child, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. By the time they reached the town, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. On the streets, groups of students walked home together, chatting and laughing. A fruit vendor sat at his stall playing on his phone, occasionally calling out to passers-by. The barbecue seller focused on the food on the grill. The sizzling sound mixed with the rising white smoke, filling the air with the smell of cooking. The town was full of life. Shen Ruotang stopped walking and tightened her grip on the suitcase handle. 100 years had passed in the world of cultivation, yet what she missed most were her days on Blue Star, carefree days with the comfort of the internet and electricity. The road from the town to Peach Blossom Village was a hard dirt path, and there was no bus service yet. It had been a long time since Shen Ruotang last came back. She didn't take a motorcycle, but chose to walk instead. It would take about half an hour on foot. As the scenery changed, she saw the two trees at the entrance of Peach Blossom Village. One was a peach tree, and the other was also a peach tree. At this time, the branches were heavy with blossoms, their soft pink petals swaying gracefully in the wind. A few colorful butterflies fluttered among the flowers. She felt both excited and nervous to be near her hometown. Her eyes lingered on the 2 peach trees for a few seconds before she stepped forward. After 100 years, she was finally coming home. Excitement, joy, and emotion filled her heart all at once. Step, 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 step. Her pace grew faster and faster. Just as she reached the village entrance, she met a few villagers carrying roasted pigs and offerings. Hearing her footsteps, they turned around curiously. Their eyes rested on her, first puzzled, then surprised. Shouting, "You came back to visit the graves?" Shin Ruotang frowned slightly, quickly searching her memory for who they were. After a moment, a polite but slightly awkward smile appeared on her face. Yes. Her gaze fell on the roasted pig, and she suddenly remembered that tomorrow was the Qingming festival. Some villagers would start visiting the graves a day early. Shen Ruotang couldn't remember who the few dark-faced uncles were, so she politely greeted them and pulled her suitcase toward home. In the distance, the mountains stretched endlessly, trees stood tall, and the evening glow painted the sky. On both sides of the road grew green rice seedlings, and peach trees were scattered among the woods. The air carried a faint scent of peach blossoms. Her home was at the end of the village, where the houses became fewer and farther apart. At last, only a 2.5-story house stood alone among the peach trees. Suddenly, a small child appeared in her sight, hopping under a peach tree. The little one reached out tiny hands, trying to pick a blossom from a branch. But after losing balance, the child fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Oh, dear, Xiaobao. Did you get hurt?" A tanned woman hurried over, her face full of concern, and gently picked up the child. In Shen Ruotang's memory, that once blurry face slowly merged with the one before her. "Mom," she whispered, her eyes growing moist, and quickly ran towards Su Peilon, dragging her suitcase behind her. The suitcase rattled loudly, as if even the dust was cheering for her return. "Mom, I'm home." Su Peilon froze for a moment, then slowly turned around. When she saw her, her eyes turned red. She looked at her for a long time before speaking in a trembling voice. "You've lost weight." Shen Ruotang's nose felt a little sore, and she sniffled playfully. "I'm just trying to lose some weight. Of course I'm thinner, now you're already as thin as a stick. No more dieting from now on." Shen Ruotang linked her free arm through Su Peilon's and walked toward the house. "You're exaggerating, Mom. I miss your cooking." All right, I'll make something for you. What do you want to eat?" "Sweet and sour ribs, and braised fish, and maybe some salt and pepper shrimp." Outside the courtyard, the trees broke the sunset into patches of amber light. A man sat in the shadows, his face lined with age. He slowly turned the pages of a photo album. His expression was heavy with sadness. Shin Ruotang stopped walking, her eyes falling on the album, her heart aching. It was their family album, filled with memories of her and her brother growing up. Ever since her older brother went missing, she often saw her father looking through it. What really happened back then? No one knew. All they knew was that after her brother graduated from the police academy, he rarely contacted home. The last time they heard from him was 3 years ago. That night, he had hurried home carrying a baby, saying it was his own child. He never mentioned the child's mother and disappeared into the night soon after. He came in a rush and left just as quickly. So quickly it felt like a dream. No matter what, she was determined to find him. Pushing down her emotions, Shen Ruotang called out to the man. "Dad, I'm back." Shen Wenyuan paused, looked up, and slowly closed his sketchbook when he saw her. He stood up slowly. "Why didn't you tell me in advance? I could have gone to pick you up." His voice was deep and a little rough. Shen Ruotang pretended not to notice the sadness that flashed in his eyes and joked casually. "Old Black is almost ready for retirement. Let's not trouble it anymore." Their family owned a vehicle too. After her older brother graduated, he sent money home every month. To make travel easier, her father had spent a large sum to buy an electric scooter. Now it was already 5 years old. Cheap things never last long. He had chosen the least expensive one back then, without thinking about how long it would last. Now, he regretted it. Sure enough, hearing her words, Shen Wenyuan sighed. If I'd known, I wouldn't have tried to save those few thousand yuan. He had wanted to save money, knowing how hard his son worked, but the scooter broke down in less than 3 years. Now it just sat unused at home. When the old one's gone, the new one can come. After we visit the graves, let's go to town and buy another one.
All right.
Shen Wenyuan had wanted to refuse, but thinking about how inconvenient it would be for his daughter without a scooter, he agreed. When he noticed the hat on her head, his brows furrowed slightly, his eyes full of curiosity. You're home now. Why are you still wearing a hat? This is called fashion. People in the capital all wear them like this. Shen Ruotang pulled her hat lower, a flicker of guilt flashing in her eyes. The wound on her forehead hadn't healed yet, so she couldn't let anyone see it. She didn't want the elderly to worry. Let her do as she likes. Shouting, you hold Xiaobao, I'll go cook, said Su Peilon. Hearing that, Shen Ruotang quickly let go of her suitcase and carefully took the little one into her arms. The child was fair and soft, adorably cute, enough to melt anyone's heart.
Auntie.
The little one waved his tiny hands restlessly, his big dark eyes shining like black gems. His round face had no sharp angles, and his chubby cheeks made him irresistibly cute. Shen Ruotang softened her voice. Xiaobao, did you miss Auntie? Yes, Auntie missed you too, she kissed his cheek, making the little one giggle happily. Half an hour later, Xiaobao, you've gotten a bit heavy, Shen Ruotang said, her arms sore as she bent down to set him on the floor. Go on, move around a little. Her body was still too weak. She needed to start training again to recover her strength. The little one tilted his head, eyes full of curiosity, then suddenly they lit up. He reached out his chubby hand and placed it on her arm. Auntie, let me help you, he said in his soft, milky voice, impossibly sweet. Surprisingly, although the little boy was only 3 years old, he already had the skill of someone much older. His small hands massaged just right, easing the soreness in her muscles. This truly amazed her. Shen Wenyuan gently patted the boy's head with affection. Xiaobao is a clever child. He learned all this just by watching TV. Whenever we come back from work, he runs over to give us massages. The other villagers are all envious. As he spoke about Shen Xiaobao, a smile never left Shen Wenyuan's face. It was clear how much he loved his grandson. With his eldest son away, having Xiaobao around was a kind of comfort. Shen Ruotang lowered her eyes. She was skilled in making elixirs, formations, and talismans, but not in divination, so she couldn't find her brother's location. It seemed she would have to rely on technology instead. Just then, the smell of meat filled the air, and her stomach growled loudly. She realized she hadn't eaten since breakfast. Now, hunger made her stomach ache faintly. Su Peilon came in carrying a bowl of soup. Shouting, I made chicken soup with morel mushrooms. I read online that morels are good for your health. This will help you regain your strength. The salt and pepper shrimp and braised fish will take a bit longer, so have some soup first. After speaking, she turned and left. In the white porcelain bowl, golden drops of chicken oil floated on the surface. The rich aroma of morel mushrooms rose with the steam, and a few red goji berries rested on the tender pieces of chicken and mushrooms. The food looked and smelled wonderful. Shen Ruotan couldn't help swallowing as she stared at the porcelain bowl. Knowing you'd come home today, your mom went to the market to buy your favorite dishes. She didn't cook them too early, afraid they'd get cold before you arrived. This soup was made in advance so you could drink it as soon as you got back. Beside her, Shen Wenyuan's gentle voice kept talking, but Shen Ruotang didn't find it annoying. Instead, a quiet warmth spread through her heart. In the world of cultivation, her master and senior brothers and sisters had treated her well. Still, she often missed her family. Later, as her duties grew heavier and she thought she might never return, she stopped thinking about them as much. Now that she was home again, she cherished every moment. She looked up and smiled brightly. Dad, don't worry, she said. Our family will be together again someday. Shen Wenyuan paused, a trace of sadness in his eyes, and murmured as if to himself, "Your brother will be fine." Since childhood, his eldest son had never caused them trouble. He believed this time would be no different. Something must have kept him from contacting them. Thinking of his illness, Shen Wenyuan's expression dimmed. He wondered if he would ever see that reunion with his own eyes. Meanwhile, on a distant island in the Pacific Ocean, in the dense forest, two figures moved swiftly among the trees. Their expressions were tense. "Darn it! These people are crazy. They've been chasing us for a whole month and still won't stop." The young man muttered under his breath, but his pace didn't slow at all. "Stop talking," the other man said sharply. "We need to lose them." His brows were tightly furrowed as he scanned the surroundings, searching for a way to escape. Behind them, their pursuers were closing in fast. The man made a quick decision. "We'll split up and meet at the usual place. Be careful." "Don't worry, boss. I won't let them catch me. Once this mission is over, I'm going to sleep for days." With that, the two men separated and disappeared into the forest. 3 years ago, when Shen Wenyuan learned he had a grandson, he spent all his savings to build a 2.5-story house. The house covered 150 square meters, with tiles inside and out, giving it the look of a small city villa. He had planned to wait for his son to return and marry the young woman properly. But he waited for 3 years, and still, there was no word from his son. The yard was spacious. The left third was paved with red bricks, while the right side was filled with vegetables. Along the right wall stood a rectangular trellis covered in green vines, lush and full of life. Small red tomatoes dotted the green leaves, looking especially delightful. Shen Ruotang's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the cherry tomatoes growing on the vines. Just as she was about to pick some, a small figure darted out from the side, running straight toward the tomato trellis. "Auntie, let's eat some fruit. The red ones are really tasty." Shen Xiaobao held a few cherry tomatoes in his hands, his two dimples deep on his round, chubby face. His dark eyes shone brightly, and his delicate features made him look like a smaller version of her older brother. "Thank you, Xiaobao." Taking the tomatoes from his hands, Shen Ruotang walked to the side and turned on the faucet to wash them. Under the water's weight, tiny droplets sparkled on the red skins like scattered gems, giving off a tempting shine. Feeling hungry, Shen Ruotang popped one into her mouth. As she bit down, the sweet and sour juice burst out, filling her mouth with a light tomato flavor. She frowned slightly. The taste was far from the spiritual fruits of the cultivation world, and it felt a bit impure. After finishing one, she stopped eating and handed the rest back to Shen Xiaobao. "Andy doesn't like them much. You can have them." Hearing this, Shen Wenyuan looked at her with a hint of confusion. "Didn't you used to love cherry tomatoes?" When she was little, she often ran to her second uncle's field to pick and eat them. Later, they even planted half an acre just so she could sit there and enjoy them. Meeting Shen Wenyuan's gaze, Shen Ruotang froze awkwardly on the spot. She used to love eating. But after spending 100 years in the cultivation world, her taste had become too refined. Now that she was back in the mortal world, ordinary food was hard to enjoy. Thinking about how she would be staying at home from now on, Shen Ruotang's eyes fell on the vegetables in the yard. Tonight, she would set up a small spirit-gathering array for them to improve their quality. A good alchemist should know how to grow not only herbs but also vegetables. Pulling her thoughts back, Shen Ruotang lifted her chin slightly. "My favorite now is Kyoho Guzids." Of course, her true favorite was the spiritual fruit from the cultivation world, but she couldn't have that for now. Changing the topic, Shen Ruotang said, "Dad, let's build a small trellis in the yard and plant some guzids." "Grandpa, let's plant guzids." "Xiaobao loves guzids." Before Shen Wenyuan could reply, little Shen Xiaobao tugged at his pant leg. He looked up with bright, watery eyes that could melt anyone's heart. "If Xiaobao loves them, then we'll plant some." Ye Xiaobao laughed happily and reached out for Shen Wenyuan to pick him up. "Wash your hands, it's time to eat." Just then, Su Peilon's voice came from the kitchen. Shen Wenyuan bent down, lifted Xiaobao into his arms, and walked toward the house. Behind him followed Shen Ruotang. On the table were 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, all of Shin Ruotang's favorites. The fish wasn't big, about the size of a few ounces. Amber-colored sauce flowed along the cuts on the braised fish, mixing with the fragrant aroma of ginger and garlic. Next came the sweet and sour ribs. The caramelized glaze formed a thin, glassy layer over the meat, sprinkled with a few white sesame seeds for contrast. Finally, there was stir-fried water spinach, bright green and tender, cooked with garlic and chili. I couldn't find any shrimp today. I'll make salt and pepper shrimp for you next time. Okay. Shin Ruotang nodded eagerly, her eyes fixed on the dishes as she praised Su Peilon. Wow, it smells amazing. Mom, your cooking is as good as a Michelin chef's. That's an exaggeration, Su Peilon said with a smile. Maybe because her daughter was home, her mood had brightened. She even joked, well, maybe just a tiny bit worse than a Michelin chef. Shin Ruotang covered her mouth and laughed. Then we'll aim to surpass them soon. Little Shin Xiaobao raised his spoon and echoed in his soft voice, surpass them soon. Everyone burst out laughing, and the dining room filled with warmth and joy. Sitting between Su Peilon and her husband, Shin Xiaobao wore a blue bib with a little dolphin on it. In front of him was a set of children's dishes. The little one skillfully scooped soup with a spoon, clearly used to eating by himself. Shin Ruotang was already very hungry, so she served herself a bowl of chicken soup with morel mushrooms and began to drink it. The taste was rich and fragrant, and she finished the bowl in just a few sips. Then she took a bite of fish with a spoonful of fragrant rice. With food in her stomach, she immediately felt alive again. She hadn't eaten anything on the plane because the food there was terrible. Even the fruit didn't taste good. It had a strange, unpleasant smell, almost like eating raw fish. The food at home wasn't perfect either, but it was much better than what she had on the plane, at least acceptable. Grandma, this soup is so tasty, a soft, childish voice came from beside her. Turning her head, Shin Ruotang saw little Bao holding a spoon, carefully sipping the soup. His big dark eyes sparkled brightly. Shin Ruotang smiled. Our little Bao is such a good boy, not picky at all. If she hadn't been so hungry, she might not have eaten much herself. Thinking of the spiritual fruits in her personal space, Shin Ruotang quietly clenched her fists. She needed to train harder and unlock that space soon. Su Peilon's eyes turned red as she gently patted little Bao's head, her face full of affection. This child is so good. He eats whatever we give him. So quiet and well-behaved. It makes my heart ache. Except for that night 3 years ago when he cried all night, he hadn't shed a tear since. No one knew if he understood that his parents weren't around and didn't want to trouble his grandparents. There were only elderly people in the village, as the children were usually away at school. When the adults went to work in the fields, the little boy would quietly sit under a tree and play. A single toy could keep him entertained all day. Thinking of her eldest son, who was still missing, Su Peilon couldn't hold back her tears. Grandma, don't cry. When Shin Xiaobao saw her crying, his eyes turned red too. He tried to hold back his tears and said in a trembling voice, Xiaobao will be good. Grandma, don't cry. His little red eyes and nose made everyone's heart ache. Grandma isn't crying. Su Peilon quickly wiped her tears and pulled Shin Xiaobao into her arms. Some dust got into Grandma's eyes, that's all. I'll blow it away for you. Shin Xiaobao turned around and said softly, if I blow on it, it won't hurt then. He puckered his lips and gently blew towards Su Peilon's eyes, very carefully. Shin Wenyuan pressed his lips together and turned his head, his hand tightening under the table until his knuckles turned white. For a moment, the dining room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Seeing this, Shin Ruotang felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. She noticed strands of silver hair at the temples of the two elders, and her mood grew even heavier. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, a few hens walked in from the yard, stepping lightly as they searched for food. Mom, when did we start keeping chickens? In her memory, the last time she left home, there were no chickens yet. Su Peilon glanced casually and put Shin Xiaobao back in his seat. Xiaobao doesn't like meat. I was worried he wouldn't get enough nutrition, so I raised a few chickens, she said. I cook eggs for him every day. While they were talking, Shen Xiaobao saw the chicken leg in his bowl, and his eyes lit up. He grabbed it and started eating happily. Seeing the little boy eating so eagerly, Shen Ruotang's lips twitched slightly. He doesn't like meat? Did her mother misunderstand what not liking meat means? Late at night, everything was quiet. Outside the window, the sound of insects rose and fell, and the evening breeze rustled through the leaves. After washing up, Shen Ruotang sat cross-legged on her bed, holding her breath and focusing her mind. She began to draw in spiritual energy. Under the night sky, starlight from all around the village slowly gathered, forming silver ribbons that drifted toward her. Guided by her technique, the silver threads entered her body, refining it. After several cycles, Shen Ruotang could clearly feel the change. Her body felt lighter than ever, as if she could soar into the sky. The next moment, she suddenly opened her eyes, a faint blue light flashing in them. Too little, she murmured. So little that even her personal space couldn't be activated. Shen Ruotang pouted, got up, slipped on her slippers, and went downstairs to stand in the courtyard. She bent down to pick up a few small stones and arranged them in the vegetable garden to form a spirit-gathering array. When the last stone fell into place, the formation was complete. A flash of blue light passed, and the garden instantly returned to its original state. The spiritual energy on Blue Star was too thin. When she could open her personal space again, she would use spirit stones to rebuild the array. Her gaze swept over the garden, and Shen Ruotang turned back to the house, satisfied. In the night, green worms wriggled across the ground, crawling eagerly toward the vegetable patch. The next morning, Su Peilon stood in the yard and blinked hard. A moment later, she gasped. Oh no! Heavens! What happened to our vegetables? Yesterday, the garden had been full and lush. Now it was bare. Not even the stems were left. The vegetable patch looked desolate. A worm, about the size of a little finger, was struggling to crawl forward, catching her attention. She drew in a sharp breath. In all her years of farming, she had never seen such a large worm. She had heard that rats and cockroaches were big in the south, but she hadn't expected the insects to be, too. What a strange sight. She quietly looked away, her eyes landing on the tomato trellis. The green vines had lost all their red fruit. Only small yellow flowers bloomed on the branches. Just then, a morning breeze passed by, and the droplets on the leaves fell with a soft patter. Plop, half of a cherry tomato fell to the ground, revealing its red and yellow seeds inside. What a pitiful sight. It looked as if it had died unwillingly. When Shen Ruotang came over, this was exactly what she saw. Last night, she had set up a spirit-gathering formation, but forgot to add the insect-repelling one. Feeling a bit guilty, she glanced at Su Peilon and pointed angrily at the vegetable patch. These bugs are too much. They didn't even leave a single leaf. She had thought she could enjoy fresh vegetables this morning, but a group of uninvited guests had ruined everything. Fine. Very well. How dare they steal food from her? She silently vowed that those bugs would not escape next time. Just then, she noticed a fat worm on the ground trying hard to crawl away. Maybe it had eaten too much because after all that effort, it was still in the same spot. Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and picked it up. Her eyes darkened. Finally, she had caught one of the culprits. Beside her, Su Peilon was stunned and muttered to herself, "This isn't how you're supposed to eat. With so many vegetables, wouldn't it be stuffed to death?" Little Bao was quite greedy and often tried to grab vegetable leaves to eat when they weren't looking. To keep the child safe, they never used pesticides on their crops. Compared to the other villagers' gardens, theirs always had more insect bites. But this was too much. In just one night, not even a single stem was left. Shen Ruotang's voice was low as she gave a cold snort. Not dead yet, but almost. Huh. Su Peilon looked up in confusion at Shen Ruotang, just as she flicked her finger. A flash of green light shot out. Hearing the sound, Little Shin Xiaobao quickly put on his shoes and ran over. When he saw the bare vegetable garden, he felt as if the sky had fallen. His big dark eyes blinked in disbelief. After a moment, he finally reacted, looking pitiful. "Grandma, my veggie Xiaobao, the veggies ran away from home last night. Auntie will plant new ones for you, okay?" It was actually a good thing the vegetables were gone. She could replant them. Vegetables grown with spiritual energy from the start were much better than those infused after they matured. Her parents and nephew had a lot of impurities in their bodies, and she couldn't yet open her personal space to cleanse them. For now, she could only let them eat more spiritual vegetables to reduce the buildup of impurities. Okay, Xiaobao was quickly comforted. In his soft childish voice, he said, "I want to eat lots and lots of veggies this time." He would protect Auntie's garden and not let the veggies run away again. "There are no vegetables left at home. I'll go ask your second aunt for some to cook noodles." After saying that, Su Peilon picked up a basket and went out. When only the two of them were left in the yard, Shen Ruotang crouched down to look at Xiaobao at eye level. "Xiaobao, can you tell Annie why you like eating vegetables so much?" Last night, her parents said that little Shen Xiaobao really loves eating vegetables. He almost can't eat without them. Compared to other kids, he's completely different. But last night, Xiaobao seemed to enjoy eating meat a lot, not at all like someone who doesn't like it. His parents were quite puzzled. Xiaobao clenched his small fists, his eyes lowered slightly, and his eyelashes trembled. After a while, he whispered softly, "Our family doesn't have much money. Vegetables don't cost much." The elders in the village said that his father had passed away. At night, he once saw his grandparents looking at a photo of his dad, quietly wiping away their tears. They said raising a child costs a lot, and they had spent all their savings building a house. He didn't want them to spend more money because of him. As if remembering something, Xiaobao turned around and ran into the house on his short little legs. Soon, he came back holding a piggy bank almost as big as his head. "Auntie, this is my New Year's money," he said. "It's for Grandpa's medicine." Seeing the little boy holding the big piggy bank, Shen Ruotang felt her chest tighten, and her nose stung with emotion. "How did you know the family doesn't have much money?" she asked. Xiaobao tilted his head, a bit confused. "The grandparents in the village said so. They said Grandpa and Grandma spent all their money building the house." "So, you said you love vegetables just to help them save money?" Shen Xiaobao blinked his bright black eyes, and then nodded obediently. Hearing that, an indescribable ache rose from deep inside Shen Ruotang's heart, climbing up to her throat. The question she wanted to ask got stuck there. After taking a deep breath, she asked again, "How did you know Grandpa was sick?" "I heard Grandma talking on the phone. The TV said that cancer means being sick." After speaking, the little boy looked at her carefully. "Annie, I'm not a bad kid. The TV said that listening to other people's conversations is wrong. He was a good kid. Not a bad one. He didn't mean to eavesdrop." Shen Ruotang's eyes stung. Before her tears could fall, she quickly looked up, took deep breaths, and tried to calm down. She wiped the corners of her eyes, lowered her head, and looked at Shen Xiaobao again. Her eyes were full of tenderness. She forced a smile and gave him a thumbs up, pretending to sound cheerful. "Auntie knows our Xiaobao is a good boy even though Grandpa and Grandma don't have much money. Auntie is super rich from now on. Xiaobao can eat whatever he wants." "Really?" Shen Xiaobao tugged at the corner of his shirt, his eyes shining. "From now on, I can eat whatever I want?" Of course, Shen Ruotang reached out and gently pinched his chubby cheeks, her face full of affection. Money shouldn't be shown off. Other than Grandpa and Grandma, no one should know that Annie has money, okay? Otherwise, the money will fly away. And then there won't be any left to buy tasty food for Xiaobao. Shen Xiaobao's eyes rolled around as he slowly understood what Shen Ruotang meant. He nodded seriously. Xiaobao is a good boy. Xiaobao won't tell. At the end, he covered his mouth tightly with both hands, his round eyes shining brightly. Unable to hold back, Shen Ruotang burst out laughing. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Shen Wenyuan was standing there, no one knew for how long or how much he had heard. At that moment, Tears streamed down his face. Outside the yard, a bug that had been flicked away was wriggling on the ground. Suddenly, a hen darted out from the side, pecked down, and swallowed the bug whole. When Su Peilon learned why Shin Xiaobao loved eating vegetables, she hid in the kitchen and cried so hard she could barely breathe. As a grandmother, she felt she had failed. How could she not have noticed? Xiaobao was only 3 years old. On the gas stove, the pot lid rattled noisily, covering the sound of her quiet sobs. Steam filled the kitchen, curling in the air. When Shun Ruotang walked in, she saw a trembling figure through the mist. She stood quietly, without saying a word. She knew that over the past 3 years, her eldest brother's situation had almost crushed their parents. If it weren't for little Bao staying by their side, they might not have been able to hold on. Now, her father had been diagnosed with cancer, and her brother's life or death was still unknown. All of this weighed heavily on her mother, and the pressure was unimaginable. When Su Peilon finally calmed down, Shun Ruotang stepped forward to comfort her. "Mom, don't think too much. Little Bao is only 3 years old. It's not too late for him to know now. We can make it up to him in the future. Dad's cancer is still in the early stage, so there's a good chance of recovery." Her personal space still couldn't be opened, so she couldn't make medicine to heal him. Besides, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was too weak, and she had no idea when she would be able to open it again. To be safe, surgery was still the best option for now. Once she could open her personal space, she would make a batch of special medicine to help her father recover slowly. As for my brother, Shin Ruotang lowered her eyes. She only knew that her brother was a police officer. Everything else was a mystery. If she hired a private investigator to look for him, she didn't know whether that might put him in danger. But if she didn't look, she couldn't feel at ease. If only she had learned the art of divination from Elder Meng back in the cultivation world. Elder Meng had given her many books, but she had left them untouched in her space. There should be one about divination among them. You need to focus on practicing and open your personal space. It's been 3 years. There should be some news about whether Big Brother is alive or not. Suddenly, she thought of something. Based on her guess about Brother Shin's job, Shin Ruotan quickly reached a conclusion. That is, Big Brother is probably on a secret mission. He can't contact them easily. If something happened to him, his leader would contact them. Another possibility is that her big brother has gone missing and the team can't reach him. But as soon as she thought of this, she immediately dismissed the idea. Even if they can't contact him, the team would inform their family. Thinking of this, Shun Ruotang shared her guess with Su Peilon. Could that be true? Su Peilon calmed down and, hearing her daughter's analysis, felt hopeful and spoke. Shin Ruotang nodded firmly at her. "Mom, it must be like that. Isn't it often shown like this on TV? We eat well, sleep well, and take good care of ourselves so my big brother can work peacefully outside. Otherwise, when he comes back and sees you all looking exhausted, he would feel so guilty." Hearing her daughter's words, Su Peilon suddenly felt enlightened and gradually smiled. Since their son's job is special, the old couple should have thought of this long ago. Seeing Su Peilon feel relieved, Shin Ruotang took a deep breath and reminded her. "Mom, my brother's job might not be an ordinary police officer. Let's just keep this between us and not tell anyone else." The matter was kept secret. Anyway, everyone in the village believed her older brother was dead, so let them think that for now. This way, no unexpected problems would arise. "Are you sure you're not the kind of mom who gossips?" Su Peilon said with a mix of laughter and tears. Since it concerned her son's safety, even if her daughter didn't specifically ask her to keep it quiet, she wouldn't say a word. Thinking that her son was safe, the heavy weight on Su Peilon's heart instantly disappeared. Her mood visibly improved. "Little Bao is still growing. I need to give him some eggs." After saying that, she rushed out of the kitchen like the wind, then quickly returned. She uncovered the pot and cracked in 1, 2, 3, up to 10 eggs. Then she added some vegetables. Salt, MSG, and peanut oil went in smoothly. The noodles were ready. Shin Ruotang's lips twitched slightly. "Mom, a person can only eat 2 eggs a day. Any more would be a waste," Su Peilon seemed not to hear her and took a bowl to serve the noodles. No waste, no waste. Everything goes into the stomach, how could it be waste? After that, she served a bowl of egg and vegetable noodles filled with her grandmother's love.
Wow.
So many eggs. Shen Xiaobao's eyes sparkled brightly when he saw the eggs in the bowl, making Shen Wenyuan and others feel a bit sorry for him. Xiaobao, eat as much as you want. Our family isn't short of money. Su Peilon lovingly patted his head. Your aunt is the least short of money. Shen, who is not short of money, and his Aunt Tang looked a bit embarrassed, exaggerating a little. Now, it seems impossible not to make money. After a simple breakfast, Shen Ruotang went with Shen Wenyuan and other relatives to visit the graves. The grave visit included activities like outdoor survival, climbing mountains and crossing water, and digging underground. During this time, people in Haishur often perform wild survival shows. Where are you, Taigong? They walk more than 10 kilometers on foot, carrying offerings and running all over the hills and fields. They brave thorny paths, cross mountains and rivers, and even walk on walls, all to please their ancestors. Fortunately, the Shun family ancestors are quite considerate of their descendants. They only need to go up the mountain, not into the water. During the Qingming festival, Shen Ruotang hears constant crackling firecrackers. Peach Blossom Village is unusually lively, with migrant workers and city dwellers returning home. Friends and relatives visit to show concern after hearing about Shen's father's illness. After Qingming, Peach Blossom Village quickly becomes quiet again. That morning, Shen Ruotang was thinking about her money. Her father needs at least 100,000 yuan for surgery, leaving her with just over 10,000 yuan. I also need to buy an electric bike in town, but good ones usually cost over 5,000 yuan. So, I only have a small amount of 5,000 yuan to spend. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ruotang asked, Mom and Dad, how many acres of land do we have now? She has no resources, no connections, and no startup funds. To make money, she can only rely on farming. In the cultivation world, she not only knows how to refine pills, but also how to grow various spiritual herbs. Even rare medicinal plants can be cultivated successfully by her. Growing simple vegetables is easy for her. Su Peilon paused while eating noodles, looking confused. Why do you ask about that? I plan to stay in our hometown to farm, Shen Ruotang said naturally. From now on, I will stay at home to keep you company. After 100 years, she finally returns home. There's no way she'll go out to work like a typical employee. The money she earns isn't enough for medical expenses. Nowadays, many workers are worn out physically and end up with nothing. They don't even have time to have children or spend money. No way, Su Peilon slammed down her chopsticks and firmly disagreed. She can't believe Shen Ruotang wants to farm. Their family worked hard to support their children's education, just to have her move to a big city. In the village, girls her age are already married and have children. After reading for over 10 years, she ended up returning to her hometown to farm. What kind of thing is this? How will the villagers talk about her then? Every holiday, her aunts and uncles would come to bother her. They say studying is useless, and she should find a good family to marry into. They mention that some girl with a middle school diploma married a big boss and is living a much better life. Thinking about her relatives always gives Su Peilon a headache. What era is this? Still thinking about relying on men? Have you not seen the news about men cheating or abusing their wives after marriage? She doesn't want her daughter to become one of those. Relying on oneself is better. Only when you are confident can you have the upper hand in marriage and not be bullied. How much success can farming bring? Will her daughter be bullied if she gets married? Shen Ruotang didn't expect Su Peilon to react so strongly, and she looked surprised and froze in place. After a moment, she spoke. Mom, since that's the case, I won't hide it from you anymore. Under the suspicious gazes of Shen Wenyuan and the others, Shen Ruotang pushed up her hair from her forehead, revealing a bandage. Her forehead wound hadn't healed yet, and the family didn't have gauze. Recently, they had been busy with ancestor worship. She could only make do with the bandage. She didn't want her family to worry, but now they oppose her staying at home to farm. She had to pretend to be pitiful. Shen Ruotang pointed to the wound on her forehead, her eyes lowered, looking a little wronged. A few days ago, I tried to help someone, but they turned around and tried to take advantage of me. They even pushed me, and I hit a chair. Luckily, the security camera proved I was innocent, or I would have had to pay them tens of thousands. That family had demanded 50,000 yuan right away, so greedy. Thinking about it now, making them pay 100,000 back almost felt like doing a good deed. That's outrageous. Su Peilon trembled with anger. How could there be such shameless people in the world? Does it still hurt? Her eyes fell on the bandage on her daughter's forehead. Her heart ached, and her voice shook with worry and fear. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shen Ruotang shook her head. She had been practicing her exercises at night these past few days. The wound was slowly healing, and now it really didn't hurt. Mom, Dad, life in the city is too complicated. I want to stay here at home. Su Peilon opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to speak. Farming was hard work, but her daughter must have suffered a lot outside to want to come back and do it. Shan Wenyuan's rough, cracked hands clenched and trembled slightly on his knees. His good daughter had been bullied like this, and he couldn't do anything about it. He could only blame himself and his wife for not being capable enough, for knowing only how to farm. If you want to come back, then come back, he said. At least if she stayed with them, no one would dare to bully her again. Su Peilon's eyes were red, and her voice was full of concern. Farming isn't as easy as you think. Your body can't handle it. Her daughter was so weak. How could she carry a hoe? They, as a couple, had farmed all their lives, just enough to fill their stomachs. They earned only about 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a year. A few years ago, villagers heard that rural land would soon have restrictions on buying. Everyone hurried to buy land and build houses. In less than 3 years, many small Western-style houses appeared in the village. Most of these houses were built but left unfinished, without decoration. It is said that now, old rural houses can't be torn down and rebuilt. They can only be renovated. Fortunately, 3 years ago, they reluctantly bought land and built a house because everyone else was doing it. Otherwise, their family would have to live in an old, simple house. Even after building a new house, the wealthier villagers still looked down on them. Whenever they had a chance, they boasted about how much money their children earned each year. They also said that even though their children studied so much, they would end up working for others. They claimed that studying was useless and a waste of money. If the villagers found out that their daughter was farming at home, they didn't know how they would be treated then. Mom, I'm not afraid of hard work. You don't know, organic vegetables in the city are very expensive. They can sell for 15 to 25 yuan per gene. These were things she found online. As technology advances and environmental pollution worsens, people are paying more attention to their health. Especially wealthy people who insist that their vegetables must be green and pollution-free. Su Peilon widened her eyes and said, "This is so expensive? Are these vegetables made of gold? The vegetables they grow and sell in their fields only cost 2 or 3 yuan per gene. During festivals, the price is a bit higher, around 7 or 8 yuan per gene." Yes, Shen Ruotang nodded, looking impressed. Fruits and melons are even more expensive, selling for 25 to 50 yuan per gene. Now, in this new era, I plan to start live streaming to sell vegetables. But first, she needs to build a good reputation offline. Start small, connect the dots, and gradually expand. Only then will live streaming be effective for selling vegetables. She grows special vegetables that are more expensive than organic ones. Without a solid customer base, jumping straight into live selling won't work. With the internet so developed now, many people are unhappy with their lives. There are also many online critics and trolls. She might even be falsely reported and banned from the platform. Her family has internet access, and Su Peilon and her husband often watch TV and short videos. They are familiar with live selling. After hearing her daughter, they thought maybe growing vegetables at home isn't a bad idea. At home, they can at least have enough to eat and won't go hungry, and they don't have to pay rent. They also won't be bullied or extorted. Shen Wenyuan, since you've made up your mind, just stay at home and farm, as long as you're not afraid of being laughed at. I know very well what kind of people those wealthy villagers are. Their words can be as harsh as they want. Shen Ruotang smiled brightly. People can say whatever they like. It's not my concern. Want to see me embarrassed? Maybe in the next life. Shin Ruotang turned her head and met Su Peilon's gaze. Mom, what do you think? You and your father have already said so much. What else can I say? Su Peilon looked worried. It's just, I don't know if we can sell it. It's so expensive. Can it really sell? The price is almost as high as pork. No, it's even more expensive than pork. Using a popular online phrase, poverty limits her imagination. Don't worry, Mom. Shin Ruotang patted her chest to assure her. I'm sure we can sell it. I watched some videos and studied it carefully. When it comes to farming, I say no one dares to claim second place, only first. So, Dad and Mom, how many acres of land do we have in total? Hearing this, Shen Wenyuan spoke up. The old house's bamboo grove land is 10 acres, and the land outside the new house is 2 acres. That makes 12 acres in total. Apart from these 12 acres, the entire back mountain of the old house is also ours. The couple gets up before dawn every day to work and only returns after sunset. Fortunately, they can rent farming machines, so they don't have to go without a break. However, the back mountain hasn't been well taken care of. They can't manage the land properly, so they have no energy to tend the back mountain. During weekdays, they leave early and return late, busy with weeding and planting, so they have no time to go up the mountain. Only in September and October, when the chestnuts ripen, do they go up the mountain to pick them. But since the chestnuts on the back mountain haven't been well managed, they taste bitter and unpleasant. They're not tasty. So, they simply stop going up the mountain to pick chestnuts. Shin Ruotang was shocked. She didn't expect that their family not only owned land but also a whole mountain. They are definitely landowners. Having stayed in the cultivation world for too long, she had forgotten she was still a big landowner. Does your Uncle Ho and second uncle have a share in the back mountain? If she earns money by farming, they might come to claim it. The ownership of the mountain needs to be settled in advance. Thinking of this, Shen Wenyuan's mind drifted back to that time. He spoke softly. Your Uncle Ho and second uncle's land isn't on this side. Back then, they didn't want this mountain because it was too far away. These mountains were all developed by your grandfather when he was young. Back then, there was some disagreement among the 3 brothers over these mountains. Their grandfather's generation was wealthy, a big landowner, with the ancestral house occupying about 2 acres. But later, the family fell on hard times. Next to their old Shin family ancestral house, there is a nearly 20-acre field. It was divided between his eldest and second brothers. After dividing the land, he quickly moved away from the ancestral house and built a small house near the bamboo forest. It wasn't until 3 years ago that he bought this land and built a new house. He moved to live here. When he bought this land, he liked that it was close to the old house, about a 5-minute walk. Shin Ruotang had never heard her father talk about this before. Seeing his sad expression, she guessed that things must have been difficult back then. In the face of interests, human nature shows its true colors. Even brothers can be like this. In the world of cultivation, she has seen many such things. Compared to the fierce battles in the cultivation world, these are just small matters. Mom and Dad, just watch. From now on, our days will get better and better. She isn't unaware of what the villagers say about their family. But when they're dealing with the gossip, she doesn't care anymore. Right now, the most urgent thing is to buy an electric bike in town and take her father to the city hospital for a checkup. If possible, they should have the surgery as soon as possible. Shun Xiaobao tilted his head, waving a spoon to cheer them on. Auntie, keep going. The little girl looks obedient and adorable, her soft voice making Su Peilon and others laugh happily. Their family's electric bike is quite old, and Shin Ruotang and Shen Wenyuan don't want to bother fixing it. They decide to take it to the town, to give it one last use. The electric bike shop in town is not busy. Shin Ruotang quickly buys a Yachty E8. It costs 4,500 yuan, and her old black bike is traded in for a 650 yuan discount. It can go 200 kilometers on a full charge. After finishing the paperwork, she efficiently takes Shin Wenyuan to the city hospital. Doctor, how is my dad's condition? You caught it early. Surgery can remove the tumor. When can the surgery be scheduled? Within a week. On the way back from the hospital, Shen Ruotang stops at a fruit tree shop. Boss, Are these guzits of the Kyoho variety? Looking at the bunches of guzits on the vine, Shen Ruotang seems to see a summer yard full of purple guzits hanging in bunches. A family sits in the yard, eating sweet and sour guzits. Yes, they are Kyoho guzits. These are 5-year-old vines with fruit clusters. Each costs 120 yuan. They can be eaten around August or September. I want 2 vines. After buying the guzit vines, Shen Ruotang sits in the back of the car, holding 1 vine in her hand. Shen Wenyuan sits in front, riding the electric bike to the seed store. Their family has 12 acres of land. The plot outside the new house hasn't been planted with crops yet. She plans to divide that land into several parts, planting tomatoes, cucumbers, bok choy, and oilseed used. Baby bok choy and oilseed lettuce sprout quickly. Baby bok choy usually takes 20 to 40 days from planting to harvest, while oilseed lettuce takes a bit longer, about 30 to 50 days. Later, she plans to set up a spiritual gathering in the vegetable garden to reduce the growth time to 20 days. As for tomatoes and cucumbers, they take even longer. There's no rush for those. She wants to sell vegetables first and see how things go. Soon, the 2 of them arrive at the town seed shop and park their electric bike. Shen Ruotang and her companion head straight into the store. Dad, I plan to divide the area outside the new house into 4 parts, planting tomatoes, cucumbers, baby bok choy, and oilseed lettuce, each half-acre plot. How many seeds will we need? Shen Wenyuan's eyes light up as he quickly calculates. Tomatoes and cucumbers need to be started indoors first. For half an acre, under ideal conditions, 10 grams of seeds for tomatoes and 100 grams for cucumbers per acre. So, for half an acre, that's 5 grams and 50 grams. Baby bok choy and oilseed lettuce can be directly sown into the ground, needing about 500 grams and 250 grams. He pauses and adds, assuming all seeds sprout successfully. The seed shop owner, hearing their conversation, walks over with a smile. If you're worried about germination, you can buy coated seeds. These have a germination rate of up to 96%. Coated seeds are treated artificially, with a special material wrapped around the seed surface. For example, seeds treated with pesticides, fertilizers, or microorganisms are used to improve germination rates. This pack of seeds has a high germination rate and costs only 3 yuan more than the original seeds. Original seeds are fine. She has been cultivating spiritual herbs in the cultivation world for 100 years, so her experience is not wasted. Later, she plans to set up a spiritual gathering array and an insect prevention array directly in the vegetable garden. This way, the plants will be 100% guaranteed to survive. A pack of tomato seeds, 5 grams, costs 3 yuan. A pack of cucumber seeds, 10 grams, costs 5 yuan. A pack of bok choy seeds, 100 grams, costs 5 yuan. A pack of romaine lettuce seeds, 50 grams, costs 2 yuan. The shop owner skillfully takes out a calculator and quickly taps on it. After a quick calculation, he says, total is 91 yuan. Including vegetable seeds and guzid seedlings, the total cost is 331 yuan, which is not too expensive. After paying happily, Shen Ruotang takes her father to the market to buy meat and seafood. She plans to improve Xiaobao's meals. She also needs to make up for the salt and pepper shrimp she didn't get to eat last night. The market is divided into several sections: vegetable area, fruit area, seafood area, cooked food area, poultry area, and raw meat area. The poultry area mainly sells live chickens, ducks, and geese. As soon as she enters the seafood area, a strong fishy smell hits her nose. Shen Ruotang immediately holds her breath and quickly walks toward the nearest seafood stall. Boss, how much do you sell these shrimps for? When a customer asked for the price, the shop owner smiled widely. 30 yuan for the large ones, 25 for the small ones. The shrimp are very fresh, just caught from the sea this morning. To prove his words, a few lively shrimp suddenly jumped off the stall. They landed at her feet, flapping on the ground. Shen Ruotang took a half step back. The owner quickly came out from the stall, bent down, and picked up the fallen shrimp. Do you want some? Bishui town is surrounded by the sea, and local fishermen go out every morning to catch seafood to sell. The shrimp are indeed fresh. To outsiders, it looked that way. I'll take 2 jin of the large ones. After saying that, She suddenly opened her mouth to breathe, and a fishy smell instantly filled her nose. Shin Ruotang hurriedly covered her mouth and took out her phone to scan the QR code. She paid and took the goods, then left. If possible, she really wanted to dig a fish pond at home and raise some fish and shrimp. She would think about it later. After buying the shrimp, the two headed straight to the fresh meat area. Compared to the seafood section, the smell in the fresh meat area was even worse. It almost made her faint. Shun Wenyuan saw that his daughter looked like she had lost half her life, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Wait outside for me. I'll go buy the meat." He said this while handing her some goozits and shrimp, then turned to go into the fresh meat section. Shun Ruotang didn't argue with him. She took the things and headed to the fruit section. Besides the cherry tomatoes in the yard, there were no other fruits at home. However, the cherry tomatoes have been eaten by bugs. She needs to buy some fruit to take home. After half an hour, the father and daughter return full of produce. Shin Xiaobao is squatting in the yard, digging in the soil with his small iron shovel. When he sees them come back, his eyes light up, and he drops his little shovel. He waddles over on his short legs, making quick steps. "Grandpa, Annie." "Hey!" Shin Ruotang quickly parks the electric bike and hugs Shin Xiaobao. "Did you miss Annie?" Shin Xiaobao reaches out to hug her neck and answers in a cute, soft voice. "Miss. Good boy." Shin Ruotang pinches his chubby, round cheeks and puts him on the ground. "Xiaobao, look what delicious things Annie bought for you." Wow, the little ball of a child's eyes sparkle. "Goozits." "Oh, so shouting is back." Suddenly, a somewhat enthusiastic voice comes from in front of the yard. Shin Ruotang and her father both look over, seeing a woman with a short, bowl-cut hairstyle walking in. A flash of mockery crosses her eyes, which Shin Ruotang quickly notices. She is not friendly. "Second uncle said you're back, but I didn't believe it," the woman says with a forced smile. "I heard there's a serious unemployment problem now. You shouldn't be affected, right?" Seeing her face, Shin Ruotang's long-locked memories quickly flood her mind. The visitor was her aunt's daughter, her older sister's daughter, named Shen Yinfeng. Ever since her older sister married a wealthy man from the port city, she started to look down on those from the countryside. It was as if she wasn't from a rural area, always looking down her nose at people. Sometimes she said the countryside was dirty and messy. Other times she said there were chickens and duck droppings everywhere. She always acted like she didn't want to be with people from the village, but she often gathered with villagers. Whenever she saw an opportunity, she would say, "The port city is better. The wages are higher there. Villagers, it's not convenient without public transportation in the village." The port city is better. Transportation is very convenient. Villagers, today, the hens didn't lay eggs. The port city is better. Eggs are available at the supermarket. Villagers, this year's harvest wasn't good. The port city is better. After hearing this many times, villagers went from initial surprise and envy to numbness. Whenever villagers talked with her, they would often add at the end, "Your port city is better." Finally, she awkwardly shut her mouth. While speaking, her gaze kept scanning herself, as if inspecting an object. Shen Ruotang looked indifferent and casually asked, "What do you want?" Shin Yinfeng's expression stiffened. "I just came back from the port city yesterday. I heard your father is sick, so I came to see him. Honestly, your father's life is tough. Finally, I managed to get 2 college students out, but your older brother..." Shin Yinfeng shook her head and sighed, looking regretful. "It's a pity, sending a person with white hair to someone with black hair. Now he has cancer too." Shin Ruotang crossed her arms and quietly watched her. Seeing no response, she awkwardly fixed her hair. After a while, she spoke again. "How long will you stay in your hometown this time?" Seeing her eyes roll, Shin Ruotang knew what she was planning. Since she turned 18, her relatives kept trying to introduce her to suitors. As if she couldn't get married. She didn't know what benefits they gained from this, but they kept pushing all kinds of people on her. Finding a 3-legged frog is hard, but there are plenty of 2-legged men around. Did she really need their introductions? Over the years, she had refused their kindness many times, but they still didn't give up. Shin Ruotang's expression grew colder. "I'm not going out. I'll stay at home and farm." Everyone in the village would eventually find out she was farming at home. There was no need to hide it. Hearing this, Shin Yinfeng's eyes lit up immediately, and her voice became more excited. Staying in your hometown is good. With your conditions, it's not hard to find a wealthy person. She just happened to know a wealthy man, 40 years old, earning about 50,000 a year. He was still single. The other person promised that if she successfully arranged the marriage, she would give herself 50,000 yuan. Hearing Shin Yinfeng's words, Su Peilon frowned slightly. Did her daughter's marriage need her to boss around? Just as she was about to step forward to politely refuse, she saw her daughter secretly shake her head at her. She glanced at Shen Yinfeng, and Shen Ruotang smirked coldly. Of course, she still had many things to do, and no time to waste on them. Instead of being annoyed by them every day, it was better to take the initiative and make them give up. Shen Yinfeng, has she finally had a change of heart? She was happily preparing to introduce a match when she heard her cousin's words again. Like your daughter, find a much older man in Gangcheng than her father. Isn't it good for the whole family to rise together? Shin's father is the youngest in the Shin family, 20 years older than Shin Debo. Shen Yinfeng is the same age as Shin's father, 52 years old, and her eldest daughter is only 5 years older than Shin Ruotang. She's under 30, but married a man in his 50s. She couldn't accept such good fortune. As soon as her words finished, the smile on Shin Yinfeng's face disappeared instantly. She was immediately filled with shame and anger. Her daughter married a wealthy man, which was true, but the man was much older. People in the village knew her daughter married into wealth, but they always ignored her son-in-law's age and appearance during conversations. Over time, she gradually forgot about this matter. Now, when people mention it again, it feels like a shameful secret has been exposed publicly. Seeing Shen Ruotang's gaze, Shin Yinfeng's usual pride and confidence disappeared. Her face turned pale and then flushed, and her hands clenched her clothes tightly. She spoke sarcastically. Nowadays, it's hard to find a job in this society, and the unemployment rate is so high. You're just a college student who has gone back to farming. I only mentioned it kindly because of family ties. Hearing Shin Yinfeng's words, Shin father's face darkened with displeasure, and he quickly stepped in to defend her. So what? Now even graduate students are selling things on the street. What's wrong with college students farming? If you really think we're relatives, then stop your kind-hearted nonsense and leave my house. Shin Yinfeng's eyes widened with anger, and she felt her chest hurt from her frustration. You, really acting so selfless. Just pretend I wasn't here today. After saying this, she turned around and stormed off in a huff. Shen Wenyuan usually rarely got angry, but now, seeing him chase her away, Shin Ruotang and Su Peilon looked at each other in surprise. Noticing their gazes, Shin father's face awkwardly turned away. The water's still boiling inside. I'll go turn off the fire. Shin Ruotang and her mother exchanged a knowing look and couldn't help but giggle quietly. Su Peilon had already tilled the vegetable patch in the yard. After lunch, Shin Ruotang went straight to plant bok choy and oilseed lettuce seeds in the field. While others were not paying attention, I picked up a few small stones to set up a spirit gathering array and an insect prevention array. Then I put on my hat, grabbed a hoe, and cleared the land outside the yard. I am preparing to plant vegetables. Shen Wenyuan walked toward the old house, and Shen Xiaobao, seeing this, waddled quickly to follow. When he saw the little boy come along, Shen Wenyuan instinctively bent down to pick him up. Shen Xiaobao took small steps to dodge, puffed out his round belly, and looked serious. Annie said I need to exercise more, okay? Shen Wenyuan couldn't help but smile and said, then Xiaobao, you can exercise with Grandpa. Yay! Outside the house, there was a mango tree, and under it a chicken coop was built with wooden planks. Su Peilon carried a small red plastic bucket and went to feed the chickens. Suddenly, she froze in place. Oh no! Shin Ruotang was digging the soil nearby. Hearing the noise, she quickly dropped her hoe and ran over. Mom, what's wrong? The chickens laid eggs. Su Peilon excitedly pointed at the chicken coop, as if the eggs were gold. Shin Ruotan couldn't help but laugh and cry. It's just chickens laying eggs, as if their chickens had never laid eggs before. Su Peilon gave her "you don't understand" look, then went into the chicken coop to pick up the eggs. She looked serious as she explained. "Look, these eggs are clearly bigger than normal eggs." While speaking, she gently weighed the eggs in her hand. "This egg weighs at least 100 grams, while a normal egg usually weighs up to 65 grams. The shell is also fuller than a regular eggshell." Shen Ruotang blinked, looking confused. "So what?" Su Peilon confidently said. "Therefore, these eggs are double yolk eggs. Double yolk eggs are more nutritious than regular eggs and cost more. If you're lucky, you might even hatch 2 chicks." Su Peilon carefully touched the eggs, smiling happily. "Double yolk eggs?" Shen Ruotang raised an eyebrow, looking at the eggs in Su Peilon's hand. "Mom, have our chickens ever laid double yolk eggs before?" "No, they haven't. This is the first time." Hearing this, Shen Ruotang thought deeply, resting her chin on her hand. "It's strange. Chickens that have never laid double yolk eggs suddenly lay only double yolk eggs. Could it be a genetic mutation?" "Mom, are you sure these are double yolk eggs?" Shen Ruotang was doubtful. She couldn't think of any reason why a chicken that never laid double yolk eggs would suddenly do so. Unless it's a genetic mutation, she couldn't think of any other explanation. "Maybe." Su Peilon hesitated. "Should we check?" "I think we should." In the kitchen, Su Peilon shot Shen Ruotang a look, as if saying, "I told you so." Her gaze fixed on the 2 egg yolks in the bowl. Shen Ruotang couldn't understand it at all. "Forget it. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It's a waste of brain cells." She glanced at the eggs in the bowl and casually said, "Mom, let's cook some egg drop soup tonight. Don't waste it." Old house. In the afternoon, sunlight cast bamboo shadows on the ground, and a gentle breeze made the bamboo leaves rustle softly. Shen Xiaobao, with short legs, hurriedly followed Shen Wenyuan as they entered the green bamboo forest. As soon as they stepped into the bamboo grove, Shen Wenyuan seemed to enter a cool, green world. Bright green bamboo grew straight and tall toward the sky, with countless leaves blocking out the sun. Dappled light and shadow danced on the ground. The fresh scent of bamboo filled the air. Shen Wenyuan held a machete and wandered through the bamboo grove. His energetic fingers brushed over the green stalks, finally stopping in front of an old bamboo about as thick as an arm. 3-year-old bamboo, perfect for a guzid trellis. With that, Shen Wenyuan swung his knife and cut it down, a crisp snap, echoing through the bamboo forest. The bamboo fell with a thud. "Grandpa is so amazing." Next to him, Shen Xiaobao clapped happily, full of excitement. This made Shen Wenyuan laugh out loud. In less than half an hour, Shen Wenyuan had already cut down more than 10 bamboo stalks. Shen Ruotang looked up and saw her father carrying bamboo toward them. She quickly put down her hoe and snatched the bamboo from her father's hand. "Dad, I asked you to call and tell me to come and drag the bamboo back." Shen Wenyuan felt a bit helpless. "I can still move, so I can't be unable to drag these few pieces of bamboo." Yes, I know you're capable. I'll take care of the guzid trellis. I'll go drag the remaining bamboo back." As he spoke, Shen Ruotang had already pulled the bamboo into the yard and dropped it with a loud thud. She turned around and left the yard, walking toward the old house. Passing through a field, she saw a red brick house standing under the blue sky and white clouds. Behind the house was a lush bamboo forest, and beyond that, endless mountains. In front of the yard, there were 2 trees. One was a mango tree, and the other was also a mango tree. Her older brother loved to eat mangoes. She remembered that these mango trees had been planted here when she was very young. At this moment, the mango trees were full of small yellow flowers swaying in the wind. A few bees were buzzing around the yellow flowers. In a daze, she seemed to see 2 children playing under the mango tree. They were hitting the mangoes with sticks. Taking a deep breath, Shen Ruotang stepped toward the bamboo forest. All she could do now was to quickly improve her cultivation level and open her portable space. Worrying about other things wouldn't help. After these days of absorbing spiritual energy, she was much stronger now. Shen Ruotang bent down and squatted, carrying the repaired bamboo pole on her shoulder. Carrying a bamboo pole, she slowly walked towards the new house. When she arrived, The guzid framework was already set up, ready to support the beams. A few people in the yard heard the noise and looked over at her. Their eyes focused on the bamboo pole on her shoulder, then they looked at themselves, and their eyes suddenly widened. Xiao Tang? Su Peilon cautiously took a step back and quietly spoke to Shin Xiaobao. Xiaobao, quickly go outside and break a branch from a peach tree. Shen Ruotang's lips twitched slightly, barely noticeable, and she put the bamboo pole down on the ground. A dozen bamboo poles clattered to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She spoke with a tone of helplessness. Mom, I am your real biological daughter, the genuine article. Aren't we supposed to trust science? Why is my mom still suspicious? Did she watch too many short videos? From now on, if she practices cultivation, she must be especially careful around her mother. Su Peilon looked at her, then at the bamboo poles on the ground, with a serious expression. When you had a fever as a child, I took you to get an injection. Did you get it or not? Hearing Su Peilon, Shen Ruotang seemed to remember something. Her face darkened halfway, and she spoke reluctantly. No, I didn't. Why? I ran away. At 6 years old, she suddenly had a high fever and was tricked by Su Peilon into buying fruit. When they reached the clinic door, she realized something was wrong and ran away. She ran ahead, while the family chased behind. That summer afternoon, she cried loudly and ran all over the street. The good news was the needle didn't hurt her. The bad news was her parents comforted her with a pear and then tricked her into taking medicine. Su Peilon and her husband visibly relaxed and quickly put on smiles. It's definitely our daughter. Daughter, how did your strength become so big? Su Peilon asked curiously, leaning in. Her eyes were full of surprise. Shen Ruotang confidently said, I've been lifting weights at the gym. After this small episode, everyone continued building the guzid trellis. Shen Wenyuan picked a few thinner bamboo sticks, placing them across the upright ones. He stepped on a stool, tightly held the bamboo with both hands, and used wire to tie the horizontal and vertical poles together. Once the crossbeam was in place, they moved on to build the latitude and longitude of the guzid trellis. Thin bamboo sticks crossed diagonally over the horizontal beams, crisscrossing to form diamond-shaped grids. After 15 minutes, a bamboo guzid trellis appeared before their eyes. The trellis was as tall as the courtyard wall, almost covering the entire upper space of the yard. It cast a hidden web on the ground. Wow! Shen Xiaobao jumped up from the small stool, his eyes shining. The frame is built, it's ready. Su Peilon gently patted his head with affection. In a few months, you'll be able to eat guzids. Since learning that her grandson was pretending to love vegetables to save money, Su Peilon wanted to give him all the good food at home, so he could grow healthy and chubby. Shen Xiaobao, in a childish voice, said, Auntie loves guzids, and Xiaobao also loves guzids. In the corner, Shen Ruotang paused while planting guzids, and a warm smile appeared in her eyes. She quickly filled the hole and pressed the soil down with her hand. After planting the guzids, Shen Wenyuan and the others put on their hats and took hoes to the yard. They dug the soil with effort. On a hot afternoon, the sound of digging echoed under the blue sky and white clouds. As the sun set, a beautiful sunset painted the sky in fiery red, making the peach blossoms look even more vibrant. Dinner is ready. Su Peilon's voice came from the kitchen window, and Shen Wenyuan and Shen Ruotang stopped their work. They walked slowly to the yard. It took them a whole afternoon to turn over just 100 square meters of land. Thanks to Shen Ruotang's strength. As they entered the dining room, a rich aroma of eggs and fresh green onions filled the air. Shen Ruotang's eyes lit up slightly, and she quickly sat down on a stool. A bowl of hot egg soup was steaming, slowly spreading its fragrance in the air. The soup is clear and bright, with a few green scallions floating on the surface. Shen Ruotang couldn't wait to take a small sip. The warm, rich broth slid smoothly down her throat. The strong, fresh flavor of eggs instantly spread in her mouth. This egg soup, almost no impurities. Thinking of something, Shen Ruotang's lips curved into a faint smile. So that's how it is. Thinking of the tiny bug the size of a thumb, Shinruotang quickly understood the reason. The bug eats the spiritual vegetables, the hen eats the bug, and then lays eggs. After this cycle, the eggs may not have spiritual energy, but they are free of impurities. As for the double yolk eggs, they are simply a genetic mutation caused by spiritual energy. Wow, eggs are so delicious. Little Bao's eyes sparkle as he happily munches on the eggs. His legs shake with joy. Su Peilon says, "These eggs are really tasty. Normally, eggs have a faint fishy smell, but today's eggs have no smell at all. The egg aroma is strong, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. The more fragrant, the more you want to eat. Honestly, these are the best eggs they have ever had." Without a doubt. In the blink of an eye, their bowls are empty, not a drop of soup left. When they come back to themselves, Su Peilon and her husband both have a shy blush on their faces. The two of them pretended to cough a few times, then one after the other, they grabbed some tissue and kept wiping the table. It was so embarrassing, as if they had never eaten eggs before. Shinruotang bit her lip to hold back a laugh, picked up her bowl, and sipped her soup slowly, pretending to speak casually. "Mom and Dad, maybe we should raise a few more chickens. Raising one chicken is the same as raising 5. Why not raise a few more? With the quality of these eggs, one gene of eggs would sell for." Having been away from Blue Star for so long, she had no idea about current prices. She secretly thought she should find some time to learn about it. Su Peilon was momentarily stunned, stopped wiping the table, and looked at her. "Our family currently has 21 chickens, including roosters, hens, and chicks. That's enough. These hens lay an egg almost every day. With 7 hens, they get at least 5 eggs a day. That's enough for us." Shinruotang put down her bowl and shook her head. "No, that's too few. Besides chickens, we should raise some ducks, and we can buy some geese too. Roast chicken, roast duck, and roast goose are all delicious. But first, we need to use spiritual energy to refine them. Oh, and roast pig is also good." Thinking about the fresh meat at the market, Shinruotang seemed to smell that familiar scent again. She took a deep breath and added, "Let's buy a few pigs to raise too." Seeing her getting more and more unreasonable, Su Peilon quickly stopped her. "Raising chickens, ducks, and geese is enough, and now you want to raise pigs too?" Her voice was a little shaky. They were already busy with the land at home, so where would they find time to raise chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs? Besides, raising so many poultry also costs money. Shinruotang knew that Su Peilon was worried about money, so she patiently explained. "Mom, what do you think about the taste of our eggs?" Su Peilon licked her lips, still wanting more. "Eggs are delicious." Suddenly, she thought of something and widened her eyes. "Are you planning to sell the eggs?" Shinruotang gave her a thumbs up. "I can guarantee that our eggs are absolutely top quality. Organic vegetables are expensive, and farm eggs aren't cheap either. If there's money to be made, why not make it?" The top cultivator in the cultivation world, Shinruotang, was now fully focused on how to earn money. Since fresh vegetables weren't available yet, she had to think of other ways to make money during this downtime. Right now, the only way was to rely on these chickens, ducks, and geese laying eggs. Of course, she also needed to help them improve their physical condition. That's easy. Just set up a spiritual gathering array. If her portable space could be opened, she could feed them spiritual spring water for faster growth. But unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Seeing her daughter give her a thumbs up, Su Peilon puffed up her chest proudly. She slightly lifted her chin. Her husband still needed to treat his illness, and maybe selling these eggs would give them some money. Thinking of this, Su Peilon immediately felt excited. Then she thought for a moment and said, "Raising chickens, ducks, and geese is fine, but it's the pigs. Now, pigs can't be slaughtered freely, and no one in the village is raising them anymore. Besides, if we really want to raise pigs, we don't have a place to do it. Chickens, ducks, and geese can find food in the fields, but pigs are different. There are vegetables planted in the fields, and they can't let the pigs dig them up. Let's just raise 3 pigs and build a pig pen next to the old house." In the countryside, every household has a yard, and the houses are spaced far apart, especially their family living at the end of the village. Not far from their old house, there's a small graveyard, and nearby is a large piece of abandoned land. No one has bought it. Villagers are very cautious about taboos. Besides visiting graves during Qingming festival, they rarely come here on normal days. And since only their family lives at the end of the village, other villagers have no reason to come here. Throughout the year, the only time villagers appear here is during Qingming festival. This made it convenient for them. When it came to making money, Su Peilon immediately raised her hand eagerly to share her opinion. First, let's agree, if we raise pigs, it should be black pigs. Their meat is firm and tastes good. The price is also higher. Since they're going to raise pigs, why not choose the more cost-effective black pigs? Shen Wenyuan stood up, took out his phone, and walked outside. I'll ask Lao Jia how much piglets cost now. He had no objections to his daughter wanting to raise pigs. No matter what she wanted to do, he would always support her unconditionally. After he left, Su Peilon finally asked, Xiaodang, how many chickens, ducks, and geese are you planning to raise? Shen Ruotang stuffed a few pieces of egg into her mouth, her cheeks puffed up as she chewed. After a while, she swallowed and smiled. So tasty. I'll start with 30 of each, she said. She would decide later based on how things went. If they couldn't sell them, the family could just eat them themselves. There was no way to lose. Besides, she was sure they would sell. Clatter, Su Peilon's chopsticks slipped from her hand onto the table. Isn't that a bit too many? Even if it made money, she still needed time and energy. Working hard was fine, but not to the point of exhaustion. Life wasn't just about earning money. Staying healthy mattered too. What if she made money but wore herself out? Her husband was already sick, if her daughter also. Su Peilon didn't dare finish the thought. With a serious face, she said, Xiaodang, before you start raising poultry, you need to understand one thing. Su Peilon sighed and said earnestly, we're human beings, not the Monkey King. We can't be in two places at once. Shen Ruotang blinked her eyes, and after a moment, her eyes lit up brightly. Mom, your idea is really good. She turned around and made a few small paper figures to help watch over the poultry. If there was any movement or disturbance, she would know immediately. No wonder she is the mother. Her thoughts are so thoughtful.
Su Peilan.
At night, when everything was quiet, Shen Ruotang sat on her bed with her eyes closed, practicing her breathing exercises, drawing energy into her body. Gradually, the ground began to glow. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Outside the window, the clear calls of roosters echoed one after another. Shen Ruotang slowly opened her eyes. She hadn't slept all night, but now she looked full of energy. Feeling the rich spiritual energy inside her, she showed a small smile. She believed that soon she would be able to open her portable space. And then, Shen Wenyuan stood in front of the peach tree, staring at the peach blossoms without blinking. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that today's peach blossoms looked more beautiful than yesterday's. The flowers also seemed a bit larger. Just as he was pondering this, a gentle breeze carrying a faint scent of peach blossoms blew over. The wind was cool and refreshing. The air was so fresh it made him feel very comfortable. He squinted happily and stretched lazily. Cluck, 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 accompanied by the bright calls of roosters, a fluffy, round old hen waddled into his view. Behind them, a line of fluffy little chicks was searching for food under the peach tree. The wind blew, and the flowers fell. Pink peach blossoms fluttered down from the branches, landing on the mother hens. The mother hens shook their necks and flapped their wings, shaking off the peach blossoms. The wind picked up, carrying the pink petals around, spreading outward from the center of the hens. After a while, Shen Wenyuan suddenly snapped out of his thoughts and hurried toward the chicken coop. Seeing the door open, he quickly returned to the front yard and counted the chickens one by one. 1, 2, 3. 21, not missing any. Just as he relaxed, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Old Shin, are you counting chicks early in the morning to form a boy band? He turned around and saw his wife holding a red plastic bucket, apparently going to feed the chickens. Didn't you open the chicken coop door? What are you talking about? Su Peilon said as she walked toward the flock with the bucket. I was busy making breakfast as soon as I got up. Just now I had a moment to feed the chickens. Realizing what was happening, her pupils slowly dilated as she looked at the flock under the peach tree. Then she turned to look at the man behind her. Swallowing hard. These chickens, they're not mine to release. The couple exchanged a knowing look, then quickly pressed close together. Back to back, they leaned on each other. Living near the graveyard, it's true that there are many strange things. 3 years ago, they heard that the land was about to be restricted for purchase, so they reluctantly bought the land and built a house. This piece of land was not far from the graveyard, cheap, and no one else wanted it. They thought that since it was close to the old house and affordable, they decided to buy it. They have lived here for decades and never encountered anything strange. Until 2 years ago, a man from the same village drank alcohol at midnight and fell asleep in the graveyard. When he woke up the next day, he became very confused and strange. He went to many hospitals for checkups, but doctors said his health was normal. Later, someone recommended several masters to come and look at him. He stopped acting crazy, but seemed to have lost his spirit. Since then, the village planted peach trees, and the village was renamed Peach Blossom Village. Mom and Dad, are you playing a game of hide and seek? Shinruatang came over with a curious look, laughing at their confused behavior. She hadn't seen them in so long. She didn't know they had this hobby. What are you talking about? Su Peilon looked around nervously. Someone opened the chicken coop door. We suspect there might be something strange. Hearing these words again from her mother, Shinruatang sighed softly. Short videos can do a lot of harm. It's better not to spread unnecessary knowledge. Ignorance is bliss. Last night, she set up a spiritual gathering and insect-repelling array around the new house, including the 2 acres of outdoor land. All the plants and animals in the gathering spirit array, including people, are nourished by spiritual energy. That chicken probably gained some intelligence and opened the door to find food when hungry. To avoid raising suspicion from the elderly couple, Shinruatang simply took the blame. I did it. You girl, you almost scared us to death. Su Peilon's face changed. It seemed to work again. Confidently, she carried a plastic bucket toward the chicken flock, imitating the chickens clucking. Time for breakfast. In the dining room, Shinruatang's family of 4 sat around the table. Breakfast was ready. Boiled eggs, plain porridge, and fried eggs with radish. The eggs were saved from before, but they didn't taste as good as yesterday's. Shinruatang slightly disliked the taste and started eating. Dad, after breakfast, let's go fix the pig pen. Yesterday, Shin Wenyuan asked about the price of black piglets. A 15-pound piglet costs 401 yuan. The owner was kind. They bought 3 piglets for 1,200 yuan. Later, when they go to town, they will also buy chicks, ducklings, and goslings, completing everything in one go. Are you in such a hurry? Su Peilon handed the peeled egg to Shin Xiaobao and took another egg to peel. Making money is important, but you can't become fat overnight. Taking it slow is better. She felt she was stretched thin trying to raise so many chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs all at once. Before earning money, they still had to spend it to support their family. The key point is that over the past year, they only saved a little over 10,000. The money is definitely not enough. Since their eldest son left 3 years ago, he hasn't sent any money home. His savings were used to buy land and build a house. The money for building a house for their daughter has not yet been secured. Shin Xiaobao chewed on a boiled egg, her small face twisting in displeasure. Today's egg wasn't as tasty as yesterday's. She disliked the taste but didn't spit it out, quietly eating it instead. Mom, we need to earn money faster. After buying things, they still need a few days to nurture the eggs with spiritual energy so they taste better. Only then can they sell at a good price. Shinruatang quickly finished 2 bowls of porridge and ate 2 more boiled eggs. Dad, I'm full. I'm going to the old house to work on the pig pen. Today, she plans to finalize everything about the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs. Next, she will plow the land and plant vegetables. Thinking about summer in a few months, she plans to wait until the land is ready before buying watermelon seedlings to plant. In summer, the most popular fruit is watermelon. Such a good money-making project. She definitely won't miss it. The fields next to the old bamboo forest are filled with lush green rice seedlings, and a few birds are perched on the power lines, chirping. Shen Ruotang glanced at the mango tree in front of the old house and took out her keys to unlock the door. Click! The moment she pushed open the iron door, a loud, sharp sound rang out. Immediately after, she felt goosebumps. No matter how much time passed, she couldn't stand that harsh noise. The old house wasn't big, and the yard was less than 70 square meters, but Su Peilon kept it very clean. Shen Ruotang went into the tool shed, grabbed a machete, wire, hoe, and hammer, and went outside to the yard. She threw down the wire, hoe, and hammer, then turned and entered the bamboo grove. Soon, she dragged back more than 10 bamboo poles. With a quick chop, a few meters long bamboo pole was cut into sections. Each section was about 1 meter long. 4 bamboo poles were left to form the frame of the pigsty. Since raising 3 pigs didn't require much space, Shen Ruotang cleared away the weeds outside the wall. She made a 6 square meter open space. With her experience from building the guzid trellis yesterday, she quickly built the pig pen. When Shen Wenyuan arrived, she was fixing the bamboo poles under the pigsty with wire. "Dad, you're just in time. Help me secure the fence. Later, we'll buy some corrugated iron to cover it." After finishing the pigsty, she set up a spiritual gathering array and a confinement array. This was to make sure the pigs couldn't escape. While talking, Shen Ruotang nodded happily, full of pride in her skills. Seeing the simple, fragile pigsty, Shen Wenyuan's face darkened again and again. Although called a pig pen, it is actually an upgraded version of a guzid trellis, with bamboo poles added around the bottom. When the piglets grow bigger, this pig pen won't be enough for them. Seeing that his daughter was very happy with the pig pen he built, Shen Wenyuan looked a bit complicated. He spoke gently, shouting, "Do you think this pig pen might be a little too simple? The black pig is wild and active, so this pig pen might collapse in just a day. Then they would have to build a new one. Since they are raising pigs, the pig pen must be sturdy to prevent the pigs from escaping later. Otherwise, all their effort would be wasted." Shouting, Shen didn't think much of it. "I have food and a place to stay, so what else is there to complain about with those pigs? Right now, except for air, everything else costs money. Clothes, food, shelter, and transportation." "Oh, pigs don't need clothes. And they don't need to go anywhere." Shen Wenyuan. "Dad, what was the name of that pig farm you mentioned yesterday?" Shouting, Shen asked. "You'll find out when you go. Does Qian Lai own a pig farm?" Shouting, Shen looked blankly at the name of the farm, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This boss Jia really loves money openly and shamelessly. He doesn't hide it at all. The pig farm is built in a lush forest, with a wall about 2 meters high. After registering at the entrance, Shouting, Shen rode his electric bike inside. Next, 2 rows of concrete walls with blue iron roofs come into view. There is about a 5-meter gap between the buildings, with 20 parking spaces in front of each. Shen Ruotang parked her car and looked around. On the left side of the pig farm, under a tree, there is a public restroom. To the right, there is a 3-story building covering about 100 square meters. It seems to be the farm's cafeteria, staff office, and rest area. The entire farm outside is clean and tidy, not as messy as expected. "Uncle Shen, you're here." Just as she was looking around, a loud voice came from afar. She looked up to see a dark-skinned man walking quickly toward her. He was wearing a white tank top and army green quick-dry shorts, with slippers making a popping sound. The man smiled, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, showing a gold tooth. It sparkled brightly. "Xiaodang is here too. Wow, you've changed so much since you grew up. I almost didn't recognize you." He had a small face, delicate and well-defined features, even more beautiful than a celebrity. His gaze briefly swept over her, and a look of amazement appeared in his eyes. Shen Ruotang looked calm and nodded in greeting. Seeing that she ignored him, Jia Zili's eyes flashed with displeasure, but he quickly pretended to be casual and started chatting with Shen Wenyuan. "My dad said you're buying piglets. If you want to buy piglets, just come to me. We're all from the same village. Trust me, old Jia knows what he's doing." Old Jia, whose full name is Jia Zili, is 40 years old and a villager from Peach Blossom Village. 10 years ago, he became wealthy by raising pigs. He also opened a pig farm in Basui town, and almost all the pork in the town is bought from him. Many villagers work at his farm and often praise him. Since he is the only farm in Basui town, and they are from the same village, Shen Wenyuan naturally trusts him. Why do you say that? If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't be talking to you now. Ha ha ha. Jia Zili quickly flashed a sharp look in his eyes. Uncle Shen is right. Let me take you on a tour. As they spoke, they headed toward the farm. Shen Ruotang held her breath and casually followed behind. Since she started practicing qi, her progress has been slow but steady. Her breath-holding time has increased from 1 minute to 10 minutes. Now, she no longer fears being overwhelmed by the smell. Entering the farm area, they saw neat, modern pig pens that were clean and tidy. Inside, white pigs and black pigs were kept in separate pens, all squealing and snorting. The pig pens had ventilation systems that made a huff-huff sound from time to time. Jia Zili moved to the black pig pen and said, "Black pigs are more expensive than white pigs. I sell a 15-pound black piglet to others for 410 yuan. Since we're all from the same village, I'll take a small loss. One for 400 yuan. Consider it a favor to help out a fellow villager." In the pig pen, a group of completely black piglets ran around happily, making soft squealing sounds. They were very active and lively. Shen Wenyuan's eyes brightened. "Thank you very much. He had a surgery coming up in a few days, and his family was short on money. Saving on this would help. There's no need to thank me. We're all from the same village. I'll help you pick one." While talking, Jia Zili crossed his legs and entered the pig pen, turning his back to Shen Wenyuan as he carefully selected a piglet. Soon, he squatted down, picked up a piglet, and gave its behind a firm pat. The piglet immediately squealed loudly and kicked its legs wildly. The louder the piglet squeals, the stronger its limbs, which means it's healthier. Shen Wenyuan had raised pigs before and knew a bit about how to tell a good piglet from a bad one. This piglet had bright eyes, a balanced body, and shiny fur. It was a healthy pig. This piglet is fine. Thinking about buying chickens, ducks, and geese later, Shen Wenyuan felt a little embarrassed to ask, "Boss Jia, I still need to buy other things later. These 3 piglets." Jia Zili's eyes lit up. "Wait a moment, I'll have someone send the piglets to your home." After choosing the piglets and paying, Shen Ruotang rode her electric bike, carrying Shen Wenyuan away. Watching the father and daughter leave, Jia Zili's smile instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with a look of contempt. "Literally, send these 3 piglets to their home in half an hour." A worker named Shaoli ran over and saw the 3 piglets in the corner. He hesitated before speaking. "Boss Jia, these 3 piglets yesterday." Jia Zili's face darkened. "If I tell you to deliver them, just deliver them. No need for so much nonsense." Shen Ruotang bought chickens, ducks, and geese that lay eggs. She rode her electric bike straight to the market. As soon as she entered, a strong smell of manure suddenly hit her nose. She quickly held her breath in surprise. There is only one market in Bihu town, and it sells all kinds of chickens, ducks, and geese. All stages of poultry are available. Shen Ruotang went to a stall and asked, "Boss, how much are these free-range chickens?" "These young free-range chickens are 25 yuan per gene." The boss stood up enthusiastically. "Our free-range chickens are all raised outdoors. Their meat is firm and tasty. Her family only has 7 hens, which lay at least 5 eggs daily. If she buys 20 more hens, she will have 27 hens and at least 20 eggs daily." Market sells a local chicken egg for 1.5 yuan and double yolk eggs sell for 5 yuan each. Without double yolk eggs, a regular egg sells for 4 yuan. If she sells all 20 eggs every day, her income would be about 80 to 100 yuan. That's very little. She doesn't know if the money from selling eggs can even cover the cost of feeding the chickens. She currently has just over 5,000 yuan. Buying chickens means she can't afford ducks or geese. You need to keep a few thousand yuan on hand. Ducks and geese. Let's talk about it later. Shen Ruotang pursed her lips without speaking, secretly trying to open her portable space. After a moment, she sighed softly. Still, she couldn't do it. Seeing that she remained silent, the shop owner was not discouraged. If you buy more, I can give you a discount. I want 20 chickens. How much discount can I get? When did she start caring about prices when shopping? You want a lot, so I'll give you a 10% discount. Okay, I want 20 laying hens. No problem, I'll pick them out for you. Shen Ruotang ordered many chickens, and the shop owner tied them in 5 equal bundles with red string. He divided them into 4 groups. Quickly, he bent the scale's hook and hung the red string on it, then hung the weight on the scale. After a moment, he spoke. 20 hens weigh a total of 108 jin. Then, he took out a calculator and tapped the buttons quickly. The calculator made cheerful sounds in the air. Price is 25 yuan per jin with a 10% discount. Total is 2,430 yuan. Just give me 2,400 yuan. Seeing that the shop owner was straightforward, Shen Ruotang also happily took out her phone to pay and left. After paying, she still had over 2,000 yuan, enough for living expenses. After buying the chickens, Shen Ruotang went to a hardware store and bought a piece of metal sheet and wire mesh. Back home, she immediately started working, building a chicken pen around the peach tree with the wire mesh. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The 20 hens flapped their wings and ran around under the peach tree. Some even flew up into the tree. It seemed they were very happy with their new home. While Shen Ruotang was building the chicken coop, Shen Wenyuan somehow got a few pieces of redwood. He made a simple chicken house under the peach tree. Now, there was no need to worry about wind or rain. Su Peilon and Shen Xiaobao are not here. Shen Ruotang guesses they are at the old house. Without thinking, she grabs a piece of metal and heads toward the old house. Shen Wenyuan is worried that the piglet might damage the pig pen, so he follows with a few iron pipes. As they approach, they hear Shen Xiaobao's cute, soft voice coming from the pig pen. Grandma, why isn't the piglet pink? Shen Xiaobao tilts his head, looking at the piglet inside the pig pen, his big, dark eyes full of confusion. On TV, piglets are always pink. Thinking about the cartoon Shen Xiaobao watches, Su Peilon smiles knowingly. Piglets can be pink or black. Black pigs taste better. Hearing something tasty, Shen Xiaobao's eyes suddenly light up. He starts dancing and waving his arms. Black pigs are good. I like black pigs. When they grow up, they can be sold for money. Annie said that tasty things can sell for a lot of small coins. Just like their eggs at home. The piglets in the pig pen hear the conversation between the grandparents and grandchild, and they get so angry that their eyes roll slightly. They snort and keep pushing their heads against the pig pen. Su Peilon's heart skips a beat. She quickly steps forward and blocks with her foot. But as soon as she steps out, the 3 piglets lie down on the spot. The black pig is wild and lively by nature. Why is it so different from what she imagined? These 3 piglets are surprisingly quiet. Looking at the piglet lying on the ground, Su Peilon furrowed her brows, puzzled about what might have gone wrong. When Shen Ruotang and the others arrived, they saw this scene. Mom, little treasure. Auntie, seeing Shen Ruotang, Shen Xiaobao immediately waddled over on his short legs. He stopped in front of her and lifted his little head. Auntie, I want to raise piglets and help you earn some small money. Seeing the cute and soft little nephew, Shen Ruotang's heart instantly melted. She reached out to pat his head. Okay, these 3 piglets will be entrusted to little treasure. Shen Xiaobao puffed out his little belly proudly. Okay, old Shen, do you think there's something wrong with these piglets? Su Peilon asked with some worry. Shen Wenyuan approached the pig pen, looking at the piglet lying on the ground with a puzzled expression. All 3 piglets were chosen with Jia Zili's help, and he had seen them himself. They were very healthy and active. Why are they now so quiet and lying down? It seems unusual. Shen Ruotang looked into the pig pen, her gaze slightly deepening. Mom and Dad, what do you think of Jia Zili? These 3 piglets are not the ones they picked at the pig farm. He dared to play tricks on her. He's quite bold. Su Peilon said, shouting, why are you asking about this? Shen Wenyuan frowned, probably having a guess in his mind. Are these 3 piglets problematic? Clearly, Shen Wenyuan also sensed that the piglet was acting strangely. However, he found it hard to believe. Jia Zili, and they all come from Peach Blossom Village, so it doesn't make sense for them to cheat. Could they have made a mistake? As soon as he said this, Shen Wenyuan felt the excuse sounded too ridiculous. Jia Zili has been running a pig farm for a long time, and selling problematic pigs to customers is a serious mistake. How could he have made a mistake? It must be intentional. Even if it wasn't intentional, problematic pigs shouldn't be bought or sold. I'll call and ask. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed. On the other side, Jia Zili saw the incoming call and hesitated before hanging up. It wasn't until the fifth call came that he reluctantly answered. Uncle Shun, I was busy just now. Is there something you need? Boss Jia, these 3 piglets don't look very healthy. Please replace them with 3 others. Hearing Shen Wenyuan's voice on the phone, Jia Zili pretended to be surprised. Impossible. These 3 piglets are fine at our farm. How could they be unwell? They're probably just adjusting to the environment. They'll be fine in a few days. All the other piglets have been reserved. Uncle, I have other things to do now, so I have to go. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Next to her, worker Shaoli looked hesitant and spoke. Boss Jia, isn't this a bit too? Jia Zili shot him a sharp look. Who is your boss? These 3 little piglets are just slightly coughing. Maybe they just caught a cold. They might get better soon. Besides, once sold, there's no reason to exchange them. We don't take responsibility after the sale. Understand? And yet, they still had the nerve to call and ask me to exchange them. Where do they get such audacity? Their eldest son has died, and their youngest daughter, unable to survive in the city, has returned home to farm. With such a poor situation, they still want to raise pigs? It's ridiculous. Jia Zili looked at him with displeasure and warned, if you dare to tell anyone about this, you won't be coming here anymore. After saying that, he stepped away in slippers. In Tahua village, the Shun family. This is too much. Su Peilon was so angry she threw down her hoe. Why didn't I notice before that Jia Zili is so unkind? They're clearly bullying our family. When our eldest son was alive, the villagers were all polite to us. I don't know which fool spread rumors that her eldest son had died. Shen Ruotang's eyes flashed with coldness. After so long, she had never seen anyone so bold. They are reckless and don't know their place. Shen Wenyuan's face looked serious as he put away his phone. The most urgent thing now is to have the vet come and take a look. After saying that, he quickly headed toward the new house. While he was gone, Shen Ruotang and the others didn't sit idle. They continued to turn the soil near the new house. 2 acres of land is too much for just 2 people to work on by hand. The work is too slow. Ignoring Xiaobao for now. Raising hens for eggs doesn't make enough money, and she also needs to rent land to plant watermelons. Time is money. Summer is coming soon. If they don't plant watermelons now, it will be too late. Shen Ruotang took off her gloves. Mom, how much does it cost to rent a machine to till the land? For just 2 acres, there's no need to rent a machine. Their family is different now. In a few days, they will need a lot of money for an operation. Every penny must be spent wisely now. They can finish the 2 acres quickly without wasting money. Su Peilon kept turning the soil while speaking, her hands moving steadily without slowing down. Thinking about the current situation, Shen Ruotang looked down and sighed. When did she start living so frugally? In the 100 years in the cultivation world, besides the hardships of practicing, she never suffered much else. She almost lived a life of ease, eating what she needed, traveling with a teleportation or a flying sword. It's easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. Just 3 days after returning to Blue Star, she already started missing her days in the cultivation world. People are always so greedy. Mom, does our village have any idle farmland? I want to rent a plot to grow watermelons. Su Peilon paused, looked up at her daughter, and a complex look appeared in her eyes. This girl hasn't even learned to raise chickens and pigs properly, and now she wants to grow watermelons? Where does she get so much energy? Our own land isn't enough, and now she wants to rent others' land to mess around. This competition is getting a bit too intense. Thinking of this, Su Peilon spoke earnestly. Xiao Tang, you haven't farmed before, so you don't know how hard it is. Farming isn't just digging a hole and planting seeds, it also requires careful care every day. Weeding, pest control, watering, fertilizing, and more. If any step is missed, months of hard work could be wasted. We three can't handle so much. Our family has 12 acres of land, and 3 people working it already feels tight. There's no extra energy to rent more land. She knew her limits. If she wasn't capable enough, she wouldn't take on so much work. Otherwise, she might get exhausted and end up ruining herself. In the end, the little savings she had would be spent on the hospital. It would be like working all her life for the hospital and losing everything. The short videos say you should balance work and rest. She understood that. Shen Ruoting. She just said one sentence and her mother started talking nonstop. Her mother's words made sense, but she didn't want to listen. After finishing the preparations, she set up a spiritual gathering array and an insect prevention array in the field, so she wouldn't need to worry about fertilizing or pests. The only tasks left were watering and weeding. When her cultivation level reaches the qi refining stage, she plans to draw a rain charm. As for the weeds, it will be even easier. Just ask a few small helpers to pull them out. The spiritual energy on Blue Star is too thin. She has only just begun to absorb spiritual energy into her body, so reaching the qi refining stage will take some time. Based on her current cultivation speed, it should take about a week. Mom, I know what I'm doing. No, you don't. Shen Ruotang choked and pulled Su Peilon into the yard. Using her persuasive words, she just managed to convince her. Seeing her daughter insist on renting land, Su Peilon reluctantly agreed. There are rich people in the village who don't farm. There's quite a bit of unused land. Although Tahua village is the poorest in Bu town, there are still quite a few wealthy people. They all buy houses in the city and mostly live there. They only come back during festivals, so their fields are left idle. Only the villagers living in the village, like them, are still here. Some wealthy people, like Jia Zili, stay because they run pig farms in the town. But they rarely come back to the village since they've bought land and built houses in the city. If you want to rent, go ask the village chief. While they were talking, Shen Wenyuan arrived riding his electric scooter. There was also a middle-aged man sitting behind, holding a small box. He was probably a veterinarian. Grandpa, Sha Bao, with short legs, ran up and hugged him tightly, waving his arms excitedly. Andy wants to plant watermelons. Shen Wenyuan was momentarily stunned and looked at his daughter sitting on a small stool. Little Tang, you want to plant watermelons? He had just gone out, and now his daughter wanted to grow watermelons? What about the vegetable seeds they bought yesterday? Should they plant those too? Seeing Shen Wenyuan's thoughts, Shen Ruotang stood up and smiled at him. Watermelons will be planted and vegetables too. Mom and Dad, I'm going to find the village chief. At the village entrance, at the Lin family's place. Lin Fenghai heard that Shen Ruotang wanted to rent land, so he immediately took out the village maps. Compared to other villages, Tahua village is very remote and poor. Other villages have roads and buses, but theirs does not. They still have dirt roads. The wealthier villagers say they don't live in the village year-round and don't want to pay for road repairs. The villagers who stay are just trying to get by, working hard all year with little savings. Most of them have used their savings to buy land and build houses, but after 3 years, they still haven't raised enough money to fix the roads. Young people have gone out to work, leaving only villagers over 40 and children who stay behind. In the large peach blossom village, fewer than 600 people still live there. Many of the fields are either rented out at low prices or left unused. There is too much land and too few people. Seeing the abandoned land makes him feel sad. As the only young worker in Peach Blossom Village, Shen Ruotang wants to rent land to grow watermelons. She naturally agrees wholeheartedly. Shen Ruotang quickly looked at the map. There are about 30 acres of unused land in the village. Unfortunately, she doesn't have enough money to rent all of it. She can only afford to rent 2 acres. As soon as she asked, Lin Fenghai's hand trembled slightly, and he looked at her in disbelief. After a moment, he sighed. You're only renting 2 acres. Yes, my dad needs surgery in a few days. I only have about 1,000 yuan now. The remaining money is for living expenses. Everyone in the village knows that Shen Wenyuan has cancer. Hearing this, Lin Fenghai sighed heavily again. Trouble often comes in small ways. His eldest son has died, and now he has cancer. No one knows how long he will live after the surgery. Now, his younger daughter can't get by in the city and has come back to farm. He wants to help them as much as he can. Lin Fenghai looked at her with sympathy. Don't worry too much. Your dad is a lucky man and everything will be fine. Alright, if you rent 10 acres of land, it will be 150 per acre per year. The village's land isn't used anyway, so it's better to rent it cheaply to Shin Ruotang. 10 acres for a year only costs 1,500 yuan. She considers this a great bargain. Feeling Lin Fenghai's kindness, Shin Ruotang smiles faintly and says, Please help me with the formalities, village chief. A freebie is not to be wasted. After returning from Lin Fenghai's house, Shin Ruotang finds the veterinarian has already left. She looks around but doesn't see Shin Fu. She asks, Mom, where is Dad? He went to rent farming machinery. When she learns her daughter plans to rent land to grow watermelons, her husband immediately rides to the town to rent the equipment. He didn't hesitate for a second. She had no chance to stop him. Now she finally sees who her daughter takes after. Shin Ruotang has a faint smile on her face, surprised at how quickly her father acted. With his quick and decisive nature, she believes he will succeed in whatever he does. Is the piglet okay? What did the veterinarian say? Shin Ruotang walks to the field, bends down, and picks up a hoe to turn the soil. If it's swine fever, it needs to be dealt with promptly. The veterinarian said this piglet just has a weak immune system, caught a cold and froze. Shin Ruotang, that's good to hear. Right now, her cultivation level is too low to interfere much. As long as it's not a serious disease like swine fever, your body can gradually change after a few days of being in a spiritual environment. That day, Shin Wenyuan rented 2 farm machines and finished plowing 2 acres of land by evening. Once the land is plowed, we can start planting vegetables tomorrow. At the dinner table, Shin Ruotang picked out a bowl of plain rice with a blank expression. It's another day of missing the cultivation world. Still, the spiritual rice tastes better. Yesterday, she bought seeds for tomatoes, cucumbers, bok choy, and romaine lettuce. Bok choy and romaine can be directly sown, but tomatoes and cucumbers need to be grown in seedlings first. As for watermelon seeds, she already ordered 10 acres of Chilean watermelon seeds online. They should arrive in about 3 days. The land's paperwork isn't finished yet, but once it's done, they can immediately start plowing and planting. Are you in such a hurry? Su Peilon silently sighed. Since her daughter returned, she hasn't stopped for a moment. She worries her daughter might get too tired. Time is money, Shin Ruotang said, forcing herself to finish a bowl of rice before stopping. The food on Blue Star is often murky and full of impurities, which she can't stand. She needs to improve her diet quickly. However, these words carried a different meaning for Su Peilon and her husband. They exchanged a knowing look. What if their daughter works too hard? After dinner, Shin Ruotang went back to her room and searched online for a phone number to call. Is this the Rural and Agricultural Bureau of Rongxing City? I want to anonymously report Qian Lai's pig farm. The Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau mainly handles cases where farms do not vaccinate or hide disease outbreaks, illegally slaughter sick pigs, or transport pigs without quarantine certificates. Jia Zili suspects that the piglets are coughing because of swine fever, but instead of calling a vet, he sold them himself. Given his attitude today, it shows there are many problems with his pig farm. As soon as the relevant authorities come to inspect, they will find the issues. If you try to deceive yourself, you must be prepared to face the consequences. After making the report, Shin Ruotang began practicing breathing exercises. In the living room, Shin Xiaobao sat obediently on the sofa watching cartoons. Since Shin Wenyuan was diagnosed with cancer, Su Peilon has been eager to find various fitness routines online. Right now, she was busy watching short videos when one video quickly caught her attention. Join me in practicing ancient fitness exercises and you'll enjoy good health and a long life. Her eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she liked and saved the video. Shin Wenyuan sighed tiredly, still struggling to learn the previous set of exercises, and now a new one was arranged. The next morning, amid the loud crowing of roosters, Su Peilon and Shen Wenyuan followed the video to do their exercises. The 10-minute workout took them half an hour to finish in bits and pieces. Old Shen, these exercises really work. Su Peilon looked excited. After finishing, her whole body felt much lighter. It seemed so. Shen Wenyuan couldn't believe it. Since the day before yesterday, he had noticed small changes in his body. Could it really be that the exercise routine was working? He wasn't sure, so he decided to try again. Su Peilon walked quickly to the chicken coop and saw a small, fist-sized egg lying in the nest. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she covered her mouth in excitement. Even more surprising was that the 20 hens she bought yesterday had also started laying eggs. Look at the size of this one and the shine on the shell. It's definitely a double yolk egg. Thinking about her daughter and Xiaobao's appetite last night, she hurried back to the kitchen to pick up a basket of eggs. When Shen Ruotan entered the kitchen, she immediately smelled a very strong egg aroma. It was exactly the same smell as the eggs from the day before yesterday. Wow, Mom, did the hen lay a double yolk egg? As she approached, she saw a plate with golden yellow egg rolls and vegetable egg pancakes. The rich smell was tempting and made her very hungry. This hen is amazing. Today, she laid 23 eggs, all about the size of a fist. Su Peilon looked excited, her tone full of joy and excitement. All double yolk eggs. The chance of a double yolk egg is usually very small, but all of theirs are double yolk. It seems the Shen family is very lucky. The day after tomorrow, there's a market, so we can sell these eggs then. Su Peilon kept thinking about making money and was planning how much to sell each egg for. Seeing Su Peilon looking like a greedy old woman, Shen Ruotang smiled gently. Just a small egg, and Mother is so happy. In the future, when her personal space opens, she will be so excited she might go crazy. She can casually refine a pill and sell it for tens of thousands of dollars. Shen Xiaobao held his bowl and sat on a chair. Seeing the golden egg rolls and egg pancakes, he used a spoon to take a piece. He eagerly put it in his mouth. In the next second, his bright eyes sparkled. Grandma, the egg roll is so delicious. Su Peilon happily patted his head. If you like it, eat more. The eggs had no fishy smell and tasted very good. The egg rolls were even better than those she made before. If she could open a small shop, the business might be very popular. Shen Ruotang put a piece of egg roll into her mouth, and the warm, fragrant egg aroma instantly filled her entire mouth. Delicious in just one day, the quality of the egg flavor had improved significantly. If she kept at it, would the eggs become even better over time? In the cultivation world, she plants spiritual herbs using spiritual spring water. She never thought that eggs nourished by spiritual energy could bring unexpected surprises. It seems her method is correct. The rice at home is all grown by herself. Later, she plans to set up a spirit gathering array and an insect prevention array in the field. The egg rolls and egg pancakes were very popular with the Shen family and were quickly finished. After breakfast, Shen Ruotang and the others began to handle seed planting. Planting seeds is not difficult. It involves 3 steps: drying the seeds, soaking them, and encouraging germination. Shen Ruotang laid out 2 white cloths in the yard, pouring the tomato and cucumber seeds onto them. She used her hand to spread the seeds evenly and let them dry. In the morning, they dried the seeds. In the afternoon, they soaked them. While drying the seeds, Shen Wenyuan and the others sowed bok choy and romaine lettuce seeds outside the yard. A few hours later, they soaked the tomato and cucumber seeds in warm water for 10 minutes. Then, they soaked them in room temperature water for several hours. Although Shen Ruotang had set up a spiritual gathering array around the new house, she still infused a little spiritual energy into the water while soaking the seeds. This was to ensure that the tomatoes and cucumbers grown would be pure and tasty. While soaking the seeds, they continued planting bok choy and romaine lettuce. After a few hours, they stirred the seeds gently and let them sit, discarding the poor quality seeds that floated to the surface. Next, they took out the soaked seeds, placed them in gauze, and stored them in sealed boxes. They rinsed the seeds once a day until white sprouts appeared. Over 2 days, Shen Ruotang and the others finished planting the bok choy and romaine lettuce. That afternoon, the hospital called to inform them of Shen Wenyuan's surgery schedule. The surgery was set for April 10th, and he needed to stay in the hospital the day before. Shen Ruotang hung up the phone, turned to look at the two people in the yard, and said, "Mom and Dad, let's pack up and go to the hospital. The surgery is the morning after tomorrow." Driving an electric bike from Peach Blossom Village to the city hospital takes 3 hours round trip. Since it's uncertain how long she will need to stay in the hospital, Su Peilon first packs 3 days' worth of clothes for them. After dinner that evening, Shen Ruotang's family walks to the town, then takes a taxi to the city hospital. The surgery costs are adjusted for any overpayment or underpayment. After checking in, Shen Ruotang's bank card balance drops to just 1,235. 8 yuan. She still needs to stay in the hospital for observation after the surgery. This amount of money definitely isn't enough. Earning more money is a must. After settling Shen Wenyuan, Shen Ruotang takes Xin Xiaobao home, while Su Peilon stays in the hospital to keep her company. By the time they get home, it's already 10 p.m. Xin Xiaobao is so tired that his head droops, and as soon as he hits the ground, he rushes into his room. When he comes out, he's holding clothes in his arms, with bright, misty eyes. In a soft, baby voice, he says, "Annie, help me wash up. I want to wash my smell good." Seeing how obedient and cute Xin Xiaobao is, Shen Ruotang instantly feels happy. He's only 3 years old. Can he really wash himself properly? Shen Ruotang kneels down to look at Xin Xiaobao eye to eye, smiling as she asks, "Can you wash yourself clean? Let Annie help you wash." Even though he's only 3, Xin Xiaobao might be able to bathe himself, but she still doesn't feel comfortable. What if he falls? Thinking this, she reaches out to take his clothes. But Shen Xiaobao sidesteps quickly, avoiding her hand. "Men and women should not be too close. I am a strong man and I've washed thoroughly." Little Tuanzi raised his eyebrows, with a serious look on his young face. He was so cute it made people want to pat his head. Thinking this, Shen Ruotang also reached out to ruffle his hair. Feeling the soft touch, she patted him a few more times. She smiled affectionately. "You're so clever. Auntie, we'll fill the bathwater for you now." When Shen Ruotang finished washing up, Xin Xiaobao was already lying quietly in bed, asleep. His chubby face was round and puffed up, with a small pout, mumbling softly, "Grandpa isn't afraid. Xiaobao has money." Shen Ruotang's eyes swept over the piggy bank on the table, then she turned off the light and tiptoed out of the room. She didn't sleep all night. Amid the crowing of roosters, Shen Ruotang slowly opened her eyes. Her lips curved into a slight smile. Her spiritual energy in her dantian was growing stronger. In a few days, her cultivation level would reach the qi refining stage. She looked at her phone. It was only 5 o'clock. Since she needed to sell eggs at the market today, Shen Ruotang decided to get up and put on her shoes. Over the past few days, with the nourishing of spiritual energy, the tomatoes and guzits in the yard had blossomed more beautifully. The vines were lively and climbing up the trellis. After washing up, Shen Ruotang watered the vegetables, tomatoes, and guzits in the yard. Then she connected the hose to the tap and watered the vegetable field outside the yard. After watering the plants, she scooped some wheat bran to feed the chickens and casually picked up the eggs into a basket. Over the past 3 days, she had collected a total of 50 eggs, each about the size of a fist. Her eyes fell on the eggs, and Shen Ruotang took out her phone to check the price of farm eggs. These eggs tasted very good, with no fishy smell or impurities. Selling for 5 yuan each was too cheap. She decided to set a higher price. Soon, her phone displayed related information. Regular farm eggs cost 2 yuan each. After some thought, Shen Ruotang decided to price the eggs at 6.10 yuan each. Once the price was set, she washed her hands and went back inside to cook 5 eggs. She also took out the soy milk machine and made soy milk. Just as the soy milk was ready, Xin Xiaobao, with his short legs, trotted in happily. He greeted her in a soft, babyish voice. "Andy, good morning." During the moment she was pouring the soy milk, Shen Ruotang smiled and replied, "Good morning, Xiaobao. Go wash up, brush your teeth, and have breakfast." Half an hour later, the aunt and nephew sat at the dining table, happily enjoying their breakfast. The soy milk was plain, without sugar. At first, Shen Xiaobao didn't like it, but after drinking a bit, he started to enjoy it. "Auntie, I want to drink more." The little boy licked his lips, his eyes shining brightly. "The soy milk tastes so good, it's even better than the sweetened kind." Seeing that he liked it, Shen Ruotang smiled warmly, took the cup, and poured him another. All sugar is processed, which makes it cloudy with many impurities, and the taste is naturally poor. Plain soy milk without sugar has fewer impurities and tastes better naturally. If the soybeans are grown with special care, the soy milk made from them will taste even better. Compared to plain milk, she prefers to drink plain soy milk. Thinking of this, Shen Ruotang realized she had not bought soybean seeds. Later, when she goes to the town, she needs to buy some soybean seeds to plant. After 10 minutes, Shen Ruotang put the eggs into a small red plastic bucket and used a piece of cardboard to write and draw on it. Once done, she rode her electric bike with Shen Xiaobao to the town to sell eggs. On the way, Shen Ruotang frowned slightly, as if she still had something to do. Peach Blossom Village, Shen family old house, pigsty. 3 tiny piglets lay weakly on the ground, looking out with sad eyes at the pigsty door. If they can't escape, they will go hungry. Whose family raises pigs like this? Meanwhile, Shen Ruotang quickly arrived in the town. Today is market day, and the town is busier than usual. At the busy intersection, vendors of all sizes have set up their stalls. Most are selling vegetables and fruits, along with eggs and duck eggs. Few are selling fried pancakes and tea eggs. All these vendors are local villagers, selling their own produce. The prices are also cheaper than in the regular market. Shen Ruotang arrived late, so all the good spots on the street were already taken. She rode her electric bike to the end of the street, where it was quiet and no one was selling anything. There were naturally fewer people walking around. She parked her bike, placed a plastic bucket on the ground, and set some cardboard in front of it. From behind the bike, she took out 2 small stools, and the aunt and nephew sat down together. 2 small heads, one big and one small, looked around eagerly. Their eyes were full of curiosity. Shen Ruotang hadn't been back from Blue Star for long, and Shen Xiaobao was selling eggs at his first market stall. Both had fair skin and good looks, making them stand out among the other vendors. It looked like a wealthy young lady and a young master just out for a casual experience. This drew the attention of nearby vendors.
Wow.
"Miss, are your eggs made of gold? Why are they so expensive?" Suddenly, a loud exclamation like a thunderclap rang out overhead. Shen Ruotang looked up and saw a middle-aged man standing in front of her stall. His eyes were full of disbelief. Then he started to curse. "You're so pretty, but you're just wasting money. Others sell eggs for 2 yuan each, and you're asking 6 yuan? How dare you?" The man raised his voice deliberately, and in no time, Shen Ruotang's stall was surrounded by people. Seeing her aunt being yelled at, Shen Xiaobao couldn't sit still for a second. He stood up with a serious face. Seeing that she was shorter than the other person, she quickly bent down, took off her shoes, and stood on a small stool. She pouted angrily with her hands on her hips. "Our eggs are super tasty and not expensive at all." Shen Xiaobao has no concept of money. He only knows that his family's eggs are very delicious. No matter how much his aunt sells them for, he thinks she's right. Anyone who criticizes his aunt is wrong. The little girl looks cute and well-behaved, with a round face that has no sharp edges, like a tiny, fluffy kitten. Everyone watching can't help but laugh. The onlookers, Shen Feng, pushed forward through the crowd and saw Shen Ruotang and the others, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. But it was quickly replaced by mockery. "So, what if she's a college student? Isn't she just going back home to farm and sell eggs?" Her gaze shifted to the cardboard sign, and she froze in place when she saw the words. "Authentic local chicken eggs, 6 yuan each." Selling an egg for 6 yuan? What's the difference from stealing money? If they want to make money, it shouldn't be like this. They're really crazy about money. Shin Infom couldn't help but snort coldly and silently watch the scene unfold among the crowd. She wanted to see how her cousin would handle this situation. The middle-aged man didn't expect a small child to suddenly appear, and he was momentarily stunned. Faced with such an adorable little girl made of sticky rice, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. The price of the eggs was set by this girl. What does the little rice ball have to do with it? Seeing him angrily arguing to defend his family, the middle-aged man suddenly thought of his own young son. Before developing anorexia, his 6-year-old son was also lively and active.
Now,
the middle-aged man silently looked at the two people in front of him. The older one was elegant and unique, with a cold aura like a fairy who doesn't belong to the mortal world. The younger one was soft and adorable, with a delicate appearance even more refined than child models on TV. No matter how you looked at them, they didn't seem to be lacking money. Unless there was a major family crisis, they wouldn't have to sell eggs at a stall. And these eggs were sold at such a high price, probably because they were desperate for money. With short videos so popular now, with their outstanding looks, they could definitely become famous.
but they chose not to do that.
Instead, they decided to work hard and sell eggs themselves. Although they could make a living just by their looks, they preferred to rely on their own hands. Thinking of this, the man suddenly felt sympathy and softened his tone. All farm eggs taste the same. How good can they really be? Miss, you're selling these eggs too expensive. You probably won't sell many. All right, 1 farm egg for 2.5 yuan. I'll take the whole bucket. His young son had anorexia and couldn't eat anything else. Only steamed eggs, he could barely manage to eat a few bites. There were other vendors selling farm eggs on the street, but none of their eggs were as big as these. A fist-sized egg was something he had never seen before. Buying eggs from this stall was more cost-effective. Suddenly, feeling the man's sympathetic gaze, Shen Ruotang tilted her head in confusion. They say women are like needles in a haystack, and men are no different. Shen Ruotang discreetly observed the man in front of her. He looked to be about 30 years old, with neat short hair and prominent ears. He was wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. On his feet were dark blue non-slip slippers, and he held a large bunch of keys in his hand. Although Bishui Town is a small island, it has beautiful scenery. With the rise of short videos, many tourists from other places come to visit. Some investors also want to develop Bishui Town into a tourist spot. It is said that the islanders drove them away, and the investors couldn't achieve their plans. Since the development failed, some wealthy local residents saw business opportunities. Over 3 years, many new buildings have been built in the town. They are rented out to tourists. Shen Ruotang's gaze fell on the bunch of keys, her brow slightly raised. Is he the rumored landlord? He probably comes from a good family. 1 local chicken egg costs 6 yuan, no bargaining, Shen Ruotang said with a slight smile. She quickly stood up, took a small box from her electric bike, and approached. In front of everyone, she opened the lid with a snap. The cut-up eggs were instantly revealed to everyone. That morning, she boiled 5 eggs. She ate 4 of them. There was 1 egg left, which she cut into pieces and put in the box. She was offering it for tasting to the guests. For those who don't know the value of eggs, paying 6 yuan for 1 egg is indeed too expensive. After all, earning money is not easy nowadays. Shen Ruotang smiled calmly and said, "You can try it first, then decide whether to buy it." The man looked at Shen Ruotang with suspicion, then lowered his eyes to the eggs in the box. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. It was his first time trying a taste test of an egg. The onlookers burst into laughter when they heard this, finding it very funny. Eggs are all the same flavor. What's there to taste? Hearing everyone's teasing, Shen Xiaobao angrily defended the eggs. Our eggs are super delicious, #1 in the world for taste. Her cheeks puffed out like an inflated pufferfish, making everyone laugh again. Hey, I want to see how delicious it really is. The man was so charmed by Shen Xiaobao that he used a toothpick to pick up a piece of egg and put it in his mouth. The egg white was delicate and smooth, with a chewy, bouncy texture, and the soft yolk felt gritty on the tongue. The unique sandy texture of the yolk was easy to swallow without any effort. Unlike ordinary yolks, which often require water to swallow, this one went down smoothly. The egg had no fishy smell, and the rich, mellow egg aroma lingered in the mouth and around the nose. It was delicious. The man's eyes lit up. If he used this egg to make steamed egg custard, the flavor would definitely be amazing. Thinking about his younger son's loss of appetite, the man seemed to see hope. "How is it?" Seeing the man silent, the people around became curious. Some impatient ones directly stuck a toothpick into an egg and put it in their mouths. They wanted to see how tasty the 6 yuan eggs were. However, after trying one, no one spoke. They exchanged knowing glances. In their eyes, it seemed they were sending a secret signal. "Boss, I want 15 eggs." The man was the first to react, pointing at the eggs in the plastic container. The others who had tasted the eggs also spoke up quickly. "Boss, I want 5. I want 5 too. I'll take 4. I want 6. In no time, all the eggs in the container were sold out, leaving the onlookers stunned. "So, are these eggs tasty or not?" Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask. Before the others who bought eggs could answer, some eager bystanders responded first. If they weren't good, would they buy eggs at 6 yuan each? Darn it, I wish I had tried one. Shanine Feng looked blank. Could anyone really buy such expensive eggs? Is this crazy? Could these people be plants? Just as the buyers were about to leave, hearing someone question them, they immediately became annoyed. This egg is about the size of 2 regular farm eggs, and the best part is, it has no fishy smell. Considering the quality and taste of this egg, 6 yuan each is quite cheap. As they spoke, everyone started to regret buying so few. Suddenly, they realized the eggs were indeed large. 2 regular farm eggs cost 4 yuan, so this egg is only a little more expensive, just 1 yuan more. Thinking this way, everyone felt that paying 6 yuan for 1 egg was acceptable. Shun Xiaobao's eyes sparkled as he looked at the empty basket, excitedly waving his arms and jumping. "Hooray! All sold out. Uncle, our eggs are the tastiest in the world." Their gaze returned to the cute little kid, and the man finally decided to buy. He affectionately patted his head and said, "Yes, the tastiest in the world. People with lots of money can be so silly." Just as Tang Chong was about to leave, he suddenly heard someone say this. He looked up and saw a middle-aged woman with short hair. Shanine Feng adjusted her hair and asked, "What are you looking at? Haven't seen a beautiful young woman before?" After saying that, she turned around proudly and walked away. Such nonsense. Tang Chong was amused and angry at the same time. Thinking that his son was still waiting at home, he hurriedly left without arguing further. After the lively scene ended, Shen Ruotang packed up the small stool and plastic bucket. This time, she took Shen Xiaobao to buy soybeans. By the time they returned home, it was already 8 o'clock. Shen Ruotang opened her phone to check her sales records and sighed softly. Today, she sold a total of 40 eggs, earning 240 yuan. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Before the surgery, she still needed to do a series of tests. After a quick tidy-up, Shen Ruotang hurriedly took Shen Xiaobao to the hospital. When they arrived, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Blood routine tests. Holding the doctor's test order, Shen Ruotang felt dizzy and her head spun. Where should she start? Having been away from modern society for too long, she couldn't remember what to do. Her eyes fell on the word, blood, and her gaze grew serious.
Blood.
It probably means she needs to have her blood drawn. Su Peilon and the others walked ahead, chatting for a while, but Shen Xiaobao didn't speak. When they turned around, they saw her standing still, staring at the test order as if facing a battle. It was as if she was ready to go to war.
Xiaotong? Ah.
"I'm here." Shen Ruotang snapped out of her thoughts, took a deep breath, and approached with the test order in hand. Running back and forth, busy with everything, she finally finished all the tests under the guidance of the medical staff, stumbling along the way. By now, it was 3 p.m. The 4 of them looked exhausted, their faces pale and tired. Getting tests was more tiring than farming. The cancer cells haven't spread, so the surgery can be scheduled for tomorrow morning. Fasting is required for 8 hours before the operation, but you can drink a small amount of water before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Since the surgery is early tomorrow, Shen Ruotang doesn't plan to go home tonight. After dinner, Shen Ruotang directly found a hotel near the hospital and stayed there with Shin Xiaobao. Huh. Did I forget to do something? Lying on the big bed in the hotel, Shen Ruotang stared blankly at the ceiling. It seemed like there was something she forgot, but she couldn't remember what it was for a while. She felt frustrated. In Taohua village, at the Shun family's old house, in the pigsty. Three little piglets, looking hopeless, lay on the ground, weakly snorting. Their tiny hooves stomped, as if venting their anger. Achio, in the hotel, Shen Ruotang suddenly sneezed. The weather in April in the south is different from that in the north. It tends to be cooler and cloudier. Fortunately, it hasn't rained these days, or it would feel like winter again. Auntie, I want to watch Peppa Pig. A soft, childish voice drifted in, bringing Shen Ruotang back to her senses. The forgotten task gradually became clear. Oh no, she realized she forgot to feed the pigs. She had been thinking there was something she hadn't done, and now she remembered it was feeding the pigs. The next morning, Shen Wenyuan was taken into the operating room, and Uncle Shin and second uncle hurried over carrying a basket of fruit. The two elders sat silently on chairs outside the operating room, their eyes red. Mud, wet and dry, stained their pant legs. Su Peilon clasped her hands together, silently staring at the door of the operating room. In the corridor, there was complete silence. It was 2:30 p.m. The sound of creaking echoed through the corridor as the door to the operating room slowly opened. A figure in green came out, looking very tired. Su Peilon quickly stepped forward and asked, "Doctor, how is my husband?" The surgery was very successful. Hearing this, Su Peilon let out a soft sob and quietly wiped her tears. Uncle Shun and second uncle both sighed in relief and bowed deeply to the doctor. "Thank you, doctor." Meanwhile, Bishui Town, Yongping Community. Tang Chong sat in the living room, covering his ears with his hands, with his mother and wife standing on either side. The mother-in-law and wife were both speaking loudly, arguing fiercely. "You still dare to cover your ears? I told you to buy eggs earlier, but you didn't listen. Now all the eggs are gone." Hey, ouch. Tang Chong looked upset, trying to explain himself amid the chaos. "Why didn't the girl set up her stall today? How could I buy eggs then?" "Mom Tang, you know he didn't set up his stall today. Why didn't you buy more eggs yesterday?" Hearing Mom Tang's words, Tang Chong was once again annoyed by his mother's way of thinking. He doesn't have special powers to know if his younger son will vomit after eating eggs. He also doesn't know if the girl selling eggs today will set up her stall. If he had known, he wouldn't mind paying 6 yuan per egg, or even 10 yuan, and buying all of them. Let's go back to yesterday morning. After Tang Chong bought the eggs and went home, he saw his mother sitting alone in the dining room. On the table was her prepared breakfast, with 2 spoonfuls of egg custard missing. "Mom, where's Xiao-Yi?" Mom Tang's eyes were red, and her voice was choked with emotion. "Xiao-Yi vomited again today. She took a few bites of steamed eggs and then threw up. If this keeps happening, what should we do?" Boo-hoo! Her chubby grandson had become very thin in less than half a year. The little boy, only 6 years old, now looked like an old man. It made her feel sad. If she had known it would turn out like this, she wouldn't have asked her grandson to lose weight. Her grandson loved eating meat since he was young, almost refusing to eat anything without it. Over time, he became chubbier than other children his age. He is 1.1 meters tall but weighs 120 jin, about 60 kilograms. Worried about his health, she decided to help him lose weight. "I'm not sure if the sudden loss of appetite is due to a sudden illness, but my grandson's health has started to decline. At first, he was vomiting, then gradually lost his desire to eat, and now he vomits everything he tries to eat. The family has seen many doctors, but his condition hasn't improved. Everyone is very worried. After my younger son developed anorexia, he would only eat a few bites of steamed eggs. Now he can't even eat steamed eggs anymore." Tang Chong tightly pursed his lips, thinking about the eggs he just ate, and went straight to the kitchen. Now, only a last-ditch effort can help. "These eggs are different from regular farm eggs. Maybe my son can eat them." "Why are you going to the kitchen?" Mom asked, confused, and followed him. Seeing her son take eggs out of a bag, Tears started to fall. It's no use. Mom, these eggs are different. They have no fishy smell and taste really good. Tang Chong didn't look up. He gently tapped the eggs on the edge of a porcelain bowl. With a crisp sound, the egg white and yolk flowed out of the shell. Surprisingly, they were double yolk eggs. Tang Chong's eyes lit up slightly. He poured hot water into the bowl in a 1 minute and 1.5 seconds ratio. He vigorously stirred with chopsticks. He added some salt and kept stirring. Then, he used a spoon to remove the foam, uncovered the pot, and placed the bowl inside to steam over medium-low heat. 10 minutes later, a strong aroma of eggs filled the kitchen. Tang Chong felt happy. He opened the lid of the pot and poured some soy sauce and peanut oil over the egg custard. Finally, he sprinkled chopped green onions on top for decoration. In the next moment, a rich, fragrant smell of eggs mixed with the fresh scent of green onions wafted into the air. Tang Chong stared closely at the egg custard in the bowl, swallowing hard and trying to control his excitement. It smells so good. When he first tasted it, he knew this egg was special. Maybe steaming the egg custard would make it even better. Looking at the bright yellow egg custard in the bowl, Tang Chong couldn't wait to pick up a spoon and take a bite. The egg was bouncy and jigged in the spoon, like a golden jelly. The hot, fragrant smell of eggs rushed straight into his nose, and Tang Chong eagerly took a big bite. In the next second, he felt like he was lying on a soft, fragrant cloud. The egg custard had no fishy smell at all. Tasting the rich, fresh flavor of the egg custard, its smooth texture spread instantly on his tongue. In his mouth, the strong egg aroma filled every corner. The egg custard was delicate and smooth, and its taste was truly exceptional. It was the best egg custard he had ever eaten. Indeed, quality has its reasons. Just for this taste, the owner selling it for 6 yuan each was incredibly fair. He was overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, Tang Chong wished he could turn back time to an hour ago. This simple egg custard surprisingly made my son feel like he was eating a delicacy from the sea. Could he be so hungry that he lost his mind? When I saw the bright yellow egg custard, I felt very happy. I quickly grabbed a stainless steel spoon and scooped out a big spoonful. I put it in my mouth.
Wow.
It tastes so good. I felt like I was in heaven, with a fresh, delicious flavor filling my mouth. After finishing 1 spoon, I wanted more. I couldn't resist and kept eating. Before I knew it, the bowl was empty. My son and I looked at each other awkwardly, and the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Coughing, I pretended to cough and turned away from my son. I said, "I'll make another bowl of egg custard." 13 minutes later, I brought the freshly made egg custard into my younger son's room. "Xiao Yi, I just bought these eggs from the market. The egg custard is really tasty. Try some." After saying that, I subtly licked my lips, still wanting more.
Wow.
Finally, you remembered me. I feel so touched. My tears started to fall from my eyes, soaking the pillow. 10 minutes ago, he smelled the aroma of steamed eggs. For the first time in a long while, he showed no signs of vomiting when smelling food. His stomach was also growling loudly. While he eagerly waited for his family to feed him, the room outside was very quiet. This was something that had never happened before today. Since he developed an eating disorder, his family always offered him the best food first. Tang Chong and his mother saw their son/grandson tearful and felt like slapping themselves. They truly felt terrible. They had fought over food with their son/grandson. Both of them looked guilty, moved in sync, and lowered their heads to wipe their mouths. They quietly swallowed their saliva, exhaled gently, and made sure they didn't smell the egg custard before speaking. "Xiao Yi, my good boy, how could we forget you? Here, this is freshly steamed egg custard. Eat it while it's hot." Tang's mother sat on the edge of the bed and helped Xiao Yi sit up. Seeing how thin and fragile her grandson was, she couldn't help but tear up. Tears welled up in her eyes. The rich, strong smell of eggs filled the room, and Xiao Yi's long-lost appetite returned. So fragrant. He swallowed his saliva slowly and raised his hand. In the room, Tang Chong and his mother held their breath, their eyes shining brightly when they heard his words. They exchanged a meaningful look, both feeling excited inside. Before today, my son/grandson would vomit whenever he smelled food. He wouldn't even tolerate the smell of food. Both of them nodded firmly. This egg dish is helpful. Tang Chong excitedly stepped forward, pulled a chair, and sat in front of the bed. He scooped a small spoonful of egg custard and offered it to him. Under the hopeful gazes of Tang Chong and his mother, Tang Zi slowly opened his mouth. The tender, smooth egg custard melted easily in his mouth, making it effortless to eat. The fragrant, warm egg custard flowed down his throat and slowly filled his stomach, like a spring rain after a long drought. It greatly nourished Tang Zi's weak body. His fragile body gradually regained some vitality. Seeing this, Tang Chong and his mother couldn't help but shed tears. How long had it been? Finally, my son/grandson was eating again. Son, how do you feel? Tang Chong asked carefully. Delicious. Tang Zi slowly looked up, his eyes shining. Dad, I want to eat more. This egg custard was different from the one his grandma made. It had no fishy smell. It tasted really good. After one bite, he wanted a second. Tears welled up in Tang Chong's eyes, and he was both excited and moved as he scooped another spoonful. Hey, Dad will feed you now. Worried that he might vomit if fed too quickly, Tang Chong was very careful. It took 10 minutes to finish the bowl of egg custard. Tang's mother happily rushed out of the room and picked up her phone from the coffee table. I quickly shared this good news in the family chat. The usually dull family group chat suddenly exploded, with over 99 messages in less than a minute. Mother Tang couldn't keep up and decided not to reply anymore. She put down her phone and happily ran into her grandson's room, full of love. Xiao, Yi, do you want to eat more? He Ping saw that her mother-in-law didn't reply to her messages and grew anxious, so she hurried home. As soon as she rushed in, she saw her son holding a bowl, eating egg custard. In an instant, she burst into tears. Mother Tang and He Ping learned that the eggs were bought at the market and immediately gave Tang Chong a strict order. If you can't buy eggs, don't even think about coming into the house. Tang Chong felt helpless but couldn't say anything. Early the next morning, he went straight to the market. But it was completely empty. He was stunned on the spot. His mind raced. Faced with both his wife and mother-in-law's scolding, Tang Chong kept begging for forgiveness. I was wrong. Maybe the girl didn't come today because she was busy. I'll keep trying tomorrow. He had bought 15 eggs in total, and now only 8 remained. They should last for 2 more days. Hearing Tang Chong's words, He Ping and her mother-in-law finally calmed down. Since the seller didn't come, they had no other options. He Ping sat on the sofa and reminded him again. Remember, no matter the price, you must get those eggs. 1 egg costs only 6 yuan, which is very cheap. Over the years, the whole family has tried many ways to cure their son's anorexia. They spent a lot of time and money on it. Mom, Dad, Grandma, I'm hungry. Tang Zi, who had just finished lunch, touched his flat stomach and spoke pitifully. His eyes were moist, which made Tang Chong and the others feel very sad. He Ping gently hugged him and softly comforted him. The doctor said your appetite is just coming back. You need to take it slowly and can't eat too much at once. Let's eat again tonight, okay? Tang Zi nodded obediently. Okay. Tang Chong said, I'll ask around the town later to see if anyone knows that boss. Waiting passively is never a good solution. He Ping and Tang Ma thought this made sense, so they both took out their phones. We'll ask in the group chat too. Maybe someone knows. Similar situations were happening in every family in Bishui town at the same time. A group of people, like hungry wolves, were frantically asking in social media groups and chat groups. Some even posted missing person notices, making outsiders think their family was in trouble. While everyone was busy looking for Shin Ruotang, she was anxiously rushing home.
Oh no, oh no.
Little Piglet hadn't eaten for a whole day and night. Hopefully, it was still alive and holding on. Seeing the 3 piglets eating eagerly, Shin Ruotang looked full of guilt. I'm sorry, I forgot about you all. Humph. You're probably starving, right? I promise I won't forget you again. Humph. Looking at the 3 piglets focused on eating, Shen Ruotang felt a deep sense of helplessness. Hey, don't you believe me? Perhaps sensing someone's sincerity, during a break in eating, the three piglets rarely lifted their heads to look at her. They hummed and squeaked. Suddenly, one of them spoke. It's okay. Wait, are you talking because you're hungry? Shen Ruotang blinked. It had only been a moment, and the three piglets had gained some intelligence. They could speak human words? Wow. How could she bear to slaughter them when they grow up? It seemed they sensed some killing intent, and the three piglets trembled a little. Their eating slowed down. They ate as delicately as ladies, chewing many times before swallowing. Seeing the piglets eat nervously, Shen Ruotang couldn't help but chuckle. They really seemed to have gained some spirit. After feeding the piglets, Shen Ruotang carried a plastic bucket and happily headed back to the new house. In the corner of the yard, the tomato trellis was covered with lush green vines. The yellow flowers had withered, replaced by clusters of green cherry tomatoes. Used vines also started to grow, climbing up the trellis, and a few patches of green had already appeared in the vegetable garden. Looking at the lively yard, Shen Ruotang felt very motivated. She brought the hose and connected it to the faucet, then started watering the vegetables, goosets, and tomatoes at home. After watering, she changed the water for the seeds. Maybe because of the special energy, the seeds sprouted tiny white tips. It looks like in a few days, they will be ready to plant. She felt very happy. Annie Egg's little bow with short legs ran over quickly, holding a fist-sized egg in both hands. His small head was held high, his shiny eyes sparkling, and he looked eager for praise. So cute and adorable. Shen Ruotang's face showed joy as she reached out and gently rubbed his chubby cheek. Wow, little Bao, you're so good. Let's pick eggs together and sell them, okay? Okay, outside the yard, in the peach orchard. The hens were playing with their chicks under the trees, occasionally making clucking sounds. A few mischievous chicks peeked out from the hens' feathers, showing their fluffy little heads. The rooster stood proudly on the peach tree, looking into the distance. From the hen's perspective, it was a perfect side view at about a 45-degree angle. Shen Ruotang's mouth twitched slightly. Has the oil king already spread from humans to poultry? After this little episode, Shen Ruotang and her nephew counted the eggs they had collected. There were a total of 29 eggs. Including the eggs left earlier, there are a total of 35 eggs at home. After tidying everything up, it was already 5 p.m. Father Shen had just finished surgery for a bone tumor. The doctor said he could start trying small sips of water one day after the operation. Gradually, he would move on to a liquid and semi-liquid diet. Until then, he could only get nutrients through an 4 or a nasal feeding tube. Thinking about how exhausted Mother has been these past few days, Shen Ruotang decided to make chicken soup to help her recover. The hen weighed about 4 or 5 pounds. Shen Ruotang split it into 2 parts. One half was used to make mushroom chicken soup, using the matsutake mushrooms that Su Peilon had bought earlier. She didn't finish eating it. The other half was used to make ginger scallion oil chicken. As for the chicken's internal organs, they were kept to make ginger scallion oil chicken, and the chicken blood was added later when the soup was boiling hot. Finally, she washed a few dried radish strips from her own drying, then added them to beaten eggs and fried them. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a rich, tempting aroma of delicious food. Xiao Baoshin sniffed the smell and ran into the kitchen, lifting his little head, eyes shining like light bulbs. Shen Ruotang looked down and saw him standing on tiptoe, like a little puppy. He was leaning on the stove, licking his lips eagerly. So adorable, it was almost unfair. It's a bit hot. Wait a moment. Shen Ruotang smiled gently, pouring the fried eggs onto a plate, then carried it to the dining room. Once the food cooled slightly, she packed the dishes and soup into a thermal container. Because she still needed to go to the hospital to deliver food to Su Peilon, the aunt and nephew finished their dinner as quickly as possible. The two of them hurriedly arrived at the hospital, nearing 8:30 in the evening. In the hospital ward, as soon as she stepped inside, a group of people looked at her all at once, causing Shen Ruotang's mind to freeze for a few seconds. These people looked unfamiliar, but she knew they were friends and relatives of a Shen family. There were so many relatives that she had been unable to recognize faces since she was young. Moreover, she had spent 100 years in the cultivation world. The only way she could recognize them was if their names were written backwards. Little Tang is back. You're even more beautiful now. The most excited to see her were her aunts and uncles. They gathered around her like they had just found treasure, inspecting her carefully. Hello, uncles and aunts. Shen Ruotang forced a polite, slightly awkward smile, then quickly made her escape. She went over to Su Peilon. Her aunts and uncles, like busy bees, surrounded her and her mother again. Don't call me uncle or aunt. I am your Yuan percent and at Yuan. They all enthusiastically introduced themselves, like students on the first day of school. Shen Ruotang didn't remember any of their names. When she left the hospital, her head was buzzing, as if a swarm of bees was flying around her ears. After dismissing one Shenin Feng, another group of Shenin Feng appeared. It was really quite overwhelming. Perhaps because Shen Wenyuan had just finished surgery, her aunts and uncles hadn't made any moves yet. Shen Ruotang had a few days of free time, spending each day traveling back and forth between home and the hospital. She stopped saving eggs to sell and focused on taking care of the vegetables in the field and her parents. While Shen Ruotang was working in the fields, feeding the chickens and pigs, Tang Chong and others kept looking for her desperately. At the town market, in front of a small roadside shop, several men sat in a row, eating popsicles. One man, feeling annoyed, grabbed his hair. If I can't buy eggs today, I might have to sleep on the street. I was kicked out of my wife's room yesterday because I couldn't buy even a single egg, and she said I'm not a real man. Sniff. The other men looked at him with sympathy and patted his shoulder. Brother, stay strong. In the corner, Tang Chong bit into his popsicle hard, looking very irritated. These days, as soon as dawn broke, he came here to wait. He waited from morning till night. He asked everyone in the chat groups, Penguin Group, Green Bubble Group, and other social media about the egg seller. But no one knew who the seller was. It was like he appeared out of nowhere. Thinking about his son's loss of appetite, Tang Chong felt even more irritated and took another bite of his popsicle. The cold ice did nothing to ease his frustration. Instead, it made him feel even more upset. His son had finally started eating a little, and his complexion looked healthier these days. But if he still couldn't buy eggs? Old Tang, how is your son doing now? Seeing Tang Chong silent and eating an ice pop, several men traveling with him spoke up. They didn't know each other before, but in the past few days, they became close because of eggs. They are now stranded on the street. Everyone expressed sympathy about his son's loss of appetite. Tang Chong looked up, about to speak, but suddenly stopped, staring straight ahead. When he saw that mushroom-shaped head, he smiled. Old Tang, what are you looking at? Asked the man beside him with a frown. Tang Chong seemed not to hear him. He suddenly stood up and headed straight ahead. That woman with the mushroom head was also there when he bought eggs. Maybe she knows the egg seller. That day, many people were watching, and he had been waiting here for days, not only for the seller but also for the people who watched that day. If there was even a small chance, he wouldn't miss it. The others looked at each other strangely, then got up and followed quickly. Shen Yinfeng's face was as dark as a pot. She really was a hardworking person. She finally raised her child, thinking she could enjoy life. But now she also has to take care of her granddaughter. In the hot weather, she was made to go out and buy Sprite. Is it really necessary to drink Sprite? Not sure what kind of wind blew today, but her eldest daughter silently took her little granddaughter home. When asked, she hesitated and said nothing. As soon as her little granddaughter got home, she started fussing about wanting to drink Sprite. She is really spoiled by her. She usually lives simply and doesn't like to buy Sprite. Seeing her young granddaughter throwing a tantrum, she felt helpless and had no choice but to go buy it. Hello, Auntie. Just as she was feeling sorry for herself, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Then 1, 2, 3, 6 figures appeared, surrounding her tightly. Shen Yinfeng felt like she was in great danger, her face full of caution as she looked at the people in front of her. She stammered and asked, Who?
Who are you?
What do you want? Tang Chong grinned and asked kindly, Annie, do you know the little egg seller from that day? Shanine Feng. In Taohua Village, Shen Ruotang's home. The seeds of tomatoes and cucumbers have already sprouted, and there are a few hours before dinner time. She needs to hurry and plant the tomatoes and cucumbers. As for the eggs, she has already collected about 100, so there's no rush to sell them. Auntie, I want to plant vegetables too. Knowing that her aunt wanted to plant tomatoes, Shen Xiaobao ran over holding his small iron shovel. Oh, Xiaobao can also plant vegetables now. The little dumpling nodded proudly. I saw my grandparents planting, and I'm super good at planting vegetables. All right, then please help Annie plant the vegetables, Xiaobao. Okay, Shen Ruotang put a hat on Shen Xiaobao and dressed him in a sun protection outfit. She carried the seeds, one large and one small, and went outside to the field. The land had already been plowed, just waiting for planting. 2 other plots were growing lettuce and bok choy, now showing green shoots. The spirit gathering array is quite useful. It speeds up plant growth. She used ordinary stones, so the effect wasn't as good as with spiritual stones. The plants grew a little faster than normal, but not too much. That's what she wanted. Otherwise, if the seeds grew instantly, she wouldn't be able to explain it. However, there was also a problem: many weeds in the field. Every day, besides watering, she had to regularly remove weeds. Farming is really not an easy job. Thinking of farmers working all day with dirt on their faces and living very simply, she felt sad for them. She pushed aside her thoughts and used an iron rake to dig in the soil. The rake cut through the earth, leaving several furrows. Xiao Bao quickly threw the soaked, sprouted seeds into the furrows. Then, he covered them with soil and pressed them down with a small iron shovel. While she was digging the furrows, Xiao Bao filled the holes behind her. They worked together very smoothly. When Tang Chong and the others arrived, they saw the scene. Boss Shen. On the way here, Tang Chong and the others had already learned Shen Ruotang's name. She also knew that she had only recently returned home. No wonder no one knew she was back after asking around. Since coming back, she had been busy working in the fields and running between home and the hospital. It's no surprise that no one knew. Shen Ruotang looked up and met Shen Yinfeng's complicated eyes. She was momentarily stunned. Then she noticed the several men standing behind her, and she slightly raised her eyebrows. For a moment, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Why are you all here? In the living room. Knowing that Tang Chong and others had been waiting early and late at the town market just to buy eggs, Shen Ruotang felt a bit embarrassed. For just an egg, they were really determined. Thinking about Tang Chong's young son who had lost his appetite, Shen sighed. There are eggs, but I can only sell you 95. In the evening, their family also needed to eat. Brothers, my young son has lost his appetite. Besides these eggs, he won't eat anything else. Can I buy 50 eggs this time? Tang Chong's voice was choked with emotion and pleading, which made everyone feel mixed feelings. But they also wanted eggs. If he bought 50, only 45 would be left. How could the 6 of them share? Their family was quite large, with 6 members including parents and children. Since my family ate the steamed egg custard made from these eggs, we couldn't eat any other eggs from the market. There always seemed to be a strong fishy smell. Eating them made us want to vomit. We haven't tried good eggs before, but after tasting good ones, we don't want to eat the bad ones anymore. It's a dilemma for Chen Junkai, saving people on one side and his own taste on the other. The other 5 people felt the same. After a moment of silence, Chen Junkai spoke. Here's the plan. Each of us 6 will buy 10 eggs. How about you buy 35 eggs? Would that work? 35 eggs are enough for my younger son to eat for 7 days, even if it's a bit different from what I expected. But I can accept it. That's fine. Thank you all. Hearing this, Chen Junkai and the others relaxed. Each person buying 10 eggs means they can eat them over 2 or 3 meals, saving some for later. When they go home, they can explain to their families. Tang Chong asked, Boss Shen, when we set up your stall to sell eggs again? I won't set up a stall for now. I'll consider it after my dad is discharged from the hospital. In the coming days, besides visiting the hospital to deliver food, she will also plant tomatoes and cucumbers. The watermelon seeds bought online have arrived, and the land lease procedures are underway. After planting tomatoes and cucumbers, she will need to prepare the land for watermelons. She will be very busy for a while. There won't be time to set up a stall to sell eggs. Chun Junkai asked, "Boss Shen, if you're not selling eggs, can we come to buy from you?" They live not far away, just a 10 or 20-minute ride from home on an electric bike to Peach Blossom Village. Since Shen Ruotang was busy and couldn't set up her stall, they decided to buy directly from her. They wouldn't want to trouble her with their requests. Of course, that's fine, Shen Ruotang happily agreed. You can come before noon. First come, first served. Her family's chickens were very disciplined, laying eggs early every morning. They didn't lay eggs at other times, which saved her a lot of time. However, she explained, I only have 25 eggs each day, so I can sell you only 20. Tang Chong quickly asked, Boss Shin, can you reserve 5 eggs for me every day? He was worried she might refuse and felt nervous. Shin Ruotang smiled warmly. No problem. Helping others was more important than anything to her. Hearing her words, Tang Chong relaxed his grip on the bag. His eyes quickly turned slightly red, and his voice trembled as he said, Thank you, thank you. He didn't usually believe in gods, but seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, he thought that if there were any gods, they might look like her. Chun Junkai and the others knew about his son's situation and had no objections. After all, these eggs were like life-saving medicine. There were 15 eggs left, and 6 of them wanted to buy some. Each person could only get 2 eggs. There are only 3 left, so it's hard to split them. Shen Ruotang shrugged. These eggs are so small. How you divide the remaining ones is up to you. She didn't interfere. Until Tang Chong and the others left, Shen Yinfeng was still in shock. Her mouth was slightly open. 1 egg cost 6 yuan, yet those people didn't even blink. They just bought them like that. 10 eggs cost 60 yuan.
Not 6 yuan each.
60 yuan could buy her 2 days' worth of food. She turned to look at the big and small people smiling happily, her face full of mixed feelings. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. Can I buy an egg to try? She wanted to see how delicious a 6 yuan egg could be. 6 yuan could buy her half a kilogram of chicken meat. Just thinking about it made her feel sad. She was counting her money happily with Xin Xiaobao when she heard a voice. Shen Ruotan kept her smile, looked away, and turned her gaze to Shen Yinfeng. Seeing her look pained, her lips curled into a slight smile. Her tone was calm, with no hint of emotion. Are you sure, Shen Yinfeng? It seemed she wasn't very sure. After sending Shen Yinfeng away, Shen Ruotang and Shen Xiaobao continued planting tomatoes. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. Awu. The big and small figures were lying comfortably on the sofa, making contented sounds. In the living room, the standing fan was blowing loudly, dispersing the heat around the two of them. The aunt and nephew's cheeks were flushed, and they moved in sync, breathing heavily. They both grabbed their collars and fanned themselves with their hands. It's so hot, their actions synchronized again. Suddenly, the air was quiet for 5 seconds. The aunt and nephew blinked at each other, sharing a silent understanding. Their eyes widened in surprise. Then, they burst into laughter. People often say that children resemble their parents. Over the past few days, she had been taking care of her nephew. The nephew looked like his aunt, which was natural. But when it came to caring for him, she realized she hadn't done much. He brushed his own teeth, took his own bath, ate by himself, and used the toilet alone. She didn't need to worry about him at all. Moreover, after these days together, she found that the little boy was very smart. He remembered almost everything he saw, almost like having a photographic memory. However, he hadn't started kindergarten yet and couldn't read. His intelligence probably came from his mother. Thinking of his unknown mother, Shen Ruotang sighed quietly. Her brother's whereabouts were unknown, and she didn't know who his wife was. It seemed she needed to find her brother's boss and gather information indirectly. She couldn't just wait around. The problem was, she didn't know where her brother worked, let alone who his boss was. The only thing she knew was the school her brother attended. We can only start from this point. While thinking, Shen Ruotang's gaze fell on the small child beside her. He was wearing a yellow short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with clear, bright skin. The yellow made his skin look even whiter and softer, like a chubby, peeled banana. The little bundle sat quietly on the sofa. His big, dark eyes looked like black obsidian, set in a piece of clear, pinkish jade. 2 dimples deepened on his chubby face, giving off a gentle, milky scent. Such a soft, adorable little baby. Without parents around, the small child had been well taken care of. At least, he was plump and healthy. He didn't seem to be lacking anything. A pang of sympathy rose in Shen Ruotang's heart, and she reached out to gently pat his little head. "Little treasure, do you miss Mom and Dad?" After asking, she immediately regretted it. Of course, no child doesn't miss their parents.
She was too nosy.
She thought the small child would show sadness, but surprisingly he didn't. He lifted his little head and responded softly. "I miss Mom and Dad. Grandpa and Grandma said Mom and Dad are busy with work. When they finish, they'll come back to see little treasure." After speaking, his eyes sparkled with tiny stars, full of joyful anticipation. His little dimples deepened, and his short legs happily swung in the air. Seeing this, Shen Ruotang's heart melted. Since she discussed brother's situation with Mother Shen made an excuse that brother and sister-in-law were busy with work. When they finish, they will come back to see little treasure. Hearing this, little treasure looks forward to each day, hoping that Mom and Dad will finish their work soon. Yes, once brother and sister-in-law are done with their busy work, they will come back to see little treasure. Children are the heart of their parents. She believes that brother and his family must also miss little treasure very much. The aunt and nephew didn't mourn for long and got up to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, in Bihu town, the Tang family. Today, the Tang family is especially lively, all because they finally bought eggs. Today is Saturday, so no one has to go to work or school. The whole family gathers in the living room, curious and staring at the eggs on the table. "Brother-in-law, are these eggs really so tasty? Can they cure the loss of appetite?" He is a bit skeptical. He Ping's younger brother, He Yujun, is staring intently at the eggs. Besides being larger than normal eggs, he can't see any difference. His little nephew has a loss of appetite, and his sister's family is almost worried to death. Until recently, his sister said the little nephew was eating again. This made his parents very happy. Today, on Saturday, he brought his parents over to see. Seeing this, they were so excited they couldn't hide it. In their memory, the thin and frail grandson/nephew now has some color in his face. "My energy and spirit have improved a lot compared to before, and I feel full of life. Uncle, these eggs are super delicious." Before Tang Chong could defend the eggs, Tang Zi excitedly gestured with his hands. His eyes sparkled, and he looked full of energy. Right now, he can eat a big bowl of rice in one meal. He ate until he was full. Tang Chong patted his head with a big smile on his face. "These eggs have no fishy smell at all. Steamed egg custard made with these tastes amazing. The eggs have a rich flavor, and eating them with plain rice is very tasty." Every mealtime was a bit of a struggle for their family. They could see the food but couldn't eat much. But seeing their little son enjoy his food made them very happy. He Ping came over with a smile and said excitedly, "The doctor said Xiao Yi can now eat other foods in moderation. Mom, Dad, I want to eat egg custard too." Tang Qiyu, their eldest son, looked at them eagerly, full of longing. His eyes were moist, making the couple feel very tender. They have 2 sons in total, and they couldn't favor one over the other. But these eggs... For a moment, the couple looked at each other with some hesitation. Their palms and backs of their hands are all flesh. "Mom, Dad, let's make more egg custard tonight." Tang Zi looked obedient. The teacher said that good things should be shared with family. There are still eggs at home. Tomorrow I want to eat egg porridge, so everyone can enjoy it. He Dad and He Mom are talking with Tang Dad and Tang Mom in the living room. When they hear the noise here, the 4 elders all get teary-eyed. Seeing how responsible Tang Zi is, everyone in the house feels both sad and happy. He didn't take advantage of being young or sick to keep all the eggs for himself. "Okay, I'll listen to little Yi. It's rare for the family to gather together happily." He Ping and her husband go to the market early to buy groceries. They buy fresh shrimp, squid, chicken, tomatoes, bok choy, and more. The couple cooks in the kitchen, while others chat in the living room. The house, which used to feel gloomy, is now full of laughter and joy. In the kitchen, He Ping is peeling shrimp. When she hears the laughter from the living room, her eyes quickly turn red. Tears fall down her face. Noticing his wife crying, Tang Chong quickly puts down what he's doing, washes his hands, and pulls her into his arms. He gently pats her back and softly comforts her. It's okay now. Everything is getting better. Their young son has had a loss of appetite for a long time, and their family hasn't laughed much during that time. Before they got married, he promised he wouldn't let his wife cry. Since their son developed a loss of appetite, every night he could hear his wife crying softly. As a man, he feels helpless and can do nothing but watch his wife and child suffer. Watching his son grow thinner, he wished he could take his son's pain instead. Fortunately, all of this will soon be over, and their family will change. Thinking of Shin Ruoteng, Tang Chong's eyes flashed with firm resolve. She is their family's savior. If anyone dares to bully her, he will stand against them. The man's voice was gentle like a summer evening breeze, so soft that He Ping quietly blushed. She quickly wiped away her tears and gently pushed the man away.
They slightly distanced themselves.
Even after 11 years of marriage, her husband still treated her as kindly as ever. Thinking of their family outside, she turned around and continued peeling shrimp shells, pretending to be calm as she said, Tang Chong was a head taller than He Ping, his gaze resting on her head, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes sparkled with a little smile. His wife was still as shy as always. Shaking off the gloom, the couple quickly washed vegetables and cooked rice. Tang Chong was in charge of cooking, while He Ping tasted and gave feedback. There were 10 people and they made 6 dishes and 1 soup. 5-finger peach chicken soup, braised chicken, salt and pepper shrimp, spicy stir-fried squid, tomato scrambled eggs, steamed eggs, and stir-fried bok choy. Wow, brother-in-law, your cooking gets better and better. He Yujun always supported him and eagerly served himself a bowl of chicken soup. Honestly, his brother-in-law's cooking was really good. A few elderly people and children looked at the table full of food, their eyes shining brightly. But the most eye-catching dishes were 2, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs and steamed eggs. After finishing the soup, everyone quickly scooped a spoonful of egg custard and placed it on their rice. The hot steam carried a rich egg aroma, and the golden egg custard combined with white rice exploded in their mouths. The egg custard was smooth and tender, while the rice was chewy. The salty flavor of the egg and the sweet taste of the rice blended perfectly. This ordinary-looking rice in the bowl suddenly turned into a gourmet meal. Wow, so delicious! He Yujun couldn't wait and quickly scooped several bites of rice. At this moment, he felt so happy, he was practically bubbling with joy. It was so tasty. How could there be such delicious steamed eggs in this world? The flavor was simply amazing. With this egg custard mixed with rice, he could eat 20 bowls in one meal. If his little nephew didn't have a loss of appetite, he really wanted to take some eggs home. Big sister, brother-in-law, this steamed egg doesn't have any fishy smell at all. After saying that, he hurriedly scooped another spoonful of egg custard into his bowl. He was afraid that if he said one more word, he would eat one less bite. The others were the same. After the meal, everyone ate quietly, without saying a word. Tang Ziyu finished a bowl of rice, and this time, besides the egg custard, he also ate a few bites of stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. This change surprised the Tang family members greatly. Shen Yinfeng thought she was crazy to spend 6 yuan on a single egg. Sure enough, when her eldest daughter found out, she immediately looked upset. Mom, now it's hard to find good food, and money is hard to earn. An egg costs 6 yuan. You were clearly tricked by Auntie. Chen Wenju, holding her younger daughter, came over and said, "If you bought it today, fine. But don't buy it again." Thinking of her younger aunt, who was only a few years older than her, Chen Wenju looked at her with disdain. What's the use of reading so many books? Now, She was being left behind by society, unemployed and farming at home. Unlike her, she had already decided her goal early on, to marry a wealthy man in Gangcheng when she was at her most beautiful. She was a bit older now, but she was rich. Now, her household registration was transferred to Gangcheng, and she received 20,000 yuan in living expenses each month. She was living happily and freely. Her aunt farmed, and earning 20,000 yuan a year was enough for her to burn incense and pray. "I'm just curious," Shen Yinfeng said with a bad expression, carrying vegetables into the kitchen. Her eldest daughter gave her 2,000 yuan a month for living expenses. After paying for miscellaneous things, she only had a little over 1,000 yuan left each month. Now, even buying one egg depended on her daughter's mood. Sigh, just thinking about it makes her feel sad. But her eldest daughter had a point. Money is hard to earn now, and she really shouldn't have bought that egg out of curiosity. Spending 6 yuan on one egg. It seemed she suddenly remembered something, and Shen Yinfeng poked her head out from the kitchen. She reminded her, "By the way, your great-uncle had surgery a few days ago. You should go see him with me tomorrow." "Got it." Chen Wenju looked annoyed, really tired of these poor relatives. They have no real skills. They rarely contact her, and when something happens, she has to spend her own money to buy fruit and visit. She thinks it's really unnecessary. Seeing her daughter look unwilling, Shen Yinfeng sighed helplessly. "Anyway, he's still your great-uncle. Don't look so unhappy tomorrow, or others will gossip." Since her eldest daughter married in Hong Kong City, her temper has been getting worse. She fears she might fall into trouble someday. Even if these relatives are poor, she still has to do the proper things on the surface. Better safe than sorry. Of course, she doesn't think her younger brother, who is about her age, will do much. Her eldest son is missing, and her youngest daughter lost her job and came back to farm. How much money can farming really make? Thinking of this, Shen Yinfeng looked down at the egg in her hand. After some thought, she decided to steam an egg custard for her granddaughter to eat. Anyway, she had already bought the eggs. Half an hour later. "Wow. Grandma, the egg custard is so delicious." Yi Lishuan happily waved her spoon, eating with great enjoyment. Her little mouth was busy and content. It seems that this steamed egg custard is a real delicacy. Chen Wenju chuckled and gently tapped her daughter's forehead in frustration. "You're really hungry. In Port City, isn't there plenty of good food to eat?" Now, a simple steamed egg custard makes her daughter look like a Michelin star chef. If her husband finds out, he'll definitely say they haven't seen the world. Yi Lishuan tilted her head and pouted, feeling annoyed. "I'm not hungry. This egg custard is super delicious." She's never tasted such good egg custard before. "Yes, you're right. From now on, don't call me your daughter." Chen Wenju shook her head dismissively, thinking she should take her daughter to a 5-star hotel someday to see the world. Shen Yinfeng was about to scoop some egg custard when she heard her daughter speak and paused. A hint of awkwardness flashed across her face. She quickly withdrew her hand. "If you like it, eat more." Seeing her grandmother and mother didn't believe her, Yi Lishuan simply pushed the egg custard toward herself and started eating eagerly. She looked like a starving ghost, as if she hadn't eaten in hundreds of years. Seeing her daughter's rude behavior, Chen Wenju felt upset and chewed on a piece of food, feeling annoyed. She was increasingly dissatisfied with Shen Ruoteng. Why sell eggs at home? And such expensive ones, too. She wasn't afraid of earning black money and facing consequences. Achio! As soon as she entered the hospital, Shen Ruoteng suddenly sneezed again. She pinched her nose hard, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She had a strange feeling that someone was talking behind her back, criticizing her. In the hospital room. After a few days together, Shen Wenyuan and his wife became friendly with the others in the same room. When the other family members who were there to visit returned with food, they saw Shen Wenyuan and his wife still waiting for their daughter to feed them, and they warmly invited them. "Your daughter hasn't come yet? Why don't you eat with us? We have plenty of food." The middle-aged man spoke, but his wife looked annoyed and tugged at his sleeve. "Are you really that foolish, or just pretending? What if someone eats your food and something bad happens? Day after day, he just can't seem to make things easy." The woman was thinking to herself, wondering why she ever liked this man. The man's face turned red quickly, and he quickly replied, "Brother Shin and the others are not like that. His eyes are very sharp. He can judge people accurately." The woman, clearly upset, even made noise as she opened her lunchbox. It was as if the lid was the man himself, and she was taking her anger out on him. The man, feeling helpless, tugged at her clothes, but she simply shook his hand off. Seeing the couple arguing, the others in the room pretended to be busy opening their lunchboxes. They ate quietly while secretly watching. The atmosphere in the ward suddenly became very awkward. Su Peilon, with her high emotional intelligence, quickly broke the silence, saying, "Old Shin just had surgery, so he needs to watch his diet. Now it's almost 7 o'clock and my daughter should be here soon." As she finished speaking, Shin Ruotang appeared, holding Shin Xiaobao's hand. Seeing the tense mood, she raised her eyebrows and walked straight toward Shin Wenyuan. Su Peilon hurriedly put down the tray table on the bed, and Shin Ruotang arranged the dishes one by one. "Wow, tonight we're having tomato and egg soup." Su Peilon's eyes lit up. She had been drinking chicken soup for days and was getting a bit tired of it. Shin Ruotang slightly lifted her chin and said, "Hum. Today's dishes still contained plenty of eggs, mainly tomato and egg soup, steamed eggs, and vegetable and shrimp porridge." Since porridge can make people hungry, Shin Ruotang kept some soup for them to eat later if they got hungry. When she opened the insulated lunchbox, a strong smell of eggs immediately filled the air. Other patients and their families who were eating suddenly found their food less appealing. It was strange. These were simple, everyday home-cooked dishes, yet they couldn't help but salivate. Their eyes seemed to have a mind of their own. For the past few days, during mealtime, they had been suffering from hunger, and finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Suddenly, they stood up. The movement was a bit loud, and everyone in the ward looked at each other. Everyone was full of questions. Then, the person's face turned bright red, and they clutched their lunchbox, crying as they ran out of the room. Shin Ruotang sighed. She thought something big had happened. After eating and drinking well, Shin Wenyuan and Su Peilon still felt satisfied. Honestly, the eggs laid by their family hen tasted really good. Before leaving, the others in the ward kept secretly looking at Shin Ruotang, hesitant to speak. "Is there something?" Seeing everyone struggle to say anything, Shin Ruotang asked. We want to ask you where you bought these eggs. Your eggs seem different from ours. Steamed eggs are a common dish, and they often steam eggs to eat. But the taste is completely different." The person asking is the man who just argued with his wife, named Li Fan. "These aren't bought. They're laid by my family's hen." Li Fan's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, "Can you sell me a few?" As soon as he finished, everyone else held their breath and looked at Shin Ruotang carefully. "Sorry, all the eggs have been reserved," and Shin Ruotang spoke slowly. 6 yuan for 1 egg. You might not want to buy." Wow, everyone gasped in shock, eyes wide with surprise. "These eggs are worth gold, and they cost 6 yuan each? That's really expensive." But then they thought about it, and these eggs did seem different from normal eggs. Li Fan steadied himself and asked unwillingly, "When will there be more to buy?" "Today the eggs are booked, but that doesn't mean tomorrow or the day after are also booked." Thoughts of Tang Chong and others appear in Shin Ruotang's mind, and she helplessly shrugs her shoulders. "I don't know yet. It seems there won't be any sales for a long time, unless she expands her operation. The ducks and geese haven't been settled yet, and expanding would require setting aside land." Thinking about the large hill behind her house, Shin Ruotang decides to let the poultry free range on the hill in the future. She plans to build a small shelter on the hillside for them to lay eggs. Compared to raising poultry, she prefers farming. Raising poultry is just to satisfy her appetite, but farming is her way to make money. There is also 20 acres of unused land in the village, which she plans to rent when she has enough money. Even if she raises poultry, she won't keep too many. Li Fan chokes and doesn't say anything further. Sure enough, good things are always in demand. "If you really want to buy, come back after I expand my operation." When Li Fan and others hear this, their eyes light up again, and they quickly take out their phones to add Shin Ruotang on WeChat. After leaving the hospital and returning home, It was already 9:30 p.m. Good night, Auntie. Shin Xiaobao obediently finishes washing up and runs over on short legs. Good night, Xiaobao. In the quiet of the night, Shin Ruotang's room still has the light on, and someone is deeply engrossed in a computer battle. Having not used a computer for over 100 years, she could only search on Baidu and was at a loss for what to do next. Even typing was slow, pressing one key at a time, letter by letter. After struggling for a while, she finally found the official website of her older brother's university. But she didn't find any useful clues. She wrote down the contact numbers for the admissions office and a few others, then turned off the computer. The next morning, Tang Chong and the others were already waiting at the door before 7 o'clock. When they saw her, they excitedly waved their hands. Actually, you don't need to come so early, Shin Ruotang said as she led them to the chicken coop in the peach orchard. She took out 5 eggs. There are about 20 more eggs. You can split them yourselves. Tang Chong and the others divided the eggs as agreed and quickly transferred the money to Shin Ruotang. Yesterday, they had already added her on WeChat. Wait! Just as they were about to leave on their bikes, Shen Yinfeng hurried over in a rush. Please hold on. Seeing that Tang Chong and the others hadn't left yet, Shen Yinfeng crossed her arms and took deep breaths. Fortunately, they hadn't gone yet. Early that morning, her granddaughter had been crying and insisting on eating egg custard. She used eggs from her home to steam the custard, but her granddaughter pushed it away and said she didn't want that. She wanted to eat the one from last night. Early in the morning, she was so loud that her ears almost went deaf. There was nothing she could do, so she had to rush out to buy more eggs. Are there any eggs left? She clearly remembered that her cousin had said first come, first served yesterday. When she found out they were here to buy eggs, Tang Chong and the others backed away like they were facing a big threat. They quickly hid the eggs. They looked at her with suspicion. Shen Ruotang said, "As you can see, the eggs are all sold out." Then she turned to go inside to prepare breakfast, and Tang Chong and the others hurriedly rode away like they were escaping. At this moment, there was no better time to leave. You still have a few eggs in your hand. Just sell me 3. I refuse. Shen Yinfeng didn't expect to be turned down, and her face immediately turned a dark color. She felt a tightness in her chest. Getting a bit angry, she said, "We're relatives. Why won't you sell me some?" She was willing to pay 6 yuan each, which she didn't think was expensive, but they still refused. How could she face others in the future? Then she remembered her granddaughter was at home fussing about wanting egg custard, so she calmed down a little. Her tone softened a bit. "All right, you still have 5 eggs. Just sell me 2, okay?" She looked confident. She didn't buy all the eggs and left 3 for herself, so she thought they would definitely sell her 2 now. Just as she was about to take out her phone to pay, her mood was spoiled again by what she heard. "I said, I won't sell." Shin Ruotang's eyebrows showed a hint of impatience. Did she not understand people's words? These eggs are reserved for lunch and dinner, to be sold to her. What will her family eat? Most importantly, these eggs contain spiritual energy, which helps with healing wounds. My dad just had surgery, so these eggs need to be kept for his recovery. Without thinking, Shen Yinfeng blurted out, "I'll trade my eggs for yours." She spoke as if it was obvious. It was clear she didn't understand the situation. This time, Shen Ruotang didn't even give her a glance and turned back into the house. Wah! Unable to get the eggs, Yi Lishuan opened her mouth and cried loudly. "I don't care. I just want to eat egg custard." Wah! Before, whenever she wanted something, she would cry, and her mother would buy it for her. This time she believed she would get it too. Her crying was so loud it attracted the villagers. "Why are you crying so sadly early in the morning?" "Yinfeng, I'm telling you, if your granddaughter wants to eat egg custard, just give it to her. In Peach Blossom Village, almost every family has a few chickens. Is it hard to get egg custard?" Hearing the villagers' complaints, Shen Yinfeng and Shen Wenju felt helpless. Shen Yinfeng said, "She wants to eat eggs from my uncle's chickens, but they're sold out today." Huh? The villagers were confused. Aren't all the eggs the same? Do these eggs come from different hens? Seeing the villagers look confused, Shen Yinfeng gave a simple explanation. Wow. The villager took a deep breath. Even if these eggs are delicious, they shouldn't be this expensive. This is just cheating people. Shen Yinfeng and Chen Wenju silently complained, feeling it was indeed unfair. At the same time, they secretly resented Shen Ruotang. They had planned to visit Shen Wenyuan at the hospital today, but both of them, feeling upset, decided not to go. In the end, Yi Lishuan still didn't get to enjoy the egg custard she wanted. Shen Yinfeng promised to steam some egg custard for her tomorrow, which finally stopped her from crying. However, after this incident, everyone in Taohua village knew that Shen Ruotang's eggs were very expensive. They couldn't help but shake their heads in surprise. Meanwhile, Bishui town, Linmu village, Chen family. Chen Junkai hurried home in a rush, still feeling scared, and took the eggs into the kitchen. He almost lost the eggs today. Luckily, he went out early today. Seeing how things are, he needs to leave even earlier tomorrow. Chen Junkai's wife was cooking breakfast. Seeing his anxious look, she thought something serious had happened. She glanced at the eggs in his hand and asked, "What's wrong? You look so panicked. The eggs are in high demand." "We almost didn't get any." Chen Junkai recounted what had happened. Li Tong's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, she felt a sense of danger. "Tomorrow you need to go at 5 o'clock. The other person is Shen Boss's relative and also lives in Peach Blossom Village, so they have the advantage of being nearby." "I think the same way," Chen Junkai said confidently. "By the way, don't let anyone find out about the eggs. Since there aren't enough eggs, if others knew, they might buy them all." Not only Chen Junkai thought this way, but the others did too. If there were more eggs, it would be fine, but they only get 15 each day. That's not enough to fill their teeth, let alone share. Shen Yinfeng didn't know what Chen Junkai and the others were thinking. The next morning, she went to Shen Ruotang's house to buy eggs. "What? No eggs again?" Shen Ruotang nodded. "You came too late." She didn't expect Tang Chong and the others to be so nervous about this. They arrived before 5 a.m. If she hadn't been practicing and didn't need sleep, she wouldn't have noticed them. Shen Yinfeng was annoyed. She went back and set her alarm for 5:30. She didn't believe she couldn't buy any eggs. The next morning, at 5 a.m., she saw Tang Chong and the others secretly waiting at the door, looking very eager. Shen Ruotang's mouth twitched slightly. It was quite a challenge for them. Buying eggs felt like stealing. Hee, Tang Chong and the others grinned. "To be safe, we came half an hour early." After buying the eggs, they left and just happened to see Shen Yinfeng rushing over in a hurry. Both sides saw the fierce fire of competition burning in each other's eyes. For a moment, it seemed as if the air was filled with the sound of a battle song. War was about to begin. Shen Ruotang silently returned to her house. The next morning, at 4:30 a.m., seeing both sides standing neatly at the door made Shen Ruotang happy. "Oh, did you guys happen to come today?" Shen Yinfeng straightened her back and finally relaxed. She had been almost driven crazy by her granddaughter for 2 days because she couldn't buy eggs. Tang Chong and the others didn't expect to meet them this time, and they felt a bit disappointed. There was now one more competitor. Glancing at the opposing side, Shen Ruotang raised 2 fingers. Besides the 5 eggs promised to Boss Tang, everyone else can only take up to 2 eggs. This answer was expected by everyone, but when they heard it for real, they still felt sad and wanted to cry. 2 eggs. They really couldn't even fill a gap between their teeth this time. Seeing everyone look like they were about to cry, Shen Ruotang couldn't bear to watch. "Just wait and see. My hen only lays eggs at 5 o'clock. After saying this, she turned and went back inside to wash up. Her hen was very smart and usually laid eggs exactly at 5 a.m. At other times, not a single egg was laid. The group walked together outside the peach grove, looking tense as they waited for 5 o'clock. People who didn't know might think they were waiting for pregnant women in a delivery room. I shake my head in frustration. Later, I decide to go back to the farmer's market to buy more hens. At 5 o'clock, Shen Yinfeng finally manages to buy 3 eggs thanks to her strong, fighting spirit. Chen Junkai and his 5 friends each buy 2 eggs. After breakfast, Shen Ruotang rides her electric bike to the market with Shen Xiaobao. They go to the same place as last time. As soon as the shop owner sees her, his eyes light up and he steps over the chicken coop happily. He smiles and rubs his hands together. Boss, how many hens do you want to buy this time? Shen Ruotang thinks for a moment. 1 rooster and 8 hens. Recently, she has saved just over 2,000 yuan from selling eggs. Buying 9 chickens will cost about 1,000 yuan. That leaves her with a little over 1,000 yuan, which she can still spend carefully. Shen Wenyuan has insurance, so after his surgery, some of the medical costs can be reimbursed. This is why Shen Ruotang decides to buy more hens to lay eggs and make money. Alright then, total is 1,085 yuan. I'll give you a small discount, so it's 1,080 yuan. Thank you, boss. She saves 5 yuan and feels very happy. Finally, she gets to enjoy the egg custard she wanted, and Yi Lishuan is so happy she dances around. Lately, her daughter has been annoying her, making her feel upset. Seeing her daughter act so useless now, Chen Wenju is even more furious. You're so useless. 1 egg custard and you lose your mind. Yi Lishuan was not convinced and raised her head. This egg custard is different. It seemed she remembered something. Her eyebrows furrowed, and her small face looked full of worry. She pushed the bowl toward Shen Feng and the others. Grandma, Mom, you should try some too. This egg custard is so delicious. Really? At first, Shen Feng and the others didn't believe her, thinking the egg smell was too strong. But in the end, they gave in and each took a spoonful.
Wow.
Their daughter/granddaughter hadn't lied. This egg custard was really tasty. After finishing, they quickly took another spoonful. Seeing most of the egg custard gone in an instant, Yi Lishuan's eyes filled with tears. She hugged the bowl to her chest. This egg custard is mine. When Shen Ruotang got home, she saw the village chief, Lin Fenghai, standing at the gate. Village chief, why are you here? The land lease papers are ready, he said, handing her the documents. Shen Ruotang's eyes lit up, and she felt very happy. Village chief, would you like some water? Shen Ruotang invited Lin Fenghai into the living room. Thank you for your hard work these days. Hearing this, Lin Fenghai felt something was strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was odd. He scratched his head and said, It's nothing. This is just part of my duties as village chief. As the village chief, isn't his main role to serve the villagers? He holds his position to fulfill his duties. As long as the villagers are well off, it's okay if he works a bit harder. Lin Fenghai hurried to the town government early in the morning to get some documents, then rushed back quickly. He was worried about delaying Shen Ruotang's important matter. Right now, he was really thirsty. He picked up his water cup, tilted his head, and drank eagerly. Honestly, when you're thirsty, even water tastes sweet. The breeze was also cool. Although it wasn't summer yet, the daytime temperature was over 20 degrees Celsius. But at this moment, there was no feeling of heat at all. Whoosh! In the living room, a cool breeze brushed the curtains, coming in through the open window. The whole living room felt very refreshing. Lin Fenghai looked a bit envious. Your place has a pretty good location and the wind is really strong, unlike their home, which had no breeze at all. Shen Ruotang smiled but said nothing. Since the last time she almost fainted from the heat, she had set up a special formation at home. With this, the wind naturally blows stronger, and it doesn't get hot. Village chief, these are eggs laid by our hens. They taste pretty good. You can take some back to try. While speaking, Shen Ruotang pushed 5 eggs toward him. Lin Fenghai wanted to help their family, and she couldn't ignore that. It's not that she's stingy and only gives 5 eggs, but she didn't expect the paperwork to be completed so quickly. She hadn't had time to prepare more. Lin Fenghai pushed the door open but did not accept it. These days, Shen Yinfeng's granddaughter has been loudly demanding to eat egg custard, causing quite a fuss.
He knew about it.
He also knew that Shen Ruotang's eggs were not cheap. 1 egg costs 6 yuan, so 5 eggs cost 30 yuan. That's more than what their family spends on food in a day. He was worried about eating it peacefully.
No.
Village chief, this is for you. Just take it. Shen Ruotang handed it back to him again. There will be many more things you need to help with in the future. Lin Fenghai tilted his head and frowned. Why did her words sound strange? Before he could think more, Shen Xiaobao ran over quickly, stuffing the eggs into a bag. Grandpa Village Chief, please accept it.
Ah.
All right then. Since it was already this way, refusing would seem too petty. He was not a petty person. Before leaving, Lin Fenghai drank a few more sips of water before heading out. As soon as he left, Shen's mother called him right away. Xiao Teng, the doctor said your father's wound is healing well. He can be discharged today. Hey, today is really a good day. Double happiness. Lin Fenghai walked home happily, carrying the 5 eggs, feeling very pleased. His wife, Feng Lianhua, was sitting under the guzet arbor in the yard, fanning herself to stay cool. Several hens are pecking at the ground around her, occasionally making clucking sounds. Are they back? Yes. Lin Fenghai walks over to her with a mysterious look, smiling so broadly that his face wrinkles bunch up. Little Tang gave us 5 eggs. He just looked at them, they're bigger than regular farm eggs. But he doesn't know how they taste. Feng Lianhua rolls her eyes at him. Just a few eggs and you're so happy. When did our family ever lack eggs to eat? They have several hens that lay eggs every day. Their grandson goes to school, and she cooks eggs or egg noodles for him every day. Their family never runs out of eggs. Thinking about Shen Ruotang's family situation, her tone softens with pity. Later, you need to return those eggs. Lin Fenghai gets anxious. I pushed them away right then. It was little Tang's kid who said she still needed my help in the future. I only took them reluctantly. He says that, but he quickly covers the eggs with a cloth and moves swiftly. He also brings out a small stool from inside and sits beside Feng Lianhua under the guzet arbor. Old partner, don't you think our house is missing the breeze? Lin Fenghai fans himself, but sweat still drips down his face. Compared to Shen Ruotang's family, it's a completely different world. He takes a sip of water, but it's not as good as theirs. Strange and strange. Near 1 p.m., Jia Zili, feeling annoyed and restless, drove back to Taohu village. He felt very unlucky. Someone had called the Rural and Agricultural Bureau of Rongxing City to report problems at his pig farm. The staff came for an unexpected inspection, and he was completely unprepared. Several pigs at the farm showed signs of illness and were caught in the act. Because he was the only pig farmer in Bishui town, they had been paying extra attention to him for several days. During this time, he had been busy fixing the issues at the farm.
He was fined several thousand yuan.
Just thinking about it made him feel heartbroken. How many pigs would he need to sell to earn back that money? If he found out who reported him, he would be angry. Jia Zili's eyes flashed with a fierce look. He remembered this debt. Zili, why did you come back to the village today? Jia's father and mother saw their son return and hurried over happily. Why do you look so down? Don't ask, Jia Zili said, getting out of the car and tossing his briefcase onto the sofa. My pig farm was fined several thousand yuan. After saying that, he lay on the sofa, looking very dejected. He had lost a lot of blood, so he needed to rest. He stared blankly at the ceiling, quickly recalling the people he had offended recently.
Could it be
Shen Wenyuan? He had just sold some sick piglets to them, and a few days later, the officials came for an inspection. The report needs to be processed within a few days. The timing just matches up. Why was she fined out of nowhere? My thoughts were interrupted. Jia Zili was annoyed and ruffled his hair. What else could it be? Mom and Dad, how have Shen Wenyuan and his family been lately? His family. Jia's father sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. White smoke slowly rose and dispersed into the air. Shen Wenyuan had surgery a few days ago. He's still in the hospital. He took a puff and exhaled. Wow, why are you asking about them? Jia's father looked at his son curiously. Usually, he only cared about money and didn't ask about other things. It's nothing. Jia Zili avoided his gaze and asked indirectly. Has anything special happened in the village recently? Something special? Jia's father frowned. Shen Wenyuan's youngest daughter selling eggs might count as something special. She sells eggs for 6 yuan each, even more expensive than their family. This news has spread all over Peach Blossom Village these days. When talking about this, Grandma Jia's gossip radar instantly went up, and she looked full of disdain. I think she's just greedy. 6 yuan for one egg. Who hasn't eaten farm eggs? Do they think their eggs are made of gold? However, I heard that these days, Shen Yinfeng has been going to her house before dawn just to buy eggs. Who is Shen Yinfeng? Her eldest son-in-law is a wealthy man from Gangcheng, and she sometimes stays there for a few days. She has probably tasted many good things. The egg she goes to buy so early must be special. Before Grandma Jia could finish speaking, Jia Zili quickly got up from the sofa. He left in a hurry. Jia Zili lives in the village, a little distance from Shen Ruotang's house. It took him over 10 minutes to walk there. The small 2.5-story brick house stands in a peach orchard. A 1-meter-high iron fence surrounds the orchard, where hens and chicks are playing and foraging. Outside the right wall of the house, there is a large mango tree about 5 meters tall. The tree is full of leaves and small flowers. 3 meters away from the mango tree is a cultivated field. The field is green and lively. He can imagine how vibrant it will look after some time. In his memory, Shen Wenyuan's family always lived in a small, dilapidated red-walled house. Like most villagers, they faced the earth and worked hard, living simply. But unlike most villagers, their life was even more difficult and hard. They saved every penny to send their 2 children to school. Shen Ruotang and her brother are among the few college students in Peach Blossom Village. They are both smart and capable, and everyone says that Shen Wenyuan and his wife have finally made it. Until 3 years ago, Shen Wenyuan suddenly had a grandson. Later, his eldest son never returned home, and rumors started spreading in the village. People said that his eldest son had passed away. As a police officer, dying in the line of duty was expected, so he wasn't surprised when he heard about it. Unfortunately, he didn't get any benefits before the person died. As for Shen Wenyuan's youngest daughter, she is very beautiful. But sadly, her family background is quite ordinary. With such good looks, she would likely face difficulties in her career in the future. Since then, he stopped paying attention to Shen Wenyuan's family. Until recently, when Shen Ruotang came back, he started to notice her more. She is indeed very pretty. With her looks, it wouldn't be hard for her to marry a wealthy person and live a good life. But unfortunately, scholars tend to be proud. They look down on people like us who lack education. Over the years, many villagers tried to set her up with marriage proposals, but she refused. It's said that Shen Ruotang was tired of the complicated city life, so she returned to her hometown to farm. Only those who have experienced the harsh realities of society understand that she was actually laid off by her boss. If you can't make it in the big city, you have no choice but to go back home and farm. No matter how much she studies, in the end, she still ends up farming at home. He's doing better than her. I don't read many books, but I have saved a lot of money. Over the years, I earn more than 1,000,000 yuan from my pig farm. Even if I do nothing every day, the interest is enough to support me. Nowadays, having money makes you the boss. Without money, you're just a nobody. That's also why I dared to sell the problematic pigs at high prices to Shen Wenyuan. I was sure they wouldn't dare to oppose me. But I didn't expect that just a few days after selling the piglets, officials from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Bureau came to my door. They even fined me several thousand yuan. They prefer to punish wrongly rather than let things go. Whether Shen Wenyuan and his group reported me or not, I won't let them get away easily. If I suffer, why should my family be happy? Selling an egg for 6 yuan? How dare they complain? They're even more ruthless than me. Thinking back, Jia Zili stepped toward the peach orchard, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. In just 3 years, Shen Wenyuan's family seems to be doing better than I imagined. I want to see what a 6 yuan egg looks like. As he pondered, Jia Zili stood outside the peach orchard. After a moment, he raised his voice and shouted into the yard, "Uncle Shen, are you there?" He called 3 times in a row, but no one answered. Good, they weren't home. He confidently turned to look at the backyard chicken coop, where he could now see the domestic chickens more clearly. The local chickens are fluffy and round, like balls of soft fur, as they walk under the trees searching for food. They look like rolling balls of fur. Behind them, a line of small, fluffy chicks follow. Jia Zili frowned slightly. These local chickens are just round, no different from the ones raised at home. Could it be that the eggs from fat chickens taste better? With this thought, Jia Zili instinctively lifts his foot to step closer. Suddenly, he stops. He sticks out his neck, looks around carefully, and makes sure no one is nearby before stepping into the chicken coop. Since people are willing to pay 6 yuan for each egg, it shows these eggs are really good. Such a good business. How could he not have a share? The chickens in front of him seem to turn into egg-laying hens in his eyes. His movements become faster. As soon as he steps in, he eagerly reaches out to grab a hen. Cluck, 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 cluck. Suddenly, the chickens scatter in all directions. Dust rises into the air. Round, fluffy balls of fur move quickly under the trees. They are agile and quick. Hey! Jia Zili, missing his target, angrily spits and rubs his hands, his eyes burning with determination. I don't believe I can't catch one. He quickly scans the area and spots a lone hen nearby. Without hesitation, he regains his composure, tiptoes quietly toward the hen. Seeing that the hen didn't move, he smirked with pride, but his actions became even more careful and cautious. Suddenly, the hen turned its head and looked at him. Jia Zili was stunned, as if his body had been hit by a pause button. He stood completely still in place. He held his breath tightly, afraid to startle the hen. A drop of sweat quietly slid down his forehead. When the enemy doesn't move, I don't move. One person, one hen, they stared at each other silently, until his hands, hanging in midair, stiffened and could no longer hold on. The hen moved. It rolled its eyes at him and turned its head away proudly, leaving him with its backside. Hey, was he really being looked down on by a hen? If he didn't show it a little color, it really thought it was Hello Kitty or something. At this moment, his competitive spirit reached its peak. Jia Zili moved again, but this time much more carefully than before, getting closer and closer. 2 meters.
1 meter.
The hen still didn't move. He confirmed with his eyes. This was a stupid hen. He felt very proud inside. Once he caught this silly hen, he would let the rooster at home serve it every day, and it would lay eggs for him daily. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Jia Zili squinted one eye, raised his thumb, and aimed at the hen. Precise position. 3, 2, 1. Now is the time. Jia Zili spread his arms and tiptoed, rushing fiercely toward the hen. Just as he was about to catch the hen, it moved slightly. It turned its head and gave him a look. Before he could react, the hen flapped its wings and flew up, stepping on his arm. It then calmly jumped onto his head. Poof! Suddenly, a warm sensation came from above. Realizing what was happening, Jia Zili's face changed instantly, and he reached up to grab his hair. The next second, his hand grabbed a soft, squishy thing. He couldn't believe it. Someone had dared to do something so disrespectful on his head. Jia Zili's face turned bright red, and his anger surged from his feet straight to his head. I'm going to punish you severely. Jia Zili suddenly went crazy, chasing the hen wildly in the peach orchard. For a moment, people were running and chickens flying everywhere. Great. Grandpa is finally okay. Suddenly, a sweet, childish voice sounded, and Jia Zili froze instantly. Oh no! Shin Xiaobao held Shin Wenyuan's hand in one hand and Su Peilon's in the other. He was hopping and skipping happily. His tone was full of obvious excitement and joy. Grandpa, Gugu and I finished planting all the vegetables. They had just finished planting the vegetables that morning. In the past few days, besides going to the hospital to deliver food, Shin Ruotang and Shin Xiaobao had been staying in the fields, working hard and planting diligently. When Shin Xiaobao spoke, Shin Wenyuan and his wife looked down, then saw him lift his small head high. His eyes sparkled brightly, as if asking for praise. They both immediately started to laugh. Our little Bao is so great. Yes, the little kid was very happy. He jumped even more happily. Seeing Shin Xiaobao's bright smile, Shin Ruotang looked at him with a gentle smile.
He really is a child.
Suddenly, her face darkened, and her gaze swept toward the peach orchard. Someone was stealing chickens. Shen Ruoteng quickly walked to the peach orchard. Inside the chicken coop, there was nothing but chickens. Her eyes slowly moved downward, and she saw messy footprints on the ground. Clearly, a big fight had happened here earlier. Looking more closely at the footprints, they were all the same size 41. It was obvious it was a man. Shen Ruoteng's eyes darkened slightly. Someone was already after her chickens so quickly? In the countryside, almost every family raises poultry, and most people wouldn't steal chickens. Shouting, "What's wrong?" Su Peilon and her husband looked at her with confusion, following her gaze. Their eyes focused on a group of plump hens, calmly pecking at the ground. Someone stole chickens. Shen Ruoteng spoke calmly, not hiding the fact that her chickens had been stolen. She was careless. It seems she needs to buy a dog and set up surveillance. In modern society, everything must be backed by evidence. This chicken thief might come for a first time and maybe even a second. But next time, he won't be so lucky. This also reminds her that all the farmland at home must be monitored, and each camera should supervise the others so that any damage is recorded. The eggs were sold only a few days ago, and now someone is eyeing them. When the new grains and vegetables are available, won't there be more jealousy and madness? A few days ago, she saw a video of a girl planting blue roses on a hill at home. Unfortunately, she was envied, and someone set the whole thing on fire. It was a big loss. Knowing where her experimental field is, the culprit also knew exactly where the cameras were and damaged them. It's clear that someone she knows did this. Some people are just afraid you'll do better than them. Su Peilon looked angry.
Who are these people?
They don't even spare the chickens. The chickens are plenty. While they were talking, Shen Wenyuan had already counted all the chickens in the coop. Su Peilon relaxed a little. That's good, not missing. She didn't expect that just a few days after they left, the chickens at home would be targeted by thieves. Thinking of something, Su Peilon said, "We still need to buy a dog to guard the house. Even if the dog can't stop the thief, it can scare them half to death." Because the mother hens were targeted by thieves, Su Peilon was nervous all day. She simply sat on a stool outside the peach grove, scrolling through her phone. Shen Ruoteng felt quite helpless about this. Meanwhile, over here, Jia Zili was frantically running away, afraid that Shen Ruoteng's family would catch him. He didn't pay attention to the road ahead. Suddenly, he stepped on a stone and fell to the ground, rolling and crawling. When he regained his senses, he was almost scared to death. This was the place that everyone in Peach Blossom Village feared most, the graveyard. For a moment, all kinds of rumors about the place flooded his mind. Looking at the grave shaped like the Greek letter omega, he swallowed hard, trying his best not to panic. "Uncles, grandpas, grandmas, I didn't mean to disturb you." Jia Zili knelt down in fear at the graveyard, tears in his eyes. "You're kind-hearted, I'll leave right away." After saying that, he quickly got up and ran back home. After lunch, Shen Ruoteng rode her electric bike to the town to buy surveillance cameras and dog supplies. After getting her surgery expenses reimbursed, she had over 30,000 yuan. She thought the money was enough, but when the staff did the calculations, it was more complicated. Installing cameras on all 17 acres of land would cost several thousand yuan at the cheapest. After thinking for a moment, she decided to first install cameras in the peach grove. She would also set up a protective formation, using both methods. The peach grove was only half an acre, and the surveillance cameras cost just over 1,000 yuan. After buying the surveillance camera and providing the shopkeeper with the address, Shen Ruoteng went straight to the farmer's market by bike. At the market, there were all kinds of dogs. After walking around, Shen Ruoteng decided to buy a small local dog. Not only could it watch the house and guard the yard, but it could also play with Shen Xiaobao.
Perfect.
"Boss, how much is this little local dog?" Shen Ruoteng stopped in front of a dog stall and looked steadily at the puppy in the cage. She smiled gently. The puppy's nose was pink, its white fur fluffy and soft, and its big, watery eyes looked innocent and naive. Its caramel-colored ears drooped softly on each side of its head, looking adorable, soft and cute. It reminded her of the little ball at home. The boss held up 4 fingers. "For 1,000. Shen Ruoteng slightly frowned. She hadn't been in Blue Star for long and didn't know much about the price of local dogs. Was this expensive or cheap? Seeing her silent, the boss spoke again. If you really want it, 3,000 is fine. 3,000? Shin Ruotang raised an eyebrow at the boss, seeming to think she could still negotiate the price. With that look, she instantly confused the boss. This girl is so beautiful, the boss exclaimed, slapping his thigh. 2880. If you want it, take it. Send me a message too. Without waiting for her to speak, he reached into the cage and grabbed a small puppy. He held the puppy with both hands and handed it to her. Woof! The little puppy squinted its eyes and lifted its small head, excitedly wagging its tiny paws at itself. It seemed to be saying, "Choose me, choose me." The shop owner smiled and said, "Look at this little puppy waving at you. It must want to go home with you. All right, I'll take it." Shin Ruotang smiled as she took the puppy, quickly took out her phone, and scanned the QR code to pay. The puppy, woof, it seemed to know it was bought, and it said goodbye to its friends in the cage. So adorable. Shin Ruotang reached out to pet the puppy's soft fur, which was fluffy and as soft as cotton. It felt very nice. Wow, the puppy is so cute. Shin Xiaobao saw the puppy and immediately ran over on his short legs, dashing happily. He picked up the puppy and held it in his arms. Feeling the love from his little owner, the puppy responded enthusiastically. Its little tail wagged nonstop. Shouting, "This dog." Su Peilon looked at Shin Ruotang with a complicated expression. Is it a bit too small? Could this tiny puppy, with its big nose, be considered a guard dog? Would that be like hiring a child laborer? Su Peilon looked up and down at the puppy, estimating that it probably wasn't even considered a child laborer. It is a bit small. Shin Xiaobao played happily with the puppy, and Shin Ruotang, not minding, smiled and said, "Love needs to be nurtured from a young age." Xiaobao really likes it. Seeing the smile on Shin Xiaobao's face, Su Peilon also started to smile. Their little Bao has never been so happy and cheerful before. Auntie, what's the puppy's name?" Shin Xiaobao held the puppy, his tone full of excitement, and his eyes shining brightly. When he looked into his dark, shiny eyes, Shin Ruotang was momentarily stunned. Then she squatted down to face Shin Xiaobao and asked, "The puppy is your friend. Would you like to help name the puppy, Xiaobao?" Shin Xiaobao's eyes spun around, and his gaze fell on the fluffy fur of the puppy. "Let's call it Cotton Candy." Shin Ruotang was momentarily surprised, then smiled and said, "Okay, let's call it Cotton Candy. Honestly, that name fits quite well." Cotton Candy lifted its little head and barked, "Woof! Hello, Cotton Candy. My name is Xiaobao. From now on, this will be your home. Woof!" Cotton Candy excitedly waved its little paw, and the person and dog happily rolled on the living room floor. They laughed happily. Shin's father and mother saw the two playing happily and couldn't help but smile along. Because of Cotton Candy's arrival, the Shin family was filled with joy and laughter. That night, Shin Xiaobao hugged Cotton Candy to sleep, a gentle smile on his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jia Zili might have done something wrong or felt guilty, because he had a high fever that wouldn't go away. The next day at 5 o'clock, Tang Chong and the others arrived on time at the Shin family home, and they learned that each person could buy one more egg. They were instantly very happy. Seeing how everyone was smiling so happily, Shin Ruotang shook her head helplessly. "Follow my rhythm, together now." Just as she was about to go back inside, Su Peilon and the other person had already woken up without her noticing. They were staring intently at the video on the tablet, moving hurriedly to do exercise routines. Because Shun's father had just finished surgery, he could only stand and do the exercises, his hands busy moving up and down. Strangely, his surgical wound was healing very quickly, already mostly recovered. This strange situation made him afraid to tell his family. He was worried they might get worried. During this time, he had been very nervous, afraid that something bad might be attached to him. Later, he realized that maybe it was because the environment at home was good and he was in a good mood, so his wound healed faster. After this realization, he ate happily and his wound healed even better. This also confirmed his thoughts, Shin Ruotang. The two of them were very busy but didn't seem to know what they were busy with. Since the elderly couple was in such good spirits, Shen Ruotang found it interesting and simply moved a chair from inside to sit nearby. She watched them happily and took out her phone to record a video openly. How could such energetic elders only be enjoyed by herself? Sharing happiness with others is better than enjoying alone. After posting on Moments, Shen Ruotang logged out of the green chat bubble and turned off her phone. She placed the phone on a chair and stood up, walking over to the two busy people. "Mom and Dad, let me teach you a set of fitness exercises." After breakfast, Su Peilon was in charge of feeding the chickens, while Shen Ruotang fed the pigs. After feeding the piglets, she watered the vegetables in the field. Now, the young shoots in the field had grown a bit taller. The goose vines were also fuller than yesterday, almost reaching the top of the trellis. On the tomato trellis in the corner, green vines were dotted with a few red cherry tomatoes. "Are they ripe?" Shen Ruotang quickly stepped forward, gently pinched a cherry tomato with her thumb and forefinger, and with a snap, a red cherry tomato fell into her palm. She rinsed it with water, then put it in her mouth. Biting into it, juice burst out, and the sweet, fresh tomato flavor exploded in her mouth. The flesh was sweet and crisp, with a pure, rich tomato aroma lingering on her taste buds. It was delicious. This cherry tomato was free of any impurities, pure and sweet, very tasty. It was perfect as a fruit for the family. After eating one, Shen Ruotang went straight inside to get a bowl. She checked the tomato trellis thoroughly and finally picked 15 cherry tomatoes. "Annie, this red fruit is so tasty." Shen Xiaobao's eyes sparkled as he ate, juice running down his mouth. Cotton Candy was anxiously pacing around. Sweetie, be good. Auntie said you're too small to eat right now." Shen Xiaobao softly comforted his little friend. My little darling, these cherry tomatoes are so delicious." Su Peilon was very surprised. "But why does this cherry tomato taste different from before?" The previous cherry tomatoes had a sour taste and were a bit watery. The tomato aroma wasn't very strong. But this cherry tomato is full of juice and tastes very sweet and fragrant. After eating one, a strong tomato scent lingers in the mouth. She wanted to eat a second one but couldn't stop herself. She simply couldn't stop. "It's definitely better than before." Shen Wenyuan looked at the cherry tomato in his hand thoughtfully, with a look of doubt in his eyes. After saying this, the couple silently looked at their daughter with eager curiosity. Seeing their curious looks, Shen Ruotang straightened her back a little. She started to talk seriously, making up a story. "I read in an ancient book that there are ways to improve how crops are grown. Any crops grown with these methods taste really good." Su Peilon blurted out, "That's not just good, it's like a big leap forward." Thinking of something, she looked excitedly at Shen Ruotang, shouting, "The vegetables in our field are also." Shen Ruotang smiled and nodded. Yes, they were also grown using the same methods. Not only that, I also made some changes to the rice fields at home. Before the two of them could finish being surprised, Shen Ruotang spoke again. "The paperwork for the farmland has been completed. Next, I plan to plant watermelons." "Hurry up, old Shen." Su Peilon excitedly patted Shen's father on the shoulder and urged him. "Quickly ask Boss Su to bring the farming machine over so we can plow all 10 acres in the next 2 days." With her daughter's planting skills, how could the watermelons taste bad? In previous summers, good watermelons could sell for 5 or 6 yuan per jean. Based on the flavor of their family's cherry tomatoes, the watermelons should sell for at least 7 yuan per jean. A watermelon weighing 10 jean at 7 yuan per jean could sell for 70 yuan. Oh my goodness, this isn't just a watermelon. It's pure gold. Su Peilon got more and more excited the more she thought about it, almost eager to grab a hoe and rush to the field right now. Shen's father is very action-oriented, so he immediately called an old acquaintance, old Su, to rent a farming machine. Half an hour later, Shen Wenyuan and the others started working in the fields, fully focused on plowing the land. Over the next 2 days, Shen Ruotang's family was very busy. Besides plowing, Shen Ruotang also found Lin Fonghai to rent the remaining 20 acres of land in the village. They planned to grow strawberries, soybeans, and various seasonal vegetables. They will plant strawberries and soybeans on 5 acres each and divide the remaining land evenly. Because they were in a hurry to start farming, Shen Ruoteng, with Lin Fonghai's permission, plowed all 20 acres of land in advance. One tractor worked loudly in the field every day, and after 2 days of hard work, the land was finally prepared. Mom, Dad, I plan to ask the villagers to help with planting. With 30 acres to plant, the 3 of them couldn't finish it in just a few days no matter how fast they worked. At this time, the villagers had already finished planting rice seedlings, and it was a quiet farming period. It was a good time to ask for help with planting. From another perspective, if they asked villagers to help plant, they would also need to ask them to harvest later. This approach benefits everyone and causes no harm. It also prevents anyone from having bad intentions. Shen Wenyuan and the others knew that with such a large area, just the 3 of them couldn't finish planting alone. Of course, they would ask for help, but the key question was, whom should they ask? How should they pay? Shen Ruoteng had already thought about this. Mom, Dad, let's ask the honest and hardworking villagers, about 30 people. They won't be fed, but they'll get 200 yuan a day as wages. Villagers have been farming for many years, and they work skillfully. One person can plant about 1 acre of rice in a day. At worst, it would take 2 days. Planting 30 acres in 2 days would cost about 12,000 yuan. With the family's savings, she currently had 40,000 yuan available. Her father personally handed her the money last night. Okay, I trust you. Shen's parents fully supported their daughter's decision and immediately informed the village chief about it. Lin Fonghai was very pleased and quickly called a village meeting. The usually quiet Peach Blossom village became lively because of this gathering. As you all know, the village chief began, Shen Wenyuan's youngest daughter, Shen Ruoteng, has returned home to rent farmland and start planting crops. Now, they plan to hire 30 villagers to help with the work, paying 200 yuan a day. Before he could finish, the villagers started talking all at once. Village chief, did you hear that right? Is it really 200 yuan a day? Could Shen's daughter be tricking us and not paying in the end? We're not well educated, but don't think you can fool us. Everyone in the village knew about Shen Wenyuan's situation. How could he possibly have spare money to hire workers? Not long ago, he had just undergone surgery, which reportedly cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even if his daughter sold eggs for 6 yuan each, there was no way she could have earned that much money so quickly. In town, temporary workers only earn about 10 yuan an hour. And now they were offering 200 yuan a day. How could such a good deal be real? It must be some kind of trick to take advantage of them. What a cunning plan. Because of the rumors about Shen Ruoteng selling expensive eggs, many villagers already felt uneasy about her. Selling 1 egg for 6 yuan. Wasn't it just being greedy? In their eyes, it was even worse than a dishonest merchant. Village chief, you shouldn't be tricking us with Shen Ruoteng and the others. Her actions will surely bring her bad luck someday. Li Meng, shut up, Lin Fonghai glared at him fiercely. If you can't speak properly, just stay silent. No one thinks you're mute. Li Meng, who is 40 years old, is lazy and likes to eat. He is not well liked in the village. Hearing the village chief scold him publicly, he felt angry and retorted, "Why should I shut up? If she dares to do it, I dare to say it." Li Meng confidently stepped forward in front of everyone. She sells an egg for 6 yuan. Isn't that just a dishonest merchant? Uncles, aunts, think about it. Would someone spend 200 yuan to hire us to farm if she was a scammer? Anyway, I don't believe it. Lin Fonghai was surprised that Li Meng thought so poorly of Shen Ruoteng. He froze in place for a moment. If he hadn't tasted Shen Ruoteng's eggs before, he might have doubted her too. But now, everything was different. He had not only eaten her eggs but also bought some. In fact, the morning after he received the eggs, his wife cooked a pot of egg porridge. The taste was so fresh that they almost bit their tongues. The egg porridge had no fishy smell, only a rich egg aroma. It was much tastier than ordinary farm eggs. He dared to say, if someone sold these eggs for 10 yuan each, many would buy them. Because Shen Ruoteng is kind-hearted, she sells eggs for only 6 yuan each. Since eating eggs from Shen Ruoteng's farm, her grandson refuses to eat eggs from their own home. He insists on only eating eggs from Shen Ruotang's farm. There was no choice, so he had to be brave and go to Shen Ruotang's house to buy eggs. Of course, this was just an excuse to visit Shen Ruotang to buy eggs. In fact, all three of them loved her eggs very much. Seeing Lin Fonghai lower his eyes and stay silent, Li Meng thought he had been caught. He snorted coldly, like a proud rooster turning away. No way he would let them trick him into working for free. Well, seeing Li Meng leave and the village chief stay silent, the villagers looked uncertain. They remembered Shen Ruotang as a kind and honest person since she was young, so they should trust her. But the fact that she sold eggs for 6 yuan each made them feel a bit uncomfortable. They believed that if one person left, others would follow. First one, then another, and then more. Li Meng is right. My water kettle is boiled. I need to go back and turn it off. My clothes haven't dried yet, and it's about to rain, so I should leave first. My grandson is coming home from school. I need to pick him up. And so on. Gradually, the number of people decreased from over 100 to just over 60. The remaining villagers were honest and simple-minded. As long as there was work and money, they were fine. Shen Ruotang, a college student, wouldn't be so cruel as to deceive these honest villagers. Moreover, their family lives in the village. If they are really not paid on time, they will go directly to ask for their money. They farm a lot of land, so they wouldn't just abandon their crops for such a small amount of wages. Even if they could only earn a few dozen or 100 yuan a day, they would be happy to work. They definitely wouldn't refuse to pay at all. Shen Wenyuan and his wife are not that kind of people. Village chief, please say something, urged an impatient villager. Village chief, can you give us a clear answer? Asked another. Lin Fonghai suddenly came back to his senses, looked around at everyone, and spoke calmly. It's better if they leave. There are only 30 spots anyway. Don't worry, Xiaodong told me 200 yuan a day, meals not included. Work done on the same day will be paid on the same day, no delays. But only if the work is completed properly and efficiently within 2 days. Shen Ruotang's family didn't say this. Lin Fonghai added it himself. He wanted to prevent some villagers from deliberately slowing down the work just to get more money. Shen Ruotang's family kindly hired villagers to work, but they can't let them feel disappointed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was surprised. Really? Work done on the same day will be paid the same day, so we don't have to worry about not getting paid. If they refuse to pay, we won't go the next day, losing only 1 day of work. If I give on the first day but not on the second, it adds up to about 100 yuan a day. We won't lose out. Earning 100 yuan a day is better than temporary workers in the town, right? Some temporary workers in the town earn less than 10 yuan an hour. With this in mind, the crowd quickly became excited. Village chief, I have a lot of strength. Pick me. I'm good at farming. I'm definitely the right choice. Come on. Everyone here has decades of experience. Hey, don't push. You stepped on my foot. Village chief, pick me. I'll make sure you won't regret it. Everyone was talking loudly, pushing and shoving, stepping on each other. They all focused their attention on their fellow villagers. Each one is skilled at farming. After half an hour, Lin Fonghai carefully selected 30 people from the group. They were honest and hardworking villagers, and also the ones most struggling to get by. This was also a special instruction from Shen Ruotang. When they found out they were chosen, the older men burst into tears on the spot. Seeing this, everyone felt a bit sad. All right, stop crying. It's okay if you weren't chosen this time. Xiao Tang said that when the fruits and vegetables are ready, they will still need people to harvest. The villagers who weren't selected looked downcast, but when they heard the village chief's words, their eyes lit up again. Next time, they believed they would be chosen. While Lin Fonghai was busy organizing the recruitment, Shen Ruotang set her sights on the back mountain again. Girl, you can't become full by eating 1 bite. We need to take our time, Su Peilon patiently advised her. The land hasn't even been cultivated yet, and she's already thinking about the back mountain. People have limited energy. Shen Ruotang pursed her lips. Isn't it a waste not to plant fruit trees on such a big mountain in their family? But her mother is right too. You can't become full with just 1 bite, so she'll take 2 or 3 bites. Once the vegetables and fruits are ripe and sold, she will immediately buy saplings and plant them on the mountain. Mom and Dad, I only have this plan for now. After the vegetables are sold, I will buy the fruit saplings and plant them, so nothing is delayed. Seeing the seriousness in her daughter's eyes, the couple silently closed their mouths. All right then, whatever the daughter says is what goes. She's grown up with her own ideas and has broader knowledge than them. Listening to her is always the right choice. Seeing that Shen's parents had no objections, Shen Ruotang felt very happy. She quickly ran into her room and started writing her next plan in her notebook. Old Shen, I've brought the villagers over. Just as Shen Ruotang was deeply focused on writing, Lin Fonghai's loud voice reached her ears. Hey, that's efficient. Leaving her pen behind, Shen Ruotang walked down to the first floor living room briskly. Lin Fonghai and others were already chatting there. Old Shen, how is your recovery going? Old Shen, your place really has a great location. The wind is so strong. Not just strong, the wind isn't hot at all. It feels so comfortable. This breeze is really cool. Wow, everyone was crowded in the living room, not caring about how tight it was. They all looked at her as she came down. Their eyes sparkled like hungry wolves spotting a delicious chicken leg. Shen Ruotang paused for a moment, then straightforwardly said, I believe all of you uncles and elders have heard from the village chief. Daily wages are 200 yuan. Starting today, planting counts as half a day. After finishing work and harvesting without problems, wages will be paid directly. Hearing her words, the villagers all smiled happily, almost grinning from ear to ear. We trust you. Lin Fonghai's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, you didn't say it like that. After taking some calming pills, everyone didn't stay idle. They hurriedly headed home. They carried hoes and ran to Shen Ruotang's land. By the time they arrived, Shen Ruotang was already sitting under the shade of a tree. The 30 acres of land were connected in one piece. Because of its remote location, no villagers rented it. After receiving the seeds, everyone went to work in the fields. 10 acres of watermelon, 5 acres of strawberries and soybeans each, and 1 acre each of tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, spinach, and bok choy. There are 2 acres each of water spinach and amaranth, and a 1/4 acre each of chili peppers, chives, cilantro, and green onions. Some villagers hesitated for a few seconds when they saw seeds like tomatoes in their hands. Shouting, you need to start seedlings with seeds like tomatoes and eggplants before planting them directly. Just planting them straight away won't work. Indeed, Shen Ruotang is only good at studying. Farming still depends on them to oversee. Shen Ruotang smiled and said, you can plant directly. I trust you. Recently, she felt her personal space was loosening. Tonight, once the time passes, her cultivation level will break through to the qi refining stage. At that point, she can directly promote herself on the spot. She is confident that her fruits and vegetables will grow better than her. Shen Ruotang nodded firmly and gave a reassuring look to a few villagers. I'm very good at farming. A villager walking overheard her and suddenly staggered, falling into a ditch. He landed face down. Did he hear something shocking? Since childhood, Shen Ruotang has been best at eating. Didn't you see that half of her planted crops are watermelons and strawberries? Once, when she finished eating her own tomatoes, she came over to nibble on his cucumbers. When Shen Wenyuan and his wife found out, they were so scared they immediately divided a piece of land to plant cucumbers. They even doubled the compensation for the cucumbers, but he kept the money. After all, Shen Ruotang only ate 1 cucumber. At that time, she was only 5 years old, very cute and snow-white. Her family all loved her very much. He was worried that little Tang might eat too much, so he quickly picked her up and went to find Mr. and Mrs. Shen Wenyuan. Gathering his thoughts, Wang Fugue moved his hands and feet quickly, crawling out of the ditch. He looked up and just happened to meet Shen Ruotang's gaze. After seeing the person who had fallen clearly, Shen Ruotang's mind suddenly flashed with a scene. She was holding a cucumber and nibbling on it. Wang Fugue was holding her, and they were running to find her parents. Her vision darkened, and she thought about how her proud 7th-grade alchemist was caught stealing and felt like she might end up with a record in the system. Shen Ruotang pretended to stay calm and looked away, saying, "Trust me, I'm right." Then she turned and walked away. This A few old villagers hesitated immediately. If the tomatoes weren't planted and grown, they wouldn't survive easily. Wang Fuguei came over and said, "Uncles and aunts, just listen to little Tang. She wouldn't joke about food. She loved tomatoes so much. How could she allow the tomatoes not to grow?
But
How could she ensure the tomatoes survive?" Wang Fuguei was closer to Shen Wenyuan's family in the village. Hearing his words, everyone hesitated no longer. The employer said to plant directly so they wouldn't go against it. If the plants don't survive, don't blame them. It must be said, these villagers are truly skilled farmers. By around 6 in the evening, Shen Ruotang finished checking the planting situation and nodded with satisfaction. In just 4 hours, a quarter of the work was done. Shen Ruotang said, "Everyone, please don't rush. Line up and come one by one." The village uncles and elders didn't use mobile payments. While they were farming, she rode her bike to the rural credit cooperative to withdraw cash. She took out 30 new 100 yuan bills, specially asked the teller for fresh ones. "Oh, these bills are still new. They smell so fresh, huh? Today I earned money. Tomorrow I'll buy fish for my grandson." Luckily, we didn't listen to Li Mang's words. We almost missed this good job. The villagers who received the money all smiled widely, their eyes almost closed from happiness. "Li Mang." Shen Ruotang paused, not remembering who this person was. What did he say? The villagers, excited, quickly recounted what Li Mang had said earlier. "He's just jealous of others' success." Exactly. He can't even farm his own land properly, yet he wants to apply for this job. No idea where he gets his confidence. Hearing Li Mang insulting their daughter, Shen Wenyuan, and his wife's faces darkened immediately. He had eaten their eggs, and now he was insulting their daughter? Serves him right if he can't find a wife. If he dares to curse their daughter, they would curse him to be single forever. Shen Xiaobao angrily clenched his fists, looking fierce. Big Mine. Thunder strikes the big villain. After watching too much TV, Shen Xiaobao immediately understood what thunder strikes meant. In his heart, he also directly regarded Li Mang as an enemy. Seeing his angry look, Shen Ruotan couldn't help but poke his cheek with her finger. The touch was bouncy and felt very nice. After sending away the villagers, Shen Ruotang's eyes darkened slightly. It seems that in the future, she must focus on guarding against Li Mang. As night deepened and everything was silent, Shen Ruotang sat cross-legged on the bed, suddenly opening her closed eyes. She got up quickly and rushed into the bathroom. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she disliked her muddy face and turned on the shower. Her body was too dirty. After breaking through the qi refining stage, she had expelled all the impurities. After washing up, she felt refreshed and clear-headed. In the next moment, the person who just came out of the bath disappeared instantly. Shen Ruotang stepped into her portable space, where a dense, almost unbreakable aura of heaven and earth surrounded her like ocean waves. Her pores crazily absorbed the spiritual energy. It nourished her limbs and bones. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she quickly sat cross-legged on the spot. Her cultivation level jumped from the first layer of the qi refining stage to the 6th layer in a flash. She stopped at the peak of the 6th layer. "I really am a genius in cultivation. Hee. Shen Ruotang smiled proudly, then slowly stood up to survey the space. Behind her, cheerful singing echoed through the space. "The king asked me to patrol the mountains, and this portable space is something she created in a secret realm, accidentally dropped into her arms while watching a fight among powerful figures. In the world of cultivation, her portable space has become a small self-contained world. Unexpectedly, when she traveled back to the modern world, her space remained unchanged. Looking into the distance, all she saw was endless forests and rolling mountains. Beneath these mountains, several high-quality spiritual veins grow, nourishing the land. The entire space is filled with dense spiritual energy, mostly coming from the spiritual veins deep within the mountains. Another source is the spiritual lake at the foot of the mountains. A faint mist rises from the lake, lingering without dispersing, looking like a fairyland from afar. From the lake outward, there are endless, lively fields of medicinal herbs. She has divided these fields into dozens of sections, planting various spiritual herbs from the cultivation world. Next to the herbal fields, a dozen tall spiritual fruit trees grow freely, bearing colorful spiritual fruits. The air is filled with a strong aroma of medicinal herbs and the sweet scent of spiritual fruits. Walking inside the space, Shen Ruotang feels like she's back in the cultivation world. Now that her portable space is open, these things are too extraordinary for people on Blue Star to have. She can't easily take them out, but she can secretly put the spiritual spring water into her daily drinking water. As for the pills, her alchemy furnace is still in the cultivation world. Burning sky furnace, Shen Ruotang whispered softly. In the blink of an eye, a familiar figure appeared before her. Burning sky furnace, Shen Ruotang looked surprised and eagerly held the furnace in her hands. She didn't expect that after traveling back to modern times, the burning sky furnace would come with her. Once she reached the foundation establishment stage, she would start refining pills immediately. Calming her mood, Shen Ruotang stood by the spiritual herb field. She looked at the wooden house beside the herbs, which was used to store rare treasures and books. Thinking about the deduction technique, Shen Ruotang quickly walked to the thatched cottage. As soon as she learned the deduction technique, she could find her older brother's location. She was eager to find him. Shen Ruotang pushed open the door and headed straight to the room inside the cottage. She opened her palm. Deduction technique book. As soon as she spoke, more than 10 books flew off the shelf with a whooshing sound. They stacked up one after another in her hands. The top book was titled Introduction to Deduction Technique. It seemed there were quite a few books like this. Oh well. If she wanted to find her brother, she had to start learning from the beginning. Someone was immersed in a sea of learning, rapidly absorbing unfamiliar knowledge. Snap! Shen Ruotang confidently closed the last book, flashes of what she had just read crossing her mind. She set the books aside and opened her palm again. Give me a small twig. The next moment, a small 5-centimeter branch appeared in her palm. She sat cross-legged on the ground outside the wooden house. Holding the branch, she used her spiritual energy and threw it into the air, softly speaking a few words. Where's my older brother? The branch spun in the air a few times and then gently touched the ground. Seeing the branch riding on the ground, a slight smile appeared on Shen Ruotang's face. She was indeed very talented. In such a short time, she had learned this divination technique. Although her practice was brief, the results were quite. Her gaze fell on the 2 large characters on the ground, and her smile instantly disappeared. Blue Star. What a Blue Star. Her older brother is from Blue Star. If not on Blue Star, then perhaps in the cultivation world? Thinking this through, she realized she was quite talented after all. At least now she was sure her brother was still alive. Not willing to give up, Shen Ruotang used her spiritual energy again and asked, Where's my older brother? Island once more. Where's my older brother? On the island one last time. How is my older brother? Not dead, haha. Her fiery temper was about to make her lash out at the branch. She threw away the branch and stormed out of the space in anger. All tricks of the martial world. This divination technique, maybe it's better not to learn it. The next morning, after sending off Tang Chong and the others as planned, Shen Ruotang poured spiritual spring water around the house, letting it seep into the groundwater. Their family uses a water pump to draw water, so no one would suspect anything. As soon as the spiritual spring water was poured, weeds on the ground grew rapidly. Unable to do anything else, Shen Ruotang went into the yard with a hoe to clear the weeds. After clearing the weeds, she went to the chicken coop and poured some spiritual spring water into the water basin. As soon as she finished pouring, a group of chickens rushed over, lowering their heads to drink eagerly. It was as if they had been thirsty for days and Shen Ruotang had been mistreating them. There's enough water. Don't all rush, she said. But just as she spoke, a few hens tilted their bodies and stepped on the chicks nearby. Seeming to realize the danger, the chicks quickly dodged to the side. How can you, as chicken parents, almost step on your own babies? Seeing the chickens gobbling up the water, Shen Ruotang couldn't help but remind them. However, None of the chickens paid attention to her. Haha, they ignored her warning. After feeding the chickens, Shen Ruotang carried pig feed to the old house to feed the pigs, also pouring some spiritual spring water into their water basin. No surprise, just a second after pouring, the piglets started fighting. To drink water, the 3 piglets pushed each other with their heads, not letting the others drink. They really seemed to have a mind of their own. "Stop fighting, everyone, please stop," Shen Ruotang shouted in front of the pig pen, but someone once again ignored her. "No need to get angry. There's no point in arguing with a pig." She poured some spiritual spring water on the mango tree in front of the house, then went back inside. Behind her, the mango tree's flowers quickly fell off, and small fruits began to grow. The next morning, Shen Ruotang returned after feeding the piglets, and Su Peilon had already prepared breakfast. Plain rice porridge and fried eggs with dried radish. Simple, but nutritious. Su Peilon's eyes brightened. "The eggs I fried today are especially delicious, and even the plain rice porridge tastes extra good." She praised her cooking, carrot. Shen Ruotang smiled gently and raised her thumb to her. As expected of the future Michelin chef. Shen Wenyuan nodded. "Yes, it's definitely better than yesterday." Shen Xiaobao said, "Grandma's fried eggs are super delicious every day." Flatter. "I'm telling the truth. Grandma's cooking is the best in the universe. Just speaking honestly, but Grandma loves to hear it." Haha, little Tuanzi's words instantly made Su Peilon burst into laughter, her smile so wide she couldn't close her mouth. Bishui Town, Tang family. "Dad, this egg porridge is super tasty. Better than before." Tang Ziyue's eyes sparkled, almost burying her face in the bowl. Her voice was a bit muffled. "Much better than before. The previous one was already delicious, but this one is even better. It must be really tasty." Tang Chong scooped a bowl of egg porridge for himself and took a spoonful to taste. The rich aroma of eggs filled his mouth, and eating it made him feel warm all over. It was a very comfortable kind of warmth. His body felt light, as if just massaged, and his feet felt like they were floating. Wow, truly amazing. Tang Chong's eyes widened like 2 copper bells. He Ping and Tang's parents were amused by his exaggerated expression and also served themselves a bowl of porridge. In the next moment, all 3 let out a satisfied sigh. So delicious. This kind of happiness was also felt in other families. In Taohua village, at Shen Yinfeng's house. "Mom, do you think today's egg custard tastes especially good?" Qin Wenju couldn't stop eating. If she didn't know her aunt's character, she'd suspect she put something special in the eggs. Not only was it tasty, but after eating, she felt much more energetic. She was originally sleepy from staying up late on her phone, but now she wasn't tired at all. Truly amazing. Shen Yinfeng was like pounding garlic, her short hair swinging wildly from her forceful movements. "It's definitely much better. Paying only 6 yuan for one is really worth it." She didn't know how her chickens were raised, but their eggs were so delicious. Taking advantage of second uncle's discharge from the hospital, I plan to go and gather some information later. If she can learn how to raise chickens well, she won't have to worry about money for the rest of her life. "Mom, in a few days Xiao Xian and I will go back to Gangcheng. Please buy some things for me to bring back." Thinking about the argument with her husband before going home, Qin Wenju feels a bit upset. She didn't do anything wrong, but her husband suspects she is having an affair with another man. It's really unreasonable. Since she has been home for so many days without hearing from him, it makes her angry just to think about it. But she chose this path herself, so she can't blame anyone else. Her husband is from Gangcheng and has tried all kinds of delicacies, but he probably hasn't tasted these eggs. Once she calms him down, she plans to make a good profit from him. Okay. Thinking about her son-in-law, Shen Yinfeng agrees without hesitation. If she can't buy it, she'll ask second uncle, the heroine's father. In the end, she believes she won't fail to buy it. It's almost noon. The villagers, after receiving the last 100 yuan, all smile happily. They worked for 2 days and earned 400 yuan. It's a huge profit. When other villagers heard that Wang Fugue and his group earned 400 yuan, they felt very regretful. Had we known, we shouldn't have listened to Li Mang. This 400 yuan is basically free money. We lost a lot. Because of this, the other villagers now hold a grudge against Li Mang and avoid him whenever they see him. Li Mang felt regretful and sneered at the villagers' cold words.
Ah,
It's not like I forced you to do this. Did I hold a knife to your neck and make you refuse? The villagers, upon hearing this, stomped their feet in anger. If it weren't for your false words and tricks, would we have left? You're all grown-ups. Do you believe just a few words I say? Brains are a good thing, but unfortunately you all lack them. No wonder you can't get rich. Hey, you have brains and your whole family has brains. Why aren't you getting rich? Li Mang's eyes darkened. He swung his fist forcefully at one of the villagers. Soon, they started fighting each other, and other villagers tried to stop them but accidentally got caught in the chaos. From then on, they became enemies. Shen Ruotang found out about this in the afternoon. It was still Shen Yinfeng who told them. Didn't you just buy eggs this morning? Why are you buying more? Seeing Shen Ruotang's indifferent attitude, Shen Yinfeng forced a shy smile. She chuckled and praised enthusiastically. Second uncle, how do you raise your chickens? These eggs taste amazing. We all love eating them. We finished 3 eggs just this morning. My eldest son-in-law especially loves eggs. In a few days, my eldest daughter will return to Gangcheng. In Gangcheng, they probably can't find such delicious eggs. I was just thinking of buying more eggs before she goes back so she can take some home. As I spoke, I lowered my eyes and sighed. Your eggs are so popular that I can only get 2 or 3 each day. Shen Wenyuan and his wife smiled brightly when they heard her praise their eggs as tasty. If the chickens are hungry, you feed them. If they're thirsty, you give them water. That's all there is to raising chickens. It's strange, but since her daughter returned, the chickens at home seem to have become very clever. They lay eggs exactly at 5 o'clock every day and even know to do their business in the same spot. The little piglets at home are the same, no need for much worry. They are really easy to take care of. Shen Yinfeng's smile froze on her face, and she silently rolled her eyes. If she didn't want to say something, she wouldn't. But she still said, if the chickens are hungry, you feed them. If they're thirsty, you give them water. They raise chickens at home. Doesn't she know that? What she really wants to know is what they usually feed the chickens. There must be some secret she doesn't know. Second aunt, you make it sound like I've never raised chickens before. I also raise chickens at home, but the eggs I get aren't as good as yours. Do you usually feed the chickens something special? Su Peilon was stunned, turned to look at her husband, then at her daughter. She blinked in confusion, not sure what to say. No, I don't think so. These chickens are all fed by her, and she didn't give them anything special. After confirming, she nodded confidently. No, I just raised them the usual way. Shen Yinfeng thought Su Peilon was hesitant and not willing to say more, so she kept asking. Auntie, don't worry. I just want to ask. I won't tell outsiders. Seeing Shen Yinfeng's persistent attitude, Shen Wenyuan and his wife realized she was determined. They thought, she came at the wrong time, we could have come earlier or later. It turned out she was after their chicken raising method. Unfortunately, they didn't have any special techniques, and even if they did, they were their own methods. Why should they tell her? Out of respect for family, Shen Wenyuan and his wife sat quietly on the sofa, pretending to be indifferent. They spoke calmly. There really isn't any special way. They wanted Shen Yinfeng to get bored and leave, giving her face. But she didn't seem to notice their hints, and her repeated persistence made her a little annoyed. Auntie and uncle, you're being too distant. Since we're family, at least share a third of the money from selling eggs in the future. She spoke confidently, almost as if she had the right. This made Shen Ruotang almost laugh out loud. She had never seen such shamelessness. Her younger daughter sold clothes online to make money. When her parents asked her about it, she never acted so awkward or distant. Shen Ruotang looked at her coldly, her tone flat and unfeeling. Since my cousin doesn't believe what my parents say, why not come over these days to watch how we raise chickens? Su Peilon and her husband. That's great. Without much hesitation, Shen Yinfeng blurted out. When she realized what she said, she chuckled softly.
Hee.
I mean, my cousin is really kind. Shen Ruotang. Indeed, Seeing the greed almost spilling from Shen Yinfeng's eyes, Shen Ruotang's eyes flashed with cleverness. To help my cousin learn chicken raising skills seriously, I'll charge you 200 yuan a day for watching. The spiritual spring water is tasteless and colorless. She mixes it into the water to feed the chickens. Even if she had 100 years, she wouldn't be able to tell. Instead of hiding it from her, it's better to let her watch openly and learn. I've given up on that hope. And I can make a little money in the process.
Perfect.
Do I still have to pay tuition? Shen Yinfeng's voice cracked a little. She was surprised that they wanted to charge her just to watch. That's so mean. In her heart, she cursed silently, but she tried hard to keep a smile on her face. We're relatives, talking about money hurts feelings. Besides, I was just coming to watch. Charging 200 yuan a day is too much. You don't have to come. Shen Ruotang blinked innocently. After all, free things aren't appreciated. I'm doing this for your good. Shen Yinfeng. She took a deep breath. As long as she learned the secret of raising chickens, she wouldn't worry about earning back her tuition. Small earnings are better than no earnings. She decided to give it a try. Shen Yinfeng forced a fake smile and said, "My cousin is right about buying eggs. There's so few eggs, I can't help much. You'll have to fight for them yourself." Shen Ruotang shrugged. She wouldn't expect special treatment just because Shen Yinfeng was her older cousin. After all, Shen Yinfeng hadn't treated their family like relatives, right? Her father had been in surgery for many days, and Shen Yinfeng hadn't come to visit.
Not even a phone call.
This showed that Shen Yinfeng didn't see her father as a relative at all. As soon as she said this, Shen Yinfeng's face darkened instantly, and her tone grew a bit more reproachful. It was fine to take her money, but now she wouldn't even let her sell her own eggs. She was at least her elder, wasn't she? Wasn't this just making her uncomfortable? Shen Yinfeng looked displeased, adopting an elder's attitude. It's just a matter of your words. How can you say I can't help? Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir, what do you think? Su Peilon, you're being too bold. My daughter says what she says, Shen Wenyuan. Seeing that they wouldn't listen, Shen Yinfeng's smile completely disappeared from her face. She finally saw the truth clearly. The Shen Wenyuan family didn't see themselves as relatives at all. When she earns money in the future, don't expect her to be kind to them. So, what if she sells an egg for 6 yuan? Her eldest daughter married a wealthy person from Gangcheng, while Shen Ruotang can only stay at home farming and raising chickens. Compared to her, her eldest daughter is clearly better. She also has her own pride. Since they don't want to be close, she doesn't need to lower herself. All right. Shen Yinfeng stood up. I need to go back and take care of my granddaughter, so I'll go now. Since you're here, why not take the chance to observe and learn how to raise chickens? In the evening, after failing again to find someone using her divination technique, Shen Ruotang quickly slipped out of the space. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the fields for a walk. She took a step forward and then landed. The scene changed, and Shen Ruotang appeared in front of 30 acres of farmland. The evening glow of spring was softly spreading across the sky, gentle and warm. Pink clouds flowed across the horizon, covering the entire field. The freshly turned soil was tinged with a soft blush. Beneath the soil, seeds were growing vigorously, waiting for the right time to sprout again. Shen Ruotang looked ahead, holding a few spiritual stones that made a clicking sound. She lifted her foot and stepped down, quickly burying the stones in the farmland. 30 acres was too large for a simple stone arrangement to create an effective spirit-gathering formation. So Shen Ruotang used spiritual stones to set up the formation. As the central spirit stone fell into place, the large breeding array was completed. She found it troublesome to set up the spirit-gathering array and the insect prevention array, so she combined the two into one. She named it the breeding array. Then, she activated her spiritual energy and made gestures in the air. The symbols appeared, and dark clouds gathered. In an instant, gentle rain began to fall on the farmland, watering the land. Now, her cultivation level allowed her to draw symbols in the air, but only for a few minutes. The rain lasted for exactly 5 minutes, and Shen Ruotang was satisfied and left. After she left, the seeds in the field quickly sprouted and peeked out of the soil. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Bu Town at the Tang family home, in the evening, Ping hurried home right after work. The reason was simple. 10 minutes earlier, her grandmother had sent a message in the family group chat. Ziyu's loss of appetite has improved. Her son's loss of appetite had improved? She couldn't believe it. She rushed home immediately after work. Mom and Dad, Ziyu's loss of appetite. As soon as she entered the house, she saw her younger son sitting in the dining room, happily eating various dishes. Before this, except for the eggs from Mr. Shin's chickens, her son could only eat a few bites of other dishes. She never expected that just a few days later, her son's loss of appetite would be gone. Realizing this, Ping's nose suddenly felt sore, and tears started to fall. Her voice trembled slightly. Finally, everything is better. Tang Chong was also very excited. He quickly hugged his wife and comforted her with red eyes. Our son is really better now. Tang's father and mother couldn't stop smiling. They were so surprised to see their grandson eating so much. Worried they might be imagining things, they even went out to buy lots of snacks and fruits. But their grandson accepted everything and ate them all happily. It seemed like he hadn't eaten these foods in years. Before his loss of appetite, he loved these snacks very much. However, he only ate 1 bag of each, and then said they were bad. It's not surprising that he was picky. After tasting the eggs from Mr. Shin's house, how could he possibly eat these junk foods? Feeling happy, Ping asked, but how did Xiaoyi's loss of appetite suddenly get better? When Tang Chong and the others heard this, they were all stunned. They carefully thought back over the past few days. It seems that about 5 days ago, Xiaoyi's appetite clearly improved. 5 days ago, that was. Thinking of the delicious egg porridge they had that morning, the Tang family members exchanged knowing looks. They all saw shock in each other's eyes and then exclaimed, "It's Mr. Shun's eggs." After saying this, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. This is simply. They dared to say no one would believe it. You said that your little Yi's loss of appetite was cured by eating eggs from Mr. Shin's house? Suddenly, a loud shout burst into the room, and heads peeked in from the doorway. Seeing Tang Zi happily eating his meal, everyone almost dropped their jaws in surprise. Everyone in the neighborhood knew about Tang Zi's loss of appetite. Recently, they had often seen smiles on the faces of the Tang family. Later, they heard that Tang Zi had started eating again. They became curious and quietly watched the Tang family. Just now, they saw Ping rushing home in a hurry, thinking something was wrong, and they eavesdropped out of concern for their neighbors. Unexpectedly, they overheard a big secret. Thinking about how Tang Chong had been leaving early in the morning and always returning with a bag, they couldn't help but believe what they saw, even if they were skeptical. As for who Mr. Shin really was, they didn't know. But they were bold and didn't mind asking. Tang Chong and the others were startled by this sudden scene.
You
all are here? Old Tang, you're not being honest. An elderly man of the same age as Tang's father pushed in and asked back without answering. Such a good thing, and you kept it from us neighbors. As soon as he spoke, the other neighbors immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Exactly. We're all neighbors, so we should share good things when we find them. After saying this, all the neighbors looked sharply at Tang Chong and the others, their eyes like hungry wolves ready to pounce. Tang Chong and his friends swallowed hard and quietly took a step back.
Now.
They really couldn't hide it anymore. In Peach Blossom Village, at Shin Ruotang's house. After dinner, the Shin family sat on the sofa in the living room watching Peppa Pig. Shin Xiaobao was holding a cotton candy, and the 2 little ones watched the TV screen with full attention. They were really enjoying it. In stark contrast, Shin Ruotang was staring blankly with her eyes, occasionally yawning. Since learning that Brother Shun was alive, Shin Ruotang felt much more relaxed. Before going to sleep, she would watch TV with her family. Only after her family went to bed did she continue practicing until midnight before sleeping. As the local customs suggest, she also needed to sleep. Anyway, this isn't the cultivation world, so improving her skills wasn't as urgent anymore. If the people from the cultivation world knew, they would probably say with disappointment, "You're a cultivator, and you still need to sleep every day? Not improving your skills? Not refining pills? Just as she was feeling bored and about to doze off, her phone buzzed loudly. She looked at her phone and saw a green chat bubble icon with over 99 unread messages. She rarely plays on her phone, and she hardly ever plays the game Green Bubbles. Since she posted on her social media last time, she hasn't opened Green Bubbles again. Curious, she opened the app and saw a new group pinned at the top. She looked confused. A Buy Groceries group from Mr. Shin? Is this Mr. Shin? Is he talking about her? When did she create this group?
She didn't know about it.
Feeling curious, she clicked in. Wow. She was suddenly made the group admin while messages flashed quickly in the group, each one mentioning her. She quickly glanced through, mostly people wanting to buy her eggs. Shin Ruotang tilted her head and blinked. She hadn't even started selling yet, and so many people already knew about her eggs. She looked at the top of the group chat. There were 19 members. In the next second, the number kept rising, 20, 21, 22, and kept increasing. Finally, it stabilized at 30. There were only so many eggs. 1 egg per person? Not enough to even fill her teeth. Just as she was about to reply, Tang Chong's voice call came through. As soon as she answered, an anxious voice broke into her ear. Sorry, Mr. Shin. After the neighbors found out that my little son ate your eggs and was cured of his loss of appetite, they all want to buy eggs from you. I couldn't do anything, so I recommended your Green Bubbles to them. They tried to add you, but it didn't work, and they kept asking me to create a group and add you all in. I was thinking since I'm buying eggs from you, I might as well transfer the group owner rights to you. Shin Ruotang blinked blankly, then spoke after a moment. Good job. Since that's the case, I'll sell the eggs after I register my online shop. They only sell about 30 eggs a day. If more people come to buy, they might even break her doorstep. Just thinking about a crowd waiting at the door every morning made Shin Ruotang's ears buzz. As her cultivation improved, her senses became sharper. Protecting her ears starts with herself. As for Tang Chong's younger son recovering from his loss of appetite, she wasn't surprised. Spiritual spring water has healing properties, and eggs laid by chickens fed with it are also special. After hanging up, Shin Ruotang noticed her contact list on Green Bubble had grown again. She didn't accept friend requests, but simply viewed and exited. Her contacts were clean now. Her gaze swept over the Discover circle, and she hesitated before clicking in. Most of her Green Bubble contacts were old classmates, with a few good former colleagues. Recently posted moments had a total of 5 likes and 2 comments. My. Wow, uncle and auntie are still so young and energetic, carrot. My. When did you return to your hometown? Seeing the name My, a sweet and cheerful face appeared vividly in her mind. She has big, shiny eyes and 2 dimples when she smiles. She is so sweet it's almost too much. Xiao Mai was her high school desk mate and close friend. After graduating, to help her family, she decided to try working in the entertainment industry. Now, for years later, she occasionally appears in gossip news. During these 4 years, both of them have been busy, but they have kept in touch all along. Reply to Mai, I came back at the beginning of the month. I'll send you some local specialties in a few days. After sending the message, she waited a while. No reply. She guessed she was busy. She looked at the growing messages in the grocery shopping group and clicked in. Boss Shun, my mom's 50th birthday next month. We urgently need your eggs for the celebration, JPG. Little boss, my son only wants your eggs. When will your online shop open? Little boss, I can't sleep or eat because I miss your eggs so much. Please help. When the group members learned that Shin Ruotang was not selling eggs for now, they all started tagging her wildly. They kept begging her, which made Shin Ruotang feel a bit helpless. Thinking for a moment, she replied in the group. Add everyone. Once the online shop opens, I'll post it here. After sending the message, she left the chat. Seeing her busy finish, Shun's parents looked at her. Xiao Tang, are you planning to open an online shop? Yeah. Everyone really likes our eggs. I plan to sell them directly online, to prevent a group of people from coming to her house later. From now on, all fruits and vegetables from the farm will be sold online. Su Peilon exclaimed, Oh, you won't be selling at the stall anymore. If she doesn't sell at the stall, how will people online know their produce is tasty? She was also thinking about harvesting the fruits and vegetables and going to set up a stall with her daughter and grandson. Shen Ruotang smiled and said, "The stall still needs to be there. Online sales are just for convenience for some customers. Young people these days rarely put down their phones, so online selling is the way to go." She wants to promote her farm's produce across the country and even worldwide, earning money from foreigners, while spending it at home, but she knows she has to take it step by step first. Build a reputation with the stall, then attract new customers through loyal ones. Using old customers to bring in new ones is always effective. "Mom and Dad, I'm going back to my room to check some information. Okay, don't stay up too late. Remember to sleep early." A few nights, she got up to use the bathroom and saw her daughter's room light was still on. She guessed her daughter was under a lot of pressure. No, she can't let her daughter fall behind. She needs to check her phone for the latest popular live sales broadcasts. In the room, Shen Ruotang sat at her desk, looking at her computer screen. How to open an online store. A bunch of information popped up below. Join on JD.com. Open a store immediately for free. And various details about opening shops on Pinduoduo, Taobao, Douyin, Xiaohongshu, and other platforms. Her gaze stayed on the words on the computer screen, and she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. She remembered that her mother often used Douyin, and it seemed she also had an account there. She opened her phone and quickly found the Douyin icon on the main screen. She clicked in, but was stunned. She couldn't remember the password. At some point, she had logged out of the account. After some searching, she finally logged in using a text message. She rarely used Douyin and only followed 3 people, Shen's parents and Xiao Mai. Mutual follows, 3, followers, 3. She edited her profile and changed her username to Shen Family Fresh Vegetables. After changing it, she entered the Douyin shop. What is the business type? Individual business owner. Choose a category. Fresh produce, fruits and vegetables. Can she only select one category? She just chose fruits and vegetables, but can't select eggs or egg products. Disappointing. Scrolling down further, she saw she also needed to submit a business license. What a hassle. She decisively exited Douyin and continued to learn humbly about how to get a business license from online resources. The next morning, eggs are not for sale, so why can't I buy them? Shen Yinfeng learned that Shen Ruotang wouldn't sell eggs and vented all her frustration. A few days ago, someone tricked her into paying for a chicken-raising class, claiming she would learn how to raise chickens, but she spent money and didn't learn anything. She was so angry, she almost spat blood. In just 3 days, she lost 600 yuan. Now, before dawn, she got up to buy eggs. But she was told they weren't selling eggs for now. Was this just a way to tease her as a person from her country? Shen Ruotang poked her ear and said, "The eggs are my family's. Why do you say I can't buy them?" Facing her cousin's cold look, Shen Yinfeng felt a little scared. She forced herself to speak. "You didn't tell me earlier, so I had to get up early. I mentioned it in the grocery group chat." "Don't you know? Grocery group chat?" "How could I not know?" Just after she spoke, Shen Yinfeng seemed to remember something and looked away nervously. She used to think Shen Wenyuan's family was poor, so she didn't add them on WeChat. Now, she only had her second uncle's phone number. Thinking that her eldest daughter was returning to Hong City today, Shen Yinfeng looked sad and begged. "My eldest daughter is leaving today. As a relative, could you please sell me some eggs?" After she asked, she found out her daughter had argued with her son-in-law. No wonder her daughter looked upset when she came back that day. Just as she was about to refuse, Shen Ruotang said, "Sure, wow, cousin, you're such a kind person." But she was secretly thinking, they say they won't sell, but that's just a lie. Shen Ruotang. Hong City is very expensive, full of rich people. Since the online store can't sell eggs, I might as well sell them to Shen Yinfeng. Later, her eldest son-in-law can help promote it. After breakfast and feeding the piglets, Shen Ruotang took her ID card and the homestead use right certificate to ride her bike to get a business license. To get the license, besides these 2 documents, she also needed to fill out a self-employed business registration application. She could fill it out on site. She went to the Bishui Town Market Supervision Branch, riding her small electric scooter to the corner copy shop. She brought her documents and copies, parked her bike, and headed straight to the service hall. It took about half an hour, and she finished everything. That afternoon, she successfully received her business license. After submitting the documents and passing the review, the upcoming big project, the Shin Family Fresh Vegetable Market, was officially born. The morning fog hadn't cleared yet, and distant mountains were shrouded in clouds. In neat rows of farmland, tiny sprouts had grown into small seedlings about the size of a palm. The land looked lush and green. Golden sunlight pierced through the fog, shining on the earth, the seedlings, and on the 4 people walking along the field ridges. Sun is winking at me. Birds are singing for me. Shin Ruotang, slinging her water bottle over her shoulder, walked ahead, singing happily and loudly. She knew this song. Her grandma often played it on her phone. Shin Xiaobao excitedly hugged a cotton candy, singing in a sweet voice behind her mother. I am like a little fairy working hard every day. Her soft, cheerful voice made Shin Ruotang and the others laugh. While they were laughing, Su Peilon quickly remembered the next lyrics. Right after Shin Xiaobao finished singing, she immediately joined in. Don't ask me where I come from, and don't ask where I am going. Is this a singing game? Shun Wenyuan clenched his fists nervously and stammered, I want to pick the most beautiful flowers and give them to my little princess. After singing, he blushed shyly, his face turning bright red. He secretly glanced at his wife, seeing her lips curved into a gentle smile and her eyes full of happiness. Since their daughter returned home, the atmosphere in the family has changed. Xiaobao and his wife are always cheerful, and everyone feels lively and happy. Life feels full and joyful. Ahead in the group, Shin Ruotang widened her eyes and silently made a wow sound. She didn't expect her serious dad to have such a playful side. Nice, nice, carrot, carrot. Then she stretched out her arms and waved them in the air, her voice full of confidence and pride. Let's do it together. The Shin family sings in unison. The king asked me to patrol the mountain. I'll take a walk around the world. They're cheerful, bright singing echoes under the blue sky and white clouds, startling the early birds. Soon after, a series of laughter follows. But before long, Shin Ruotang and the others can't keep smiling. They look at the 30 acres of land covered with weeds and all sigh together. Su Peilon feels both happy and worried, saying, Our fruits and vegetables grow so fast, but the weeds are catching up. Shin Ruotang feels guilty and touches her nose. She set up a spiritual gathering array and poured spiritual spring water onto the land. Can plants really grow that quickly? It's because she's controlling the amount, otherwise she wouldn't dare to think about it. Of course, since the fruits and vegetables grow fast, the weeds aren't far behind. If she weren't worried about revealing her secret, she would have her little paper figure pull the weeds already. After this round of weeding, she plans to secretly let the little paper figure help in the field, helping to pull weeds now, and then can prevent them from working too hard and getting exhausted. Mom and Dad, since it's cooler now, let's work quickly. After saying that, Shin Ruotang walks into the field and squats down silently pulling weeds. Shin Xiaobao has been following Su Peilon and her since he was little, knowing that for the vegetables to grow well, they need to pull weeds. As soon as he gets into the field, he gently places a cotton candy on the ground. He gives the cotton candy a task. Marshmallow, now we're going to pull out the little grass. While speaking, she also demonstrated to Marshmallow, see, this is the little grass. You should pull it out too. The young worker, Marshmallow, tilted his head. His shiny eyes looked at the small grass in his hand and then at the grass in the field. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He excitedly raised his little paw and reached toward the vegetable seedlings in the field. Su Peilon quickly grabbed Marshmallow, making sure the vegetable seedlings weren't hurt, and then heaved a sigh of relief. He was only 3 years old, and Marshmallow was only 2 months old. What could they do? The floating marshmallow, little treasure, you and Marshmallow sit under the tree, thinking about how they almost caused trouble just now. Shin Xiaobao pouted. His voice was muffled. Okay. Seeing his low mood, Su Peilon's heart suddenly ached, and she quickly comforted him. Little treasure, Grandma definitely doesn't dislike you. Pulling out grass is an adult's job. Looking after the water bottle is what kids do. When Grandpa, Grandma, and Auntie are tired from working, they will need water. So, you must not let the water bottle be in the sun, understand? Hearing Su Peilon's words, Shen Xiaobao's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded seriously. I understand. I definitely won't let the sun burn the kettle. My mood suddenly lifts. Shen Xiaobao hugs his cotton candy and runs happily to the tree. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of Jiangbin Community in Gangcheng, Yi Xiaohong sits quietly in his car, occasionally blowing smoke out of the half-open window. He looks tired, leaning back in his seat. Calm, relaxing music plays in the small space. He lets his mind drift. He is a senior engineer at a tech company in Gangcheng with a loving wife. His career and love life seem to be going well. But in recent years, with more job pressure and competition, his position is at risk. Recently, he overheard a conversation between HR and the company leaders. They plan to demote and cut his salary. He has an elderly mother, a wife he cares about, and a mortgage to pay. If he gets demoted and his pay is cut, Yi Xiaohong nervously runs his hand through his hair. Thinking about his troublesome mother and gentle wife, he feels like giving up. He loves both of them, so why can't they get along? After half an hour of zoning out, Yi Xiaohong finally calms down and gets out of the car to go home. As soon as he steps inside, he hears laughter and joy from the house. Did he go to the wrong house? He steps back, looks up, and checks. It's definitely his home, but that laughter. It's kind of creepy. My mother usually criticizes my wife a lot, so today, why is she?
Mom. Wife.
You too? Mom. Wife. You too? When they arrived at the dining room and saw the happy scene, Yi Xiaohong suddenly widened his eyes. He must have seen it wrong, right? The mother who usually dislikes his wife so much is now affectionately holding her hand? Has the sun risen from the west? Or is this just his happy daydream before he dies? Seeing her son staring blankly, Yi Ma cheerfully waved at him. Son, look what Wenju brought home. Wenju brought some eggs from the countryside and they taste really amazing. Wenju brought eggs from her hometown and they taste super good. Thinking of the egg custard his wife made for him, Yi Ma looked satisfied. Her tone was very exaggerated. Wow, this tastes better than food from 5-star hotels on 9 streets. This egg tastes better than anything from a 5-star hotel. Yi Xiaohong didn't believe it. Mom, you're exaggerating a bit too much. It's just egg custard. How good can it really be? He's eaten all kinds of delicacies. How could it be better than a 5-star restaurant? He didn't believe it. When Zhu bought eggs specifically to please her husband. Seeing his disbelief, she got up and went to the kitchen to bring out a bowl of egg custard. This was specially reserved for him. Try it. Would you like to taste it? Looking at the bright yellow, rich-looking steamed egg custard in front of him, Yi Xiaohong couldn't help but swallow saliva. He eagerly took a bite, and it was so delicious that he felt like he was elevating to a higher state. The custard was tender and smooth, with a strong egg aroma that was free and easy. Tasting so good, he almost swallowed his tongue. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed with a snap, and he felt light as a feather. This was truly 100 times better than what you get at a 5-star restaurant. The flavor was simply amazing. Yi Xiaohong instantly turned into a hungry wolf, finishing a bowl of steamed egg custard in just a few bites. Even though he had tasted all kinds of delicacies, he was sure this steamed egg was something only heaven could produce, something rare on earth. Thinking about how picky the boss was, Yi Xiaohong's eyes fell on the clean, shining bowl. A plan was slowly forming in his mind. Honey, did your mom buy these eggs from the countryside? Yes, they come from the chickens my cousin raised. She has over 20 chickens and they lay only a few eggs each day, so they're very popular. They only get about 30 eggs a day, and for now, they aren't selling eggs yet. They plan to start selling once they open an online shop. During those days at home, they managed to gather only 40 eggs after several days of effort. Of these, 32 eggs were bought on the very day her mother came home, after much pleading. My mom specifically went early in the morning to buy eggs for you, getting up around 4 o'clock. Hearing that her mother got up so early to buy eggs for him, Yi Xiaohong felt very touched. He has always known that his mother-in-law doesn't really like him. After all, he's almost the same age as her daughter. Which mother would want her daughter to marry a man who could be her father? Despite that, every time his mother-in-law visits Hong Kong, he takes leave to take her around and show her the city. They eat all kinds of delicious food. He tries not to let his mother-in-law feel like her trip was wasted. His efforts over the years have finally caught her attention. Yi Xiaohong quickly took out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Qin Wenju. Honey, you can use this first. If it's not enough, just tell me. After that, he transferred 30,000 yuan to Shen Feng and added a message. Mom, I received the eggs you bought. You can use this money to have tea and meals with your friends. After sending the message, he remembered that Shen Feng didn't understand Cantonese well, so he added a simple sentence in Mandarin. This was the first time he gave money to his mother-in-law. Seeing the words, typing, comma on the screen, he couldn't help but clutch his phone tightly. Soon there was a reply. Thank you, son-in-law, .. Seeing his mother-in-law's response, Yi Xiaohong visibly relaxed. His mother-in-law is very frugal. Before, he always thought giving her money was insulting her. Now, after seeing her reply, he suddenly wondered if he had misunderstood her before. Chen Wenju was secretly happy when she saw the transfer of 20,000 yuan. Adding the 30,000 yuan her husband sent at the beginning of the month, the total was 50,000 yuan. It was worth the long trip to bring eggs back. Darling, tonight can you bake some cookies with the eggs? I'll take them to the company to share with my colleagues. And also, remember to ask Mom to buy more eggs when she has time and send them over. Thanks. Bishui Town, Peach Blossom Village, Chen family. Shen Feng was grinning from ear to ear after receiving her son-in-law's money, rolling on the sofa while holding her phone. Wow, this son-in-law is really generous. He immediately sent 30,000 yuan, and she took back her previous words about him being stingy. Then she thought of the message her daughter just sent, and her smile faded a little. Eggs are not something she can buy whenever she wants. A picture of my younger cousin's calm face appeared in my mind, and Shen Feng felt a wave of frustration. Although she was 28 years younger than me, I felt strangely timid when facing her. I glanced at my son-in-law's bank transfer, and Shen Feng suddenly sat up straight from the sofa. For money, no matter how hard it is, I will get it. Determined, Shen Feng rode her new second-hand electric bike to the town. She bought a few bags of fruit, and then went to the pharmacy to buy some health supplements. In a hurry, she rushed to Shen Ruotang's house. Taohua Village, Shen Ruotang's home. It has been 18 days since the first batch of vegetables was planted. Now, the small bok choy and oilseed greens are growing very well. The vegetable beds are lush and green. The oilseed greens stand tall, rooted firmly in the soil. Their broad, thick leaves are layered together, like long green jade leaves. Through the sunlight, you can even see the veins on the leaves clearly. Next to the oilseed greens, there are small bok choy plants, each growing very thick and healthy. The leaves are tender and bright green. Every leaf is tightly clustered, like a large group of people squeezing through a door at the same time. In the corners of the vegetable patch, there are also some scallions planted here and there. Seeing such healthy vegetables, Shen Ruotang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Tomorrow is the May Day holiday, and she needs to prepare to sell vegetables. Compared to bok choy and oilseed greens, tomatoes and cucumbers are growing a bit slower. Tomato plants now have 5 or 6 true leaves, and cucumbers have 3 or 4 true leaves, some of which are starting to develop tendrils. In a few days, I can set up the trellis. Thinking about the shop window being empty, Shen Ruotang decisively took out her phone and started taking pictures of the vegetables in the field. She automatically hummed a tune. I take photos from all angles, left and right, trying not to miss any view. I kept choosing and selecting, and every photo looks great, all look good, la 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 la. Since they all look good, I uploaded all of them. After uploading to the shop, I continued posting on social media and in the shopping groups. Vegetables personally grown by this master, the top star among vegetables, the fighter among top stars, a series you won't regret not eating. Price: 30 yuan per jean, no bargaining accepted. Pictures. pictures ignoring the photographer's skill. The bok choy and romaine lettuce became popular because of their appearance. In close-up photos, the bok choy and romaine lettuce look fresh and juicy, with tender, lively leaves that seem to hold water. Once the photos were posted, the shopping group instantly exploded with messages flying by at an incredible speed. Boss Shin, you've been hiding for so many days, but now you're finally here. Little boss, are these your homegrown romaine lettuce and bok choy? They look delicious. The prices are a bit high, but the quality is great. Since Mr. Shin's eggs are so delicious, I believe his vegetables are also good. I want to buy everything. Mr. Shin, when will you start selling eggs at your stall? My son misses your eggs so much. Seeing how popular his vegetables and eggs are, Shin Ruotang feels very happy. He says, I'll be at the usual spot early tomorrow. After sending the message, he leaves the chat group. He checks his social media, and the likes and comments on his recent post are quickly increasing. Since there's no news from Xiaomai, Shin Ruotang sends her a private message. Send me your address. I'll send you some local specialties. Xiaomai often moves houses, so Shin Ruotang isn't sure if she still lives at the same place. After sending the message, he puts his phone in his pocket and calls out to the kitchen window. Mom, I want to eat garlic and oil lettuce for lunch today. No problem. Su Peilon's voice comes from the kitchen, and soon she runs out wearing an apron. She's holding a pink colander, pulling oil lettuce from the ground. The oil lettuce looks fresh and tender, as if it could be squeezed for water. She's been thinking about it for a long time. Shin Ruotang squats nearby, pulling the oil lettuce with his hand, and asks, Mom, besides oil lettuce, what else is good to eat for lunch? Su Peilon's biggest hobby in life is cooking all kinds of delicious food. Under the enthusiastic praise from Shin Xiaobao and Shin Ruotang, their excitement reached an all-time high. Whenever they had free time, they watched videos from various food bloggers and cooked along with them. Now they had mastered more than 10 dishes and could even improvise based on what they learned. They were feeling very confident and ready to show off their cooking skills. I saw a dish last night called garlic-flavored fish fillet. It looks really appetizing and delicious. I already asked your dad to buy blackfish. For the convenience of other readers, all references to Hong Kong City later on will be in Mandarin, so you can imagine the Cantonese pronunciation yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Wenyuan returned with the sliced blackfish that the boss had prepared. Once the car stopped, Shen Xiaobao quickly darted out from in front of the electric car. He ran out of the yard and shouted loudly at the two people in the vegetable garden. Auntie, Grandma. Grandpa bought some tasty fish, with shining eyes like a kitten about to enjoy fish. He looked excited and adorable. Cotton Candy saw the young master return and immediately dropped her toy. She ran quickly to Shen Xiaobao, circling around him anxiously. Woof! Shen Xiaobao bent down and picked up Cotton Candy, speaking softly. This time, you'll get your share too. Andy said Cotton Candy can eat fish too. Cotton Candy looked up and made a happy sound. Woof. In the kitchen, Su Peilon quickly transforms into a top chef, skillfully washing the blackfish fillets. She seasons the fillets with salt, pepper, cooking wine, and cornstarch, mixing well to marinate. The marinated fish slices are then added one by one into boiling hot water in the pot. In less than a minute, the fish turns white and curls up in the high heat. Su Peilon carefully removes the fish slices at the right moment, pours out the hot water, and washes the pot. She heats the pan with oil over low heat, adds minced garlic and chopped chili peppers. With a sizzling sound, a spicy, fragrant garlic aroma quickly fills the kitchen. She quickly stir-fry the fish slices, and the hot, spicy scent along with the fish aroma fills the air. The smell is so tempting it makes people feel dizzy with hunger. Once the stir-frying is nearly done, Su Peilon pours in the prepared sauce. With a splash, white steam rises from the pan and is quickly drawn into the range hood. She turns up the heat and stirs evenly. Soon, the edges of the fish slices turn a light golden color. A spicy garlic aroma from the fried fish drifts out the window, making Shen Xiaobao drool with hunger. Since Shen Xiaobao is still very young, Su Peilon makes him a separate non-spicy bowl. After finishing the spicy garlic fish, Su Peilon begins to stir-fry bok choy. She washes the pan, boils water, adds oil and salt. Once the water boils, she adds the vegetables and then scoops them out. She pours out the water, heats the pan again. As soon as the garlic is added, with a sizzling sound, the fragrant garlic aroma quickly spreads. Sauté until fragrant, turn off the heat, and pour the hot oil with minced garlic over the lettuce. The garlic oil lettuce is ready. Wow, it smells so good. Grandma, this fish is so tasty, and the vegetables are delicious too. Sweet and happy, carrot. Shen Xiaobao eats with his mouth full, his little legs happily bouncing. In the corner of the dining room, Cotton Candy is busy munching loudly, wagging her little tail non-stop. Mom, your cooking gets better and better. The fish slices are tender and flavorful. Actually, she added a little spiritual spring water to the sauce. And this lettuce, fresh, crispy, and super tasty, with the help of the magical spring water. It's hard not to love it. The bright green leaves are shiny, and when you bite into them, they crackle with a crisp sound. The hot steam and fragrant garlic smell fill the air, blending with the sweet juice of the lettuce in your mouth. The taste is absolutely wonderful. This is definitely the best lettuce she has ever had, no doubt. Right? Su Peilon smiles with her eyes squinting happily, feeling very pleased. She feels light and joyful. She dares to bet that if she opened a restaurant, it would quickly become very popular. Her gaze falls on her husband, who is eating eagerly. She nudges him with her elbow in dissatisfaction. One day, grab the strands and eat. Shen Wenyuan didn't expect his wife's cooking skills to improve so fast. Each dish she makes gets better every day. In the blink of an eye, a big bowl of porridge was gone. While he was happily eating, his arm was bumped. He looked up blankly and met his wife's gaze, suddenly forgetting to chew. After a few seconds of surprise, he snapped out of it and gave his wife a thumbs up. Delicious, nothing special. Su Peilon pouted and lazily looked away, repeating the same two words over and over. It's boring. Seeing this, Shen Ruotang and Shen Xiaobao took turns praising her, making her laugh happily. When Shen Yinfeng arrived at Shen Ruotang's house, her eyes lit up with excitement. It smells so good. Unfortunately, she arrived too late and all the food was already eaten. She missed out. In the living room, Shen Yinfeng placed several bags of fruit and health supplements on the coffee table. Second uncle, my son-in-law heard you were sick, so he asked me to buy these for you. A small token of kindness. While saying this, she secretly glanced at Shen Ruotang, who showed no change in expression. She quietly sighed in relief. Strange, she thought. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why did she feel like she had committed some guilt? Regarding Yi Xiaohong, Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon had only met him once. They didn't remember him well. Unexpectedly, he remembered them. Thank you for the trouble. Su Peilon selected some fruit to wash in the kitchen. She brought it out and placed it on the coffee table. But she didn't eat any. The reason is simple. Ever since they started eating the cherry tomatoes from their own garden, they can't bring themselves to eat store-bought fruit anymore. They always feel that the fruit bought outside tastes watery. The flavor is bland and unappetizing. The washed fruit is for Shen Yinfeng to eat. Seeing that everyone else isn't eating, Shen Yinfeng quietly puts her hand back down. She places her hands on her knees and sits upright. Shen Ruotang notices her movement and slightly lifts her lips, thinking she has something to ask about. Since she mentioned her son-in-law earlier, she probably came for that reason this time. Their two families have no contact. One is a wealthy person from Gangcheng, and the other is a farmer from the countryside. The only thing they can profit from is their eggs. Gangcheng is too far from Haisher. Fresh vegetables sent there would likely spoil. Only eggs can be transported smoothly. She plans to use her eggs to open the wallets of Gangcheng people and make them willingly become her endorsers. Now that Chen Wenju has just gone back, Shen Yinfeng has come knocking. It seems her egg plan is starting to work. Thinking of this, Shen Ruotang speaks. Cousin, are you here for something this time? Shen Yinfeng's heart skipped a beat. She didn't expect her younger cousin to be so perceptive. Before she could speak, Shen Yinfeng already knew. She swallowed hard and carefully considered her words before speaking cautiously. Actually, my son-in-law really likes your eggs. He asked me to help him buy some eggs and send them to Gangcheng for him. After saying that, he looked at Shen Ruotang with a weak, helpless, and hopeful expression, afraid she would refuse. Seeing Shen Yinfeng's gaze, Shen Ruotang's eyelids twitched slightly. What kind of look is that? Is she so scary and unreasonable? Okay, how many do you want? These days, besides eating them herself, there are about 50 eggs left at home. Shen Yinfeng didn't expect Shen Ruotang to agree to sell her eggs and was so excited that she momentarily lost her composure. I want 30 eggs. Is that okay? Back home, Shen Yinfeng still felt a bit dizzy. She couldn't believe she actually bought the eggs. Like she had accomplished something big, she immediately took a photo and sent it to her eldest daughter. Eggs have been bought. Thinking for a moment, she also sent a message to her eldest son-in-law, then happily took the eggs to the town to send. Far away in Gangcheng, Yi Xiaohong saw the message and immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to Shen Yinfeng. Happy, Shen Yinfeng spent the whole day feeling tipsy, thinking she must build a good relationship with her cousin. That evening, Shen Ruotang stared at her phone, lost in thought. It's been so long. Why hasn't Mai Mei replied to her message? No matter how busy she was before, she would always reply whenever she had free time. Could something have happened? Thinking for a moment, she took a pen from the pen holder, opened her notebook, and began to meditate and analyze. Where is Chiaomai? Magic City, isn't that obvious? Let's try again. Where is Chiaomai in Magic City? Hospital. How is Chiaomai doing? Still alive. No wonder she hasn't replied in so long. The entertainment industry is full of all kinds of people. Mai, a newcomer, entered the industry alone. You can imagine how dangerous her situation is. It seems she needs to find time to visit Magic City. Magic City, Sunset Hospital. Such a useless person, drinking so much that he made himself vomit blood. The woman looked down at the person on the hospital bed, her eyes full of disdain. Xiaomai has a fresh and lively look that is rare in the entertainment industry. She has a hot figure. She looks very cute but also very charming. It's not an exaggeration to say she has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. With her looks and talent, just a little effort would bring her many opportunities. She could become famous quickly, no problem. When she signed with Chiaomai, everyone thought she would soon become a top agent. But unexpectedly, that was just the beginning of her troubles. She refused to attend various banquets arranged by her company and insisted on starting from small roles to improve her acting skills. She persuaded herself and tried hard, but her stubbornness didn't change. After 3 years of playing minor roles, she finally improved her acting and gained the director's favor. She had the chance to play the role of girl number 3 in a certain drama. During the audition, she was upset by the crew members bothering a girl, so she loudly protested and recorded evidence on her phone. The girl was saved, but she lost her opportunity because of it. She was also blacklisted by the crew. Later, she found out that one of the crew members was well-connected. His mother was a producer in the industry. Not only did she get scolded harshly by her company's leaders, but she also had to help cover for him and apologize repeatedly. Fortunately, the second-generation star was generous and said that as long as Chiao Mai could drink 5 bottles of white wine in one go, they would forget everything. He even allowed her to audition for the role of girl number 3. But after drinking half, she suffered a stomach bleed and had to be taken to the hospital. "Forget it, I'm not taking care of this anymore," she said angrily, stomping out of the hospital in high heels. Instead of relying on her, she thought it would be better to find a well-behaved and sensible actor. Navigating the entertainment industry is so dirty, how can one avoid getting stained? It's truly naive and funny. After she left, the person on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. If everyone is doing it, does that mean it's right? She knew she was not wrong. In the entertainment industry, there are also people who succeed through their own talent and effort. She also wanted to become someone like that. "King, come and patrol the mountains. I'll take a walk around the world," just as she was lost in thought. A A series of phone rings pulled her back to reality. Seeing an unknown call, she furrowed her brow and answered the phone. "Hello, is this Mai?" A strong hometown accent came through the phone. Jo Mai was momentarily stunned, then thought quickly and asked in her hometown dialect, "This is Jo Mai." "Who's speaking?" "I'm the village chief. Your mom heard about a folk remedy that could cure your dad's illness, so she went up the mountain to pick herbs, but she fell. Fortunately, it's all plants and herbs. Your mom wasn't seriously hurt, just skews her skin." Phew, she was so scared. Your dad got so worried after hearing about it that he fell out of bed and was taken to the hospital. Your mom tried to call you, but you didn't answer, so she went to raise money. The doctor said if they don't pay soon, your dad will be discharged. Jo Mai's mouth opened slightly, a sour feeling rising in her heart. I understand. She hung up and saw more than 10 missed calls. Her mom had sent her over 10 messages. Thinking about how worried her mom must be, Jo Mai's nose felt sore. Immediately, she transferred 80,000 yuan. Ding, People's Bank. You have transferred 80,000 yuan from your account ending in 1688. Your remaining balance is 2,156.68 yuan. Buzz, next month's rent, total 1,762 yuan. Image, JPG. Oh heavens, just destroy everything. Where is the promised daily earning of 208 yuan? Taking a deep breath, Chow Mai immediately sent the message. "Landlord, do you have a cheap basement?" After sending it, Chow Mai sighed. The entertainment industry is really tough. She looked up and saw a message from her best friend, and her eyes lit up. She clicked to read. "Send me the address, I'll send you some local specialties." Her best friend was so kind. Even when she went back home, she still remembered to send her local treats. Thinking for a moment, she quickly retracted the message she sent to the landlord. Landlord. Bishui Town, Peach Blossom Village. Buzz buzz. Seeing the message from her best friend, Shen Ruotang's heart eased a little. "How have you been lately? Nothing bad happen? Do you need any help?" I'm doing great. I just got cast as the third female in a new drama. When I get famous, I'll give you a signed photo. Isn't there someone you like? I'll ask for a signed photo for you then. Who? Shen Ruotang blinked. A face that was hard to tell if male or female appeared in her mind. That person? She hadn't been a fan of him for many years. Her gaze fell on the message, and Shen Ruotang responded calmly. "I'll wait for it, carrot. The next morning, Shen Ruotang finished picking vegetables and found there was no truck at home. "I'll ask your second uncle to lend me his." After saying that, she hurriedly ran to borrow an electric tricycle from Uncle Shen. "Girl, I've borrowed the vehicle." She parked the tricycle at the gate of the yard, then quickly ran back into the yard. She sat down heavily on a small stool, joining the line to wash vegetables. The freshly pulled vegetables from the field had dirt on them, so they needed to be rinsed with water to clean off the soil. After washing, she spun the water out, cut off the stems, and packed them into a bamboo basket. Shen Wenyuan moved the basket of vegetables onto the tricycle and also found a digital scale from the stairway room to put on it. Auntie, Shen Xiaobao was excitedly washing the oil lettuce, his eyes shining, with some water droplets on his face. "Are we selling eggs again this time? Last time, their eggs sold out very quickly." "Yes, we are selling." Shen Ruotang didn't lift her head. Yesterday, she sold 30 eggs to Shenin Feng, and with today's, they had a total of 55 eggs. They set aside 25 eggs, leaving 30 eggs remaining. "Dad, let's pack 30 eggs and sell them at the market." Almost at the same time, Shen Wenyuan carried a red plastic bucket to the chicken coop to collect eggs. Today, besides selling eggs, they also sold oil lettuce and small bok choy. There were about 200 jin, around 100 kilograms, of vegetables in 2 baskets of oil lettuce and 2 baskets of small bok choy. Looking up at the vegetables on the tricycle, Su Peilon spoke. "Girl, later I'll go out with you and Xiaobao to sell vegetables together." With so many people, she was worried her daughter might be too busy. "What should I do if a customer takes food but forgets to pay?" "Okay." Shen Ruotang packed the last bunch of vegetables into a bamboo basket and placed it on the tricycle. She patted the tricycle. "Almost time to leave. Shen Wenyuan put the boiled eggs into a bag and took a water bottle to fill with soy milk. Seeing Shen's father doing this, Shen Ruotang spoke to stop him. Dad, homemade soy milk should be drunk within 2 hours. We can have breakfast before going to set up the stall, and it's not late. No one should go hungry, not even oneself. Selling vegetables at the stall doesn't require that much time. Hearing his daughter's words, Shen's father didn't hesitate and went into the kitchen to get some cups. He poured soy milk into the cups and filled the water bottle with plain boiled water. 15 minutes later. Go, go, go. Let's go. Shen Ruotang sat on the tricycle, pressing the accelerator, and rode towards the town. Behind the vehicle, Shen Xiaobao sat on a small stool, holding a cotton candy, surrounded by several bamboo baskets. In the morning breeze, the two children smiled brightly. Behind the tricycle, Shen Wenyuan rode an electric bike carrying Su Peilon. Bishui Town at the market entrance. The intersection was filled with fruit and vegetable stalls, stretching all the way to the end of the street. Elderly men and women carried baskets, walking and stopping at various stalls. If the prices exceeded expectations, they immediately criticized the vendor's produce. The seller finally agreed to a fair price, and the deal was done happily. Among the crowd of elderly people, there were also many young folks carrying backpacks and pulling suitcases. Clearly, they are lively young people rushing home on overnight trains. Labor Day, also called the Relaxation Festival, people either relax at work or school, then go home and relax in a different place during the holiday. Some very dedicated individuals stay in their dorms or rented rooms, doing little except ordering food and taking out trash. As for traveling, that's mainly for the wealthy. They just relax and watch crowded scenes on their phones. After a busy year, they look forward to these short holidays. If they don't relax now, when will they? In this world, nothing is more important than relaxing. However, they are stuck at a roadblock, just one step away from reaching their destination and feeling at peace. Ma Yanhong spent over 40 yuan on a hard sleeper train ticket from Guangzhou to Haisher, then took a bus over an hour to Bishui Town. She was exhausted and just wanted to get home and relax. Seeing the crowd blocking the road, Ma Yanhong quickly put her backpack in front of her chest. She held it tightly with both hands, tiptoed, and squeezed through the crowd. As she stepped forward with her left foot, a heavy weight pressed down on her toes, followed by a loud shout. Boss Shen, please leave some food for us." The sudden shout made her ears ring loudly. It almost made her feel like she was going to be reborn again. Ma Yanhong reached up to scratch her ear, then stepped forward with her right foot, still determined to squeeze through the crowd. Suddenly, a figure shot past her with a loud whoosh, causing her body to spin around 360 degrees from the impact. Luckily, she had some experience, or she might have fainted on the way home. But the person spun a few times and then ended up outside the crowd again. All around, people were still talking loudly. "Hey, don't push so hard. My shoes fell off. Sir, you're too fat. Please tighten your stomach. Old man, I beg you, don't come out and fight us for vegetables. I'm worried I won't have enough money to pay for this. Humph. I'm in good health, old man. Don't think you can trick me." The young people, "This is crazy, really crazy." Seeing the crowded street filled with people, Ma Yanhong couldn't help but think the world had gone mad. She had only been away from home for a few months, and now even buying vegetables meant fighting for them? With her home just a short distance away, she was blocked and stepped on. Ma Yanhong finally lost all patience. Shouting loudly at the crowd, "Everyone, please make way for Awe. You're all blocking the entrance. We can't get through." As he finished speaking, a few uncles in front turned to look at him. Ma Yanhong's heart skipped a beat. She silently took a step back, holding her backpack. You've blocked my way." The uncle's eyes lit up. With a gentle pull, she squeezed into the crowd. In the next second, more people pushed forward from behind, and Ma Yanhong felt herself being squeezed like a small fish. The uncle asked, "Are you here to buy vegetables too?" Ma Yanhong, "Buy vegetables?" No, she wasn't here to buy vegetables. She was on her way home. Before she could reply, another uncle said, "Listen, just buy the vegetables from Boss Shen's stall. I promise, Once you taste them, you'll never complain, he spoke with a satisfied look on his face. Half an hour earlier, Shun Ruotang thought she had arrived late and there would be no space left, but when she reached the market, Tang Chong and the others had already set up her stall. Boss Shun, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for an hour. Qin Junkai smiled broadly, full of wrinkles. We thought you wouldn't come. Wow, are these the spinach and bok choy from a group chat? They look so fresh, vivid green, with not a single bug hole in sight. He leaned closer to the bamboo basket, and a fresh, sweet, cool vegetable aroma gently wafted into his nose. His eyes trembled, and he felt a deep shock inside. As expected from vegetables personally grown by Boshin, they are truly special. Since there aren't many people around now, I should quickly buy a few pounds to try the taste at home. He glanced around at the crowd and quietly stood by the tricycle. Tang Chong and the others are familiar with him. Seeing his expression, they all understood instantly. They exchanged a silent look. No one noticed their actions. Everyone else was busy watching the lively scene. The people here are mostly neighbors of Tang Chong and his friends, along with their family members. There are about 40 people. Some came for the eggs, others just to watch the fun. Can eggs really cure a loss of appetite? That's a bold claim, and some people actually believe it. Boss, your vegetables are so expensive. 30 yuan a jean. That's a bit too much. Someone in the crowd mocked. Even organic vegetables from Shanmu are only 20 yuan a jean. Are your vegetables even better than Shanmu's? Maybe you're just crazy about money. After that, everyone burst into laughter. Most of Shanmu's organic vegetables come from Yunza in China. Yunza is the most famous organic vegetable area in China, with triple organic certifications from China, MOEM, and M countries. But these baskets of vegetables without insect holes look good, yet just because they seem nice doesn't mean they are truly organic. The organic vegetables from mountain pasture are stir-fried with a little salt, and they taste sweet and delicious. They work in a big city and often buy these vegetables to eat. Today is May Day holiday.
They just got home last night.
Unexpectedly, they heard something very absurd upon returning. Since they had nothing to do during the holiday, they decided to come together with their family to enjoy the fun. Shun Ruotang was holding Shin Xiaobao as she got off the tricycle when she heard someone questioning behind her. She turned around, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the person. Oh, so how do you want to prove it? Suddenly seeing a fairy walk out of a painting, the young man was stunned for a moment, then blushed and muttered. The young girl is so young. Why does she keep copying those online hosts? Just making silly jokes. He thought the boss was a couple standing nearby, but it turned out to be this stunningly beautiful young girl. Everyone else thought the same. When Shun Ruotang spoke, everyone was stunned for a few seconds. This young girl was so beautiful, it was almost unbelievable, like a doll. As the aunt's biggest fan, Shin Xiaobao immediately turned into a little cannonball when he landed. He hugged a cotton candy in both hands and shouted fiercely. These dishes were all grown by me and my aunt. They are super delicious, and you guys are so mean, cotton candy. Woof woof woof, suddenly being scolded by a tiny little bundle. Everyone didn't get angry. Instead, they found the little ball soft and cute. They all laughed even more happily. Although they couldn't understand what the little puppy was saying, everyone thought it was swearing very badly. When faced with the two small, fierce-looking puppies, everyone was instantly melted by their cuteness. They are so adorable. Shun Wenyuan and Su Peilon didn't expect to encounter such a situation right after leaving the stall. One of them stepped forward to stand in front of their daughter. They protected her behind them. Suddenly blocked from view, Shun Ruotang felt a warm feeling inside. With a smile in her eyes, she walked to the front. The reason you doubt is probably because you haven't tried my family's food. Since that's the case, I will let you taste it now. Everyone. Just as everyone wondered what Shin Ruotang was going to do, she lifted her foot and headed toward the breakfast shop across the street. Everyone. Are they hungry? In a narrow street corner, a small breakfast shop was squeezed uncomfortably between two restaurants. The shop's door was half open, with steaming baskets stacked high outside, steam rising gently. The smell of buns faintly filled the air. But there was no one in front of the shop. A few flies buzzed around the steaming baskets, then suddenly fell to the ground without warning. Lin Fongfong slapped a fly onto the table with a smack, then walked to the steaming baskets. She reached in and took out a few chive crystal steamed dumplings. Then she sat down heavily on a thick red plastic stool, picked up her chopsticks, and happily started eating the dumplings. I must say, her chive crystal dumplings taste unbeatable. It's a pity not everyone appreciates good food. Just as she was feeling unrecognized, a little fairy girl approached. The girl glowed with fairness, wearing a light blue sports outfit that made her look even whiter. Her delicate, beautiful face was topped with a high ponytail of long, wavy hair. The breeze gently swayed her ponytail, making her look bright, lively, and charming. She was stunningly beautiful. Darn it, she had always planned to look like this. Little fairy, would you like a bun? I'll treat you, free of charge. Hee hee. The fairy girl's eyes were bright and clear, like a galaxy filled with stars. Wow, she looked even more beautiful up close. P greater than over equal to double S than over equal to Q. Suddenly realizing something, she covered her mouth quickly, eyes wide with surprise. Darn it! How could she talk to the fairy girl with her mouth that just ate chive dumplings? Shun Ruotang was stunned by her boss's action. Then she smiled gently. Beautiful boss, may I borrow your kitchen? What did the little fairy girl just call me? Beautiful boss? Lin Fongfong felt her life was complete. She nodded eagerly. Yes, 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 little fairy. Feel free to use it. Her small kitchen is such a privilege for the little fairy to borrow. 5 minutes later. Fongfong's breakfast shop was crowded with onlookers, the busiest day since it opened. Lin Fongfong stared enchanted at the beautiful figure at the door, all thanks to the little fairy. Since she was dismissed by her company for being too old and not keeping up with the times, she returned home and rented this place to open a breakfast shop. She hoped to succeed, but reality hit her hard and woke her up. Not everyone is suited for starting a business. The first day was okay, but after that, things didn't go well. She was barely making enough to cover water and electricity bills. Her eyes swept over the crowd at the door, a clever smile appearing. Her lips curled into a 45-degree smile. These were obviously customers coming right to her. Hee hee, attention everyone. Our shop's buns are now buy 2 get 1 free. Don't miss out if you're passing by. The passers-by suddenly shivered and looked at her, then ran away as if they saw a ghost. Lin Fongfong. Lin Fongfong, remember you two who ran away. Tang Chong and the others came early this morning from home, still hungry and hadn't eaten breakfast yet. When they heard the shop owner's words, they realized their stomachs were growling loudly. Anyway, Boss Shin's dishes haven't started cooking yet, so everyone can just eat and watch Boss Shin cook. Thinking of this, everyone quickly took out money to buy buns, not realizing what was coming next. Seeing the continuous updates about green bubbles earning money, Lin Fongfong couldn't stop smiling. Haha, as expected of her, a little money-making expert, carrot. Unaware customers looked at the hot buns, smiling happily as they took a bite. In an instant, their smiles disappeared. Boss, why are your buns raw? Not only are they raw, but they're also way too salty. My mouth feels dirty now. This is the most bitter taste I've ever had, all because of this bun. Oh, boss, didn't you try the buns before serving them? Everyone looked disgusted as they spat out the buns, as if they'd eaten something unclean. Hearing everyone say her buns didn't taste good, Lin Fongfong immediately got upset. She quickly stood up from the stool, blushing, and said, "Nonsense. These buns are definitely made following an online recipe. How could they taste bad? Yesterday, her buns still tasted pretty good when she made them." She said this as she angrily took a bun from the steamer and took a bite. How to say this? The buns seemed to have a tiny bit of salt. Upon careful smell, there is indeed a strong raw flour scent. It's probably because the yeast has expired, but she can't be blamed for that. Seeing everyone's focused gaze, Lin Fongfong forced herself to swallow her nerves. The taste is okay, I think. Everyone fell silent. No wonder no one was buying buns. If the buns weren't worth much, they would have loudly asked the shop owner for a refund. Sensing what everyone was thinking, Lin Fongfong suddenly ran over to Shin Ruotang. "Little fairy, Let me hold the vegetables for you. Shin Ruotang had just washed the romaine lettuce and bok choy when the water in the pot started boiling. To show the quality of her vegetables more clearly, she specially set up a wooden table outside for Lin Fongfong. She moved the electric stove outside and cooked in front of everyone. Okay, thank you so much. Shin Ruotang quickly crushed and chopped the garlic, placing it in a bowl for later use. She poured oil and salt into the boiling water, then added the romaine lettuce. The leaves turned bright green. She scooped them out and placed them on a plate. Next, she put the bok choy into the pot, then scooped it out. She poured out the water. She heated the pan again, added oil, salt, and minced garlic. With a sizzling sound, the hot oil and garlic released a fragrant aroma, and the steam rose up. In the next moment, a warm garlic scent filled the air. She turned off the heat and drizzled the hot garlic oil over the vegetables.
Done.
The tender, crispy vegetable leaves glistened with oil, and the aroma of garlic steam filled the air, coming straight from the freshly cooked pot. Everyone was instantly captivated by the smell. The way the dishes were cooked was very simple. They used their usual cooking methods, with no special skills involved. But even so, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at the two dishes in Shin Ruotang's hands. The smell was just too tempting. Lin Fongfong, who was closest, was the most affected. She stared intently at the dishes. She swallowed her saliva. Little fairy, can I try some? Shin Ruotang smiled gently. The dishes are made for everyone to taste. She then placed the two dishes on the table. Lin Fongfong quickly picked up a chopstickful of romaine lettuce, blew on it gently, and then put it in her mouth. As she bit down, a crisp crack sounded in her ear. The fresh, sweet juice burst in her mouth, leaving a faint sweetness afterward. The romaine lettuce leaves were thick, tender, and smooth, almost melting in her mouth. Wow, it was so delicious. Carrot. Who would have thought that the little fairy not only looked beautiful but also had such great cooking skills? After finishing one bite, Lin Fongfong immediately took another, then a third. Seeing this, Tang Chong and the others quickly picked up disposable chopsticks from the table to try the dishes. Wow, this bok choy is so crispy, tender, and delicious. Oh my, the small cabbage is also super tender and tasty. How can there be such delicious vegetables in the world? They are even better than the organic vegetables from mountain pasture. The vegetables are crispy, tender, refreshing, and sweet.
So tasty.
Soon, 2 plates of vegetables were finished in less than a minute. People standing outside struggled to squeeze in, and, upon seeing 2 empty plates, their faces instantly lost their smiles. In that moment, it was as if they heard a thunderbolt strike them, leaving them stunned inside and out. Their ears buzzed loudly. Darn it, they hadn't even had a bite. We agreed that each person would get a bite of vegetables, right? You owe me for my vegetables. This is too much. They didn't leave even a leaf of vegetable for us. The people who didn't get any vegetables looked at Shin Ruotang with tears in their eyes. Boss Shin, look at them. The accused people awkwardly rubbed their noses, feeling guilty, and looked up at the sky. It's not their fault. If anyone is to blame, it's only because Boss Shin's vegetables are too delicious. Unexpectedly, in their lifetime, they could taste vegetables even better than mountain pasture's organic vegetables. Seeing everyone so fond of her vegetables, Shin Ruotang was very happy. Don't worry, everyone will get their share. To take care of the first group of guests, she immediately cooked 2 more plates of vegetables. Those who didn't get any food were moved to tears. In this life, they are definitely loyal fans of Mr. Shin. Soon, the delicious smell attracted passers-by. Seeing everyone hurriedly eating vegetables, they all drooled with greed. As more and more people gathered outside the breakfast shop, Shin Ruotang publicly cooked a few more dishes. Instantly, passers-by turned into customers. People who had already eaten stood nearby, silently drooling and watching. It was almost torture. Some clever and quick-witted people had already rushed to the stall to make friendly deals with Shen Wenyuan and his wife. Boss Shin, I want 5 jin. No, 10 jin of oil lettuce. Boss, give me 10 jin each of oil lettuce and bok choy. Boss, I want 20 jin of oil lettuce and 10 jin of bok choy. I want 10. Oh no. Someone stepped on my shoe. Boss, I want 20 jin of bok choy. Seeing the crowd rush over, Shen Wenyuan and Su Pei's minds seemed to be stuck like rusty gears. They couldn't move. Although they knew their vegetables were delicious, the reactions of the crowd were a bit overwhelming. They had no preparation at all. Seeing their hesitation, Tang Chong anxiously grabbed a few plastic bags. He hurriedly packed vegetables into the bags. Then he placed each bag on the electronic scale, calculated the price, and paid by scanning the code. The others saw what was happening and started to copy quickly. Soon, the area around the tricycles was full of people grabbing vegetables, rushing to take what they could. It was like hungry wolves seeing food, all fighting to get their share. By the time Shen Wenyuan and the others realized it, they had been pushed outside the crowd without knowing. Girl, this. Seeing her daughter walk over with a bright smile, Su Peilon hurriedly hit her hands together. What if we didn't calculate the price right? She was there to help keep an eye on the customers paying, but she hadn't even touched the electronic scale. How could she keep track? Hey, don't rush me. I haven't finished weighing the vegetables yet. Hurry up. You've already packed several bags, and we're all waiting. Exactly. We're not being united or friendly at all. You just snatched a handful of vegetables from me. Why don't you talk about unity and friendship? Hearing everyone's voices, Shen Ruotang felt both happy and helpless. She turned and headed toward the nearest small shop. Boss, can I borrow your electronic scale for a moment? The shop owner looked at the pretty girl in front of him and then at the frantic crowd grabbing vegetables. It seemed he made a decision and asked, Can I borrow your scale if I buy a few jin of vegetables first? The vegetables cost 30 yuan per jin, and these people were stuffing their bags without hesitation. He also wanted to see how delicious these vegetables really were. Shen Ruotang smiled and said, Of course. Everyone stay calm. Shen Ruotang, holding 2 borrowed electronic scales, shouted outside the crowd. Electronic scales. Oh, quick, quick. There are 2 scales here. Hurry up and weigh your items to pay. Before she finished speaking, the electronic scales in her hands were gone. Shen Ruotang. These days, being a boss is really tough, huh? Girl, if you can't squeeze in, maybe we shouldn't force it. Su Peilon came over to Shen Ruotang's side. For the first time, she felt people could be this crazy. She couldn't hear anything else. That makes sense. Shen Ruotang nodded in agreement, and the family silently moved to the side. Shen Wenyuan was holding Shen Xiaobao, who was clutching a cotton candy. Both kids had bright, sparkling eyes. Xiaobao, wow, Kai is so amazing, cotton candy. Ooh, oh my gosh. She quickly closed her shop and rushed over, but she was still a step too late. Lin Fongfong stood outside the crowd, tiptoeing to look inside, but could only see the back of heads. Thinking about the taste of the vegetables from the fairy's house, Lin Fongfong took a deep breath. She stepped forward and pushed her way into the crowd. Oh no, Auntie, please don't push me. I'm about to be squished. I don't want to either. I'm almost flattened too. A group of elderly men and women carrying shopping baskets heard the commotion and quickly rushed over. What's going on here? It looks like a vegetable fight. Which vegetables are those? So many people fighting to buy them? Maybe they're newly grown vegetables. They must taste really good. The elderly men and women who often go jogging in the mornings worked together smoothly, squeezing in wherever they could. Seeing the crowd push their way in, everyone was a bit scared and stepped back carefully. It's a small matter to fight over vegetables, but bumping into the elderly could be a big problem.
30 yuan per jin?
That's too expensive. I have to try and see what it tastes like. One of the men casually grabbed a bag and, after a lot of effort, finally managed to snatch some vegetables from others. Just as he was about to take out his phone to pay, the man looked confused. Huh? Where's my big handful of vegetables? Ma Yanhong glanced at the man as if saying, That's a bit much, isn't it? No matter how tasty the vegetables are, how good can they really be? She had eaten plenty of good food before. In Yangcheng, she often went to Shanmu Market to buy organic vegetables. The taste there was truly delicious. Thinking that her parents hadn't yet tried Shanmu's organic vegetables, Ma Yanhong decided to squeeze in with the man. Anyway, the crowd was already pushing and shoving. With so many people rushing to buy, the vegetables probably tasted good too. By the way, uncle, you already bought some. Why are you still here in line? I felt I didn't buy enough, so I came back to buy more. But just a few steps away, the line for vegetables had grown so long that it blocked the street. The 400 gene of vegetables was quickly sold out, and the customers behind couldn't buy any. They looked disappointed. Boss Shin, when will you set up your stall again? I heard from neighbors that your vegetables are really delicious. I want to buy some for my family to try. The vegetables cost 30 yuan per gene, which is a bit expensive, but trying something new now and then is okay. Unexpectedly, selling vegetables on the first day was very popular. Shin Ruotang sounded a little excited. I started an online store. I'll send the link to the vegetable buying group later. Everyone can place orders there, and I'll pack and bring the vegetables here tomorrow. Just show your order and your Douyin ID to get the vegetables. On the day she got her business license, she printed out the QR code for the buying group and the payment code. When she set up her stall, she tied the QR code and payment code to her tricycle. Now, the buying group has grown to 300 people and is almost full. Everyone was very happy when they heard this. This is great. Now we don't have to fight so hard to buy vegetables. That's right, I almost sprained my back just now. However, they didn't expect that it would be even harder to buy online. Boss, thank you for the electronic scale. The boss glanced at the electronic scale but didn't take it, sounding a bit resentful. Small boss, where are the promised vegetables? He had agreed to lend her the scale and let her buy a few pounds of vegetables first.
But,
looking again at the empty tricycle, the boss felt heartbroken. With so many people rushing to buy vegetables at 30 yuan per gene, it shows how delicious these vegetables are. Shin Ruotang felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect people to be so crazy. The price of 30 yuan per gene was set after she checked organic vegetables online many times. Shanmu organic vegetables cost 20 yuan per gene, but her vegetables are grown with spiritual energy and spring water. Naturally, they can't be cheaper than Shanmu's organic vegetables. The key is her vegetables not only taste good but also have unexpected benefits. 30 yuan per gene isn't too expensive. A normal family can afford to buy it once in a while. After they try it, they'll see that this price is definitely worth it. The vegetables are sold out, but I still have some at home. I need to go out to send a package later. How many pounds do you want? I'll bring them to you directly. The boss heard this and immediately smiled so much that his wrinkles deepened. No need to trouble yourself. I can go with you to pick it up directly. First, remember the route to the beautiful boss's house, so in the future, if you can't get the vegetables, you can buy them directly from her. Of course, he is also in the vegetable buying group, and he won't go there unless absolutely necessary. That would be too rude. Regarding the boss's little thoughts, Shin Ruotang saw through but didn't say anything, just nodded. That works too. Bishui Town Peace Community. Ma Yanhong saw the neighbors, an elderly couple, walking towards her, and her pupils slightly contracted. She immediately turned around and slipped away. Little Red is back. What was destined to happen still happened. The young girl bravely faced it. Ma Yanhong skillfully turned around, forcefully pulling the corner of her mouth to show a smile that was even more awkward than crying. She nodded faintly. Yes. Grandma Lee, I've been on a train all night to come back. I won't chat with you all now. Bye-bye. After saying that, Ma Yanhong quickly ran back home. Every time she heard people call her Little Red, she always felt like she was not the same species as them. Everyone clearly could call her Xiao Ma Yanhong or Ma Yanhong, but they just loved to call her Little Red. When she was a child, whenever she went out, neighbors would call her Little Red, over and over. Passers-by passing by didn't understand and would look up at the sky, wondering, Where? Is there a little bird? Where is the little bird? She also tried to resist, but the neighbors just laughed and said, Little Red sounds so cute. Since then, she tried to avoid the neighbors whenever she went out. But since she couldn't escape, she decided to hide. The elderly couple looked at Ma Yanhong's small, thin figure, feeling both happy and worried. Look at how filial this girl is. She even remembers to buy groceries and cook when she comes back. Yes, but her body is too weak. When she was a child, she was always, Mom, I'm back. Ma Yanhong sat on a small bench at the entrance, quickly took off her shoes and put on slippers. She went into the living room. Ma's mother saw her and hurriedly hung up the phone, quickly standing up from the sofa. "Daughter, why are you walking so quietly?" Luckily, she hung up quickly or else. Seeing her mother looking so guilty and nervous, Ma Yanhong frowned unhappily.
Here we go again.
She threw the leafy vegetables onto the coffee table and her backpack onto the sofa. Then she lay down comfortably on the sofa. "Just so you know, I won't go. Since I was little, you found so many doctors for me and I've suffered a lot. And what's the result? Money was spent, but I still wasn't cured. I know my body well. Now, I'm fine, except for the monthly period pain that makes me faint and causes heavy bleeding. Other than that, it doesn't really affect me. Getting colds and fevers has become a common thing, so I usually ignore them. But it's strange. When she was a child, she often had fevers every now and then. Since the neighbor started calling her Little Red, her fevers haven't happened as often. Could it be that a simple nickname is enough to keep her healthy?" When Ma Yingjie heard her daughter's words, she immediately became anxious. "What's so good about that? Do you forget you almost died last month during your period?" If she hadn't been working at the time, and her daughter fainted at the office and was rushed to the hospital, she might not be alive now. Thinking about her daughter's illness, Ma Yingjie couldn't sleep all night. She was afraid that one day she would wake up and her daughter would be gone. Talking about how her daughter nearly died last month, Ma Yanhong also felt scared. She is the only child in the family, only 26 years old. If she had really died, she couldn't imagine how sad her parents would be, and she still hadn't shown enough filial piety. Then she thought, to pay for her treatment, she had spent most of the family savings. She also felt that if her illness couldn't be cured, she might as well save the money for her parents' retirement. If she was gone, her parents would at least have some money to rely on. That was an accident. Her voice was a little weak. But Ma Yingjie didn't care whether it was an accident or not. She wouldn't allow such a thing to happen again. Her attitude became firmer. "I've heard about this old traditional doctor. He's very skilled and has cured many difficult illnesses. You're about to have your period soon. You must come with me to see the doctor this time." Mom, Ma Yanhong irritably kicked her leg. Why don't they understand her good intentions? Anyway, if the illness can't be cured, why not save the money for their retirement? Everyone has to die eventually, whether early or late. She has accepted this after all these years. Ma Yingjie saw her daughter's stubbornness and felt both anxious and worried. They knew why their daughter refused to see a doctor, but she was only 26 years old and still had a bright future. If there was even a small chance, they would do everything they could to fight for that hope. They would even compete with death for her. Ma Yingjie made up her mind. Either go to the doctor or go back to your hometown to work. Pick one, Mom. Ma Yanhong opened her mouth, but saw her mother's cold gaze and swallowed her words. It was clear her mother was determined this time. "Oh, come on, let me see the doctor." "Isn't that enough?" Peach Blossom Village, Shen Ruotang's house. Li Bu's eyes stayed fixed on the vegetables in the field. The vegetables looked so fresh and lively. The leaves were like clusters of emeralds, shining in the sunlight. They glowed with a tender green, reflecting on the ground. Even from afar, he could smell the fresh aroma of the vegetables and the scent of the soil. This air seemed especially fresh. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if his body had been cleansed. I took another deep breath, and my soul seemed to feel much lighter. I kept inhaling, suddenly taking big, deep breaths. It feels so comfortable and smooth. Every pore in my body feels like it's being washed by gentle rain, leaving me clean, cool, and happy inside and out. This feeling is like being stuck in a post-apocalyptic world for too long and suddenly stepping into a lush tropical rainforest. It's surprising and delightful. Seeing Li Bu with his eyes closed, happily breathing in the air, Shen Ruotang smiled silently. She had set up a spiritual gathering array around her home and buried a spirit stone at the center to boost spiritual energy. The air quality is good. It's just that ordinary people can't cultivate, so they can't feel the presence of spiritual energy. In the world of cultivation, not everyone can practice either. Those ordinary people who can't cultivate, if they stay immersed in spiritual energy for a long time, their bodies become much healthier than those who don't. Taking a few more breaths is beneficial and harmless for them. Huh? Just as Li Bu was happily inhaling the air, his muddled mind gradually became clearer. It seemed like the scene was going off track. He came today to buy vegetables, not to breathe air. Li Bu opened his eyes, a look of embarrassment on his face. Sorry, Boss Shen, I hope I didn't embarrass you. I'm not usually like this, really. Yes, I understand, Shen Ruotang said, with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, causing Li Bu's face to flush hotly. You have made a big mistake. Boss Shen's expression clearly shows he doesn't believe it. He, a tall man of about 7 feet, is actually losing composure in front of a young girl. He is the owner of a small shop, and, to put it nicely, he is successful in his career. His recent behavior doesn't match the image of a successful person he wants to project. He needs to fix this. Seeing Li Bu hesitate, then feel regret, and finally nod with determination, Shen Ruotang finds it amusing. He raises an eyebrow and asks, Boss Li, aren't you here to pick vegetables? Yes, I am here to pick vegetables. Before he finishes speaking, Shen Ruotang is already in the vegetable garden, praising the vegetables enthusiastically. While these oil lettuce plants look so fresh and the leaves are so crispy, baby bok choy is also so tender, Shen Ruotang stands at the side door of the yard, watching him like a curious animal that has fallen into the vegetable patch, squatting and pulling out vegetables with gusto. Suddenly, she feels a bit sorry for him. This person clearly hasn't experienced good food. She shakes her head and turns back into the yard. 15 minutes later, Su Peilon is picking vegetables in the yard when she hears a faint sound and turns around to look. She sees Li Bu walking over with a big bunch of vegetables. She quickly gets up to grab a bag. Boss Li, let me help you weigh it. She estimates that the vegetables in his arms weigh about 20 jin. If the whole family eats 3 meals a day, it will last them for several days. But after a while, the food won't be fresh anymore. Li Bu knows vegetables can't be stored for long, so he doesn't dare pick too many. He puts the vegetables into a bag. Sorry for the trouble, he says. Just as Li Bu hands the vegetables to Su Peilon, he hears Shen Ruotang's voice nearby. Little Bao, you've already eaten a lot. You can't eat any more. Seeing Shen Xiaobao run to pick cherry tomatoes under the vine again, Shen Ruotang quickly stops him. Kids have delicate stomachs, and he's already eaten more than 10 today. If he eats more, he won't be able to eat lunch later. Xiaobao holds a cherry tomato in his small hand, looking pitiful and blinking his eyes. But Andy, I still want to eat more, he says. The red fruit is tasty, and he wants more. He has watered all the fruits and vegetables in the yard with special spring water. Now, the tomato vines grow wildly, covering the entire rack and even climbing over the wall. Some vines have even reached outside the wall. Now, the layered branches are full of ripe, red cherry tomatoes. Xiaobao often pretends not to notice when he passes by and secretly picks one, then drops it on the ground. Finally, he acts like a little actor. Wow, fruit has fallen to the ground again, he says. Then he picks it up, washes it, and puts it in his mouth. For food, he's really willing to do anything. Seeing Xiaobao's soft and cute expression, Shen Ruotang takes a deep breath. No, she must not be fooled by this boy's appearance. I said no, and that's final. From now on, you can only eat 10. Shen Xiaobao felt like the sky was falling and stared in disbelief. Why did it become fewer? Wah, if I had known, I wouldn't have been so greedy. Before, I could eat more than 10 each day, but now I can only have 10. What a loss. Facing his aunt's gaze, Shen Xiaobao finally obediently let go of the cherry tomato. He waddled over on his short legs and hugged Shen Ruotang's leg. He lifted his little head, speaking in a soft, baby voice. Annie, don't be mad. I was wrong. Seeing this warm and touching scene, Li's heart was shouting loudly. Wow, what a sweet aunt-nephew moment. Soon, his attention was caught by a splash of red. In the corner of the yard, the cherry tomato plants were lush and climbing freely. The green leaves layered thickly. The cherry tomatoes were plump, like strings of red gemstones hanging among the branches. As the breeze blew, they emitted a strong, tempting aroma. Sunlight filtered through the guzed trellis, shining on the tomatoes and making them sparkle brightly. At this moment, he saw a red gemstone embedded in the green leaves. And not just a cherry tomato. "Boss Shin, do you sell these cherry tomatoes?" Li Bu excitedly rushed to the shelf, pointing happily at the cherry tomatoes on the vine. His eyes sparkled with surprise.
Wow.
The closer he got, the stronger the sweet tomato scent became. Suddenly, he remembered his image as a successful person, straightening his posture. He pretended to be serious, lowering his voice. "Boss Shin, do you sell these cherry tomatoes?" Seeing Li Bu's sudden change, Shen Ruotang's lips twitched slightly.
30 yuan per jin. Yay. Yay. Yay.
All right. Li Bu quickly changed his expression, turning around with a whoosh, pouting as he picked cherry tomatoes from the shelf. Then, recalling his image, he carefully selected them again. Not bad, not bad. These cherry tomatoes look just right, his gaze fixed on the plump, fragrant tomatoes. After a few seconds of calm, he suddenly shouted at the tomatoes. This cherry tomato smells so good. This trip has been a huge win for me. Haha." Shen Ruotang watched his constant mood swings and felt a bit tired for him. She wondered if he might have multiple personalities. Su Peilon came out of the house, saw Li Bu staring blankly at the corner of the wall, and then burst into laughter. "Haha, Boss Li is quite funny. A single person can perform a show better than many short drama actors." Shen Ruotang nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes." In the end, Li bought a total of 21 jin of vegetables and 5 jin of cherry tomatoes. He earned a total of 780 yuan. Today, the egg sales brought in 180 yuan, and he sold 394 jin of romaine lettuce and bok choy. His total income was 11,820 yuan. In total, he earned 12,780 yuan today. Wow, in less than half a day, he made over 10,000 yuan. Before, she wouldn't have dared to think about this. She was worried that vegetables costing 30 yuan per jin wouldn't sell, but it turned out she was just being anxious. In the living room, Su Peilon was stunned, holding her phone with wide eyes. The calculator on her phone showed 12780. Suddenly, she snapped out of her shock and started calculating on her phone. 12,780 yuan in one day means 383,400 yuan in a month. Oh my goodness! Their family is going to get rich. She excitedly held her phone, saying, "Daughter, from now on, Mom will listen to you. The money her daughter earns in a day is equal to what they used to earn in a year." Thinking of this, Su Peilon's eyes sparkled, and she smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth. They have 30 acres of such profitable vegetables and fruits. Shen Wenyuan pursed his lips without speaking, gripping his hands tightly on his lap. His eyes flickered with excitement. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Xiao Teng, do you have to pay taxes on the money you make from selling things at the stall?" In his memory, selling vegetables at a stall only earned a few dozen yuan a day. Now they earn over 10,000 yuan a day, so it's a different situation. Maybe? She really didn't know, so she decided to ask Qiandu tonight. "Dad, please take back this bank card." Shen Ruotang handed the bank card to Shen Wenyuan. "From now on, our family won't lack money." Now, her personal space was also open, and the first batch of vegetables was on the market. Everything was moving in a good direction, except for her older brother and sister-in-law. Shen Wenyuan's gaze fell on the familiar bank card, and he paused slightly. This was the bank card he had given to his daughter. "Since it's for you, there's no reason to take it back." Shen Wenyuan refused to accept it. The family hardly spent much on food and drinks, so the bank card was just sitting there. It was better to give it to his daughter, so she could achieve great things. "Dad, you always told me before that a person should keep some money for emergencies. Now, I return that advice to you exactly as it was." Li Bu returned home and headed straight to the kitchen, quickly taking a handful of cherry tomatoes from his bag and washing them. He put them in his mouth. With a bite, the juice burst out, and the delicious, sweet juice instantly exploded in his mouth. The taste of cherry tomatoes was incredibly fresh and delicious. The pure and rich smell of tomatoes fills the entire mouth. "It tastes so good." Lee's father and mother saw their son carrying a big bag of things and hurried back in a rush. They looked at him with surprise. As soon as they entered the kitchen, they saw their son quickly stuffing cherry tomatoes into his mouth like a hungry wolf. Juice dripped down his mouth, and in the next second, his tongue licked it away. The elderly couple froze for a moment, but soon their craving was sparked by the strong tomato aroma. Without hesitation, they stepped forward and started eating the cherry tomatoes. So delicious. The nearby Shunfeng Express pickup point, close to Teotihuacan, is near the farmer's market. Shen Ruotang followed the navigation and rode her electric bike through many turns before finding it. Hello, please help me pack the eggs, cherry tomatoes, and vegetables and send them via Shunfeng Fresh Delivery. Here's the recipient's address and phone number. The courier saw Shen Ruotang pause for a moment, then smiled and said, "No problem. Please scan the code here to pay. The packaging fee is 50 yuan, which needs to be paid separately." This delicate and beautiful girl clearly doesn't lack money. Her natural noble aura almost blinded his eyes. Shunfeng Express is more expensive than regular courier services. Usually people choose standard delivery. But this girl chose to send her package via Shunfeng Express, specifically for fresh produce, which shows she might be in a hurry. After thinking for a moment, the delivery person kindly explained and efficiently packed the package with both hands. Express delivery for fresh produce is sent by air. It takes about 1 day from Haishur to Modu. Now, it will arrive by tomorrow morning. In Bishui town, people often send eggs to family members working away, so the shop prepared egg cartons for packing. Shen Ruotang nodded understandingly, opened her phone, and scanned the QR code to pay. After paying the delivery fee, the courier had already packed the package. "Here is your parcel." Her eyes fell on the box in the courier's hand, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Is this for her? After a few seconds of thinking, Shen Ruotang remembered the courier's purpose. She calmly took out her phone and snapped 2 photos. When sending something to someone, it's best to take a picture of the tracking number and send it to the recipient. She understood. My, this is a local specialty for you. Let me know when you've finished eating it, .. A picture was attached. After sending the package, Shen Ruotang rode her electric scooter straight to the tricycle shop. Today, she earned some money and planned to buy an electric tricycle so she wouldn't have to borrow from second uncle anymore. In Modu, Beijia Media, office. Xiaomai was feeling sleepy while listening when suddenly her phone vibrated and woke her up. She glanced at her agent, who was lost in their own world, then quietly slid her phone under the desk. Seeing the message from my close friend instantly made my eyes soften with happiness. A bright smile appeared on my face as I quickly typed a reply. "Thank you, Tang Tang. I love you the most. Do 3. Ju Red Heart." Lin Long kept talking nonstop, but when I looked up, I saw that the person across from me was actually busy playing on their phone. I was so angry that I threw my pen forcefully at her. "Xiaomai, do you know who you're offending right now? Just one word from them could ruin you. If you spend one night with them, they'll forgive you. Such a good deal. And you're refusing. Do you think you're so noble? Actually, you're just hopelessly stupid." I was so furious. What did I do in my past life to offend so many gods that I ended up with this clueless person, Xiaomai? Xiaomai was replying to her friend's message when she suddenly sensed danger. Her head instinctively tilted to the left as a shadow brushed past her ear. A loud smack sounded as something hit the glass door behind her. Immediately, her manager's angry shout followed. She frowned slightly, withdrew from her chat bubble, and placed her phone on the table. She looked coldly at the person across from her. "Didn't your parents teach you that it's rude to disturb someone when they're replying to messages?" She hadn't even had a chance to chat with her friend before this woman interrupted her. Just yesterday, she had woken up after a stomach bleed, and now early in the morning, she was called to the company. Since joining the company, I have spent 2.5 hours talking nonstop about how a certain second-generation celebrity dominates everything. I am determined to get his forgiveness tonight, even if I have to use charm or persuasion. To be blunt, it's about using personal influence. If I accept this proposal, I will have many chances to succeed. My future career could be very bright, and so on. The whole conversation boils down to one thing. brainwashing her into accepting the hidden rules. Her father fell from a construction site during the college entrance exam and broke both legs. To lighten her family's burden, she gave up the chance to attend university and went to the city to work and earn money. Later, she heard that the entertainment industry makes millions daily, and she was determined to make a name for herself there. At least, she wanted to support her family. At that time, Banana Media was holding a talent show. If she made it into the final group, she would get 100,000 yuan and a contract with Banana Media. She fought her way to the finals and won first place, thinking she could finally shine in the entertainment world. But the day after signing the contract, the company immediately arranged for her to meet with business people. They said she just needed to make the big boss happy to become famous quickly. She was new to the industry and didn't understand all the tricks. That day, she went to the meeting place as planned. When she opened the door, she realized she had underestimated how complicated things could be. In a private room, besides Agent Lin Long, there were 8 unfamiliar men. They were all overweight, with big ears and big bellies. She immediately panicked and hurriedly said she had her period and needed to leave early. However, one man grabbed her hand and said with a leering smile, "Your period is here. It makes things more exciting." Could she tolerate this? Angrily, she turned and left. The next day, the company canceled all her activities and even evicted her from the company apartment. Without work, she had no income and could only take small roles. She did this for 4 years. During these 4 years, some male actors flirted with her from time to time. When she refused, those actors even encouraged fans to criticize her. This caused her to move house several times and get involved in gossip stories multiple times. Her fans, built up from a talent show, also started to decline quickly. None of the promises made to her were kept, and now she was forced to play by their rules. It was all so ridiculous. "Are you talking to me with that attitude?" Lin Long was surprised that Chiao Mai dared to scold her, and her anger suddenly flared up. She quickly stepped forward and raised her hand to slap her. In Gangcheng, at Power Tech Digital Company, Yi Xiaohong sat at his desk, staring intently at the time on his computer. The boss is known for being very picky, and the only restaurant he likes is quite far away. So every day at this time, he always leaves on time to go eat. Click. The door to the boss's office opens as scheduled. Yi Xiaohong takes a deep breath and quickly takes out some cookies. Coincidentally, he is standing where the boss passes by, opening a metal box in his hand. "These are cookies my wife baked for me last night. Would you like to try some?" Pan Yongfeng was about to go out for lunch when he suddenly smelled a strong, delicious aroma as he passed by the office. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Looking in that direction, he saw an employee holding a metal box, asking a colleague, "These are cookies my wife baked for me last night. Would you like to try some cookies?" He remembered that cookies usually didn't smell this good. Pan Yongfeng walked over to Yi Xiaohong, staring at the cookies in his hand. Everyone who knows him knows he doesn't like sweet foods, but this smell, so fragrant. Unexpectedly, he felt a little tempted to try. He swallowed hard. Under the surprised gazes of the staff, he asked, "Can I try one?" Yi Xiaohong, hearing the boss's words, immediately offered the cookies with both hands, his voice carrying a faint hint of excitement. "Boss, please have some." This cookie was originally made for the boss, so of course he could try it. The boss doesn't like sweet foods, he knows that. He initially wanted to make steamed eggs, but he never brings food to the office to eat. Bringing food suddenly would raise suspicion. After thinking it over, he decided that cookies were the safest choice, as they wouldn't cause any doubt. Last night, his wife made them and specifically told him not to add too much sugar. He had already tasted the cookies last night. The flavor was simply amazing. They were dozens of times better than Joni's cookies. Joni's cookies are famous souvenirs in the city and are always at the top of the must-buy for tourists list. Even locals often buy them again and again. The long lines outside the stores and strict purchase limits show how popular they are. This also proves how delicious they are. He is confident that the boss will really like these cookies. As long as he can win the boss's favor, his job will be safe. As he got closer, Pan Yongfeng realized the cookies smelled even more fragrant than before. His relaxed hand clenched and then loosened, finally reaching up to take a cookie. He slowly put it in his mouth. This cookie. It's incredibly delicious. The cookies are sweet, crispy, and have a hint of saltiness, so they don't feel too heavy. Even someone like him, who doesn't usually like sweets, can enjoy them easily. Just a gentle bite, the crispy cookie instantly shattered, releasing a rich and smooth, milky aroma. The cookie not only has a strong milk scent, but also a deep egg fragrance. The texture of the cookie is fine and dense, slowly melting on the tongue, leaving a lingering taste on the lips and teeth. Surprisingly delicious. He confidently assured that, after many years of experience, this cookie is several times better than the famous Julie cookies. After finishing one piece, he kept eating the second, third, until he reached the 10th, only then realizing what he was doing. He lost his composure. He cleared his throat, calmly patted Yi Xiaohong on the shoulder, and looked at him with admiration. Your wife is good at baking. Having a wife with such good cooking skills is his blessing. Unlike him, who doesn't have such good luck. Hearing the boss's words, Yi Xiaohong's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. My wife's cooking is indeed very good. Last night, my wife made a lot of cookies. Boss, I'll bring you a new box, so you can try it with your family. As he spoke, Yi Xiaofeng put down the box in his hand, then suddenly rushed into the office like a gust of wind. When he came out again, he was holding a bright blue round tin box. Boss, please don't mind. Pan Yongfeng glanced at the box in his hand with a meaningful look. He took the box. You're also very good. After Pan Yongfeng left, everyone in the office immediately started to talk excitedly. Zhao Yi walked over to Xiaohong. Oh my, the boss ate 10 cookies. That must be really tasty. Yigong, can we try some of these cookies? Yi Xiaofeng grinned happily, showing his big white teeth. Of course, cookies are for you to eat. His job is probably to keep things safe, carrot carrot. Wow, these cookies are so good, even better than Joni's cookies. This flavor is amazing. In the Magic City, at Banana Entertainment in the office. Snap. A clear, sharp slap sounded inside the small office. Lin Long was stunned, covering her cheek, eyes wide as she stared at the girl in front of her. She gritted her teeth. Did you just hit me? She was just an extra and she dared to hit her, the manager? Is she crazy? Doesn't she worry about ruining her career in the entertainment industry? Suddenly, she remembered something. She burst out laughing wildly. Yeah, your contract ends tomorrow. No wonder she dared to hit her. Ha ha ha! Lin Long's face twisted in anger, her teeth clenched as she pointed at Xiao Mai and shouted. Don't forget, as long as you're in the entertainment industry, I can crush you anytime. She's not just a manager. She also represents Banana Media. Today, Xiao Mai hit her, which is like hitting the top executives of Banana Media. Banana Media won't let her go easily. After 4 years of shady development in the entertainment industry, I accidentally lost control of my hand. Xiao Mai frowned, rubbed her wrist, and quickly thought of a plan. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling secretly annoyed. She had endured for 4 years. Why couldn't she endure a little longer? Suddenly, she had an idea. Xiao Mai's eyes turned red, tears started falling, and her voice trembled with fear. Sister Lin, I didn't mean to do it. You rushed at me angrily to hit me and I was scared, so I reacted. I didn't expect your face to suddenly reach out toward my hand. As she spoke, her tears fell more fiercely. I still want to stay in the entertainment industry. Please forgive me, okay? But inwardly, she was secretly thinking, as long as she gets through tomorrow, her contract will end and she will be completely free. Whether she stays in the entertainment industry or not. She had already become indifferent. There are many jobs that make money in the world. At worst, she could go back and farm with her best friend. Even her best friend, a top student, can farm. Why can't she? Xiao Mai's sudden change of attitude stunned Lin Long. Her tears fell freely. However, Xiao Mai was usually gentle and fragile, and she had no connections or background in the entertainment industry. It's natural that she was scared and crying after being threatened. Then she sneered coldly. I thought you were so brave and noble. Just as though Jomai was too calm just now, and she even thought Jomai might quit the entertainment industry. As long as she still wanted to stay in showbiz, I would find a way to deal with her. I wouldn't let her off easily with just one slap. Lin Long snorted coldly, looking at Jomai with pride. If you want my forgiveness, that's fine. Just agree to attend young Masterling's birthday party tonight, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Jomai looked pitiful and nodded. Sister Lin, as long as you forgive me, I'll go. Young Masterling is the son of a celebrity, and with so many people at the party, I don't believe they dare to cause trouble. After leaving the company, Jomai quickly put on a mask and took the subway in the opposite direction to her rented place. Assistant Lee pushed the door open. Sister Lin, are you really letting Jomai leave like this? Manager Lin said Jomai's contract expires tomorrow, so today, even if she has to be tied up, she will be taken to young Masterling's room. Young Masterling's mother has been friends with Manager Lin for many years and watched young Masterling grow up. Now that young Masterling is being bullied, Manager Lin naturally wants to help him get justice. Lin Long tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes cold. Don't worry, she can't escape. She had already made arrangements. When Jomai shows up tonight, she will immediately get someone to get her drunk. That wine is not ordinary. After careful selection, Shen Ruotang finally bought a domestically produced agricultural three-wheeled vehicle. The 1.8-meter-long carriage can carry up to 3,000 jin and cost 11,580 yuan. After buying the three-wheeled vehicle, Shen Ruotang placed her electric bike in the carriage of the three-wheeled vehicle. She then drove the three-wheeled vehicle to buy packing supplies, including but not limited to foam boxes, cling film, food-grade plastic bags, packing tape, waterproof labels, electronic scales, vacuum sealer, and hole puncher. After purchasing everything, she drove straight home. Although Peach Blossom Village doesn't have paved roads, the roads are quite wide. Shen Ruotang drove all the way home, attracting many villagers' enthusiastic attention along the way. Hey, Xiao Tang bought a car. Look at this car, it's really impressive. Xiao Tang, are you busy in the fields? When will you hire more people? I can handle it. When I need to hire, I'll tell the village chief. Just wait for the notice. Hearing Shen Ruotang's words, the villagers' enthusiasm grew even more. They kept praising her with compliments, almost making Shen Ruotang dizzy. But it's understandable. Villagers in Peach Blossom Village only earn about 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a year from farming. That's about 54.8 yuan per day, based on 365 days a year. Compared to Shen Ruotang earning 200 yuan a day, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Everyone naturally knows which to choose. Su Peilon was watering the goosets in the yard when she saw her daughter returning in the three-wheeled vehicle. She immediately hurried over. They kept looking at the tricycle, touching it again and again, and couldn't stop smiling. Their family also owns a vehicle now, carrot. In the countryside, who wouldn't want to own a tricycle? Hearing the noise outside the yard, Shen Xiaobao ran out holding a cotton candy. Seeing the vehicle, his eyes lit up, and he jumped around it happily. Grandpa, Grandma, we have a big vehicle now, cotton candy. Woohoo! Su Peilon watched her grandson happily dance and reached out to pat his head. Yes, our family has a vehicle now. Shen Ruotang went to the back of the car, raised an eyebrow, and patted the trunk with a smile. Not only did we buy a car, but I also bought things for packing tomorrow. She then moved the items from the trunk into the house, placing them in an empty room. Why did you buy so many things? Su Peilon exclaimed when she saw the items in the trunk. It must have cost a lot of money. They had just earned money, and now it was gone so quickly. Not too many. I asked around, and these are all things needed for packing. Once our online store officially opens, these won't be enough. Thinking about the busy scene of customers grabbing vegetables in the morning, Su Peilon laughed happily. That's true, it's not too much. After moving the items and having lunch, Shen Ruotang posted about the online store in the grocery shopping group. Seeing the number of people, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Is it full? The speed was surprisingly fast. One person could influence 520 customers, but that wasn't really fast. Quietly suppressing a shock, Shen Ruotang glanced at the active group chat. Messages were flying by quickly. Oh my gosh, This romaine lettuce is definitely the best I've ever had. Baby bok choy is my favorite. I love it so much. Carrot. Boss Shin, when will you post the link? We can't wait. I've already added all my aunts and uncles just to get the vegetables. Hee, my mom was so mad when she heard I spent 60 yuan on 2 jin of vegetables. She chased me with a hanger. Then she got a slap in the face and praised my cleverness. Seeing she hadn't replied, everyone started talking about how their family members went from doubting to being convinced. They couldn't stop chatting, and the conversation got lively. Half an hour ago, Bishui Town Peace Community. Grandpa Lu was sitting angrily on the sofa. He had only bought 5 jin of vegetables, so why were they criticizing him? Since morning, for 5.5 hours, they kept nagging him. People who didn't know might think they were possessed by a monk. What's wrong? He spent his own money to buy food for them, and now they were scolding him one after another? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The angrier he was, the more he wanted water. He picked up a cup, but it was empty. That made him even angrier. Dad, don't blame us for talking about you. Grandpa Lu's son sighed helplessly, sat down, and calmly explained. The vegetables sold at the market are all grown by them. How much are they worth? You should know that organic vegetables from mountain pasture cost only 20 yuan per jin, which is 10 yuan more expensive. Clearly, those people are just hired helpers trying to trick you old folks. Hearing this, Grandpa Lu immediately blushed and retorted, You're talking nonsense. Why did he start using bad words? Isn't he right? His father is really getting worse with age, hopeless. I saw clearly. Among those grabbing vegetables, I know some of them. The others are helpers. Are those few also helpers? Everyone says these vegetables are tasty. Could they be fake? If I hadn't snatched this vegetable from someone else, you wouldn't even have the chance to see it. Grandpa Lu's son/daughter. He's really not in good shape. The other side is really clever, managing to brainwash his dad so thoroughly. It seems the anti-fraud app isn't working anymore. Dad, my older brother is a senior manager at a company. You have to listen to what he says. Grandpa Lu's youngest daughter couldn't stand it anymore and put down her phone. Lu Songyan was momentarily stunned, a bit surprised, and looked at the person on the sofa. Since he was a child, his sister has always liked to go against him. It's really impressive that he didn't hurt anyone, and today he even praised himself. It's like the sun rising from the west. Only happens if Dad is fooled once. Noticing someone's gaze, Lu Yuqin's ears subtly turned red. She pretended not to see her older brother's look and continued advising her husband. How can you be fooled if you don't find some familiar people to vouch for you? Besides, even if this dish is delicious, 30 yuan per jin is too much. It's not made of gold. Everyone knows they're trying to cheat you, yet you still defend them. It's typical. Being sold and then helping the seller count the money. Grandpa Lu hates being told he's been tricked more than anything. He suddenly stood up, red-faced, arguing fiercely. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Do you think I can be fooled? In the living room, Grandpa Lu and his family passionately debated, taking opposite sides. In the kitchen, Grandpa Lu's wife was stir-frying expensive vegetables. Her hands trembled with each stir. 1 piece of vegetable costs a yuan. It's such a waste. Married to such a spendthrift. Bishui Town, Yongping Community. I'll beat you, you spendthrift. Do you dare buy vegetables at 30 yuan per jin? Did the wind blow this money here? Mother Lin held a hanger, chasing her son around the living room. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be surnamed Lin, Lin Xiaohan. You never were surnamed Lin to begin with. Hey, how dare you talk back? Watch me teach you a lesson, you useless kid. Lin Xiaohan's pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly ran back to his room and slammed the door shut. He wanted to avoid another round of scolding. Through the door, his mother's angry shouts kept coming in. The door shook from her voice. He was so scared he sat down on the bed. When his mom got angry, it was really terrifying, like 9 bulls pulling her back.
It was too scary.
He didn't understand what was happening. When he saw so many people grabbing things, he joined in without thinking. After paying, he immediately regretted it. Luckily, he only grabbed 2 jin of vegetables and spent just 60 yuan. He felt overwhelmed and sad. He didn't know how much time passed. But suddenly his mother's angry shouts turned into gentle words.
Sans dire.
Please open the door. I was just a little angry earlier. Open the door first. I need to ask you something. Lin Xiaohan looked at the door, trembling even more. It's over. This is the calm before the storm. He hurriedly took out his phone, opened the chat app, and asked in the dorm group. At everyone, brothers, are you there? Are you there? I want to ask for a friend. If you spend 60 yuan to buy 2 kg of vegetables and your mom chases you to scold you, what would you do? Of course, that person isn't me. Don't get me wrong. I was just asking on behalf of my friend, really just asking for my friend's sake. As soon as I sent the message, Lin Xiaohan couldn't help but start crying loudly. A few seconds later, I received a reply. Bro, I wish your friends good luck. This May Day, I am with your friend. Only a foolish and innocent college student would spend 60 yuan to buy 2 kg of vegetables. Awesome. Let me ask on behalf of my friend, how does that super expensive vegetable taste? 60 seconds. Curious. Lin Xiaohan opened the chat and suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Xiaohan. A group of mischievous friends I knew I shouldn't have asked. Just as I was about to put down my phone, I suddenly remembered how crazy everyone looked this morning.
The taste.
Should be okay, right? I looked up at the door. It was quiet outside. Maybe I should go out and check. No, staying in the room is safer. Just a wall apart, in the dining room. Honestly, there's a reason why things are expensive. Lin's mom was eating some lettuce and said with a slightly muffled voice, Didn't expect that little rascal to be somewhat useful. Huh? After saying that, she took another bite of lettuce and scooped some plain rice. White porridge with oilseed greens. Life feels so sweet. Carrot. Dad Lin saw her eating a bit quickly and quickly reminded her to be careful. Eat slowly. Your son isn't fighting you for food. After saying that, he hurriedly stuffed food into his mouth and nodded in approval. The oilseed greens are crispy, tender, and refreshing, with a sweet, fragrant taste. Simply wonderful. Oh, by the way, where did you buy this? I'll go out early tomorrow to buy some. Most farmers who sell vegetables at markets grow their own crops on a few acres, so they're sure to have what you need. Their vegetables are naturally free of pollution, so they're safer to eat. Especially since these vegetables are so delicious, I'll buy a few more pounds tomorrow. Thinking about how she just chased her son around the living room earlier, Lin's mom paused while picking vegetables. She was so busy scolding him that she forgot to ask where she bought the vegetables. It should be at the market on that street. I'll ask my son when he comes out. Her son really is something. Does she look that scary? She just wanted to ask where the vegetables were bought, but he refused to come out. Now she feels like a fierce tiger. Bishui Town, Peace Community. Daughter, where did you buy these vegetables? They taste so good. Ma Yingjie picked up a piece of oilseed greens. These leaves are so tender and smooth she couldn't help but pop a piece into her mouth, showing a face full of enjoyment. Just down in our neighborhood, on the street across from the market about a few hundred meters away. At that time, there were so many people rushing, blocking the walkway. Ma Yanhong didn't expect that the old man really wasn't lying. These vegetables are truly delicious. Luckily, she didn't miss out. Thinking about how she had thought the vegetables were expensive that morning, she now only wants to say she was wise. Shanmu's organic vegetables are tasty, but only if she hasn't tried vegetables from other places. Unexpectedly, there are always better options, and there's a saying, beyond vegetables, there are even better ones. By the way, Mom, did you save some vegetables for Dad? Yes, I did. After dinner, I will deliver the food to him. Yanhong quickly ate a few bites of plain rice porridge and then put a piece of lettuce into her mouth. Mom, I'm full. I'm going to deliver the food to my dad now. Their family runs a small supermarket nearby, and business is quite good. Most customers are residents from the neighborhood and nearby areas. Because the store is open late, meals are often irregular. Over the years, her parents developed stomach problems. Irregular eating habits caused their stomach issues. Ma Yanhong carried a thermal lunchbox and headed out to deliver the food. In the same neighborhood, but different buildings. All right, stop talking about your dad. Aunt Lu brought out a plate of stir-fried bok choy and placed it on the table. Honestly, the stir-fried vegetables smell really good. She just tasted a bit, and the flavor made her feel so happy she almost forgot herself. This money was well spent. Her husband is not a careless spender. Your dad wasn't tricked this time. These vegetables are really delicious. As she spoke, she took off her apron and hung it up. Hurry up and wash your hands so we can eat. Grandpa Lu's eyes lit up brightly, and he excitedly headed to the kitchen. That's right, that's right. I told you I wasn't fooled. Your son and daughter just don't believe me. After washing his hands, Grandpa Lu sat down proudly. He lifted his chin with a bit of pride. Some people think that becoming a company executive means they are always right. Little do they know they're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Lu Songyan. He felt a bit criticized. Why was only he being mentioned, and not his little sister? Unhappy, Lu Songyan pointed at the person sitting on the sofa, watching the fire. What about little sister? I'm like a frog at the bottom of a well, so what is little sister? Hey, Lu Yuqin quickly put away her phone and stood up abruptly. Lu Songyan, don't think you can shift the blame. Who was the first to say Dad was tricked this morning? Lu Songyan. It was him. And who was the first to say Dad was forgetful? Lu Songyan. Still him. And who was the first to say Dad has so much money, he doesn't know what to do with it? Lu Songyan. It's him, and him. Seeing Lu Songyan silent, Lu Yuqin felt refreshed and confident, walking past him proudly. Lu Songyan. Silence is tonight's peaceful moment. When Lu Songyan finally came back to himself, he saw the other person sitting down to eat. So annoying. I lost again. Mom, don't speak for Dad. Lu Songyan thought Lu mother was defending Lu father. Our family isn't short of this little money. Money is spent, just consider it a lesson learned. Hey, just after feeling happy, this son with no emotional intelligence opened his mouth again. Grandpa Lu was really unhappy now. If you have the guts, don't eat the food I bought later. If I don't eat, I don't eat. Lu Songyan washed his hands and sat down. You make it sound like I really want to eat. Lu Yuqin silently picked up a piece of vegetable, looking and eating quietly. She widened her eyes, looked down at the dish, then took another bite and put it in her mouth. Her cheeks slowly moved. While this dish is just too delicious, the freshly stir-fried bok choy still carried the hot aroma with tender leaves and crisp, residue-free stems. With a crunchy sound, the sweet freshness of the vegetables spread in her mouth. Oh my gosh, how can there be such delicious bok choy in the world? Son, who exactly is the talented person who created this? She must worship and kneel. Suddenly thinking of something, Lu Yuqin quietly puts down her chopsticks. She picks up her phone and turns on the recording function. Next to her, Lu Songyan is still unaware, eating bit by bit, smelling the delicious food. This small bok choy is really fragrant. Big brother, what did you just say? Lu Songyan looks up confused. What did I just say? It's what you just said to Dad. Are you a fish? 7-second memory. Lu Songyan. What did his little sister eat in her past life? Every word she says makes him so angry. Lu Songyan's face turns red as he responds irritably. We are biological siblings. So what if I am a fish? Aren't you a fish too? We are all born from the same mother. Can there be two different species? No one should think they are more noble than others. Lu Yuqin looks at a certain man with a complicated expression. Big brother, do you forget? I am born under the ox zodiac. And you say you're not a fish? With your memory, how did you become a company executive? Don't assume that whoever has a bad memory can be in charge. Haha. Lu Songyan clenches his chopsticks tightly, taking deep breaths again and again. Don't get angry, don't get angry. She's his real sister, his own flesh and blood. He can endure. Seeing someone on the verge of losing control, Lu Yuqin quickly changed the subject and pretended to be casual, asking, That question just now, you haven't answered it yet. Lu Yuqin blinked her big eyes. What are the last two things you said to Dad? Lu Songyan, who was angry, wanted to prove he wasn't forgetful like a fish with a short memory. Without thinking, he honestly repeated what he had just said. I just said if I don't want to eat, I won't. It sounds like I really want to eat. Grandpa Lu looked at his son and secretly shook his head. After all these years, he only cared about growing taller. His mind hasn't grown at all. While thinking, he took a small piece of bok choy and put it in his mouth. Wow, this vegetable is really delicious. After a few bites, he took another piece and put it in his mouth. Still very tasty. Grandma Lu saw her husband eating faster and faster, so she also hurried to pick vegetables. Seeing their chopsticks moving so quickly they seemed to be smoking, Lu Songyin could guess how good the food must taste. His hand on the table twitched, ready to grab some. Gulpy stared intently at the dish, swallowing saliva. He wanted to eat. Just as he was about to pick up some food, a voice that was both annoying and deadly to ignore sounded beside him. Mom and Dad, you just heard Big Brother said he doesn't want to eat vegetables. Grandpa and Grandma Lu, with their mouths full of food, nodded vaguely. Yes, I heard you. This dish is so delicious. From now on, our family will only eat this restaurant's food. Lu Yuqin raised her phone proudly and smiled. Big Brother, I recorded everything. You're a real man. You should keep your promises. After saying that, she put down her phone happily and picked up a small piece of bok choy to eat. She looked very pleased. Ah, bok choy, I'm sending you kisses, yummy. Seeing the plate of vegetables getting smaller and smaller, Lu Songyin became anxious. He suspected his little sister had tricked him. In the end, only 3 small pieces of bok choy remained. Snap! Lu Songyin quickly reached out and grabbed one of the remaining pieces to put in his mouth. Yum, this tastes so good. This vegetable is even better than the organic vegetables he bought at the mountain market. He almost lost out. He reached for another piece, but the plate was already empty. That he had only eaten 1 piece from a whole plate of vegetables. What a loss. Lu Yuqin bit her lip and secretly smiled, pretending to be surprised, and asked, Big Brother, didn't you say you didn't want to eat? I guess I can't grow my own, Lu Songyin said angrily, pouting. Huh. Suddenly, the food Lu Deyi just ate splattered onto his son's face unexpectedly. Lu Songyin. Alright, only he is hurt in this world, where he is the only one suffering. Bishui Town, Lanshang Road, Ma Tianla Supermarket. Ma Yanhong just stepped into the supermarket when she saw a thin figure ahead. A man hunched over, carrying a foldable aluminum ladder on one shoulder. His hair was a bit messy. The man put down the ladder, opened it, stepped on it, and was about to climb up. Ma Yanhong's heart skipped a beat. She quickly called out, Dad, lunch is ready. Last night, a light in the supermarket suddenly went out, and Ma Sengwai was about to check it. Suddenly, her daughter's voice came from behind. Today was a holiday for May Day, and she knew her daughter had taken an overnight train to come back. Her daughter had been weak since childhood, and every time she returned, she needed to rest for a while to recover. Seeing her daughter in the supermarket, she was both surprised and happy. She lowered her foot. Daughter, why aren't you resting at home? I'm fine, Dad. In an instant, a strong aroma of food filled the air. Her eyes fell on the crispy, shiny lettuce, and Ma Sengwai looked a bit displeased. Why does your mom keep giving me so much greens again? He has never liked eating vegetables since he was young, which has led to him developing night blindness at a young age. He often checks the supermarket lights to prevent sudden accidents. Ma Yanhong pretended to be angry and crossed her arms. Dad, you're already a grown-up. How can you be picky about food? This romaine lettuce is really delicious. I'm not lying to you. She pushed the lettuce toward him. At that moment, a few regular customers pushed their carts over to pay. When they saw the romaine lettuce in the box, their eyes lit up. Old Ma, where did you buy this lettuce? It smells so good. Just looking at its crisp and tender appearance made people salivate. The person asking was a neighbor from their community who often shopped at their supermarket. Seeing her interested in the vegetable, Ma Sengwai quickly offered it to her. He pushed the lettuce in front of her. If you like it, you can try some. Everyone who knew Ma Sengwai knew he didn't like eating vegetables, so when he said that, Li Jinlian didn't hold back. She reached out and realized there were no chopsticks, feeling a bit awkward, when suddenly a pair of disposable chopsticks appeared in her hand.
Ma Yanhong smiled.
Aunt Li, here you go. Xiaohong? When did you come back? Li Jinlian happily opened the chopsticks.
Ma Yanhong stopped giggling.
Wow, this romaine lettuce is so crispy and tender. It's really delicious. Old Ma, I tell you, if you don't eat vegetables, you're really missing out. Suddenly, Li Jinlian's exaggerated voice rang out near the ear. The others saw this and quickly gathered around, noticing disposable chopsticks on the checkout counter. They hurriedly opened them, grabbing a chopstick of oilseed greens and stuffing it into their mouths. This oilseed greens are so delicious. Oh my gosh, how can vegetables taste this good? Loud voices erupted at the checkout counter, with the two closest people being the most affected. Ma Yanhong and her daughter covered their ears and quietly moved away from the group. Soon, the commotion drew the attention of other shoppers in the supermarket. One by one, they came over out of curiosity. Seeing the group eating oilseed greens, they thought it was a free-tasting event organized by the store. They conscientiously shared the remaining disposable chopsticks and stood in front of the checkout counter to eat the greens. Then, a new round of excited shouts broke out. Wow, these oilseed greens are so tasty. Boss, your greens are amazing. Are they new stock? I didn't see these earlier. Xiao Hong, where did you buy these greens? They taste so good. Hurry up and tell me. I must get some, boss. Xiao Hong. People passing by outside saw the crowd shouting excitedly and gathered out of curiosity. Suddenly, the entrance of the supermarket was crowded with people, blocking the way completely. In the afternoon, pedestrians hurried along the street. At the corner of Lanxiang Road, outside a small supermarket, a large crowd had gathered. Many passers-by stopped out of curiosity. Is there a sale at this supermarket? Why are there so many people? Who cares? Just follow the crowd and you'll be fine. Let's go and see what's happening. The noise was loud and lively. People pushed and shoved toward the supermarket, like hungry zombies suddenly smelling fresh food. Seeing the crowd about to flood into the store, Ma Yanhong and her daughter quickly hid behind the checkout counter. They crouched down fast. Ma Sengwai shouted, "Daughter, what should we do now? I need to think." Everyone was so crazy that her voice was drowned out by the shouting. No one heard what she said. Outside, more people kept squeezing into the supermarket. She really wanted to ask, "Do you even know what's going on here? Why are you all pushing in like this?" Suddenly, a white figure caught her attention. Got it. Ma Yanhong quickly took out a loudspeaker and turned it on. Snip, snip. Great. Still have power. Li Jinlian and others were asking about the lettuce, when Ma Yanhong suddenly disappeared. Wasn't it just here a moment ago? As they looked around, a voice suddenly sounded from above. Stop pushing, everyone, stop pushing. People at the back and those about to come in, please stop pushing. Ma Yanhong stood behind the cash register, holding a white megaphone. Her face still showed irritation, and her cheeks were slightly red. So many people are squeezing into the supermarket. What if a stampede happens? They really have no sense of safety at all. Everyone froze for a moment and then quickly calmed down. Looking at the angry young girl in front of them, everyone thought silently, why are they all rushing in? Oh, right. It's a supermarket sale. Boss, what kind of sale is happening? Why are so many people rushing in? The first person to react asked, a sale? Ma Yanhong first looked confused, then paused, and finally rolled her eyes silently. It turns out these people thought there was a sale at our supermarket. No wonder they're so crazy. What kind of sale is it? Li Jinlian pouted. We're asking where the owner bought the bok choy. That bok choy is just so delicious. She almost swallowed her tongue. After everyone had eaten the oilseed greens, they suddenly realized what was happening and spoke with some annoyance. We're asking about the oilseed greens. Why are you all crowding around? They thought others were trying to compete with them for the greens. They were just scaring themselves. The crowd, upon learning the truth, all that excitement was a waste of time. Exactly. Let's go. Immediately, most people left. The air became much fresher. Some curious people stayed behind, wondering what made the oilseed greens so special. Why were they so popular? Since they were already here, they might as well stay. Ma Yanhong didn't expect so many people to stay. She looked at everyone and took out her phone, opening the grocery buying group chat and holding it out to everyone. I bought these oilseed greens this morning at the market on the corner of town. I don't know the seller's name. This group was created by that seller. If you want to buy vegetables, you can. Hey, Why is the group full? Li Jinlian was very familiar with Ma Sengwai's family, and her son was a schoolmate of Ma Yanhong. For years ago, she had already joined Ma Yanhong's green chat group. She was about to ask Ma Yanhong to add her to the group when she looked up and saw it was full. Ma Yanhong paused for a moment, then looked at her phone. Wow, indeed. It was full. There are still many people in the group urging the boss to create a new group. Peach Blossom Village, Shen Ruotang's house. Boss, the group is full. My 6th aunt and 7th aunt haven't joined yet. It's all my mom's fault for showing off. All the vegetables at home have been divided among my 6th and 7th aunts. Please, boss, create a new group. JPG. I am so lucky I was the last to join. I heard these vegetables are really tasty. I must help my eldest aunt get some. Boss, when will you send the link for your vegetables? We've been waiting for a long time. Shen Ruotang didn't expect that even before her online shop officially opened, the Green Bubble group was already full. Things seemed to be going better than she imagined. Thinking for a moment, she typed a few words in the group. The new group is being created. The link for the online shop will be sent later. Please be patient. After sending the message, she left the group chat and started creating a new group. Oh my goodness, our vegetables are so popular. Su Peilon looked at her phone, full of pride for her daughter. These vegetables were grown by her daughter. Wow, Auntie is so amazing. Shin Xiaobao ran happily in the living room, waving his little hands. Wu Cotton Candy followed behind, chasing after him. As they chased each other, the two little ones rolled on the ground, laughing happily together. Shun Wenyuan. Shouting, I looked it up online. It says that if a small business sells at a stall and makes over 100,000 yuan a month, they have to pay value-added tax. He didn't understand what VAT was. He also didn't know how to calculate the correct rate, so he felt confused. Shen Ruotang paused, looked up, and said, Dad, I will handle this tax thing. Her dad had farmed all his life and didn't understand these things. But she didn't understand them either. In the cultivation world, there's no need to pay taxes. It's all about paying money and getting goods in return. As a good citizen, we should pay the taxes we owe and stay alert. To keep up with the world, she had been scrolling through her phone every day. She saw a lot of entertainment gossip. Many celebrities lost their reputation and were banned because of these issues. That's enough. She paused again and spoke. Probably I'll need to hire someone tomorrow morning. Many people invite friends and family into groups to fight for vegetables. Everyone in the group has either eaten or not eaten their vegetables, and some are just helping to grab them. Su Peilon's eyes lit up. Daughter, should I go find the village chief now? Yes, you can. Everyone in the group is from the town, so there's no need for delivery packaging. Just wash and dry the vegetables. Put them in bags. Finally, attach the order number for easy checking with customers tomorrow. Let's hire 10 people to come help early tomorrow, and we'll settle the payment on the same day, 200 yuan for a full day and 100 yuan for half a day. Okay, I'm going now. Oh, Mom, this time let's choose villagers who haven't worked here before, preferably from families that are poor. That's all she can do to help. After finishing, she plans to go to the back mountain to check the situation, and others can be decided later. Bishui Town, Yongping Community, the Lin family. Lin Xiaohan looks proud. I'm not bragging, but when I saw those fresh vegetables, I knew they wouldn't taste bad, just as I thought. Good job, son. Here's a pear as a reward. Lin Dad, Lin Fangxin, just finished peeling the pear when Lin Mom, Zhang Xinya, quickly snatched it and handed it to her son. Lin Fangxin. Still, my son is clever. But if you add your aunt and the others to the group to help buy vegetables, what if they cheat and don't pay? Lin Xiaohan looks at his mom with a complicated expression. Mom, do you not trust Aunt and the others at all? Besides, they haven't even tasted these vegetables and they're expensive. They definitely won't want them. Hearing this, Zhang Xinya immediately relaxed, feeling reassured. My son really is a college student, thoughtful as always. Haha, Bishui Town Ma Tianla supermarket. These vegetables are so popular. In just one morning, the group of 500 people was full. Ma Yanhong stared at her phone, lost in thought for a while, then saw the group admin, who had been quiet for a long time, finally post. A new group is being created. The online store link will be sent later. Please be patient. Her eyes lit up. The boss said she is already creating a new group. Once it's ready, I will share it in the supermarket group. Ma Sengwai created a supermarket group where she posts about discounts and sales. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone buzzed. A brand new QR code appeared in the group, along with a link. New group QR code and online store link. The sales start at 10 p.m. every night and end once the stock is sold out. Ma Yanhong said, I'll share the boss's group QR code in the supermarket group and you can scan to join directly. She then forwarded the QR code and linked to her own supermarket group. Other members in the supermarket group, thinking it was a new grocery buying group created by the supermarket, confused members scanned the code to join. Once inside, they saw the group announcement. Organic vegetables with no pollution, 30 yuan per gene. No returns unless the product is damaged. The online store opens for sales at 10 p.m. every night and closes once sold out. Link to the online store included. Wow, 1 gene of vegetables costs 30 yuan. I quickly got angry and left the group. I also started criticizing in the supermarket group, saying that Boss Ma is a dishonest businessman making extra money. Ma Yanhong frowned slightly and immediately withdrew the QR code and link. Here's a friendly note. This is not the official supermarket group.
Please do not join.
Li Jinlian and others just joined the shopping group and immediately saw people criticizing Boss Ma in the supermarket group. Can they tolerate this? They quickly responded. They are criticizing without knowing anything. We asked the supermarket boss to post in the group to make it easier for us to buy. This is not the supermarket's official group, so please do not join. After realizing it was a mistake, everyone apologized and asked about the shopping group. Li Jinlian simply explained and then left the chat. Now, she has something more important to do. She opened her sister-in-law's chat and immediately sent her a private message. Sister-in-law, this is the new shopping group I joined. Scan the QR code to join. At 10 p.m., we will compete to buy vegetables together, carrot carrot. In the supermarket, other curious people saw Li Jinlian and others join the shopping group. They asked, can we join too? Vegetables cost 30 yuan per gene. Are you sure you want to join?
So expensive?
Hearing this, the curious onlookers immediately played out a classic scene. They shook their heads, waved their hands, and left. No, we're not joining anymore. However, a few very curious college students scanned the QR code and joined anyway. After watching for so long, I can't just leave empty-handed, right? Bishui Town Vegetable Market, Seafood Area. During a break, Zhang Jiayan took out her phone and sat in front of her stall, looking at private messages from her sister-in-law and younger sister. She had a puzzled look. What's wrong with these two today? Why is each of them asking her to join shopping groups and compete for vegetables? And they're all fighting for them at 10 p.m. Is this a vegetable fight or a ticket rush for a midnight show? What's going on? Do they think the vegetables in the market aren't enough for them, so they have to fight for them? Are the vegetables they get more delicious because they fought harder? Every day, they seem to look for trouble. She looked at the pinned announcement in the group, and her eyes darkened again. What a troublemaker. Vegetables that cost 30 yuan per gene are more expensive than her seafood shrimp. What a wasteful bunch. Don't they know it's hard to earn money now? Zhang Jiayan directly opened her younger sister's private message and pressed the talk button. Zhang Xinya, I really think your mind is wild. You dare buy vegetables at 30 yuan per gene? You just had a few good days and you forgot where you came from, huh? I think you're just itching for trouble and you need to be taught a lesson. Boss, how much do you sell your shrimp for? Seeing a customer, Zhang Jiayan quickly put away her phone with a smile. These shrimp are small, 30 yuan per gene.
Bah.
Sorry, I meant 25 yuan per gene. Bishui Town, Yongping Community. Zhang Xinya, I see your heart is really wild. Zhang Xinya's hand trembled, and she quickly threw away her phone, as if someone was about to jump out and hit her from the screen. She turned her head and met her son's gaze. Son, if your aunt hits me, remember to save your mom. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xiaohan gave her a calm look and then sent a voice message to his aunt. Auntie, can you help me grab that dish at 10 p.m.? I really like their food. After sending the message, she received a quick reply. Xiaohan wants to eat? I'll help you grab it at 10 p.m. sharp. Hearing her older sister speak in a teasing tone, Zhang Xinya instantly felt unhappy. This kind of favoritism was a bit too much. Meanwhile, Zhang Jian finished selling the last of the shrimp and started packing up to go home. Along the way, she vaguely heard everyone talking about grabbing the dish at 10 p.m. She was full of questions. Did she miss something? Why does it seem like the neighborhood has become a little unfamiliar in just one morning? Just as she reached the door of her house, a figure hurriedly rushed down from upstairs. Big sister-in-law, did you join the group? I didn't see your profile. Li Jinlian looked at the group members a few times but couldn't find her sister-in-law's profile picture. Seeing her anxious gaze, Zhang Jian felt a bit guilty. She forgot about her busy schedule. Li Jinlian immediately understood at a glance. Her older sister-in-law only cares about making money and doesn't pay attention to anything else. She wasn't upset. When they entered the house, they kindly poured water for their sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law, I tell you, the boss's dishes are very delicious, Li Jinlian exaggeratedly said. You've tried that Shanmu organic vegetables, right? These are even better. Better than Shanmu organic vegetables? How delicious must they be? Zhang Jian looked up and met her little sister-in-law's proud gaze. Then she lowered her head and took a sip of water. Her little sister-in-law's biggest hobby in life is eating. She loves to try anything tasty. If she says it's delicious, then it must be really good. Since she married into the Li family, thanks to her, she has eaten many good things. Among them, Shanmu organic vegetables were bought by her little sister-in-law. Her sister-in-law is lucky. Her family treated her well before marriage, and her in-laws are kind to her after marriage. They even bought a floor above their house, and they often visit each other. Married or not, she feels the same. Suddenly, Zhang Jian thought of something. It was the same time to buy at 10 o'clock, and the price was 30 yuan per jean. What a coincidence. She quickly took out her phone. My younger sister today added me to a vegetable shopping group. Maybe this is it. Li Jinlian looked down upon hearing this and exclaimed, Wow, big sister-in-law, are you in the group? Hey, wait, this isn't. Oh, I see. You're in grocery group 1, and I'm in grocery group 2. But it's okay, it's the same boss. Zhang Jian glanced at the chat group. Is the food really that good here? Super delicious. By the way, sister-in-law, isn't Xiao AI and the others at school doing some research experiment and not coming back? Tonight, if you manage to get through, just send their address. The boss will send it directly. The villagers of Peach Blossom Village were overjoyed. They didn't expect that just by asking Shinruotang if they needed workers, they'd get such a big response. Then, the village chief called for a meeting again. Because of what happened last time, everyone in the village came this time. Even Li Mang didn't bother to go to the bathroom. He quickly wiped and ran over with his pants. But he arrived a bit late. The 10 spots were filled quickly. When they found out he wasn't there, the selection was already done. Li Mang was unhappy immediately. Village chief, this isn't fair. People aren't all here yet. How can you finish the selection? For just 200 yuan a day, such a good job. Where else could he find it? This time, he was determined to get chosen. Lin Fenghai looked up and saw Li Mang again. He was immediately furious. Everyone's eyes also turned to him, some watching for fun, some mocking. Most were unhappy. The village chief had to wait an extra 5 minutes, but being late had nothing to do with him. So what? Are you the president of M country? Who are you blaming for being late? Lin Fenghai didn't show any courtesy to Li Mang and directly scolded him in front of everyone. Li Mang's parents saw this and wished they could slap their son. They kept telling him to come quickly, but he was still lingering in the bathroom. With his behavior, he couldn't even eat hot food properly. Li Mang was also very distressed. He had been constipated for days, with nothing coming out. Just when he finally felt the urge to go, his father's loud knocking on the door scared him away. But Li Mang was not a reasonable person. He believed he could choose even if he was late. The Shin family is hiring and accepting applications from the whole village. As long as not everyone has arrived, the selection isn't over. If you choose now, those who haven't arrived will lose their chance. This isn't fair. I want a re-election. Some people who were late for various reasons agreed with Li Mang. Yes, this isn't fair. We want to re-elect. Hearing this, Lin Fanghai's face darkened, and he trembled with anger. These people demanding a re-election were all troublemakers with nothing better to do in the village. Even if there was a new election, they wouldn't get chosen. You all don't even know how to farm your land. Even if we re-elect, it won't be you. Go ahead and cause trouble wherever you want. This isn't the place for your nonsense. Meeting dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to leave. Looking at the direction Lin Fanghai was leaving, Li Mang's eyes flashed with a fierce anger. His hands hanging down, clenched into fists.
Darn old man.
He clearly was targeting him on purpose. Li's father and mother came over. Son, this is really your fault. Bang! Li Mang pushed Li's father away. His father stumbled and fell to the ground. The thin, frail old man hit the ground, his ears ringing loudly. Li's father's eyes darkened. He quickly bit his tongue to stay conscious and didn't faint. Seeing his father fall, Li Mang's heart suddenly tightened. He moved his foot forward, but then pulled it back. He turned his head away, not looking at the old man, and forced himself to speak harshly. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be late. After saying this, he clenched his fists and turned to leave. Li's mother watched her son's back as he walked away, tears falling uncontrollably. What kind of sins have we committed? Why has our son become like this? Lin Fanghai left quickly and rushed to Shen Ruotang's house, handing her 10 spots. These 10 people are all low-income residents in the village. Many lost their children years ago, and most are in their 70s or 80s. I thought they could do simple chores like picking and washing vegetables, so I chose them. While speaking, Lin Fanghai secretly glanced at Shen Ruotang out of the corner of his eye. He felt a bit nervous. For some reason, he always felt an inexplicable pressure when facing this young girl who is many years younger than him. Recently, things have gotten even busier. She quickly wiped her sweat and continued, "If you're not happy, I can. No need, just leave it to them. Also, hire 2 more villagers who can read and write to help label things. Okay, I'll go right now." After saying that, Lin Fanghai stood up and left quickly. Shen Ruotang. She didn't have to leave so fast. She hadn't finished speaking. Mom, wait a moment and pick some vegetables from the field to give to the village chief. She always asked him for help with chores, so she couldn't let him do everything for free. All right. Su Peilon got up to pick vegetables in the yard, and Shen Wenyuan hurried to help. Annie, Shen Xiaobao ran over on his short legs. I want to eat some fruit. He had only eaten 3 today. He looked down and saw Shen Xiaobao's big, shiny eyes. Shen Ruotang smiled gently. She pinched his chubby cheek. Little Bao, tell Annie, how many fruits can you still eat today? Since she found out that Shen Xiaobao has a great memory, Shen Ruotang started teaching him to read and count. He can now do addition and subtraction within 20 very well. He can solve this problem. Shen Xiaobao excitedly held up both hands, showing 7 fingers. He looked proud. 7. Auntie, I can still eat 7 fruits, the soft, childish voice echoes in the living room, making Shen Ruotang smile even more happily. As expected of her nephew, so clever. Just like her. Shen Ruotang gently pats Shen Xiaobao's bottom. Go ahead, but remember to finish your fruit and review yesterday's homework. Every night now, after watching Peppa Pig, Shen Ruotang spends time teaching Shen Xiaobao. He only goes to bed obediently at 9:30. Okay, Shen Xiaobao runs happily to the yard, eyes shining as he looks at the cherry tomatoes on the vine. Tomatoes, I'm coming. Cotton Candy follows behind him, squealing anxiously. Shen Ruotang glances out the window. The sun is shining brightly. A perfect day for a mountain trip. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the back mountain. After saying that, Shen Ruotang steps toward the old house. She hasn't been to the back mountain since she returned, even once. She doesn't know what's happening up there. On a clear afternoon in early May, the sky is a transparent, glassy blue. Large fluffy clouds, like soft cotton candy, drift lazily upward. In May, the chestnut flowers on the mountain are like pale yellow tassels, layered and covering the branches. A gentle breeze makes the green forest look like a sea with white waves. It's also like dark green matcha ice cream topped with light yellow cream, sprinkled lightly with matcha powder. From top to bottom, the forest gradually shifts from deep green to lighter green, then to pale yellow. Sunlight spills over the trees, and a gentle breeze moves the treetops, creating a shimmer of light. Shun Ruotang pulls back her gaze and quickly walks into the forest. As soon as she steps into the woods, a smell of decaying plants and earth hits her nose. The entire mountain is covered with weeds and bushes. The only small path up the mountain is hidden beneath the overgrown plants. It's clear her parents rarely come into these woods. Shun Ruotang looks around, picks up a stick from the ground, and starts sweeping away the bushes and weeds. She clears a small trail through the mountain. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting flickering shadows on the path. Squeaking sounds and chirping birds fill the air. In the forest, the short calls of cicadas and the cheerful chirping of birds can be heard. Everywhere, thick bushes grow wildly, their green leaves rolling like waves. Colorful wildflowers climb over the bushes, dancing happily in the mountain breeze. The scenery is beautiful, but the mountain trail is missing. Still, Shun Ruotang pushes forward, fighting through the thorns and singing loudly as she heads deeper into the mountains. King, call me to patrol the mountain. I'll turn the world around. The tree roots quietly lie on the ground, surrounded by fallen wood and covered with green moss and dry leaves. Various mushrooms grow freely among the weeds and under the bushes. The air smells damp and earthy, filled with the scent of mushrooms and decayed soil. In the south, abundant rain allows the forests and plants to grow wildly every year. Suddenly, Shun Ruotang's gaze falls on a patch of red berries. Bright red berries are piled on thorny vines, like countless broken gemstones strung together into a red silk cloth. They spread across the entire hillside. Raspberries. Shun Ruotang quickly walks toward the hillside and gently picks a berry, popping it into her mouth. It tastes sweet and sour. Not bad at all. Near the raspberries, there are a few wild mulberry trees. Large, dark red mulberries hang heavily from the branches. Her eyes light up at the sight of these wild fruits. If she irrigated them with spiritual spring water, the flavor would be even better, and they could fetch a good price. Thinking of this, she raises her hand and draws a spiritual rain talisman in the air. Drop. As the word falls, rain begins to pour. Green vines grow wildly, climbing around and taking over the area. Shun Ruotang nods with satisfaction and continues wandering through the forest. Passing a hillside, she comes across a locust tree grove. Clusters of white flowers burst from the branches and hang down. The mountain breeze blows, making the flowers sway like flowing white necklaces, and a faint floral scent spreads through the air. A group of bees buzzed around the flowers, quickly flying into the flower house. Their wings caused the petals to shake. Seeing the bees, Shun Ruotang had an idea. Where there are flowers and bees, there must be a honey hive. Without much thought, she used her spiritual rain again to water the forest. The rain made the trees grow wildly. After a while, it was time for her to go up the mountain to harvest. She walked through the woods, using her spiritual rain every few steps. In the future, she planned to plant fruit trees on the mountain, so she needed to improve the soil first. After walking for about 2 hours, she roughly explored the entire back mountain. She also set up a spiritual gathering array with spiritual stones to cover the whole mountain. The back mountain was large, and ordinary stones wouldn't do much. Once everything was ready, Shun Ruotang squatted in front of a patch of grass, took out her phone, and identified the mushrooms on the ground one by one. She saw chicken oil mushrooms, yellow cow liver mushrooms, black cow liver mushrooms, white cow liver mushrooms, matsutake mushrooms, and green-headed mushrooms. Looking at the descriptions on her phone, her eyes lit up. All of these are edible mushrooms, carrot. She planned to water them with spiritual spring water for a few days, then pick some to cook soup later. Thinking this, she sprinkled more spiritual spring water on the mushrooms. In the grass, weeds and mushrooms grew wildly. After watering, Shun Ruotang headed down the mountain, ready to go home. As I passed by the old house, a familiar shout suddenly reached my ears. Li Meng, what are you trying to do? Is that the village chief's voice? Why is he here? Shen Ruoten quickly walked toward the front of the old house, but saw Lin Fenghai sitting collapsed under the mango tree. There was a faint trickle of blood on his forehead. His face looked a bit pale. The man named Li Meng glared fiercely at him, holding a red brick in his hand. Old man, you really think I won't dare to hurt you, huh? If I don't get the job of picking vegetables, fine. I can read and write. Why can't I do it? He suddenly lunged at Lin Fenghai in a frenzy. Lin Fenghai. Shen Ruoteng frowned slightly and quickly stepped to Li Meng's side. She grabbed his wrist firmly. Li Meng looked up and froze in place, staring blankly at the girl who suddenly appeared. The girl had smooth, white skin, delicate and beautiful like a doll. Her long curly hair was tied high at the back of her head, with the ends swinging in the air. In the sunlight, her glass-like eyes seemed to sparkle with tiny stars. But it was as if a thin layer of frost covered her. She radiated a cold aura. Li Meng felt a bit intimidated by her stare, and his voice trembled unconsciously.
Who?
Who are you? The girl looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Village chief, are you all right? Shen Ruoteng ignored Li Meng and turned to look at the elderly man on the ground.
I'm
fine. Lin Fenghai thought he would have to explain himself here today, but unexpectedly. He quickly got up from the ground and hurriedly stood behind Shen Ruoteng. Looking at her small shoulders, he felt a strange sense of safety. He glared at Li Meng, his voice tinged with anger. I have a clear conscience. I treat all of you equally. You can read, that's true, but you haven't even received your elementary school diploma. How am I supposed to handle you? Huh? Shen Ruoteng asked him to find 2 villagers who could read, and he went to do so. But there are several people in the village who have gone to school, and he couldn't decide whom to choose. He planned to leave it to Shen Ruoteng to decide. However, Shen Wenyuan told him Shen Ruoteng had gone up the mountain. Worried about delaying tomorrow's work, he hurried to the back mountain. Suddenly, Li Meng appeared, frightening him so much that he fell to the ground, hitting his forehead on a stone. He hurt his head. Aunt Li also didn't finish elementary school, so why can she? I can't. You are clearly targeting me. You don't want me to have a good life. Unrepentant. Shen Ruoten coldly glanced at him, her hand tightening slightly. With a loud bang, a brick fell to the ground. Li Meng cried out in pain. I'm going to kill you. Let me go. Seeing Li Meng acting wild, Lin Fenghai shivered slightly. When he saw that Li Meng couldn't break free, he grew bolder. Although I didn't finish elementary school, I read books and learned to recognize words every day. And you? You spend all day idling at home, relying on your parents. After saying this, Lin Fenghai spat on the ground with disdain. Having someone like him in Peach Blossom Village really brings shame to our village. You did it on purpose, I know. All of you looked down on me. Ali Meng's reason was overwhelmed by anger, and he couldn't listen. He shouted wildly. Shen Ruoteng frowned slightly and looked at the wound on Lin Fenghai's forehead. Did he hit you? Lin Fenghai was stunned for a moment, then understood. I accidentally bumped into something. How did that happen? Li Meng suddenly appeared, and I was scared and fell, hitting my head.
Got it.
It was still Li Meng's fault. Thinking of this, Shen Ruoteng loosened her grip and kicked Li Meng's knee. Li Meng fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his knee and crying out in pain. Ah, you darn woman. I will kill you. Before he finished, Shen Ruoteng kicked his other knee. All done. She looked at the stunned old man and asked, Village chief, do you want to call the police? Li Meng was almost attempting murder. If we let him go, he might hurt others in the village, which would be bad.
This?
Lin Fenghai's mind was momentarily confused. Seeing the person on the ground crying and rolling in pain, he felt a sudden wave of compassion. Forget it. His family only had him as a son, so he decided to leave a little room for old Li's family. Shen Ruoteng didn't say anything. She simply lifted her foot and left. Lin Fenghai quickly followed after her. On the ground, Li Meng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the departing figure, his fists clenched tightly. He wouldn't just let this go. Su Peilon, upon learning what Li Meng had done, was so angry she scolded loudly. What kind of people are they? Not working hard themselves and blaming others. Then, she looked at her daughter with concern. Shouting, "You hit him today. He will definitely hold a grudge. Recently, it's better if you don't go out alone. It's nothing." Shen Ruotang spoke calmly. He can't cause any real trouble. Her gaze swept over Shen Xiaobao and Cotton Candy. Shen Ruotang's eyes slightly darkened. Better safe than sorry. She still needed to go to town to buy some things and draw a few protective charms for her family to carry. Now that she was in the qi refining stage, she could draw simple talismans, like protective charms. Protective charms can block spells and physical attacks, providing all-around protection for the wearer. Once the charm is destroyed, its effectiveness immediately ends. On Blue Star, there probably aren't many people who can cast spells or practice cultivation, so the charms wouldn't be easily destroyed. However, charms drawn on paper have a fatal flaw. They are destroyed when they come into contact with water. As long as the family keeps the protective talisman safe, there won't be any big problems. When she reaches the foundation building stage, she can directly carve the talisman onto jade. The effect will be stronger, and it won't be easily destroyed. She decided to act quickly. Shen Ruotang immediately rode her electric bike to the town to buy paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones. She used yellow paper and cinnabar and added spiritual energy to help draw the symbols. Since the talisman can be damaged by water, Shen Ruotang bought a few small waterproof bags. She put the talisman inside. "Mom, Dad, little treasure, Cotton Candy, take this talisman with you. Be sure to carry it everywhere, especially when you go out." Su Peilon and Shen Wenyuan were already superstitious. When they saw the yellow paper and red ink talisman, they nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, we will carry it with us all the time." "Andy, what is a talisman?" Shen Xiaobao asked curiously, holding it in his hand. His eyes were full of wonder. Shen Ruotang patted his head and patiently explained. "This talisman is a special treasure that can protect Xiaobao and Cotton Candy, simply called a talisman. Xiaobao, remember to carry it with you every day so it can protect you." Hearing that it was a treasure to protect himself, Shen Xiaobao's eyes lit up brightly. He nodded seriously. "Andy, I will definitely carry it with me all the time." He wanted to protect himself and not let Annie and Grandpa and Grandma worry. As she spoke, she put the amulet into her pocket, clutching the opening tightly with her small hand. Her face showed clear worry. "Cotton Candy, huh?" Su Peilon glanced at the collar around Cotton Candy's neck and hesitated before speaking. "Little Tang, maybe Cotton Candy doesn't need that anymore. Li Meng wouldn't be so cruel as to harm a 2-month-old puppy." Shen Ruotang tied the amulet to Cotton Candy's collar with a string and patted her. Just in case, in the eyes of troublemakers, everything can be attacked. Although Lin Fanghai didn't call the police, his attempt to confront the village chief quickly spread through the village. Li's parents were so angry to hear their son dared to hit the village chief that they fainted in the field. When they woke up, they hurried to the town to buy some fruit to visit Lin Fanghai's house and apologize. In the Magic City, District 8, an old residential area. After changing 3 times on the subway and traveling for an hour and a half, Chiao Mai finally returned to her rented apartment. She opened the door, revealing the entire interior. The room was small but very tidy, filled with bright sunlight. To the right of the entrance was the stove, with a small fridge underneath the cabinet. The washing machine was placed between the stove and the small bathroom. On the left side of the entrance was a single desk and chair, with a large wardrobe separating the bed from the desk and chair. There was a small door on the right side of the bed leading directly to a small balcony, which was fitted with a security grill. On the balcony, there are a few small white foam boxes filled with lush vegetables. From left to right, there are bright red cherry tomatoes, bunches of green onions, crispy and tender romaine lettuce, and water spinach she has repeatedly cut. Though small, the sparrow has all its organs. Only in this small space can she fully relax after a long day of tension. She closes the door and puts things away. Casually, She turns on music and begins making chili water, wolf spray. Many people attend the birthday party tonight, but someone might be overly daring. Especially in the entertainment industry, one must always stay alert. After 4 years in the industry, she has learned one survival rule. Always suspect people's intentions with the worst possible motives. At 6:45 in the evening, in Port City, at the Pan family estate, Song Yacheng sits alone on the sofa, sighing softly. It's so hard to buy that Zuni cookies. She has already paid a high price to hire someone to buy them, but still couldn't get any. The official policy of Zuni cookies is to prevent hoarding and reselling, so they do not offer VIP channels. Each person is limited to buying a certain number of boxes per day. All customers, including locals, tourists, and celebrities, must queue in person. Even if they are willing to pay more, they won't sell extra to you. The main rule is, no matter who you are, you must wait in line patiently. Of course, this applies to ordinary people. Like wealthy people such as Song Yacheng, they usually don't buy things themselves. They often hire runners or shopping agents to stand in line and buy for them. But even then, they can't get what they want every day. For example, today she didn't manage to buy it. If her family chef could make it, she wouldn't have to spend high prices every day to have someone stand in line. Sometimes, she even wonders if she's being played by the system. Not eating it for a day makes her feel lonely. When Pan Yongfeng gets home, he hears his wife sighing. "What's wrong?" he asks, frowning as he walks over and looks around. "Mom and Dad are in the backyard," she replies. Song Yacheng hugs her husband and looks at him pitifully. "Yongfeng, maybe you should buy Zhu and I cookies." Pan Yongfeng feels both love and helplessness towards his wife. There are many richer and more powerful people in the world. They can't buy Zhu and I cookies, let alone him. He tried to contact the seller before, but was refused once he explained his purpose. Of course, he wouldn't let his wife know about such embarrassing things. But when it comes to cookies, Pan Yongfeng remembers the cookies Yi Xiaohong gave him. He quickly hands a box to his wife. "There are no Zhu and I cookies, but the staff brought some cookies. Want to try?" Song Yacheng glanced at the box in Pan Yongfeng's hand with a frown, seeming a bit dismissive. It looked like he made it himself, so how good could it taste? She pushed the box away. "You know I only eat Joni cookies." She doesn't eat any other cookies. 5 minutes later. "Husband." Song Yacheng affectionately linked her arm with her husband's. "These cookies are so delicious. I want to eat them again tomorrow." She thought Joni cookies were the best, but she didn't expect there to be cookies that tasted even better. From today, she declared that this new cookie was her favorite. After many years, Pan Yongfeng's ears turned slightly red when he heard his wife call him husband again. He was about to speak when Grandma Pan and Grandpa Pan came over. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant." Seeing her parents-in-law, Song Yacheng immediately stood up, excitedly took the metal box and approached them. She eagerly explained, "Mom and Dad, I found a cookie that's even better than Joni cookies. It was given by Yongfeng's co-worker, and it's very rich and tasty. It's also very crispy." Grandma Pan and Grandpa Pan had tasted many delicacies, but hearing their daughter-in-law's words, they thought she was exaggerating. However, they still smiled happily and started eating the cookies. Both of them brightened their eyes and quickly finished the cookies, then continued eating the second and third pieces. Until they reached the 10th piece, they finally realized they had been acting a bit too eager. It was a little awkward. "This cookie is really delicious." Pan Yongfeng's picky attitude was inherited from Grandma Pan and Grandpa Pan. Even with the Zhu and I cookies, they would only eat 2 pieces at most. Since they rarely got to enjoy such tasty cookies, they looked at the remaining few pieces. They looked up, and their eyes met their son's. The meaning in their eyes was clear, without words. After dinner, Pan Yongfeng went to the balcony and took out his phone. Changed the company's personnel arrangements. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, the Poly Ridge Hotel's birthday banquet hall was brightly lit. Celebrities, directors, and stars from the entertainment industry were chatting and laughing, raising glasses. Among them were popular young actors, rising stars, and trending singers. Normally, Xiao Mai would boldly go over to say hello and make her presence known. But tonight, once midnight struck, her contract with Bajiao Media would end. She would be completely free. Thinking about the upcoming battle, Xiao Mai clenched her handbag slightly. Just as she was lost in thought, a man in leather shoes approached her. "Hello, my name is Liu. I am the producer of the XX show." Her mind snapped back as she saw the man holding out a glass of wine. Xiao Mai pursed her lips and smiled politely, refusing. "Sorry, I'm here to find someone." Tonight, she would not drink alcohol. The first rule of survival: when you're outside, never accept drinks from strangers. It could be drugged or poisoned. She was afraid that drinking it might cost her life. Hearing her refusal, Liu's eyes flashed with displeasure. As a fairly well-known producer in the entertainment industry, she couldn't believe she was being dismissed like this. Could it be that she was getting carried away because Cold Xiao was interested in her? If it weren't for Cold Xiao specifically telling her to make her drink that glass, she wouldn't have dared to invite her. He wouldn't normally lower himself to invite her to drink. What a show of respect. Thinking of Cold Xiao, Liu suppressed her inner annoyance and put on a polite, proper smile. "Are you afraid I might drug you?" Xiao Mai just wanted to find that Cold Xiao quickly and didn't want to waste time here. She slightly tugged at the corner of her mouth, forcing a fake smile. "Good to know. You, Xiao Mai, how are you talking to producer Li?" Lin Long appeared just in time, snatching the glass from his hand. She forced a smile and said, "Sorry, producer Li, this is my artist." "She doesn't know better. I toast to you." After saying that, Lin Long tilted her head and took a big gulp, secretly giving him a meaningful look. Liu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst out laughing. Good alcohol tolerance. While speaking, she tilted her head and took a big gulp of wine. Watching the two people toast back and forth, Xiao Mai suddenly felt confused.
This wine.
Is it okay? Or am I overthinking it? At that moment, a servant came over with a tray of drinks. Lin Long took a glass of wine. "I'll continue. Producer Li, feel free." Liu also took a glass. "No problem, I'll drink it." Seeing them toast back and forth, Xiao Mai gradually relaxed her guard. It seemed she was overthinking. Until the third glass, Lin Long handed her a drink. "Xiao Mai, aren't you going to toast producer Li?" When she didn't take it, Lin Long looked a little annoyed.
"What?
"Are you afraid I might drug you?" "Of course not." Xiao Mai took the glass, her eyes briefly thinking as she looked at it. She took a small sip. Tonight, she just had to get through this. Lin Long said, "Finish it all at once." Then she reached out to lift her glass. Before she knew it, Xiao Mai was suddenly poured a lot of wine, spilling onto her dress. "Oh no, you're so careless. You can't even drink without messing up your clothes. Waiter, take her to the lounge to change her dress." After drinking, Xiao Mai felt dizzy, and her ears echoed with her agent's words. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared, helping her out of the banquet hall. A few steps later, she felt her body heat up and became very uncomfortable. "Go away, I underestimated the situation." She still fell into the trap. The waiter staggered back a few steps, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. Thinking about the 1,000 yuan tip, the waiter tried very patiently to persuade her. "Miss Xiao, you're drunk. Let me take you to your room to rest." "I'm not drunk." Xiao Mai shook off the waiter's hand and reached into her bag. "I want to go home." "I won't go anywhere else." The waiter peeked around, a cold look appearing in his eyes. "You have to go whether you like it or not." He reached out to grab Xiao Mai. She found her pepper spray. "Spray. Get lost." The waiter was caught off guard by the spray in his eyes, crying out in pain and covering his eyes. Xiao Mai took the chance to run, sprinting as fast as she could. She didn't know how long she ran, but her body felt worse and her vision blurred more and more. She needed water, or maybe a weapon. She absolutely couldn't let them succeed. Fighting through her pain, Xiao Mai clenched her thigh tightly and kept running. Suddenly, she heard a door open with a creak, and she stumbled, falling into darkness. She groped around with her hands, then quickly locked the door behind her. She kept searching. "Who are you?" A man's voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, making Xiao Mai flinch. A sudden chill quickly rose from my feet, making my heart jump. My teeth started to shiver uncontrollably.
Ciao. Chi ha mai felt terrible.
Summoning her courage, she took a step forward and tightly grasped the man's arm. Her voice trembled badly. I've been drugged.
Please. Help me.
Bishui Town, Peach Blossom Village, Shen Ruotang's house. After dinner, the Shen family sat in the living room, watching Peppa Pig with little Shen Xiaobao. Shen Ruotang sat cross-legged in the middle, looking down at her phone and tapping on it. Shen Family Fresh Vegetables online store is about to open. The top vegetables, the best of the best. Available for purchase every night at 10 p.m. while supplies last. Pictures. She posted 6 neat photos in a grid, feeling satisfied. Her photography skills were getting better and better. Just like the vegetables in the field, flawless. Within a second of posting, the likes and comments on her social circle quickly increased. Finally got it. Set my alarm, ready to buy at the right time. Oh my gosh, I immediately asked my 8 aunts and 6 grandmothers to help buy. Shen Ruotang casually glanced at the comments, selected a few to reply to, then closed the chat bubble. She opened Douyin, TikTok, and listed 500 jin of romaine lettuce and 500 jin of bok choy for sale. She wants to sell vegetables quickly, then continue planting and selling more. This cycle repeats. Su Peilon saw her daughter's social media post and brightened her eyes, immediately sharing it. After sharing, she asked Shen Wenyuan to share it as well. Both of their social media bubbles are filled with friends and family, many of whom also grow vegetables. When others see their posts, they usually ignore them. They act as if they didn't see anything. Only a few close friends like the posts. In Haisher City, Rongxing City, Haiyuan Community, Li Fan was bored, scrolling through social media to pass the time, when he suddenly stopped. His eyes fixed on a prominent post, and his gaze brightened slightly. Wow, Uncle Shen and them finally posted. He wondered if the Shen family's fresh vegetable stand had eggs. Since he was discharged, he had been thinking about it every day. But Shen Wenyuan and his daughter's social media had been quiet. Finally, they posted. Without hesitation, he clicked on the link. Seeing the listed prices, he was stunned. Is this a robbery? Li Fan's wife leaned in to look and was shocked by the prices.
30 yuan per jin.
How can they charge so much? Lin Guohua sat on the sofa, muttering constantly with disdain and mockery. People who make black money like this, you'd better stay away from them in the future. Li Fan immediately replied, I told you, Uncle Shen and them are not like that. Receiving a sharp look from his wife, he mumbled softly. Surely you have your reasons. Seeing her husband still defending others, Lin Hohot suddenly lost her temper. Her voice rose sharply as she angrily grabbed his waist. With your clueless attitude, you're still helping others count their money after being sold. She then snatched Li Fan's phone. People like them shouldn't even be kept. In the next second, she stopped mid-sentence, eyes blinking in surprise.
Is it?
Gone. What's gone? Li Fan took the phone and saw the big words, sold out on the webpage. He was stunned instantly. Is this dish selling that well? The couple exchanged a silent look, both surprised. They then looked at the time in the top right corner of the phone, 2200 hours Beijing time. Wasn't it supposed to go on sale at 10 o'clock? It's only just 10 now. Did it sell out immediately? A dozen eggs for 6 yuan is one thing, but vegetables weighing a kilogram for 30 yuan selling out in seconds. How good could these dishes be? Thinking back to the hospital room, smelling the aroma of Shin family's meals every day, Li Fan and his wife silently swallowed. Lin Hohot pressed her chin with her hand and tugged at Li Fan's clothes. Husband, don't you have Shin uncle's green bubble? Ask if you can buy some vegetables. While speaking, Li Fan immediately sent a message to Shen Wenyuan. Peach Blossom Village, Shen Ruotang's house. Shen Wenyuan was about to sleep when he heard his phone buzz. He looked at it. Su Peilon. Who is this? Who's messaging so late? It's Xiaoli. He didn't manage to buy vegetables and asked if I could sell him a few pounds. Thinking about the time he was hospitalized, Li Fan often checked on him. Without hesitation, Shen Wenyuan typed a reply. Sure, how many pounds do you want? After sending, he quickly received a reply. Thanks, Uncle Shen. I want 5 pounds. Address: XXXXXXXXX. Phone. 13x times x times x times x. Transfer 150. Got it. I'll send it to you tomorrow. After replying, Shen Wenyuan forwarded their chat to Shen Ruotang. He pressed and held the voice message button. Xiao Tang, Xiaoli from the hospital wants to buy 5 pounds of romaine lettuce. I've already agreed. Shen Ruotang saw her father's green chat bubble and simply responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Then she continued checking the order details on Dodo's backend. She glanced over most of the addresses, which were in Bishui town. A few were from other provinces, probably for family members. Her eyes caught the words free shipping, and Shen Ruotang suddenly closed her eyes tightly. She dared not open them, hoping it was just her imagination. What a shame. This was her first time running an online store, so she wasn't very skilled at the process. When she opened her eyes again, Shen Ruotang quietly adjusted the shipping costs. Default shipping options: Shunfeng Fresh Cold Chain Express. Within the province, the first weight costs 20 yuan and each additional kilogram costs 6 yuan. Outside the province, the first weight costs 30 yuan and each extra kilogram costs 12 yuan. This time, she decided to accept a small loss. She sold 1,000 jin of vegetables unexpectedly quickly, which surprised her. While Shen Ruotang was quietly admiring how popular her vegetables were, the shopping group chat suddenly exploded. Who took all my vegetables? I hesitated for a moment, and all the vegetables were gone. I hate you all. Ugh, I didn't get any either. Darn it, you quick-handed people, not even a leaf of vegetable was left for me. Hey, everyone, just compete fairly. If you can't get any, don't blame us. I agree with the person above. I didn't expect grabbing vegetables to be so exciting. I managed to get 10 jin, and was so excited I couldn't sleep. Haha. Luckily, I had foresight and got all my aunts and uncles into the group to grab vegetables. Hee. I grabbed 50 jin of romaine lettuce and my dad took 30 jin of bok choy. Haha. As soon as she saw this, she immediately caused an uproar among the other group members. When Shen Ruotang scrolled up to check the chat, she quickly looked into the Dowda backend. Oh no! I forgot to set purchase limits on the accounts. Someone looked guilty and quietly set each account to a limit of 5. This means each account ID can buy up to 5 units. After setting this, Shen Ruotang started dealing with taxes for her online store. A quick search showed her a lot of confusing information, which gave her a headache. Nowadays, netizens are like walking encyclopedias. She decided to ask directly on Douyin. So she posted her first question. Are there any special policies for agricultural products? Do I need to pay taxes? Soon, a helpful fan replied, Sir Hui, to encourage rural development and support the rural economy, fresh agricultural products are exempt from value-added tax and personal income tax is based on actual profit. Subsidies are given for farmland under 30 acres, but the amount varies by local policies. Sure enough, the power of netizens is strong. Shen Ruotang's eyes lit up, and she mentally praised this helpful fan. She thought for a moment and left a blessing in her comment, wishing you wealth, success in your career, safety, and health. After leaving her message, other fans kindly shared more knowledge. Shen Ruotang thanked them one by one and sent her blessings, wishing everyone wealth, good health, and happiness for your families. After leaving her message, she probably searched online for related discounts in Haisher, glanced over the information quickly, and then put her phone aside. Shen Ruotang took a pen from the pen holder, opened her notebook, and started her daily planning. Where is my older brother? On an island in the Pacific. Hey, this has been the answer for 3 days in a row. She was really angry. Forget it, as long as he's safe. She closed her eyes and lay down. Sleep. Looking peaceful. In the magical city, at the Polig Hotel, a man with a tall, straight posture stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, slightly frowning. His phone was pressed close to his ear. In the cold reflection of the glass, his sharp features were visible. He occasionally glanced at the woman in the corner. Let me know when you arrive. After speaking, the man hung up and strode toward the person in the corner. He squatted down. His eyes fixed on the knife wound on the woman's thigh, blood flowing out rapidly. Drops of blood splattered onto the floor. Half an hour earlier, I was drugged. Please, help me. Chiao Mai was feeling unwell, twisting her body, trying hard to resist the urge to collapse onto the man in front of her. Lin Hong, I don't care how cold you are, I remember it. Gu Yushin's gaze fell on the woman's pretty, flushed face, with a cold look in his eyes. It's common to drug people in the entertainment industry, but this is the first time he's encountered it. Animal. The woman in front of me. Her gaze slowly moved downward, and her eyes suddenly flashed like fire. Gu Yushin's face looked unnatural as he turned his head away, his voice a little hoarse.
How?
How can I help? A knife? What? Gu Yushin thought he had heard wrong at first, and he looked at the woman again with confusion. Give me the knife. Chiao Mai used all her strength to squeeze out these 3 words from her teeth. Seeing that the man remained unmoved, she suddenly pushed him away and rushed into the bathroom to turn on the shower. She couldn't take it anymore. Cold rainwater fell, and Chiao Mai's body shivered. She felt a little better. Hearing the sound of water dripping in the bathroom, Gu Yushin's tense body suddenly relaxed. He looked down at a certain spot, his lips pressed into a straight line. What a fool. Thinking of something, a cold glint flashed in Gu Yushin's eyes. After calming his emotions, he put on his mask and hurriedly left. I don't know how much time passed, but Chiao Mai, wet and dripping, came out of the bathroom. She looked around but didn't see the man, and her gaze suddenly stopped somewhere. She walked straight to the floor-to-ceiling window and coffee table, reaching out for the knife, lifting her hand, stabbing the knife into her thigh. Ugh, in an instant blood sprayed out. The pain spread through her body, temporarily overwhelming her discomfort inside. Chiao Mai let go, and the blood-stained knife clattered to the ground. She forced a small, relieved smile at the corner of her mouth. I didn't lose. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window reflected a pale, stunning face. What are you doing? Gu Yushin saw the bloodied knife on the ground and the blood flowing from the woman's thigh as soon as he entered. His eyes turned cold instantly. He had only been out for a short while, and this woman couldn't wait to stab herself. How cruel. This was Gu Yushin's first impression of Chiao Mai, and also the first time he felt sympathy for a woman. His thoughts returned, and Gu Yushin reached out to brush aside the fine hair on Chiao Mai's face and tuck it behind her ear. His voice was so gentle it almost seemed unreal, as if afraid to scare her. The other person moved quickly. The hotel's security footage has been deleted, so we can't call the police. I'll take you to the hospital. No need. Chiao Mai grabbed Gu Yushin's shirt and struggled to say something through her pain. They might still be outside, watching. Gradually regaining her composure, Chiao Mai recognized the man in front of her. Gu Yushin, 28 years old, the world's first actor to win 10 Golden Actor Awards. Since debuting as a teenager, he has had no scandals and is considered a legendary figure in the entertainment industry. There are many paparazzi following him, but she didn't want to cause him trouble. Chiao Mai looked at the man in front of her with a faint smile, her lips curling slightly. No wonder she admired her best friend's idol. He was truly handsome. And he was especially talented. A few hours later, her contract with Bajiao Media was about to end. She knew Lin Long well and was sure she wouldn't let herself go so easily. She probably wasn't home and was out looking for her now. As Chiao Mai said, Lin Long was furious at this moment. Stupid fools can't even find one person. Keep searching, send more people to guard the hotel entrance. She must not leave. They were so close to catching her. But
Bang!
clack, 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 clack. Cold footsteps approached from afar, echoing in the hotel corridor like a chilling midnight bell, making people's hair stand on end. Lin Long trembled and forgot to hang up the phone, turning stiffly to face the door. In that instant, her eyes met the man's across the distance, and her pupils suddenly widened. It's over. Lin Long didn't expect to disturb Ling Xiao. She quietly took a few steps back. Facing the man's cold gaze, she spoke tremblingly.
Long.
Xiao, why are you here? They had agreed that he would wait in the room, and she would handle sending the person away. After speaking, she felt as if she had shed her disguise, leaning against the wall. Her legs slightly trembled and curled. Are you afraid of me? Her voice was calm, but carried a strong sense of pressure. The man adjusted his glasses and looked at the woman like he was hunting a prey. He licked his lips and let out a deep sigh. How could this happen? Lung Lingxiao's mother is one of the top talent agents in the entertainment industry, and his father is a director of the Lung Group. The entertainment circle is afraid of his strange behavior. Anyone he sets his eyes on can't escape. He entered the industry at 23, and dozens of people have been hurt by him. Because of his strong family background, many in the industry support him. This has made him more and more reckless over the years. Once, a media reporter exposed his actions, but the next day, he mysteriously disappeared. Most importantly, when he has a craving, he doesn't care if the other person is male or female. He acts on impulse. Seeing the redness in Lung Lingxiao's eyes and the wildness that slowly appeared, Lin Long's heart sounded an alarm. This is bad. He is having a craving. Xiao Mai is missing. I'll find her right away. As she spoke, Lin Long quickly turned to leave, but was pulled back by a strong force. There's no rush. Let's finish this first. Lin Long's face suddenly changed. Young Master Lung, please, I'm 39 years old, I'm too old. 39? Just right. Please, I just got pregnant. The doctor said I can't. Just pregnant. The man's movements paused, and Lin Long looked happy, nodding eagerly. Yes, just 3 months. Lung Lingxiao rubbed his thumb against his lips, his voice carrying a strange excitement. Isn't that more exciting? Lin Long stared in horror, eyes wide with fear, tears of regret slipping down her cheeks. Before she could react, the man dragged her away. Soon after, a loud scream echoed through the hotel corridor, frightening everyone inside the room. Luckily, they escaped. After they left, Gu Yushin secretly sent Xiao Mai to the hospital with his assistant. In a corner, a figure holding a long spear was wildly attacking the person leaving. Until the car disappeared completely, the figure was satisfied and stopped. The next morning, Peach Blossom Village, Shen family. 12 villagers from Peach Blossom Village, who had been chosen, hurriedly finished breakfast and went to Shen Ruotang's house. Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon were doing aerobics in the yard when they saw the villagers rushing over and paused their exercise. They gave instructions for today's tasks. Pick 500 jin of oil mustard greens and bok choy each. Please, uncles and aunts, start harvesting. After harvesting, wash, weigh, and package them. Li Lan, you and your partner will assist with weighing and label the packages according to customer order numbers. Peilon, you're being too formal. We're all just doing this for money. It's no trouble at all. Other villagers nodded repeatedly. Yes, we get paid to work. It's what we should do. The other villagers wanted to work but couldn't because they were too old. Usually they did these chores at home. They didn't have money. Shen Ruotang kindly hired them to work, paying each 200 yuan a day. Of course, with such small tasks, they could finish in half a day. Half a day for 100 yuan, others would envy that. Thinking this, the villagers happily went into the vegetable fields to pick vegetables. Although they were in their 70s or 80s, they moved quickly. They didn't slow down or delay just because of the money. After feeding the chickens, Shen Ruotang took pig feed to the old house to feed the pigs. The 3 little black pigs saw Shen Ruotang and happily rushed over. Auntie, the piglets have grown fat again. Soon, we can slaughter them and sell the meat. The piglets, running halfway, suddenly stopped in panic, looking fearfully at the small figure outside the pig pen. Their eyes seemed to say, "How can a 36-degree mouth say such cold words?" Shen Ruotang smiled and nodded. Yes, soon we can slaughter them and sell the meat. They really are family. The 3 piglets all backed away, looking alertly at Shen Ruotang and her nephew. Shen Ruotang ignored them and simply poured the pig feed into the trough. She poured water into the basin again and quietly added some spring water. Smelling the familiar scent, the 3 piglets hesitated and stretched out their little hooves. They hummed and squeaked for a while before finally taking a brave step forward. They slowly approached the pig food. They lowered their heads and started eating breakfast. At this moment, one piglet took a bite of the pig food, then turned to the water basin nearby. It lowered its head and took a sip of water. After drinking, it turned back to eat some more pig food, then took another sip of water. It repeated this pattern, one bite of food, one sip of water. Shen Ruotang's eyes brightened a little. She didn't expect this piglet to be so disciplined. If even a pig can be so self-controlled, Shen Ruotang thought of someone who doesn't eat on time, and she quickly took out her phone to record it. She then sent the video to that person with a single tap. After sending, Shen Ruotang led Shen Xiaobao back home. Suddenly, she stopped. She looked up at the 2 mango trees in front of the old house. At this moment, the branches of the mango trees were densely covered with green mangoes. Each one was about the size of a fist and looked heavy as they hung down. It seemed the mangoes would be ripe by the end of the month. Shen Xiaobao looked up along Shen Ruotang's gaze and saw the mangoes on the tree, their eyes shining brightly. He clenched his small fists excitedly. Wow, Auntie, so many fruits. I want to eat the fruits, but the fruits aren't ripe yet. We have to wait until the end of the month to eat them. While speaking, Shen Ruotang watered the 2 mango trees and secretly added some spiritual spring water. After watering, the big and small went to the new house. Behind them, the mangoes on the tree seemed to have grown a little larger. Shen Ruotang returned home, and the villagers had already harvested 1,000 jin of vegetables. At this moment, a group of elderly people with gray hair were sitting in the yard washing vegetables. When they saw Shen Ruotang come back, they happily greeted her. Xiao Tang, you're back from feeding the pigs? Xiaobao has gained a little more weight. You're getting more and more handsome. Ha ha ha. Xiaobao saw that the grandparents were very happy, but when he heard he had gained weight, he pouted and ran into the house. He hugged Su Peilon tightly. Whoa, Grandma. The grandpas and grandmas in the village said I've gained weight again. Su Peilon was surprised. This was the first time Xiaobao cried in front of them. Since her daughter returned, Xiaobao had become more cheerful and more like a little child. At just 3 years old, he was at the age of loving to act cute. Su Peilon's heart softened. She smiled and gently patted his head. Being able to eat is a blessing. The grandparents say Xiaobao is a lucky treasure. Really? Really? Xiaobao lifted his little head, with 2 tears hanging at the corners of his eyes, looking as if they might fall at any moment. He looked pitiful. Seeing this, Su Peilon felt a pang of heartache. She squatted down and picked him up. Really? There are many children in this world who don't have anything to eat. When Shen Xiaobao heard that other children had no food, he immediately stopped crying. Frowning slightly, he spoke softly and sweetly. They are so sad. Grandma, I have some small money, and I can buy them some food. He has an aunt, grandparents, and lots of delicious food. And some small money. He wants to share his food with other children. Maybe then, they can also grow up healthy and chubby, just like his family's lucky children, carrot carrot. Okay, when Xiaobao grows up, I will buy food for them. In the yard, new goose vines are climbing freely along the trellis, twisting and winding. Lush goosed leaves layer over each other, weaving a green cloth on the frame. They cast a shade on the ground. A gentle breeze blows lazily through the small yard, carrying the cheerful voices of villagers. The sound drifts outside the yard. In one corner, bright red cherry tomatoes hang on the green vines. Villagers sit in the yard working, chatting and marveling at what they see. Shouting, "Your goosets are growing so well. The leaves are so lush. Oh, and there are so many bunches of goosets. This tomato plant is also doing great. Look at these little tomatoes, they look so festive. They look just like the red lanterns we hang during the New Year in our village. I think your land has very good feng shui. Even the wind feels cool. The breeze makes them feel refreshed and energized, not tired at all. Unlike their home, where there is no breeze in summer and they sweat heavily. At night, it's so hot they can't sleep all night. In the evening, they wash the yard with water to cool it down. Then they sleep on cool mats and turn on a few fans. But they still sweat from the heat. Especially in August and September, even at night, it's still over 30 degrees Celsius. Cockroaches and mice are too hot to stay in their nests. Shen Ruotang smiled. She specially arranged a spiritual gathering with a magic stone. Can goosets and tomatoes grow poorly? In the gathering, The temperature is just right, like being in an air-conditioned room. Even without wind, it doesn't feel hot. When hot air blows in, it automatically turns into cool air. A few days ago, she slightly modified the gathering based on air conditioning principles. Everyone marveled and joked as they finished their work in just an hour. Shun Ruotang settled accounts with everyone after half a day. A group of elderly people, around 70 or 80, held 100 yuan bills. Their hands trembled badly. They silently wiped tears from their eyes and gratefully thanked Shin Ruotang. They never thought they could still earn money with their own hands at this age. Seeing the elderly in the village, Shin Ruotang felt a strange feeling in her heart. Everyone grows old someday. After sending off the villagers, the three of them moved the packed vegetables into the tricycle's trunk. Shun Xiaobao sat in the front seat, holding a cotton candy, his face flushed with excitement. Mom and Dad, you don't have to come with me. This time, customers place orders directly on the platform, so she can just confirm with them. Okay, we'll clear out the vegetable garden in the yard. When you return, just park the tricycle in the yard. The vegetables in the yard had just been harvested, and now the garden looked a bit messy. Because vegetables are grown in the yard, the tricycle is parked outside the house. Shun Wenyuan and his wife were worried. Shun Ruotang nodded. All right, Mom and Dad, Xiaobao, and I are going out. Bishui Town. Lin Fongfong sat on a stool, crossing her legs, yawning boredly. Today, business was still slow. Since morning, only 2 buns had been sold. And that was after she forced a buy-one-get-one-free deal. Her parents were right. She really isn't suited for running a shop. Looking at the shop, which was almost empty, Lin Fongfong rested her chin on her hand. Maybe she should just sell the shop and cut her losses? But giving up felt too hard to accept. Forget it. She decided to wait and see how things go. Lin Fongfong fell silent, her eyes unconsciously drifting toward the market area. Where is the little fairy? It's almost 8 o'clock. Last night, their whole family was holding phones, rushing to buy vegetables. She, her parents, and her aunts and uncles together only managed to buy about 5 jin. And that's not all. Some people in the group had no eye for detail and ended up buying 80 jin of vegetables. It's fine if they got the vegetables, but they were showing off in the group chat, which made her so angry she almost threw her phone. Luckily, she kept her cool. Yesterday, after she finished shopping, her parents scolded her for being wasteful. After eating, they argued and insisted she add them to the group to buy vegetables. That 5 jin of vegetables was actually bought by her dad. He was so proud, talking about it nonstop from last night to this morning. This morning, he eagerly went out early to line up for more vegetables. She didn't get any vegetables, so she had to continue working hard selling buns. Just then, a blue 3-wheeled vehicle slowly appeared at the market. Lin Fongfong suddenly stood up, feeling a strong sense of certainty. She knew it was the little fairy's car. Without even closing the door, Lin Fongfong hurriedly ran toward the market. When Shun Ruotang arrived at the market, it was already crowded at the end of the market. Everyone saw her get out of the car and cheered happily. Boss Shun, you're finally here. We've been waiting for a long time, Shun Ruotang. Sorry for being late. Vegetables were just picked this morning, not so quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone changed their expressions and hurried to speak. Boss Shun, you're not late. We arrived early. Yes, we came early. It's a joke. Boss Shun is still in her sleep years. If she doesn't sleep in, she can be thankful just to bring out the vegetables to sell. What more could they ask for? If one day Boss Shun doesn't come out, they wouldn't know how to cry. They just thought casually about this, not expecting that a few days later, it would turn out to be a prophecy. Everyone secretly cursed their own bad luck. Shun Ruotang smiled and said, "Thank you all for your understanding. There are quite a few people, so to avoid affecting traffic, please line up." Considering yesterday's situation, Shun Ruotang decided to have everyone line up in 2 lines. Whoever calls out, that person goes to get the vegetables. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd, which had been crowded together just now, instantly formed 2 long lines. Shun Ruotang, with your speed, you could succeed at anything. Sure enough, you managed to grab 1,000 jin of vegetables. Shun Ruotang carried Shin Xiaobao onto the cart, holding a small bee in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Auntie said today was a big task. He needed to deliver Uncle and Auntie's vegetables into their hands. Shen Xiaobao stood in front of a bamboo basket, looked down at the label on the bag on top of the basket, and frowned slightly, seeming a bit confused. Every single character he recognizes, but when they are combined, he doesn't understand. It must be because he hasn't read enough books. He will ask his aunt to teach him when he goes back. He doesn't understand, but he respects it. Shen Xiaobao clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Little Tuanzi didn't hesitate at all, and turned on the little bee toy. He opened his small mouth. Monkeys all over the mountain. My bottom is the reddest, his sweet, childish voice suddenly echoed through the market. In the noisy market, everything suddenly went quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the little person on the cart. The little Tuanzi blinked his big, dark eyes, full of innocence and curiosity. And confusion. In front of the cart, the people happily lining up to buy vegetables suddenly lost their smiles. Everyone looked serious. They suddenly realized something. They might be called out in front of everyone. As soon as the thought appeared, everyone felt like they had been struck by lightning. Thinking about their embarrassing online names, they immediately tensed up and clenched their toes into the ground. Silently, they took out their phones, wanting to change their names. But then they remembered they might not match their IDs later, and they all started crying and put their phones down. If they had known today would be like this, they would have chosen a normal name. In the team, Lin Xiaohan was grinning widely, chatting happily with his roommates. Monkey on the mountain, my bottom is the reddest. A sweet, milk-like little voice suddenly entered his ears. Who is it? Who is calling him? Lin Xiaohan clenched his phone, tiptoed, stretched his neck, and looked around. Seeing no one respond, Xiao Bao's little face was almost scrunched up. Did he read it wrong? He recognized all the characters his Annie taught him, so he should be right determined not to waste his energy on himself. The little kid quickly looked for someone in the group. In just a few seconds, his eyes locked onto the person hiding behind others. Then he spoke again to the little bee. Uncle, are you the monkey on the mountain with the reddest bottom? As soon as the sweet voice finished, everyone's attention instantly focused on Lin Xiaohan. He was looking around for someone when suddenly his gaze met that of the little kid on the bus. The little kid looked round and cute, chubby and adorable, with no sharp edges at all. He was just too soft and lovable. Just as Lin Xiaohan was shouting to cheer for the little kid threw a small fire at him. He loudly called out his trembling name in front of everyone. Suddenly, all eyes turned to him. Whoa! In an instant, a wave of heat rushed from his feet to his cheeks and ears. In just a second, Lin Xiaohan became the center of attention. Amidst the stifled laughter of the crowd, Lin Xiaohan quickly covered his face and rushed to the front of the three kids. I am who I am. Without checking the vegetable names, I quickly grabbed the vegetables and hurriedly ran away from the scene. This time, I really embarrassed myself in front of everyone. Lin Fongfong had just run halfway when she saw everything and immediately stopped in her tracks. Thinking about her dad's funny nickname, she decisively turned back to her steamed bun shop. She couldn't afford to lose face. As soon as she ran back to the bun shop, her dad's series of urgent calls started coming in. Lin Fongfong quickly silenced her phone and called out to passers-by. Steamed buns for sale. Come by, don't miss out. Buy one, get one free, over at the market. Shen Ruotan covered her mouth to hide her laughter. She hadn't noticed everyone's funny nicknames. How did Aunt Li and the others manage to hold back their laughter while labeling? Aunt Li and the others said, We are professionals, unless we can't help it. Shen Ruotang frowned. Would reading out loud in front of everyone be a bit inappropriate? Who cares? Anyway, it's not like she was the one making a fool of herself. Are the monkeys on the mountain the reddest in the butt? Ha ha. Shen Ruotang hugged her stomach, slowly walked toward the tricycle, and grabbed the frame. She jumped up and onto the cart. Shen Xiaobao held his little bee tightly, eyes shining brightly. He looked at everything with admiration. Wow, Auntie looks so cool, a degree nabla degree. Under everyone's attention, the girl tiptoed lightly, her figure like a leaf floating in the wind. In a blink, she was already on the car. Her movements were light and graceful, like a leaf falling onto the car without making a sound. Everyone was captivated by her stylish jump and immediately became fans, shouting excitedly, "Wow, Mr. Shen is so handsome. Wow, he's like my dream partner. Go away, don't embarrass Mr. Shen. I always planned to look like this, future daughter-in-law, mother-in-law/father-in-law. I'm right here." Hearing the praise from the crowd below the car, Shen Ruotang showed a faint smile. Inside, he thought, let them shout. This master is just so charming and handsome, .. After a minute, Shen Ruotang raised his hand to stop everyone. All right, now continue calling out names to get the dishes. As soon as he said that, everyone suddenly quieted down, feeling embarrassed and wishing they could hide their heads. Shen Xiaobao was responsible for reading, Shen Ruotang for passing the dishes, and if anyone didn't know a word, he would teach them on the spot. The main idea was learn and use immediately. Seeing the little one holding a small bee and calling out to people, Lin Jiang was getting anxious. Why isn't his daughter answering the phone? He thought he saw his daughter running this way just now, but now she's gone. Legs are 2 meters 80 long. Lin Jiang's hand trembled, almost dropping his phone, followed by everyone's murmurs. 2 meters 80? Who has that much confidence? Haha, is this a giant? Who is this? I want to see if those legs are really that long. The more Lin Jiang listened, the redder his face became. Under everyone's searching gazes, he covered his face and rushed towards the tricycle. A middle-aged man about 1.7 meters tall hurriedly ran towards his car, holding vegetables, like a rocket escaping the scene. Ha 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 ha. Wow, the uncle really has such long legs, ha burp. Spraying yellow urine with a water gun. Who laughs at that? The boy's loud laughter suddenly caught at his throat, turning his face a pig liver color. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. The boy covered his face with vegetables. Truly, fate is funny. Who does it spare? Because the little kid recited Dodo's name on the spot, the atmosphere was very lively, and everyone was laughing happily. Except for the person involved. Someone who had experienced social embarrassment stood outside the line, showing their big white teeth and listening to the fun. Passers-by heard the names, each more explosive than the last, and instinctively lined up in another queue. While laughing loudly, they also took out their phones to record everything. Sharing it online. Happiness is better when shared. Soon, several long lines formed in front of the three-wheeled vehicle. Many people coming from the market or just arriving at the fair saw this and joined the queue out of curiosity. A few elderly men and women asked, "What are they selling up front? Why are so many people lining up?" The person asked looked confused and said, I don't know. I saw people lining up, so I joined in." The elderly people were speechless. Realizing their mistake later, the person tapped the shoulder of the person in front. "Hey, what are they selling up there?" The person whose shoulder was tapped looked up from their phone. "Oh, they're selling buns." As soon as they said that, a girl in the neighboring line couldn't hold back. "This line is for vegetables. We buy vegetables from Mr. Shen's online shop, and today we're here to pick them up." Everyone in the line didn't know what was happening and just kept queuing. They thought they were late vegetable buyers. When they found out they were in the wrong line, they looked embarrassed and quietly left. It was so awkward, really very embarrassing. The elderly men and women, hearing it was for vegetables, suddenly became interested and turned to ask the girl, "Are so many people buying? Are the vegetables really cheap?" They had seen many cheap things online, and they had bought quite a few through online platforms. Of course, they also fell into some traps. Lu Yuqin shook her head with a proud and slightly spoiled tone. "You're just not appreciating good things. The vegetables from Boss Shen's place can't be sold cheaply." Then, she proudly held up 3 fingers and slightly lifted her chin. 1 jean of vegetables. That's the price. The elderly men and women brightened their eyes. 3 yuan per jean? Oh, that's not expensive. Lu Yuqin silently rolled her eyes and corrected. 30 yuan per jean. They said it shouldn't be sold cheaply, but where did they get the idea that it was only 3 yuan per jean?
30 yuan per jean?
That's highway robbery. The elderly men and women, along with the other people waiting in line, angrily left. They didn't notice anything was wrong. Seeing the quickly dispersing line, Grandpa Lu turned around and gave a thumbs up to his daughter. As expected of her. With just a few words, she had shut down the potential troublemakers. Boss Shen's vegetables were already in short supply, and 2 groups of people were approaching 1,000 members each. The people in those groups couldn't compete alone, and with more groups joining, would they even have enough to eat? Beads of light sweat appeared on her forehead. Panting heavily, she fumbled with her keys to open the door. Our delivery station doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Shen Ruotang looked down at her phone. It was only 8:55. Just 5 minutes until 9. When she looked up again, the boss had already pushed up the rolling door and glanced at the vegetables in her hand, asking, "Are you still sending fresh cold chain goods?" Shen Ruotang smiled. "Yes. The weather is getting hotter now, and she doesn't trust sending other types of packages." The boss looked steadily at the few bags of vegetables in her hand, hesitant to speak. Finally, he couldn't help but say, "Miss, these bags of vegetables weigh about 20 or 30 pounds. Your delivery fee is more expensive than the vegetables. Where did you buy these vegetables? There's no need to bother with this. It's not worth it. No matter how much money you have, you shouldn't spend it like that." The boss thought Shen Ruotang was sending vegetables to friends and family and kindly reminded her. After all, this is a common sight in Bishui town. With technological advances, many fruits and vegetables in the city are soaked in chemicals. Vegetables grown at home in the countryside are safe and pollution-free. In recent years, many people in Bishui town have been sending various farm products to the city. These include mountain goods, seafood, fruits and vegetables, as well as eggs, duck eggs, and more. Shen Ruotang naturally understood what the boss meant. She just smiled and didn't mind. "It's my first time opening an online store, so I'm not very experienced. I forgot to set the shipping fee." "Oh," the boss was stunned. "Is this your own online shop?" He pointed to the bags of vegetables. "Aren't you losing a lot? A pound of vegetables costs only a few yuan, and 30 pounds would be at most around 100 yuan. The delivery fee is more than the vegetables." While talking, the boss took the vegetables from Shen Ruotang's hands. He weighed them with his hand. It was about 30 pounds. If including both inside and outside the province, it probably costs 200 or 300 yuan. Then he looked at the address on the bag and showed a look of realization. Out of the 5 bags, 2 are from outside the province and 3 are from inside. The boss clicked his tongue and shook his head. Young people these days really don't understand how expensive daily essentials are. 200 or 300 yuan could buy him a big meal. Although he thought this, Xia Haifeng didn't slow down. He weighed, calculated, and packed efficiently, not missing a single step. Xia Haifeng. 2 bags from outside the province, with an initial charge of 30 yuan per kilogram and an additional 12 yuan per kilogram. 3 bags from inside the province, with an initial charge of 20 yuan per kilogram and an additional 6 yuan per kilogram. The delivery fee is 210 yuan, plus 75 yuan for packing, totaling 285 yuan. With each statement, Xia Haifeng's heart seemed to bleed. He really was spending too much. Seeing the boss look pained, Shen Ruotang couldn't help but find it funny. She took out her phone, scanned the QR code, and paid directly before leaving. Meanwhile, in Taohua village, at Shen Ruotang's home, Shen Wenyuan was holding a hoe, leveling the sand in the yard. Su Peilon, wearing thick gloves, carried a red brick and entered through the small gate. Almost done. Shen Wenyuan put down the hoe, used a level to smooth the sand, and checked the height again. Su Peilon set down the red brick and looked at the sunken vegetable patch. Once the bricks are laid, the tricycle can be parked inside. Seeing things were nearly finished, Shen Wenyuan carefully laid the bricks one by one on the ground. He aligned each brick with the others to keep the yard level. Su Peilon handed him bricks from the side. "Second uncle, second aunt." Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind them. Su Peilon paused, looked up, and saw Shen Yinfeng walking in with a smile. "Are you busy?" While speaking, her eyes kept flicking toward the house. "I didn't see my cousin. She went." "Second aunt, why do you suddenly look so pale?" Before Su Peilon could finish, Shen Yinfeng hurried over. She stared at her face, looking left and right, her eyes shining brighter and brighter. Before, Su Peilon's skin was dark, but now it looked fair. This change was quite noticeable. Shin In-fong couldn't believe her eyes. She pinched her own thigh hard. "It hurts so much," she cried out loud. "It's real." Su Peilon was momentarily stunned, took off her gloves, and gently touched her cheek. She was immediately amazed. Her skin felt smooth and surprisingly tender. Usually, she works outdoors and doesn't use face wash or similar products. Her skin had long been rough and uneven. Today, after hearing Shin In-fong mention it, she realized her skin seemed much softer and smoother. A happy feeling filled her heart, but she hesitated and asked uncertainly, "Really? If you don't believe it, ask second uncle."
Oh.
"Second uncle, you've also become fairer," Shin In-fong exclaimed again, eyes wide open. Her mouth was also agape. It was as if she was meeting these two people for the first time. In her memory, her second uncle and second aunt were both dark-skinned. Suddenly, they had become much lighter. This whiteness wasn't literal white, but a change from dark to a yellowish skin tone. Seeing Shin In-fong's surprised reactions, Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon looked at each other. It seems they really have become fairer. They usually didn't look in mirrors and hadn't noticed this change. Honestly, after her wife turned fairer, she looked much more handsome. Shin Wenyuan's ears turned slightly red. Su Peilon often cooked, and Shin Ruotang would secretly add a drop of spiritual spring water into the food. The spring water could improve a person's health, but Shin Ruotang was careful and only added a tiny drop each time. Adding to that, Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon's vegetables and cherry tomatoes are all grown using spiritual springs and spiritual energy. Turning white is an easy thing to do. However, since Shen Wenyuan and the others are together every day, they naturally haven't noticed any changes in each other. Shin In-fong looked at their faces and felt a bit envious. She has naturally yellow skin and usually applies skincare products and face masks. But she still hasn't become whiter. She even once thought about getting whitening injections. Her daughter warned her that whitening injections could be risky, so she gave up on that idea. Now, seeing two living examples of whiteness before her, she can't let this chance go. "Andy, did you and Uncle eat something special?" Shin In-fong was so focused on becoming whiter that she completely forgot her original purpose for coming here. "Maybe, or perhaps it's because we haven't been working in the fields much lately," Su Peilon hesitated to answer. Since her daughter returned, they haven't been doing much farm work. Except for the time they went to pull weeds together. Later, when they went to pull weeds again, they were surprised to find that the vegetable garden wasn't overgrown with weeds. This really challenged their understanding. As for watering, they only went to the fields in the morning or evening. They don't go out much during the day and don't get much sun, so naturally, they are gradually becoming whiter. Su Peilon thought this might be the reason. Shin In-fong looked suspiciously. "Isn't your younger cousin renting 30 acres of land? Are you all not working in the fields anymore? Now the weather is hot, so we usually go to the fields in the morning or evening to work." Hearing Su Peilon say this, Shin In-fong couldn't help but feel disappointed. Thinking back to Shen Wenyuan and his youth, she didn't doubt them much. When they were young, their skin was as white as snow. But later, after working in the fields, they got tanned. "Su Peilon, aren't you going to see Xiao Tang about something?" "Oh, right." Thanks to Su Peilon's reminder, Shin In-fong finally remembered her purpose. Just now, her eldest son-in-law sent her a message, asking her to buy more eggs to send to Gangcheng. He wanted to give a gift to his boss. He also said that her uncle's eggs helped him keep his job. It turns out her son-in-law's company was planning to demote and cut his salary. Fortunately, her son-in-law was clever and had their daughter bake cookies with the eggs. The cookies were a big hit with the boss, which helped him keep his job. Every time she thought about this, she felt relieved. Luckily, she didn't have a falling out with her second uncle and the others. Otherwise, Shin In-fong shook her head, dismissing the worst possible outcome. For her own sake and her eldest daughter's family's happiness, she must maintain good relations with her second uncle. It's nothing serious, just wanting to buy some eggs to send to Gangcheng. If the leader is pleased, maybe her son-in-law will get a promotion too. Su Peilon was stunned. This, isn't it just bought? Why buy more again? No matter how much she loved to eat, it was impossible to finish so many eggs in just a few days. Deciding to build a good relationship with Shen Wenyuan's family, Yin Feng was very open and honest. She enthusiastically pulled Su Peilon into the living room and explained everything in detail. Is that true? Su Peilon was slightly surprised and pushed a cup of water toward her. She poured herself some water. Really? Yin Feng nodded seriously, saw the water in front of her, and gulped it down. While the water was quite tasty. After finishing, she instinctively poured another cup, lifted it, and drank again. Then she continued speaking. So, I just want to send my eldest son-in-law some more eggs. Maybe his boss will be happy, and he might get a promotion in the future. If the son-in-law does well, her daughter's life will also improve. After hearing this, Shen Wenyuan and the others felt the same. Maintaining good relations with leaders usually has no downsides. And this isn't considered bribery. They're just some farm products. Everyone is like family, and recently, their eggs haven't been sold in stores. Their family can't eat many eggs, anyway. Su Peilon immediately agreed. All right, I'll get you some eggs right now. Yin Feng's eyes lit up and she smiled broadly. Thank you, second aunt. After a while, Su Peilon came over carrying a bag. There are 30 eggs here. Okay. Yin Feng took out her phone and immediately transferred 1,000 yuan to Su Peilon. Seeing the transfer amount, Su Peilon said, Wow, you sent too much. She was about to send the money back. Yin Feng quickly refused. Not much, not much. Compared to my eldest son-in-law's future, it's nothing. If the eldest son-in-law is doing well, her eldest daughter will be happy too. Then, Yin Feng hesitated and asked, Second aunt, Xiao Tang has set up a grocery shopping group. Can you add me in? Last time, she had already added her second uncle's family to the green chat group. But she hadn't joined the grocery shopping group yet. Her cousin was a bit aloof, so she didn't dare ask. She had been holding back until today. Now, seeing her second uncle and second aunt's attitude, she finally mustered up the courage to ask. All right, I'll add you now. Su Peilon thought it was something important. She quickly pulled Yin Feng into the group, and Yin Feng saw herself in the grocery shopping chat. Thanks, Auntie. Hearing Yin Feng call her Auntie warmly, Su Peilon still felt a bit strange. After all, they were about the same age. In the past, Yin Feng had never been so enthusiastic. Yin Feng smiled happily as she left, glancing at the vegetables outside in the yard. She paused her steps. Her eyes flicked around. Since she was sending eggs, she might as well send some vegetables too. Why not buy some vegetables and send them over? Auntie, your vegetables look fresh and lively. Can I buy some from you? Are you sure? These vegetables are not cheap, 30 yuan per jean. Wow, that's expensive. Yin Feng gasped and looked at the vegetables in the garden. She clenched her teeth. I'll buy them. In Haisher, Yunui Hall. What? Dr. Yu fell down the stairs and is now in the hospital for emergency treatment? Ma Yanhong was stunned. Early in the morning, her mother had pulled her out of bed to see the doctor. She rushed over anxiously, only to be told the doctor was on leave. It's really hard to judge. Maybe this is just her fate. Sorry, we will pay the registration fee and leave. After saying this, the medical staff hurriedly left. Ma Yingjie couldn't accept it. She sat on a bench, her fists clenched tightly. Why is her daughter's life so hard? They finally found a famous doctor, but now the doctor had an accident. Mom, let's go home. But your illness. Ma Yingjie looked up at her daughter's thin body, her nose souring, tears falling down. I'm fine, Ma Yanhong forced a smile and raised her arm. She clenched her fist tightly. Mom, look. What is this? This is muscle. She has been weak since childhood, so she often exercises to avoid worrying her family. Over the years, it has helped a little. At least she won't be blown away by a typhoon. Haha, seeing her daughter joking around and teasing her, Ma Yingjie couldn't help but laugh out loud. She felt both love and sadness. Yes, my daughter is healthy. Dr. Yu is a kind person and luck is on our side. We'll come back next time. Seeing her mother finally smile, Ma Yanhong quietly relaxed and linked her arm with hers as they left. Yes, yes, yes. We'll come again next time. Just after returning home, Ma Yanhong's face suddenly changed color, and she hurried into the bathroom. Daughter, what's wrong? Thinking of something, Ma Yingjia's face turned noticeably pale. She quickly walked to the bathroom door, knocking on it. Daughter, are you? Okay, today was the day her daughter was visiting relatives, and every time around this time. Remembering how her daughter almost died last month, Ma Yingjia staggered backward. Her body started trembling uncontrollably. She tried to hold back her fear, saying, It's okay, Mom and Dad are here, don't be afraid. The bathroom door creaked open from inside, revealing Ma Yanhong's surprised face. Mom, I think I'm okay now. Ma Yanhong's eyes sparkled. She really did have her period today. But the flow was lighter than before. Her stomach didn't hurt at all. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it's real. Since I started my period at 14, I have always had terrible pain. At first, I tried traditional Chinese medicine and it helped, but then the pain came back and got worse. Sometimes, I would faint from the pain. The worst time was last month when I almost collapsed at work because of the pain. Ma Yingjia stood there, stunned, and asked, What did you just say? I'm not in any pain anymore. Ma Yanhong was so excited she spun around in place and hugged Ma Yingjia. Mom, I think I'm okay. Now the girl's excited voice echoed in the house, and the sunlight outside seemed especially bright. This surprise was like a warm fire in winter, lighting and warming the person trapped in the snow. Ma Yingjia's long-held worries eased a little, and tears started to flow. She cried with tears in her eyes. In the bustling city, District 8. Wow, it's eggs, romaine lettuce, and cherry tomatoes, carrot. The cherry tomatoes are bright red and shiny, like little rubies in a foam box. They also smell strongly of tomatoes, making them look very tasty. Her best friend understands her well. Seeing all this love packed in the delivery, Chiao Mai couldn't wait to take out her phone and start taking pictures of the package. She looked at the video her friend sent and pressed the voice button to speak. This pig is a genius. Looks just like you. Don't think she doesn't realize her close friend is subtly criticizing her, but she refuses to admit it. Due to work, she hasn't been eating on time, and gradually she developed a stomach problem. When she goes too long without eating, her stomach starts to hurt. Her gaze falls on the vegetables in the foam box, and Chiao Mai feels a bit lost in thought. Last night, she escaped from the hotel, and banana media definitely won't let her go easily. They will probably try to block her from all sides, maybe even start creating false rumors about her. Soon, she might become the target of online abuse and face a wave of criticism from internet users. But so what? These 4 years of struggling as an extra were not wasted. She was also building connections. Recently, a director who believed in her wanted her to play a small role. Her part would only be a few minutes on screen. Although the role is small, it's not easy to perform well. If she can do a good job in this role, she still has a good chance. At that time, she didn't agree immediately because she was preparing for an audition for the 3rd female lead. Unexpectedly, something happened along the way. She promised her close friend to get an autograph photo of her idol and also her own sign message. She always keeps her promises to her friends. Banana media. Haha, after giving herself a boost of confidence, Chiao Mai happily washes the pot and cooks noodles. She only had a few hundred yuan in savings. This morning, she went out to buy some packages of noodles, rice, several packs of pickled vegetables, and a few jars of fermented bean curd. She originally planned to cook plain noodles or porridge with pickled vegetables and fermented bean curd, but unexpectedly, oh no, today, she must have an extra meal. 1 egg, 3 stalks of romaine lettuce, and some fruit before the meal. Hee hee, carrot. 10 minutes later. Oh my, it smells so good. Chiao Mai's eyes lit up as she looked at the steaming bowl of noodles. She couldn't help but salivate. On top of the noodles, there was a round, plump, yellow-white poached egg with a few green stalks of romaine lettuce resting on it. The broth still had floating green onion bits. The rich egg aroma, combined with the scent of the lettuce and green onions, was so tempting. She's good at cooking, carrot. Eating it too hot could cause health problems. The noodles just finished cooking, so she needed to let them cool a bit before eating. Cherish life, starting with myself. Xiao Mai resisted the urge to eat the noodles immediately, washed some cherry tomatoes, and sat casually on a stool. She dried them and popped them into her mouth.
Bite.
Juice burst out, and the sweet, fresh tomato flavor exploded in her mouth. The flesh was crisp, and the juice was sweet and tangy. Sweet with a hint of sourness. Delicious. Oh my, how talented is her best friend, even growing such tasty tomatoes. This is definitely the tastiest cherry tomato in the world, no doubt about it. Wow, I'm so happy. Xiao Mai ate several cherry tomatoes in a row, so excited she rolled around on the bed. Ouch! A sharp pain came from her thigh, and Xiao Mai couldn't help but frown. She was so happy she forgot she still had a hurt leg. After enjoying the cherry tomatoes, Xiao Mai moved to the table and picked up her chopsticks to eat noodles. Crack with each bite, the crunchy and tender lettuce stems made a sound, and the soft leaves almost made her swallow her tongue. The fried egg with golden edges crackled when she bit into it. The crispy texture mixed with the runny yolk created a rich and smooth taste. It was simply amazing. Xiao Mai couldn't wait to sip the clear broth, which had a light scent of green onions, along with a strong aroma of eggs and lettuce. One word. Super delicious. After finishing the soup, Xiao Mai slowly picked up a strand of noodles and put it in her mouth. The noodles were nothing special. Hey, I've never felt noodles could be so unimpressive, but because of the egg and lettuce, Xiao Mai still ate happily. After finishing, her mind went blank for a few seconds. She forgot to take a picture to show her best friend. After washing the dishes, Xiao Mai quickly found Shen Ruotang's profile picture. Press and hold to talk. Tang Tang, your eggs, romaine lettuce, and cherry tomatoes are so delicious. Love you. To Sarah, no. After sending the message, she thought for a moment and sent another message to someone. Are you there? I have something for you. Since he saved her last night, she reluctantly decided to share her best friend's homemade treats with him. She also asked her best friend for a signed photo. Peach Blossom Village, Shen Ruotang's house. Seeing the message from Xiao Mai, Shen Ruotang's lips curved into a gentle smile. Eat it first, then tell me, and I'll send more. Who is it? Why are you smiling so happily? Su Peilon saw her daughter smiling at her phone and immediately became alert. She quickly stepped over and stared closely at her daughter's phone. Is it a boy you like? Or? Shen Ruotang helplessly put her phone in front of Su Peilon. Mom, I'm chatting with my Mai. I received the package I sent her and she said the food is really good. Su Peilon felt a little disappointed, but when she heard the voice message from Xiao Mai, her face lit up with a big smile. Just hearing her voice, you could tell she liked it very much. This child is still as lively and cheerful as before. When will my Mai come back? I really miss her. Thinking of that energetic girl, Su Peilon looked at her with a face full of concern. At such a young age, she has to take on family responsibilities and work in the big city. I don't know how much hardship she has faced outside. Little Tang, let's send some farm products to my Mai every week. She is alone out there and her family has many expenses. She must be reluctant to spend on food and clothes. In a city where prices are so high, she's probably afraid that the silly girl drinks plain porridge with pickles. When Shen Ruotang was in high school, she often visited Shen's house on weekends. Xiao Mai is sweet and cute, and Su Peilon liked her at first sight. Plus, she has a charming personality. Su Peilon grew to like her even more, always preparing a treat for her. After the college entrance exams, Xiao Mai rarely went home or visited Shen's family. But during holidays, she would always say hello to Su Peilon and the others. On Father's Day and Mother's Day, she would send red envelopes to them. Although Xiao Mai is not Shen Ruotang's biological sister, she is like a real sister. Su Peilon and her husband treat her like their own daughter, always thinking of her when there is good food. Thinking about the recent time, she imagined Xiao Mai in the hospital, and Shen Ruotang's brows furrowed slightly. She always felt a bit uneasy. Tomorrow, she plans to pick some mushrooms from the back mountain and send a few protective charms together. Mom, don't worry. My Mai will definitely get her share of the food. After talking about Xiao Mai, Shen Ruotang thought of something else. She quickly went to the yard. Dad, Are all the trees on the back mountain planted by Grandpa and the others? Shen Wenyuan was laying red bricks in the yard when he heard his daughter's words and put down the bricks. He looked up. His thoughts seemed to drift back to a distant time. After a moment he spoke. Most of it. Back then, chestnuts were profitable, so your grandfather specially planted a batch of chestnuts. Later, more people started planting them, and the price of chestnuts dropped too low. When they couldn't sell the chestnuts, he stopped caring much. Chestnuts are bitter and hard to eat. He had once thought about clearing the mountain to plant fruit trees, but his wallet wouldn't allow it. Later, fruit farmers who planted trees couldn't sell their produce and lost a lot of money. He then gave up on that idea completely. Over the years, he hadn't taken much care of the back mountain. Shen Wenyuan stood up. Why are you asking about this? Native trees are protected by law, and cutting them down is forbidden. I plan to plant some fruit trees on the back mountain, but I need to clear out some of the artificial trees first. I looked up online, and cutting down cultivated trees requires a permit. Such a large mountain just sitting there is really a waste. Ruoteng, are you really going to plant fruit trees? Su Peilon came out of the house. She thought her daughter was just talking casually. But she didn't expect her daughter to actually want to plant fruit trees on the mountain. These days, fruits are hard to sell. Many fruit farmers produce rots in the orchards because they can't sell it. Thinking of this, Su Peilon looked worried and kindly advised her daughter, shouting, "These fruits are really hard to sell." Last year, the lychee from the neighboring province sold for just over $1 per jean. Many still didn't sell well. This year's situation might be even worse. I heard some fruit farmers almost lost everything, even their underwear. They finally made some money selling vegetables, but they can't afford to lose more on the fruit trees. If they keep losing money, it's all for nothing. Is it really that cheap? Having spent 100 years in the cultivation world, Shen Ruoteng had no memory of such things. Fruit farmers worked hard all year, but their fruits only sold for a little over $1 per jean, and they still couldn't sell them all. It's truly a case of low prices hurting farmers. Their effort and the harvest are badly mismatched. Seeing her daughter frown, Su Peilon thought she was giving up and encouraged her to keep trying. Yes, indeed. Fruit farmers can't sell their produce and consumers can't afford to buy. But where is the problem? After speaking, Su Peilon looked worried. Thinking about the videos she saw of those farmers, she felt uneasy. They are all farmers, and she understands how it feels when produce doesn't sell. Shen Ruoteng took out her phone and searched for related videos on Douyin. She looked at the comments below, browsed quickly. After a while, her eyes showed understanding. Where could the problem be? The middlemen are making all the money. Businessmen don't work without profit, and she's no exception. In this world where the strong prey on the weak are destined to be eliminated. The cultivation world is much more intense. If you're not careful, your life could be lost. Shen Ruoteng's eyes are firm. Mom, I've made my decision. I want to grow fruit trees, and I also want to earn money. Thinking about the gradual expansion of her planting scale and the expensive delivery fees, Shen Ruoteng immediately has a new idea. She plans to start her own transportation company, so middlemen won't make all the profit. As long as the freshness is maintained, fruits and vegetables won't spoil. Freshness preservation? That's easy. Ice-cold talisman, frost condensation talisman, and preservation talisman can all keep things fresh. These 3 talismans are low-level, and as long as her cultivation reaches foundation establishment, she can easily craft them. They work like a refrigerator. They suppress microbial oxidation and decay through low temperatures. In other words, if she sticks a cold ice talisman or a frost condensation talisman inside a delivery box, it becomes like a mini fridge. Tearing the talisman destroys its effect instantly. Her plan is to start her own courier company, delivering her fruits and vegetables across the country and even worldwide. If the delivery fee is low, the fruit farmers might get good prices for their produce. But for now, it's too early to open a courier company. She needs to earn money first. Hearing her daughter's tone, Su Peilon silently sighs in her heart. The daughter had already made her decision, and she couldn't ruin her daughter's happiness or hold her back. Su Peilon quickly composed herself and encouraged her daughter. I believe in you, Mom. Shen Wenyuan moved to stand in front of Shen Ruoteng. What kind of fruit trees do you plan to plant? Hearing this, Shen Ruoteng spoke. Our local farmers mostly grow lychee, longan, yellow skin fruit, mango, and tangerines, and each orchard usually only grows one type of fruit. I want to try something different. Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon look surprised. In the living room, what do you want to plant? Su Peilon and Shen Wenyuan looked at each other in shock, unable to believe what they just heard. Only little Shen was happily jumping around, with bright, shiny eyes.
Yay!
Auntie, I want to plant a fruit paradise. Mom and Dad stay calm. Shen Ruotang didn't think her idea was strange at all. In fact, she thought it was pretty good. She planned to divide the backyard into 4 sections, one for each season: spring, summer, fall, and winter. Then she would plant seasonal fruits together so there would always be fresh fruit to eat. For spring, she would plant cherries, mulberries, bayberries, and mangoes. For summer, she would plant lychee, longan, yellow skin fruit, jackfruit, durian, peaches, and plums. For fall, she would plant pears, kiwi fruit, pomegranates, used fruits, and persimmons. During winter, this area will grow oranges, navel oranges, and tangerines. That's right. She plans to turn the back mountain into a fruit park so that there will be fruit to eat all year round. Maybe at that time it will even attract visitors who come to pick fruit. Next door is also a big fruit-producing province. When that happens, her place might not be able to hold so many visitors, so they will likely go to the neighboring province to visit. This way, consumers get cheaper fruit, and fruit farmers sell their produce. It's a win-win situation.
Perfect.
Even if no visitors come, she has nothing to lose. Why not give it a try? Shen Ruotang shared her idea, and Shen Wenyuan was both surprised and impressed. They didn't expect their daughter to think so far ahead. They had been narrow-minded. Those fruit farmers plant with hope, wishing for a good harvest to improve their families' lives. But their results are often disappointing. Every time they see online that farmers' fruit can't be sold and ends up rotting in the orchards, Su Peilon feels very sad. Now, her daughter might change the situation, and she can't help but feel excited. She hopes good things happen to good people. She wants to see those farmers succeed and smile. She hopes for a bright future. She wants to see this day come herself. And their family will be the ones to help make it happen. Su Peilon feels full of passion, as if she hears a calling to her mission. She clenched her fists and stood up suddenly, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Her voice was strong and clear, full of confidence. Mom, I'll help you. It's just planting a fruit tree. She's not afraid. At worst, she can start over. Auntie, I'll help you too. Xiao Bao Shun practiced what she saw, waving her fists in the air. Her eyes sparkled brightly. Cotton Candy wagged its tail excitedly, barking happily. Shen Wenyuan tightened his fists on his lap, his knuckles turning slightly white. He nodded firmly at his daughter. He felt the same way.
Ah.
Facing the warm gazes of his family, Shen Ruotang blinked. What's going on? Why does she see a blazing fighting spirit in everyone's eyes? Is there some exciting illusion? She's just planting a fruit tree. It shouldn't make everyone so excited, right? Shen Ruotan couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Then she remembered the chestnut trees on the back mountain and added, the chestnuts on the back mountain are already blooming. There's no rush to plant the fruit trees. Let's wait until September when the chestnuts are harvested. Hearing this, Su Peilon and her husband looked a bit embarrassed. Xiao Tang, the chestnuts on the back mountain are bitter and not very tasty. But the flowers are blooming beautifully. This year's chestnuts will definitely be delicious, she said confidently. In the city of Magic Capital, Guyu Xin just finished work and opened his messaging app to see a message from Chiao Mai. Are you there? I have something for you. He gently runs his thumb over the words, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His usually stern face softens a little, and even the surrounding air seems to warm up. His assistant walks over with a water cup and sees his smile, startled and flinching. His tablet almost slips from his hands. Could the usually cold and distant Mr. Shin actually be smiling? Is this old ice mountain about to bloom with peach blossoms? Thinking about the girl from last night, the assistant shows a look of, I knew it. Since debut, Mr. Shen has had no scandals and has never been seen close to any female celebrities. It's not an exaggeration to say that just being near him can instantly generate buzz and topics. Some celebrities have tried to ride his popularity by saying ambiguous things. But Mr. Shen always finds out immediately and posts explanations the next second. He gives no chance for misunderstandings. He spends almost every day on set, hardly ever taking a break. Fans rarely see him in person, earning him the title of workaholic of the entertainment industry. Finally, when he leaves the set, brands rush to sign him for endorsements. Yesterday, he flew back from Country Y, and early this morning, he was already on set filming ads. The main focus is on working hard. He has been close to Brother Shin for many years and has never seen him touch any girl physically. Except during filming. Last night, he received a call from Brother Shin and rushed to the hotel. He was shocked to see Brother Shin holding a woman. His face showed worry and concern. His eyebrows were tightly knit, almost like a single line. If he hadn't been with Brother Shin for so long, he might have thought that girl was his girlfriend. Thinking of this, Tang Hao suddenly snapped back to reality. Brother Shin, about the paparazzi last night. Gu Yushin is now a top star in the entertainment industry, surrounded by countless paparazzi. Many want to ruin his reputation. Last night, they took someone to the hospital, and the paparazzi captured everything. They even demanded a huge sum of money to keep quiet. But Brother Shin simply ignored them. No need to worry about it. Gu Yushin kept his eyes on his phone, fingers quickly typing. I'm here. Thinking about Xiao Mai's injury, Gu Yushin changed his tone. I'm coming to find you. As soon as he sent the message, he received an almost instant reply, worried he might be too slow. Xiao Mai, no need. Gu Yushin guessed the reason. Xiao Mai was probably afraid she would cause him trouble. He quickly typed another message. I'll be at XXXX later. You can just take a taxi here. After sending the message, he received a quick reply.
Xiao Mai, okay.
His gaze fixed on okay. A faint hint of tenderness flickered in Gu Yushin's deep eyes. Xiao Mai, 24 years old, 165 centimeters tall, weighing 43 kilograms, former artist at Ba Jiao Media, had been a background actor for 4 years. This was the information he found out last night. Ba Jiao Media is not a kind company. All their signed artists are arranged to attend various drinking parties. Those who refuse are often hidden away by the company.
Like Xiao Mai.
An example of her life. Gu Yushin's eyes grew colder. He put his phone into his pocket and looked up. What actions is Ba Jiao Media taking? Xiao Mai ran away last night, hitting back at the company's top executives. They definitely wouldn't let her go so easily. Tang Hao's face stiffened. 3 minutes ago, a gossip account leaked that Miss Jiao is being supported by a powerful figure. They also claimed she is cheating on multiple men with a chaotic private life. Tang Hao handed a tablet to Gu Yushin. There are pictures and videos. Hard to tell what's real. If he didn't know the truth, he might have believed it. Xiao Mai, an unknown minor actress, suddenly became the subject of these scandals. She instantly became trending online. On the internet, a group of trolls started insulting her, cursing her ancestors and descendants. Seeing the obscene comments, Gu Yushin clenched the tablet tightly. A coldness flashed in his eyes, and a fierce look crossed his brow.
Disgusting stuff.
Gu Yushin looked very angry, and Tang Hao stepped back in fear. Brother Shen is usually modest and polite, so it's rare to see him angry. This was the first time. The staff saw the temperature drop suddenly and quickly avoided the area. At the same time, they were gossiping in their minds. What did Tang Hao do to make Gu Yushin so mad? Gu Yushin took a deep breath and regained his usual calm. Let's get back to work. He threw a tablet into Tang Hao's hands. Then he said nothing more until he saw her again. Xiao Mai also saw the online rumors and comments. But who cares? Being controversial is still a kind of fame. For years of being unnoticed, then suddenly everyone knows her because of the rumors. She should thank Banana Media for giving her this huge attention. Trying to ruin her career? Forcing her to quit? That's impossible. She glanced at the message from Gu Yushin, and a hint of doubt appeared in her beautiful eyes. Didn't he just return to the country yesterday? Why is he back on set again? Truly the hardest worker in the entertainment industry. Putting her thoughts aside, Chiao Mai quickly divided the eggs, lettuce, and cherry tomatoes. She packed them into a bag. Seeing that her stock was almost half gone, she felt a pang of pain. Half of her stock, 5 pounds of lettuce, 12 eggs, and 1 pound of cherry tomatoes, was gone. This is all love from my close friends. Oh, I grabbed my bag, put on a hat and mask, lock the door, and leave. In the Magic City, at number 56 Xiafei Road, the film studio. Because the director of the movie, Memory Decompressor, had another dream last night and wants to make big changes to the original story. The movie finished filming a week ago, but now they're starting to shoot again. Gu Yushin, the main actor in the film, has had his scenes changed repeatedly. The story now is not exactly the same as before, it's completely different. It took a whole year to shoot this movie from start to finish. Last week, they finally finished filming, but the director wants to make major revisions again. Everyone in the crew looks exhausted. Even the director has dark circles under his eyes. He keeps staring at the monitor without blinking. When Chiao Mai arrived, she saw a group of talented actors looking like they had been hit by frost. This included international actress Su Lan, skilled actor Shan Henian, Fang Qiming, and Song Qishua, who recently won the Best Actress Award at the Golden Rooster Awards. Of course, Gu Yushin was there too. Each of these talented actors could be the main leads on their own. They are all excellent at acting. Having all these top actors in one film shows how good the movie must be. Chiao Mai, a seasoned actor with 4 years of experience, usually doesn't get the chance to work with such high-level actors. Suddenly seeing so many senior actors performing their scenes skillfully, Chiao Mai happily approached to watch and learn. As soon as Chiao Mai arrived, Gu Yushin noticed her. At that moment, seeing the girl standing quietly and obediently to the side, a slight smile appeared on his face. Su Lan, who was acting opposite him, noticed his movement, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She momentarily forgot her lines.
Cut. Cut.
Cut. The director stood up holding the script, looking tired. Everyone take a break. Sorry, I forgot my lines. Su Lan bowed 90 degrees to apologize to the crew. Her mistake caused a retake. Su Lan is kind and beautiful. She usually performs perfectly, so everyone found her mistake quite surprising. She looked happy and cheerful. It's okay, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Exactly, since teacher Su made a mistake, we get to spend more time with her. Hearing this, Su Lan also smiled. Later, I'll treat everyone to milk tea. Thank you, teacher Su. The set was filled with a warm, happy atmosphere. Chiao Mai carried her bag over to Gu Yushin and looked towards Su Lan in the distance. She whispered, I didn't expect the usually aloof teacher Su to be so friendly in private. She had no airs at all. Unlike the previous crew she worked with, where people often threw tantrums, changed scripts, or arrived late, she had become numb to it all. Gu Yushin's lips curved into a gentle smile, his eyes showing a hint of affection. Well, everyone is a good person. Later, you'll understand when you get along with them. Chiao Mai withdrew her gaze and looked up at the man in front of her, looking confused. What does he mean? Gu Yushin lowered his head, his eyes meeting Chiao Mai's, and suddenly missed a beat. The girl's eyes were dark and shiny, full of confusion, like a lost deer in the woods. Just a little lower, and there were her tender, red lips. They looked like blooming roses in spring. It made people want to pick and kiss them. Teacher Gu, seeing Gu Yushin lost in thought and distracted, Chiao Mai frowned and waved her hand in front of him. How did he get distracted while talking? His focus was too scattered. Realizing he had lost composure, Gu Yushin slightly turned his head away and asked softly, What's wrong? Oh, he snapped back to reality. Chiao Mai raised the bag in her hand. This is a thank you gift. My best friend grew it. It's very delicious. If it weren't for him saving her, she wouldn't be willing to share. Of course, she had another reason for coming to see him. To get her best friend's autograph photo, .. Not far away, Su Lan and Song Qishua, who had been watching the two, quickly approached. Chiao Mai saw Su Lan and the other person, and her eyes lit up. She was very enthusiastic as she opened her bag. She took out a bunch of romaine lettuce. This is romaine lettuce. My best friend grew it. It's very tasty. Also, some eggs and cherry tomatoes. As she spoke, she put the lettuce back and took out the eggs and cherry tomatoes, showing them to everyone. Her tone was full of pride and confidence. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was showing off a rare treasure. Su Lan and Song Chi-woo didn't expect it to be farm produce, and they looked surprised for a moment. Then they laughed. Homegrown is good. No pollution and healthy. Is that too formal? Just from that, you can tell they didn't believe her words. It's okay if they don't believe. Since it's her friend's product, she's here to promote it. Jo-mai immediately took a few cherry tomatoes and turned to Guyushin. Is there water? Huh, Tang Hao. Here. Guyushin frowned and looked at him, while Tang Hao tilted his head and looked into the distance. Jo-mai shoved the bag into Guyushin's hand, then took a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed the cap with one hand. She walked over to wash the cherry tomatoes. After washing, she moved in front of Su Lan and the others. Try some. The cherry tomatoes were bright red and shiny, with water droplets on the skin, sparkling in the sunlight. They looked like shining rubies. A faint tomato scent also drifted through the air. Su Lan couldn't help but reach out and pick a cherry tomato to put in her mouth. She bit into it. The fresh, sweet juice exploded in her mouth, followed by a strong tomato aroma. It was so delicious. After finishing one, Su Lan took another and ate it. The flesh was crispy, fresh, and tender. So good. Oh my, how can there be such delicious cherry tomatoes? While eating, Su Lan cheered silently in her heart. She could eat these cherry tomatoes forever without getting tired. When Su Lan ate the first cherry tomato, a strong tomato scent filled the air. Closest to her were Guyushin, Song Chi-woo, and Tang Hao, and their mouths started watering. They all swallowed hard. Song Chi-woo, give me one. Guyushin, me too. Tang Hao, Miss Chiao, I want to try as well. The three of them eagerly put cherry tomatoes into their mouths. They took a big bite. Song Chi-woo and Tang Hao's eyes lit up, and they gave Chiao Mai a thumbs up. So tasty Chiao Mai grinned and said, See? My best friend grew these. They're really delicious. Song Chi-woo and Tang Hao. Yeah. Guyushin's eyes brightened a little, and he took another cherry tomato to eat. He wasn't usually someone who ate a lot, but these cherry tomatoes made him very hungry. He couldn't help but keep eating. The staff around saw Guyu and a few others enjoying themselves, licking their lips, while they all really wanted to eat too. A brave crew member walked up to Chiao Mai, staring eagerly at the cherry tomatoes in her hand. Miss, can I buy one with money? The smell was just too tempting. Chiao Mai was feeling proud when suddenly a fluffy had popped out in front of her. It looked at her pitifully. Buy with money? She looked down at the 3 remaining cherry tomatoes in her hand, and suddenly an idea came to her. She smiled happily. Of course. As long as it helped her friend promote, anything was fine. And she could also make a little money. The staff's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out his phone to pay. Seeing this, others quickly gathered around. I want one too. Save one for me. I want one. Mine. Don't fight me. I was the first to ask. Suddenly, Chiao Mai was surrounded by the crowd, all holding up their phones eager to pay. Shouts filled the air as people pushed closer to her. A flicker of annoyance crossed her face, and she raised her voice to shout. Everyone stop pushing. There are only 3 cherry tomatoes. Highest bidder wins. Her loud, powerful voice unexpectedly echoed into everyone's ears. Everyone reached out to scratch their ears, then hurriedly raised their hands to bid. $7, $9, $15, $19. I'm going to compete with you all. You rich people, $25, $100. Seeing the price keep rising, the first worker to speak rolled up an imaginary sleeve. He angrily spoke. Don't be too much. I was the first to ask about it, and you're all fighting to buy it. We're colleagues. Don't make me use my money skills. Everyone else immediately calmed down a bit. They all looked at the person, noticing a young girl pouting and crossing her arms. Her cheeks were flushed red. Her bright eyes were full of sadness, like a little kitten feeling wronged, staring at her owner. She looked very cute. Gu Xiaoman, an intern on the set, was also a true rich second generation. Her pocket money from her bank card was more than their lives. Compared to her money skills, they couldn't compete at all. Of course, even if this sacred fruit was delicious, they wouldn't spend $100 to buy it. In the end, Gu Xiaoman bought the first sacred fruit for $100. She happily paid and turned around to take a sacred fruit, tasting it in front of everyone. Wow! The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and Gu Xiaoman couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she held her face with both hands. Really delicious. No wonder Teacher Sue and the others ate so happily. These cherry tomatoes are just too tasty. 100 yuan for one? That's such a good deal. She decided that these cherry tomatoes would be their family's fruit from now on. A few days later, her grandfather's birthday was coming up, and she planned to buy some as a gift. Soon, the second and third tomatoes sold for 25 and 35 yuan respectively. Xiaomai looked at the 160 yuan on her phone and was so happy she almost couldn't find her balance. She never expected her friend's cherry tomatoes to sell so well, and her savings grew a little more, caret. Her gaze casually fell on the bag in Gu Yushin's hand, and her eyes lit up. Wow! She seemed to have discovered a way to make money. On the other side of the filming set, director Wen Juefei was staring at the monitor, deep in thought. Something felt missing from this scene.
Suddenly, he sniffed.
He looked away from the monitor, looking around as if searching for something. Who is eating tomatoes? At that moment, a crew member happened to pass by and pointed ahead. Director, Teacher Gu, and the others are eating cherry tomatoes. The smell was so tempting that everyone couldn't help but want to rush over and grab some. But unfortunately, they couldn't compete. Their spending ability is limited. Oh. When Juefei looked in the direction his staff member pointed and saw a group of people gathered together. They were talking and laughing. There was also a young girl, unfamiliar to him, with a sweet and lively appearance. She was holding a phone, seemingly explaining something to everyone. After listening, everyone nodded and took out their phones to scan her phone. They probably wanted to add her to their friends list. Meanwhile, Gu Yushin looked at her with a loving and gentle gaze. A slight smile appeared on his lips. This look almost made Wen Juefei drop his notebook. He had known Gu Yushin for a long time, but this was the first time seeing him like this outside of acting. It was obvious he had fallen in love. Spring had arrived. The old man's romantic interests were finally blooming. Wen Juefei couldn't help but glance at the young girl again, smiling as he walked over to the crowd. As he approached, he overheard Su Lan and Song Qishua raising their voices. Professor Gu, don't be so stingy. Mai gave you so many things. What's wrong with sharing some with us? Song Qishua agreed. Exactly. A grown man being so petty. Be careful. You might have trouble finding a girlfriend. Gu Yushin secretly glanced at Xiao Mai beside him, who was happily chatting with others. He sighed quietly. Su Lan noticed his small movements and quickly stepped closer to him, walking with tiny, quick steps. She looked around slyly, then reached out her hand. You sell me 5 eggs and a bunch of romaine lettuce, and I'll help you chase after Mai. She had already noticed that Gu Yushin looked at Xiao Mai differently. Since she couldn't buy cherry tomatoes, she settled for eggs and lettuce instead. Maybe they would taste good too. Just now, Mai said her best friend's vegetables and fruits were very delicious. Of course, this probably had a bit of her friend's glowing review. No matter how tasty the lettuce is, how good can it really be? Could it be better than organic vegetables from Shanmu? But homegrown vegetables from the countryside are definitely healthier and more reliable. She wasn't really determined to buy from Gu Yushin. She just wanted to use this to get closer to him. Maybe they could work together better in the future. In the entertainment industry, only one actor has won the Golden International Award, and everyone wants to build a good relationship with him. Gu Yushin's eyes flickered slightly. Deal. Sure enough. Su Lan happily transferred 500 yuan to Gu Yushin, took 5 eggs and a small bunch of lettuce from him, and handed them to her assistant. Song Qishua happened to see this scene and quickly stepped forward to Gu Yushin. He crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Professor Gu, everyone should get a fair share. We should treat everyone equally. Gu Yushin sighed. All right, Anyway, he doesn't like to eat eggs, so selling them to her is fine. It's a good chance to give the money earned to Mima. Then he took 5 eggs and a small bunch of romaine lettuce from the bag. Song Chiawoo's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly reached out to take them, handing them to his assistant. Make sure to keep them safe. The assistant nervously took the items, as if holding a precious treasure, and carefully moved to the business car. Song Chiawoo was satisfied and looked away, took out his phone, and transferred 500 yuan to Gu Yesen. Throughout this, Wen Juefei watched with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. When did the set turn into a vegetable market? Cough, cough, cough. Wen Juefei pretended to cough a few times, then walked in front of everyone with a smile on his face. What are you all doing? Chiao Mai turned her head and her eyes sparkled brightly when she saw who was coming. This is a famous director in the country. He wins awards for every film he makes, and every character in his movies is very memorable. He leaves a deep impression on the audience. If she could catch his favor and get a small role in one of his movies, she wouldn't have to worry about not being cast. Chiao Mai quickly ended her chat and hurried over to Wen Juefei, acting very humble. Hello, Director Wen.
Im Kiao Mai.
I'm here to deliver something to Teacher Gu. As she finished speaking, a large hand appeared between them, holding 3 cherry tomatoes in the palm. The red skin still shimmered with a watery shine, looking very fresh and tempting. Gu Yu Deep said, Director, you should try it. Su Lan/Song Chiwoo's eyes were fixed on the cherry tomatoes, and her fists clenched tightly. This man was so double standard. Thinking about the strong tomato scent just now, when Juefei silently swallowed his saliva. He smiled and said, Well, I won't be polite then. Under everyone's envy, when Juefei picked up a cherry tomato, he opened his mouth and put it in. Immediately, he looked very satisfied, squinting his eyes. It was so delicious. Juicy, sweet, and bursting with flavor, it exploded in his mouth. The rich tomato aroma filled his mouth, making him feel like he was in a tomato garden. This taste was simply amazing. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He knew something was missing from that scene just now, so he rushed to the monitor. He grabbed a notebook and pen from the bench and started writing furiously. Seeing this, Gu Yu Deep and the others sighed together, a faint look of exhaustion on their faces. Oh well, they had wasted their effort again today. Xiao Mai blinked in confusion. 20 minutes later. Xiao Mai, I hear from you, Shin, that you're also a seasoned actor. Hearing this, Xiao Mai felt nervous inside and glanced at the man beside her. 4 years of extra work equals seasoned actor.
Seems about right.
Looking at the director's smiling face, Xiao Mai forced herself to nod. Maybe, kind of, when Juefei's eyes lit up. Great. My movie just happens to need someone. Your look fits this new role very well. Are you interested in joining my crew? Xiao Mai was stunned, eyes wide with surprise, pointing at her nose as she asked in disbelief.
Me?
Of course. Although the role has less than 10 minutes of screen time, it's still very important. This was a plot she had just come up with, and they just needed someone like her. Gu Yushin knew about it and recommended Xiao Mai to him, also showing him clips of her acting. Her acting skills are pretty good. When she arrives on set, he can help her improve even more. According to Gu Yushin, this movie took a whole year to shoot. It's already finished filming. Now they're just doing some reshoots. Suddenly introducing a new character. This is really unheard of. Xiao Mai was a bit stunned, stammering as she spoke. Director, I have a lot of negative news right now, and I'm worried I might cause trouble for the crew. Unsurprisingly, this film is aiming for international awards. If I cause problems and the project fails, it would be a big mistake. Just Gu Yushin's fans alone are a small target group. Plus the fans of other actors. Just thinking about it is scary. She wanted to work with Director Wen, but not in such a risky way. When Juefei waved his hand and said, You don't need to worry about those online rumors, Gu Yushin had already told himself about Xiao Mai's situation. He wasn't afraid of offending Ba Jiao Media. As for Lung Lingxiao, it was a bit troublesome. Thinking about not returning home for over a year, when Juefei felt a little overwhelmed. For the sake of a young friend's love, he decided that the trouble was worth it. At most, he would just go home once and listen to his older brother nag a few times. Can I really do this? Seeing the director's indifferent attitude, Chiao Mai looked at Gu Yushin, who smiled and nodded at her. Instead of feeling reassured, she became even more anxious. Song Chishui stepped forward and patted her shoulder. The director said everything is fine, so what are you still worried about? Are you doubting the director's judgment? Chiao Mai immediately retorted loudly, no, I didn't. Director Wen is one of the most famous directors in Huagua, and every film he makes is a box office hit. They are both popular and critically acclaimed. She wouldn't doubt anyone but Director Wen. Then it settled. Su Lan lowered her eyes. Those gossip rumors online. What's true and what's false? People outside don't know, but we insiders are clear. When she first started out, her family threw a lot of dirty water on her, trying to snatch her roles. But in the end, the false rumors were just that, false. On the day she became famous, everything would be revealed. Feeling the encouraging looks from both people, Chiao Mai was deeply touched. She never expected that, while rumors about her were spreading everywhere, the two seniors would still believe in her. Do you really believe in me? They weren't talking about acting skills, but about the online rumors. Su Lan/Song Chiwu. We trust Teacher Gu's judgment, Chiao Mai. Gu Yushin's face looked uncomfortable as he looked away, clenching his fist and pressing it to his lips. Cough, cough. When Ju Fa and the others rolled their eyes silently, thinking she deserved to be single, Chiao Mai blinked, not understanding why everyone was looking at Gu Yushin. But it had nothing to do with her. Director Wen, I will definitely live up to your expectations. After saying that, Chiao Mai happily ran to the side, took out her phone, and immediately shared the exciting news with her best friend. Tang Ting Director Wen just invited me to act in his movie. Shin Ruotang saw the message from her best friend and smiled. Big star. Waiting for your autograph. .. My, okay? My. I won't talk to you now. I'll chat after I finish my work, okay? Well, after chatting, Shin Ruotang exited the chat bubble and looked up at her boss. Boss, give me 2 packs of lettuce seeds and 5 packs of bok choy seeds. This morning, I just harvested 1,000 gene of vegetables. I need to quickly turn the soil and continue planting more vegetables. After paying, Shin Ruotang didn't stay long and rode her bike back to Peach Blossom Village. When she arrived home, Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon were working hard in the field. Shun Xiaobao sat in the shade holding a cotton candy, cheering on the 2 elders. Grandpa, Grandma, keep going. You can do it. Degree Nabla degree. The cotton candy mimicked him, tilting its head and facing the 2 people in the field. Woof woof. Once the water was almost ready, the little one grabbed 2 water bottles. He ran over with short legs, holding up the bottles. Grandpa, Grandma, drink water. Seeing him run over, Shen Wenyuan and Su Peilon quickly put down their hose. Xiaobao, why did you come down here? Su Peilon shielded her eyes from the sun. She looked at the little boy's cheeks to make sure he wasn't sunburned, then relaxed. Children have delicate skin and the sun is very strong, so they can easily get sunburned. Shun Xiaobao stood in the shade, lifting his head with bright eyes. Annie asked me to take care of Grandpa and Grandma. Grandma is thirsty and wants water. He said this with some effort, lifting the water bottles. His face was a little red from exertion. Hearing what Shin Xiaobao said, Su Peilon and Shen Wenyuan felt both worried and happy. Su Peilon quickly took the water bottles from the little boy's hands, and they both drank water together. You're such a good grandson. Grandma is so proud. After drinking, she handed the water bottle to the little kid, and they continued working in the field. The little kid giggled and turned around, eyes bright when she saw Shin Ruotang coming back. With short legs, she ran over quickly. She hugged her grandmother's leg. Andy, I've been taking good care of Grandpa and Grandma. Yes, I saw that, Annie. Shin Ruotang looked down, her eyes soft as she gently patted the little kid's head. Little treasure, you're so wonderful. Hearing the praise, Shin Xiaobao's smile grew wider, and he danced around happily, shouting, "Ha!" Then he sat down on the ground with a big grin. He kept his eyes fixed on the people in the field, shining with excitement. He wanted to keep giving water to Grandpa and Grandma whenever needed. The weather in the south in May was already close to 30 degrees Celsius, with the sun hanging high like a fireball, scorching the land. The cicadas' loud chirping filled the air, becoming quite annoying. Shen Wenyuan and the others wore straw hats and bent over, turning the soil in the field. Their clothes were soaked with sweat and clung tightly to their bodies. They didn't notice the sweat and effort. They swung their hoes and kept turning the earth. Shen Ruotang's brow furrowed, and she raised her hand to draw a symbol in the air, an obscure sun-shielding symbol. As the name suggests, this symbol could instantly block out the blazing sun, with dark clouds covering 100 miles. Once the symbol was complete, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Like thunder, it spread quickly, blocking the hot sun layer by layer. In an instant, a shadow was cast over the land. Following that came the strong wind. There was no heavy rain. Looking up at the dark clouds in the sky, Shen Ruotang felt a bit unhappy. Her current cultivation level was low, and her Yin Shadow sun-blocking talisman covered only 1 acre. But it was better than nothing. Shen Wenyuan and the others were sweating heavily while working the land when suddenly a cool breeze blew in. They looked up. Hey, it's cloudy now. The couple worked even harder. Shen Ruotang carried a bag of seeds in her hand, turned around, and went into the yard to get a hoe. She plunged into the field. Mom and Dad, I want to join in too. In the city hospital, the health report shows all indicators are normal, just a bit of fatigue. Avoid staying up late. After hearing this, Ma Yingjie's tears started to fall. Her daughter was really better. Her daughter had a blood clotting disorder since she was young and would bleed excessively when injured, especially during her period. She had seen many doctors, taken medicine, and felt better for a while, but it would relapse soon after. But this time,
Mom,
I'm really better. Ma Yanhong held the report, her hands trembling, tears streaming down her face. From now on, she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter bleeding excessively if she got hurt. She wouldn't have to worry about excruciating period pain or dying from blood loss anymore. After leaving the hospital, the mother and daughter hugged each other and cried loudly. This drew the attention of passers-by. The patient was happy to be healed, and Ma Yanhong and her daughter went straight to their home supermarket to share the good news with Ma Sangwa. When Ma Sangwa heard that his daughter was cured, he opened his mouth and cried loudly. Li Jinlian was shopping in the supermarket and saw Ma Sangwa crying like a child. Her face suddenly changed, and she hurried over. Old Ma, what's wrong? Other customers in the supermarket thought something serious had happened and gathered around. Ma Sangwa looked up, his eyes swollen from crying, and spoke intermittently. My daughter's cured, sob. Li Jinlian was surprised and widened her eyes. Then she looked at him with red eyes and smiled. Oh, this is good news. She quietly turned around and wiped her tears. Ma Yanhong was from the same neighborhood, and she knew exactly what was going on with Ma Yanhong. Now that she heard Ma Yanhong was cured, she was very happy too. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Xiao Hong, how did your illness suddenly get better? Did you go to see that old Chinese doctor? A few days ago, Ma Yingjie heard that there was a very skilled old Chinese doctor, and they asked people in their neighborhood to help get an appointment. She said she would take her daughter to see the doctor during the May Day holiday. It was only the first day, and her illness was gone? It seemed that the old Chinese doctor was indeed very capable. Ma Yingjie was so excited, she kept waving her hands. No, the old Chinese doctor took a leave and didn't see us. What's that? Seeing everyone's gaze, Ma Yingjie smiled mysteriously. Maybe it's because Mr. Shin's vegetables are so good that she got better after just 2 meals. Her words sounded a bit strange, but she and her mother had discussed it many times. In the past few days, besides Mr. Shin's vegetables, they ate the same as usual. After ruling out all other possibilities, only Mr. Shin's vegetables remained. Really? Everyone was surprised but then burst out laughing. That's a bit too much. Mr. Shin's vegetables are tasty, but under the firm looks from Ma Yingjie and Ma Yanhong, everyone suppressed their shock. They wanted to confirm carefully. Is it true? Ma Yingjie and her family didn't need to lie to themselves. Everyone knew Ma Yingjie's family well and understood their character. especially since it involved her daughter's illness. Seeing Ma Yingjie and her mother nodding firmly, everyone suddenly became unsettled. The scene was quiet for a second, then suddenly erupted into screams.
Ah!
I need to tell my grandma's niece's aunt. Oh my. These vegetables, only 30 yuan per jean, are so cheap. I'm going to invite people to join the group to buy. Hurry, hurry, tell your family to buy tonight. Could it just be a coincidence? That's such a lucky coincidence. Xiao Hong has been sick for many years and never got better, but after eating dishes from Mr. Shin's house, she suddenly improved. What if it's really true? Yes. What if Mr. Shin's vegetables are just that magical? I don't usually think much of it, but after hearing you all, I remembered something. Last night, I ate dishes from Mr. Shin's house and slept all the way through the night. Wow, me too. Usually, I dream a lot and wake up in the middle of the night, but last night, I slept until morning. Thanks to this reminder, everyone suddenly remembered the benefits of eating those vegetables. Their eyes brightened, and they became more convinced that Ma Yanhong's good health was due to eating Mr. Shin's vegetables. Suddenly, there was a scream. In the blink of an eye, the people in the supermarket disappeared. The news about the magical effects of Shen Ruotang's vegetables spread quickly in the shopping group. Bishui Town, Heping Community. A group of people gathered around Li Jinlian, exclaiming, "Really? Is Mr. Shin's vegetables really that amazing? Is that even possible?" Sister Ma just took Xiao Hong to the hospital for a checkup, and her health indicators are all normal. Li Jinlian pointed to her eyes and nodded confidently. I saw it with my own eyes. Bishui Town, Yongping Community. Did you hear? There's a girl in the neighboring community who is seriously ill. After eating dishes from Mr. Shen's house, she miraculously recovered. This is just too exaggerated. I know that girl for sure. The grocery group is almost bursting. This is serious. I quickly added my daughter and son-in-law to the group. We'll grab the vegetables on time tonight. It's too late now. The grocery group is full, but I can send your daughter the online store link for Mr. Shin. Remember to tell your daughter and her friends to keep it secret. Don't let it leak out or we won't be able to get the vegetables. Of course I know that. In another neighborhood of Bishui Town. Oh no. Apparently, in the neighborhood next to the next, there's a girl who is close to death. After eating vegetables from a certain shop, she recovered instantly. Really? Absolutely. I heard she came back to life right there on the spot. It scared everyone in the neighborhood. The story kept getting more unbelievable. By the time Shin Ruotang found out, the rumors about the vegetables had become wildly exaggerated. 4 hours later, Taohua Village, Bishui Town. Shin Ruotang and the 2 others finally finished turning over about 100 square meters of land. After working the soil, they quickly planted romaine lettuce and bok choy. They watered the plants. By around 5:30 p.m., they finished planting. As soon as the 3 of them stepped into the yard, Shin Xiaobao immediately ran over with a small stool. He patted the stool. Auntie, Grandpa, Grandma, sit. After saying that, he turned around, wobbled, and ran into the house to bring out the washed cherry tomatoes. Eat the fruit. The fruit is delicious. And after eating it, I feel less tired, carrot. Having a child at home is like having a treasure. Shin Ruotang and the 2 others exchanged smiles, placed their hose on the wall, and sat together on small stools. They looked happily at the little one being fed. So tasty. Today, her phone kept buzzing with notifications. Now Shin Ruotang finally had time to check it. She opened the grocery group chat with the green bubbles and saw over 99 messages, which made her a bit headache. She guessed they were discussing tonight's shopping rush. She thought, let me just take a quick look. When she saw the messages, she was stunned. The vegetables from Boss Shin's farm are amazing. They seem to have healing powers. Stop talking about it. Everyone's spreading it, and it's getting more and more unbelievable. Xiao Hong is a kid in our neighborhood. She's been sick since she was little, but after eating Boss Shin's vegetables, she got better. No one knows exactly how it started, but now people say she was about to die, and after eating the vegetables, she suddenly recovered. Haha, that's how rumors start, huh? Haha, she quickly skimmed through the messages, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her vegetables did have special effects, but it wasn't that exaggerated. At most, they could improve health or boost immunity. Healing powers? That's too much praise for her. The spring water cannot bring the dead back to life. At most, it can regenerate severed limbs and neutralize strange poisons. Rumors end with wise people. Shen Ruotang shook her head and chuckled, then directly exited the green bubble. Meanwhile, Wang Fugui had just finished weeding and watering his vegetable garden and was about to go home. Halfway there, he stopped. Miss Tang had planted 30 acres of fruit and vegetables, and now he wasn't sure how things were going. He needed to check on it. As he thought about this, he turned another way, and the Wang family saw him and quickly called out, "Fugui, are you crazy to farm? Our land is over here." Wang's father carried a shoulder pole and looked at his eldest son with disdain. Sure enough, the son had baked his brain. "Dad, I want to check Miss Tang's vegetable garden. The Shin family only has 3 people, and they can't take care of 30 acres. Hearing this, the Wang family looked at each other and decided to go see. "Hey, wait, we're coming too." Seeing the lush green vegetable fields, Wang Fugui's family felt happy. Wow, I have to say, Wang's mother's eyes sparkled. Miss Tang's vegetables are growing really well. Just like Miss Tang herself, they look fresh and lovely, making people like them. Yes. Hey, what's that over there in the vegetable garden? Wang Fugui's wife exclaimed, and everyone looked in the direction she pointed. 1,000 paper figures seemed to come alive, wandering and patrolling the vegetable field. Everyone was shocked, their eyes wide as they stood on the edge of the field, feeling a bit weak in their legs. Father Wang suddenly looked worried, and his face changed quickly. "This is a cursed paper figure," he said. "Someone in the village must be jealous of Miss Tang, putting it in the vegetable field to curse the crops." Hearing this, everyone's faces turned pale. People in the countryside are often superstitious, especially the people of Taohua village. They knew about cursed dolls, and now seeing so many walking paper figures in the field, they immediately thought of cursed dolls. It was a very cruel act. That was the first thought of the Wang family. Father Wang put down his broom, jumped off the field's edge, and quickly ran into the vegetable field. He bent down to pick up a paper figure. While picking it up, he cursed loudly. "Some people are just too mean, only wanting to hurt Miss Tang. Shinrua Tang, oh no." Wang Fugui and others saw this and, no longer afraid, jumped into the field to pick up the paper figures too. The paper figures were patrolling the field when suddenly they saw humans rushing toward them. They screamed and ran away in fear. Oh, they were just tools for pulling weeds. They couldn't speak. Lower-level paper figures could not compare to humans with high intelligence. Their 2 legs were different from human legs. Soon, all the paper figures in the field were caught. After picking up the paper doll, the Wang family hurriedly went to Shinrua Tang's house to complain. Less than a minute after they left, weeds in the vegetable field grew wildly. "Young Miss Tang, you must always watch the vegetable field carefully to prevent troublemakers, Mr. Wang advised earnestly. "This paper doll seems alive, wandering everywhere in the field," he added. As he spoke, Mr. Wang suddenly seemed to remember something and looked worried. He asked nervously, "If I catch them, will I get involved?" The rest of the Wang family heard this, and their faces, already pale, turned even whiter. They held the paper doll in their hands, unsure whether to throw it away or keep it. They stood stiffly in place, eyes full of fear.
No,
"I won't." Shinrua Tang's gaze fell on the paper doll in their hands, and she smiled bitterly. Usually, villagers in Taohua village wouldn't go into that field, so she had just placed the paper doll there to pull weeds. She didn't expect the Wang family to not only go there but also find the paper doll so lively and bring it back to her, even carefully tearing it apart. Now the vegetable field must look like this. She dared not open her eyes, hoping it was just her imagination. Seeing the caring look in the Wang family's eyes, Shinrua Tang felt her vision darken again and again. She truly appreciated their concern. From now on, she thought it would be better to go out and release the small paper dolls when no one was around, then gather them back after pulling the weeds. Father Wang heard Shinrua Tang's words and immediately smiled like a blooming flower. Then it settled. "Young Miss Tang, Uncle has already torn up that paper doll for you. Don't be too touched. Remember to check the fields more often." The bad guys didn't succeed this time, but there might be a next time. Shen Ruotang looked up at the honest-looking old man in front of her, her eyes full of sincerity and honesty. If she didn't know his character, she might think he was mocking her. Her lips moved slightly. "Uncle, can we not be so kind-hearted in the future?" She had spent a whole night carefully folding that paper doll. And now it was gone? All her words were stuck in her throat. Shen Ruotang reached out, trying to grab back the paper doll. She wanted to save it. Father Wang was quick and tore it apart again, throwing it into the trash. He kindly reminded her, "That cursed thing, little girl, you'd better not touch it." The rest of the Wang family agreed, and also tore up their paper dolls completely. They threw them away. Su Peilong glanced at her almost frozen daughter, her eyes flickering slightly. This paper doll, why does it seem a bit familiar? Suddenly, she remembered that a while ago, she had gotten up at night and saw her daughter's light on upstairs.
She went to check.
At that time, her daughter was folding this very paper doll.
She thought it was strange.
The daughter stayed up late at night, wondering how to fold paper figures. Thinking about what the Wang family just said, Su Peilong's eyes suddenly widened. Oh no, she seems to have discovered a big secret. Ning. Bishui Town, Yongping Community. Mom, let's talk nicely. You can't blame me for this. Lin Xiaohan was running wildly around the neighborhood, with Zhang Xinya chasing after him with a clothes hanger. It's all your bad idea. If you hadn't asked me to add your aunt and them to the group, we wouldn't have only managed to get so few vegetables. 5 gene of vegetables, not enough for 2 meals. Thinking about how each of the older sisters took 15 gene of vegetables, Zhang Xinya's heart ached terribly. The vegetables at Boss Shen's place are always in high demand, and they foolishly added more competitors for themselves. Just thinking about it makes her regret it. Why did she listen to her son's words? Back to the morning. Zhang Huizhou sneaked back into the community carrying vegetables, looking very sneaky, afraid of running into someone he knew. He was really crazy to agree to help his little sister grab vegetables. Vegetables are already expensive, and to make things worse, he was caught on camera. His left cheek was almost completely embarrassed. Since he was a kid, his right cheek has always looked better, but he wondered if anyone had taken a photo. If he had known someone was filming, he would have worn his wedding suit. Old Lu and Lu Yuqin had just finished shopping and returned to the community when they saw a suspicious-looking man ahead. "Little Zhang, are you stealing?" Grandpa Lu proudly carried his vegetables, looking very happy today. He started joking right away. Zhang Huizhou suddenly turned around and saw Grandpa Lu's face stiffen. Then, his eyes fell on the bag in Grandpa Lu's hand, and his expression brightened. "Grandpa Lu, you also went to get vegetables?" He didn't expect anyone else to spend so much money on vegetables, just like his little sister. It's like having so much money, you don't know what to do with it. If he had so much money, he could give some to him. Maybe he spent it all. Yes. Grandpa Lu chuckled. "We have good taste." Honestly, the vegetables from Mr. Shin's shop are really delicious. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Seeing Grandpa Lu act like he hadn't eaten anything good in a long time, Zhang Huizhou looked at him with mixed feelings. "Grandpa Lu, that's a bit much. These vegetables aren't meat. How tasty can they really be?" When Zhang Huizhou said that, Grandpa Lu immediately understood what was going on. He looked at the vegetables in Zhang Huizhou's hand. "Did you help your family grab them? How did you know?" Zhang Huizhou's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Grandpa Lu to be so good at guessing. He guessed right every time. Grandma Lu's face looked a little sad, because we did the same. They almost argued over it. Originally, everyone was supposed to help grab vegetables, but in the end, no one wanted to share. They even said whoever grabbed it first could keep it. They were careless. This morning, many people were rushing to buy vegetables. They heard from others how delicious and popular these vegetables were. Everyone suddenly changed their minds. Grandpa Lu patted Zhang Huizhou on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Following the advice of the elders, it's best to try these vegetables first before making a decision." After saying that, the father and daughter left. They kept their skills and reputation hidden. Back home, Zhang Huizhou initially didn't want to listen to Grandpa Lu. But curiosity got the better of him. He looked at the fresh, shiny lettuce and washed some. He cooked a bowl of noodles for himself. Oh my gosh! How can these lettuce be so delicious? He almost missed out on a treasure. The lettuce was tender and crisp, with a sweet taste and a fresh aroma. It was incredibly tasty. Zhang Huizhou ate the remaining noodles quickly, feeling satisfied, and lay on the sofa. He crossed his legs and slowly took out his phone to make a call. Hey, little sister. Oh, about that vegetable? I want to keep it for myself. You're such good siblings, always thinking of your big brother when there's good stuff.
Hey.
My signal's bad. I can't hear you clearly. Hello? Click, he immediately hung up. Bishui Town, Yongping Community. Zhang Xinya blinked in disbelief and tried to call back, feeling unwilling to give up. The phone you're calling is currently busy. Please try again later. Undeterred, she calls back. The phone you are calling has been turned off. Zhang Xinya's face darkened with anger. She hung up in frustration and dialed the voicemail. The other person has not added you as a friend, so voice chat is not available. Seeing the message pop up, Zhang Xinya's anger flared up like a volcano. Had her older brother blocked her? All for 15 pounds of vegetables? This is too much, absolutely too much. Just as she was about to curse, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and her eyes lit up. Her older sister was reliable. Last night, during the vegetable scramble, both her brother and sister managed to get 15 pounds of vegetables. Her sister calling now probably means she wants her to pick up the vegetables. Her wounded heart was quietly soothed. Big sister, little sister, I've filled in Xia AI's address and the seller will send the vegetables to her. I'll transfer you 30 yuan and you can try to get the vegetables again tonight. After saying that, she hung up directly. Zhang Xinya stared in disbelief, her eyes wide, unable to react for a long time. Is this about 30 yuan? Is this? Wait, is her family betraying her? Realizing this, Zhang Xinya clutched her chest in pain. Thinking about what my son said, my anger grew even more intense. My hand holding the phone was trembling. Suddenly, I heard a loud gulp. Seeing all this, Lin Fengxin silently swallowed and quietly retreated into his room. My son had already gone outside to play, leaving only me at home. I couldn't handle my wife's anger alone. Smack! A door slammed in the living room, making Lin Fengxin shiver. Next, I heard my wife's angry voice through clenched teeth. Lin Fengxin, where's your son? My hand trembled as I closed the door, stammering, he's outside. Zhang Xinya's face darkened further, teeth clenched with a grinding sound. All he does is run out to cause trouble every day. I think he needs a good lesson.